like that little meme I just put in the flat links. Literally, the entire fucking night sky rotates around that central point where all compasses point to, and that's how it's been for I don't know how long, millennia at least, if the Gregorian calendar is what we've been given it since these poets, the Greek poet, wrote about these constellations. Aratus, his name was. And
Right.
and it's all the same since then. The Mayans built that or carved that big stone fucking table that counted down the age that we moved out of, the age of Pisces, into Aquarius, which is what we're in now. These constellations are the same as what they were, and they work their way around incrementally. It's like a big fucking timer in the sky, yeah. It's
Yeah,
been the same for
all
fucking
these
thousands of years,
ancient
man.
civilizations built, and they would have them adjacent to things in the sky, right? They would build to have them in a certain way, and they're still like that today. You know what I mean? They're still lined up.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
think
The
the
Yeah,
pyramids.
and what you'll find out is like there's wild extrapolations made from modern observations. We have modern astronomy that we there's so many things assumed about what happened in the past that confirmed, but they definitely affirm it as true when they can't confirm it. You know what I mean? So we're moving forward into the future based on just assumptions about what happened in the past, based on what.
and then the funny thing is that when you talk about all these ancient civilizations had depictions of the earth as and and contain
Not all of them.
most of them,
Yeah, pretty much all of them actually, like dozens of them.
right?
And they mapped out the
And
And that
stars.
wait, and that's supposed to
Wait,
prove
no, no, no,
it
something,
no,
doesn't
no. It doesn't
prove
prove
but
anything.
anything.
recorded star charts don't
Absolutely.
prove anything.
Nobody
No,
claimed
it doesn't
any
That
claim
one
proof.
anything.
thing I
Nobody claimed
say
here
just
any proof.
proves everything. It's
Well,
you
that's
got to
easy to
take it.
easy
You
to.
got to take it
Right.
like
Well, it could be
step by
this. I
step.
don't know.
Folks, is just fucking
Well,
talking
you
out
have to
each other.
We
take it
could
in a
have
step by
changed
step
pole
manner, my
stars. I
friend.
don't know. I'm not making.
Well, people,
Well,
when they don't want to listen, they start talking because then they don't have to listen. No, but what I'm saying
Well,
is that the
here's
ancients. Wait, Helio, let me get this. So what I'm saying is that not only did they think that the Earth was flat, but they also had the stars mapped out. You have all these ancient cultures that have navigated the Earth using the stars, and even the maps are based off of the equinox and all that stuff. So it's really based off of the sky, which is still constant to this day. So like it's not one point that proves flat earth. It's your ability to take in all this information, analyze it critically, and see the bigger picture. That's it.
Don't believe
exactly.
what we say.
Panto, do you have a source for that?
Well, it was made of actually two memes, man. Just look up,
Do you have a source for those two memes?
but they were all made up of, and it was like two big memes made up of loads. I'll drop you a Google Drive link that's literally got thousands and thousands of memes and PDFs.
No, I don't want the memes. I want the source behind the
Oh,
memes.
mate.
Like, where do these?
Well,
Hold
that's the
on.
whole thing. Like, we're presenting you
That's
this information. You can go in and research all this stuff. You could.
No, you're presenting me.
I'm
Right,
presenting you
but
a Google Drive link with gigs of weeks worth of data, if you want it.
yeah, send that to
Give
him.
it weeks. So lots of claims with. Do they have source?
They are the
I'm not
sources.
asking you
Check it
to
out.
agree with any of it. Didn't
He just
agree with
said
any of it.
just
Didn't
said
believe,
data. He
bro.
didn't say claims. He said
Bro,
data.
didn't believe anything we tell you or anybody else. Look at information if you want to. I've provided it. It's up to you, man. I'm not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. I know it is. I don't care if you don't believe me. But there's loads of information that prove it without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, but that meme what it introduces ideas about ancient cultures that they considered the earth as a realm and observe the heavens the same way that we observe them now.
Just look
Oh,
up.
I don't. All right,
Yeah,
well,
without a source for this, it
So, but
Just
just
look
gonna
up,
be.
mate, bro.
but you
Just look,
know that
guys. Just look up
Polaris
ancient.
moved, right? How do you
No,
know
just
that? How do you know that? P Mars, I'm talking to the other guy. I'm sorry. What the guy who said that Polaris moved, but you don't believe where he got this information? How do you believe that Polaris moved? Where did you get that information?
Mine sourced out of star charts.
Star Trek.
All right. So do you believe what makes their information more credible than Panto's information?
Because
It's just as
Oh, it's
credible as
sourced.
Star Trek.
Exactly.
To be
Alright,
honest,
let me go
you know,
make PMRs happy.
in
I'm
modern
gonna
in modern astronomy, listen,
Oh.
in modern astronomy, we
God.
really have limited information. Listen, you know, when we have
limited by
modern-
what?
See if you
we're
were
We've been
limited
doing
by
astronomy
technology.
for
Check
for-
this out, bro. Would you
bro.
fucking shut up?
See if you were
Listen,
interested in anything to do
it's
with this
like
fucking
people
topic.
are unwilling to listen. You know,
No wonder you just talk. I'm saying, see
Yeah.
if you were interested at all. I just posted. Whoa, listen, man. I just posted a Google Drive link there that's got gigs and gigs worth of data. If you were interested at all, you would at least have took it and be looking at it rather than just arguing out of ignorance, man.
He's
You're only here
yeah.
to
I've
argue.
seen it all. I think you've posted
He's
it.
asking for your
here to argue
sources.
as well.
He's asking for your sources while not clicking on your sources that you're sending.
Alright.
Right.
Yeah, but no, I want a source for what he posted, which was all of these
do it right,
ancient.
so just
posted it.
Google ancient depictions of the Earth for fuck's sake.
yeah.
Oh, so
if
I have
you
to
want the
Google your
information,
claim.
then you're gonna have to study these each individual cultures. You're gonna have to. Yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, man, you have to research each individual culture and how they depicted the universe. I mean, it was just a simple meme, bro. Stop being
can't-
dumb.
Did
Do you
you
know-
click the Google Drive link
Do you know how to do
that he
research,
just
bro?
posted?
Can we
Okay.
start crossing this
Alright.
out, and then you guys
Okay.
update,
What are you
so you're
crossing
not
out?
just spreading.
Hold up. Let me take that one.
Man.
Okay, the Vikings followed the Norse mythology. That was like their religion, dude. And if you look at Norse mythology, they depict the Earth as flat, just like Panto posted. It's in there. Look at Norse. So
Yeah, but none of us.
Yeah, but I see
know
Greek who came up with the globe model, and here it is Greek showing a flat model. So, if Greek
Well-
astronomers in the 2nd century BC came up with
Right.
the first globe proposed
correct,
model,
astronomers.
here we have.
It was not the general
Here's-
consensus until fairly recently. You don't know
Oh,
that.
so ad populum. Got it.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
Right,
but none
so
of
it's
us.
not-
None
it's
of us
not
will ever
about-
know.
nobody-
No.
Yeah,
That was
but
sneaky.
model's a new term when it comes to, you know, what we observe in the heavens. The word model, it's been, you know, proposed to us as if we have to have a model that, you know, against the current model, and we're going to have to give us a model, or our model's right. That's not the way people
Model's
used to think about
pseudoscience.
things, bro. Well, I'm just
the
telling
way
you,
a
that's not-
scientific
that's not the
model
way-
is used,
All right,
models
you
are
guys want me to shut
pseudoscience.
up? You guys want me to
and it's
shut
not a new concept. Scientific models have been around for.
Yeah, Helio. If they're not going to listen, it's not worth like talking to them or
Is
telling
it
them.
really
All right,
24/7? Guys, come on.
Well, I'm just talking about models. I mean, someone brought up a model. I'm just
Helioskeptic.
trying.
You're not on your 24/7 Discord anymore. You're gonna get people that disagree with you, and since you don't have your corrupt mods, they're not gonna get muted.
Who told
No,
you that? That's not even true.
I'm not afraid of
What are you
anyone,
talking
man,
about,
bro.
dude?
Now, I'm out here in the real world, you know, just
Yes,
doing my
you're out-
thing.
you're
Yeah,
out
but
there.
none of us
Well, this
know.
is-
None
this
of
is
us can
definitely
say that Earth is flat or Earth is a globe until we go to space and view it with an original observation.
All right, we'll send you to space.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only way that
I
anyone
gotta
will
say, though,
actually
that
know.
this
But
is-
that's the only way that anyone will actually know.
All right, go, bro.
Is if we go to space
Go, bro,
and
and
view
come
it.
back.
Okay,
and
we
tell
will
us.
send.
Yeah, done.
Send me to space, then I'll come back and I'll tell you my findings.
All right, go, man. I can't wait till you go. Awesome. Literally.
I hope you.
Well,
Okay.
but this model. I mean, what does that mean? I have a
So a scientific model
well,
is-
it's not scientific
a-
for one.
what?
It's not scientific. Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you because I said a model. You brought it up. You brought up the.
No, that's what a scientific model
Well,
is.
Well,
I was trying-
how is it scientific? You know, explain it. How it's scientific?
Because it's interlocking systems that they all go together like a puzzle. And they can make predictions.
Dude, I
It's not a
predict that
scientific
when I
prediction.
wake
Sorry.
up out of my bed, I'm gonna put my feet on the.
Anybody can make
But you might
predictions. What
not.
you're
You might
talking
die in
about
the
is
middle of the
not a
night.
scientific
Then
prediction.
Was that just me?
Scientific prediction is a hypothesis followed up by experiment. All you're talking about is hypothetical prediction.
hypothetical prediction that we can witness either happens or don't.
Witness. How do you experiment on that? You develop a model about what
So
you see, what you observe. Great. What does that prove?
Yeah,
Does
how
that
can
proves
prove
that
the cause? Does that prove the cause of
extrapolations?
what's
Yeah,
going on?
extrapolations. Yeah, right. Chocolate extrapolations from observations are made, throughout the centuries of what we see happens. How is that scientific? I mean, we all observe the same things.
observation over time isn't.
Yeah, you
Well,
can make
no, not
observations.
really. No, it's just what you see, happening. You can
So
observe it,
so 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 going back to Polaris, if we can track where Polaris has visibly moved with, let's just say, star charts, we can then say, okay, based on its movement, based on what we know about the model, it should be, let's say, 200 years in this position.
yeah,
You
there
don't
we
think
go
that
with the
that's
model again. There we go. No, of course we all observe the same thing. Centuries before the globe model, people observed the same thing happening over and over. That's why they, had seasons and celebrations through all the different religions. That's why I said if you research the religions in that chart or that meme that Panto shared, if you research those religions, they did the same thing. They went through the same observations year by year. We all experienced the same thing. Now, to extrapolate from that data and say, well, I have a model now that puts the Earth as a globe at the center, and the sun is, the third rock from the sun, and the sun is a big ball of burning gas and all that kind of thing. This is what we're kind of saying. Hey, there's some questions that we have here that need to be answered. Because we have a very short period of time. If Earth history is true, that we have a very short period of time that we're all taught that we're extrapolating some weird, crazy shit about the Earth being the third rock from the sun when it's obviously not. You know what I mean? You probably don't know what I mean, but my buddies. But you're extrapolating ideas out of what what you call science just because you have a couple of telescopes on Earth. It's not. It's not going to help you much, Mayor. Hey, and I'll
It's
tell you
about
this.
being able to question what you were
Archaeologists.
taught, bro.
Yeah, a lot of archaeologists think they can dig down into the Earth and go back in time too. Let's talk about that. But
May I
What,
ask?
sediment layers don't exist?
May I ask what this argument is about?
Well,
it's about
it started
Earth.
at one thing.
It's about Earth. Earth.
Okay. Is it about how there is no flat Earth model?
It's about how there is no measurable curvature or rotation or any movement of the Earth. It's about how Earth is flat and stationary.
Well, how's that proven?
Because there has not been any measurable curvature.
Never?
Yeah, ever. I mean, they have a nice little formula to tell you that there's curvature that can be measured. They tell you that you should see 8 inches per mile square of curvature, but that's
Ish.
never seen.
No, that's
Well.
Because
It's inaccurate. It's inaccurate.
right, it's inaccurate because there's no measurable curvature.
no, it's
That's why
inaccurate
it's
because it's
inaccurate.
a
Whoa.
robot.
I didn't say inaccurate. I said it is accurate to a certain point.
Sure,
But for
that's
generally,
fine.
it's good to use. Even so, you can't really use that to calculate. You can calculate the curvature, but if you want to measure like from one point to another, you can't really use that equation because the equation assumes that you're not
Do you have
that
a
at
better
least
equation?
Robotham.
Right.
That's not a globe Earth.
So how
It's
do you
okay.
measure?
It tracks
How
out.
do you measure your curvature then? Please enlighten.
You have to take in observer height and target height of what you're looking at.
Oh, okay.
8 inches per mile square assumes that your eyeball
Is
is
that the right formula?
in the ground and you're looking
Is that the right
at
formula?
level.
Is that the formula? Oh, so what's the? And have you used this formula to measure curvature for yourself? Or are you basing that off? Oh, yes.
No, I've done observation tests.
Cool. What have you done, man? Which calculator do you?
Oh, my mic was muted. My bad. I said hi, DS. How are you doing? Shit.
Well, other than you having a,
And I'm talking to crazy people.
I mean,
well
I
you
don't know.
But if it matches with reality,
you can
Has the
calculate.
radius of Earth been measured?
Hold on. You can calculate
Ever?
the radius.
Yeah,
Aristophanes
you can
did this.
calculate it how?
what's an indirect measure?
Right.
Aristophanes did this.
Or do we have to dig?
Right. Was that a measurement or an assumption?
Aristophanes?
It's an indirect measure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what did he do? Did he assume that he was living on a ball first before he?
Stupid mic.
You actually have to in order for it to work. Otherwise, you get the same results on a flat plane. Just
How
like
would you
Neil
get the
deGrasse
same
Tyson
results on a
said.
flat plane?
Oh, you can only get
And
the
even
same results with two
Yeah.
Even one of your
data
big
points.
boys,
You
Mr.
can't
Neil
get it with.
deGrasse Tyson will tell you the same thing. You can get the same on a flat plane with a smaller sun.
Yeah.
Okay,
Why
how
does
did
another
Aristophanes
With
Hold on,
two-
why does another
with
stick-
two.
Okay, why does another data point make a difference? How does that change everything?
This is exactly why I don't argue.
Because you have more geographical locations. If you do,
You're assuming a close
you know,
local sun.
20,
So who did it after him?
Yeah, who did this?
Yeah, because we always
Who
seem
did-
to go
who did
back
more than
2,000 years.
Yeah, because that's
It
what we're
seems like
going.
you pick and choose what you want. Like we brought up, somebody posted memes of, ancient civilization, and you say, "Oh, how do I trust this?" But you automatically went 2,000 years and said Aristophanes measured the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, that was before Jesus was born, right? You're using that as your proof.
Yeah.
Really?
Did you see what I posted about historian Jeffrey
Oh,
Burton
God.
Russell? What?
Yeah, we do.
Why do you have such a bad attitude?
I don't know, P. Mars.
Because like I've
Sometimes.
posted a lot of evidence that contradicts the things you believe, and you don't seem very.
The
interested
things
in
I
it.
believe, like measurable curvature, that
Like that
doesn't
the
exist.
stars move. You were saying the stars don't move, but I posted a GIF.
Those are lights in the sky, P. Mars. What is
Yeah,
it?
I don't care.
What is it
You
that
said
you're
they
posting
don't
that's
move.
proving anything about the lights in the sky?
You're like
You said that they said repeatedly they don't move, and
Yeah.
we showed you that they have.
You
They
made a-
don't move how? Who said the stars don't move?
You did.
When did I say the stars?
Yeah, and
like
no
don't
one
10
here
move?
minutes
said
ago.
Polaris doesn't
Don't be
move a little
ridiculous.
bit.
I
Oh,
recorded
Panto
it.
did. Panto did.
Well, that's
Chocolate
okay,
Saiyan
but-
did too. Chocolate Saiyan went on this
He
whole
may
thing
have been
like
wrong about
the
that.
Polaris.
Earth is
I
can tell him
spinning
that
and
it
the
does.
sun's moving
Polaris
around the
Is
does
center of the
Polaris
galaxy.
P. Mars, can
and
I ask you a question?
You described
P.
all the
Mars.
motions of the galaxies
P.
and everything.
Mars.
Yeah.
P. Mars. Is Polaris still over the North Pole?
Sure.
It's not.
Is it still over the North Pole?
What do you
Is
mean
it still the North
still?
Star? And please tell me which star was the North Star before it was Polaris.
Well, I googled
And
it,
which
and it
one will
said
be the next one?
I-
Since it's moving,
Yeah, I
obviously
sent a-
there's gonna
I sent
be
a
another
link.
star, right?
Google said it was through.
I mean, we're
Vega.
posting links and flat Earth links, and you're ignoring them, just
Yeah.
like you
You're just
accused me of ignoring.
I didn't accuse you of ignoring anything.
You're ignoring
I'm
our
just
research.
asking. You seem to just pick and choose what you want.
Good question, Darkstar.
I mean, that's fine. I understand this is new.
No, I mean we're
information,
literally
so that's
posting
cool.
backup for our claims.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you're posting.
You're just
slides,
hand waving them.
okay. I've probably seen most of this.
Well, why would you believe the meme, but you don't believe what this historian has to say on the issue?
Because there's no measurable curvature, P. Mars.
Oh,
I don't believe we live on a spinning ball.
but we're talking about history.
Okay.
We're talking about history here.
So Papa Elon is just lying to us all.
Papa who?
I don't know.
Papa Elon Musk.
I hate to break it to you, buddy. Yeah.
I don't get how you guys.
Okay.
I don't
Do you
get.
think there's a... Go ahead, P.
Well, I just don't get where you guys can make these claims that these ancient civilizations thought the Earth was flat. Like, how were you there? Like, it seems.
Well,
incredibly
at the
arrogant.
same, and then
Well,
in the next
hold-
breath they
hold
say,
on.
"Well, we can't
No.
trust your star charts. Where did
Listen,
those come
when-
from?"
when we
It's
say-
the same.
Hold on. When we say in modern times the Earth is flat, these ancient cultures didn't say the Earth is flat. That's not the way they looked at it. Earth was something else to them. They never considered it Earth being a ball. It wasn't even a consideration about the shape of the Earth.
How do you know that?
We're not claiming.
Except for second century BCE.
Like, a lot of
that's when the first.
Anyway, because if you look into what they were teaching, it wasn't even the shape of the Earth wasn't involved.
Dennis, there wasn't
You know
good
what I'm saying?
record. There's not records of this stuff you're talking about. Where are you getting this
Well,
information?
then why would you even consider it to be a ball? That's what I'm saying. Of course, they never considered the Earth might be a ball because it's a ridiculous concept.
I don't know. Maybe if I had drank like 10 beers, I could understand you.
Well, maybe if I was sober and dude, I still think the same thing when I'm sober. Fuck you, man.
Yeah, but it's just like weird because like I'm sober and you're drunk, and it's kind of like it creates a weird vibe for the conversation. You know what I mean?
Well,
Hey,
does for you. Actually,
bring
I
back
have
people.
great conversations with everybody in here.
I think you
Bring
should
back
find
people,
like
'cause
drunk
you just-
flat earthers.
All
to
you
hang out
do
with.
is talk about how much I drink or whatever, as if that has anything to do with anything.
Well, because dude, I've been witnessing
You asked a
for
specific
how long,
question. You asked a
Dennis?
specific question. Listen, you asked a specific questions. I answered it directly, and now you're just talking about how much I drink.
Yeah, you've been drinking
You're just a
and
fucking
talking about flat Earth for 4 years now. You get drunk every night and talk about flat Earth.
No, I
For
don't.
4 years.
I'm not on here every night.
Dude,
I actually
You used to
do
get
other
kicked off Free Chan by other flat earthers because you were so fucking drunk.
No, they didn't kick me off.
You're,
They
you're, you're
love-
not
they love
improving.
me.
You're doing the
It
same
doesn't
shit.
matter anyway. It really doesn't matter. P. Mars, you're the one that gets kicked out of everywhere because you're such a fucking dick. That's what happened.
People don't like those who tell the truth. That's what Plato said.
Well, you haven't told any truth here. You're trying to obfuscate the entire conversation. So stop
No,
doing
he's
it.
posted.
All right, cool. He's posted some good information, but he's acting like he knows what historians have dictated throughout certain aspects of humanity, and
Dennis.
they never said the Earth was flat.
That's
and
their
guess
job.
what?
That's the thing,
P.
though.
Mars, I agree with you, because of course they've never considered that the Earth might be a globe because
Dennis.
it's a ridiculous concept.
Because why? Wait, you never get to because.
Because it's dumb. No, everybody
you
that
know
sees the sky moving above them, you're not moving, obviously, on a globe Earth. I mean, do you feel like you're moving when you step out and move across the Earth?
Why would I feel like?
Whether through, well,
How the fuck do
I
you
don't.
know?
You tell me, bro.
Isn't that a funny
The only time
question?
you ever move is when you're walking,
Isn't that
driving in a
funny
car,
question?
So
or on an
acceleration,
airplane or on a
acceleration.
Why
ship.
would you feel
You're
Acceleration.
moving. You're moving
Acceleration.
when you move. You're moving when you move. The Earth itself is not moving.
The Earth's not accelerating. Therefore, you wouldn't feel.
So
Keep
you
telling
think it
yourself
makes
that, bro.
sense?
Keep telling yourself.
I would tell him to Google constant velocity motion, but you wouldn't freaking do it anyways. You wouldn't understand.
But
it
I
if you
can't
did.
figure it. I can't figure it out real physics because I'm too drunk to figure it out. Is that what the deal is?
Is this Flat Earth channel in the server all the time now?
Yes.
No, I'm just arguing with P. Mars because he's a dumbass. I'll stop,
I'll
guys.
agree. I am a dumbass. I just don't think we can say, oh, 3,000 years ago people thought this. Like, there's very limited records of that. Like, you're just pulling that out of your thin air.
Your own guys tell you that when you watch some of these NASA videos that are talking about the shape of the Earth. they'll say things like,
Wait,
"Oh,
NASA was around
thousands
in
of
ancient.
years."
NASA's not
Listen,
historians.
today,
NASA's not
today,
historians.
guys,
I read
don't be
I'm
dicks.
into. I like
Today
history.
I've
what?
seen plenty of videos where they talk about, oh, thousands of years ago, ancient civilizations all thought the Earth was.
But they're
I've
not
seen that plenty of times.
NASA's
All you
not a
have to do is a
history.
little
They're not
research, and you.
historians at
PMARS,
NASA.
what the fuck is actually wrong with you?
What do you mean? Well,
Calm
you're acting like
the fuck
NASA's
down.
like the
Calm down.
full of historians.
You're starting to cry like the little girl that you cry like sometimes. PMARS.
Oh, come
Relax.
on, dude. This is
Listen,
not.
guy, I have history with this guy. Okay, so
That's okay.
all right. So I'm not
Still-
talking to you. All right, I'm telling him to be cool. Are you kidding? Shit.
I mean, it doesn't even matter what the ancients thought.
Now that's all I'm saying. PMARS is saying, oh, there's nobody that says it. Well, NASA themselves, people who do all these little documentaries on History Channel, don't you guys watch that shit?
Yeah,
Don't you guys
does
believe
NASA
that
do
narrative?
Are you
Listen,
not- are you
don't you guys
listening?
believe that narrative?
Saying
I've seen plenty
I
of
tried to
his.
research this
Listen,
stuff. I
I've
could find
seen
no
plenty of
evidence.
documentaries on History Channel and all the mainstream crap that tell you, oh, back in the day, everyone thought the Earth was flat. Oh, but today that's just silly.
It's
They all started off that way. You understand that, right?
but that doesn't prove your side.
I'm not saying
know
it
why-
proves a. You think every sentence that comes out of my mouth is just supposed to prove flat. We're trying to
I'm
share
trying to
information with
figure
you.
out
There's
what
nothing that
your-
I'm going to say that's going to convince you. We're trying to share information with you so you can take it and go and research and come to the realization yourself. If you don't want to, then
Yeah, that's right, Darkstar. They're LARPing. They go online and they act like they're fucking researchers and scholars, but really they're just like junkies and alcoholics.
feel the way what I know, and I'm trying to share that with you. If you don't care about it, I don't see why you're even in this room. Because I'm sure
I
Yeah.
particularly
everybody who
don't have
clicked this
anything
room
better to do with
wanted
this.
to come and talk about flat Earth.
Midi Hick, that's Flat Earth became popular in 1870. Before then, there was really nothing, and it was because of like propaganda produced by like Robotham. Because with the printing press, they were allowed to push propaganda.
The
And,
TEDx.
that's why I think it's kind of interesting because the modern revival of the Flat Earth movement came with the internet, which is like the modern version of the printing press, and it allows for easy spreading of propaganda.
Right, but do you see when that's from? That's from 1900. That's someone
Yeah.
getting thrown in prison for teaching the Earth is round.
Yeah,
But they were all teaching the Earth was round.
So why is this guy getting thrown in jail for it?
because
Yeah.
look, this is what this historian
If,
says.
if
that,
everyone
Where's
just
the rest
accepted
of
it.
this?
The flat Earth flourished most between 1870 and 1920 and had to do with ideological setting created by the struggles over biological evolution. So that's where that stuff's coming from. Before 1870, there wasn't really any like flat Earth people, and then it got popular because of the printing
Flat Earth
press. They
people.
let them spread propaganda.
I mean, and what is that based on? Like, what? How did you come to realize that?
I don't know. I read about history and stuff. I've also read like all the people who started flat Earth movements during this time period were Freemasons. So that's another thing that flat Earthers should probably know, but you never get told that because.
Well, I'm not a Freemason.
Yeah, but Freemasons are connected to things that are untruthful.
Yeah, of course.
Like
Yeah,
all,
of
all
course.
most astronauts are Freemasons.
Well, all the major proponents of the
All
globe.
the astronauts are
Hold on.
Freemasons. That
Yeah,
doesn't-
yeah.
That's not a
Well,
red flag.
wait.
Well, but even historically, and that's why I'm coming from this perspective. I'm sure I don't know if you've seen it, but the History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubé. What I'm saying is like all of the major proponents throughout history, starting from ancient Greece till now, have been either Freemasons or affiliated with like the Jesuits. So like, I mean, your same argument applies to the globe.
But wait, so there was 10 out of 11 of men who stepped on the moon were all part of a secret childhood organization. They're all in the same.
What do you mean?
So they were all Boy Scouts. Therefore, all the men who've been on the moon except for one are all Boy Scouts. Therefore, it's nefarious.
Well, you're making like a false equivalency kind of fallacy there, but I get your
Freemasons
point.
are.
Well, how many astronauts were or are free?
All of them.
No, I don't think all the ones that landed on the moon.
No, it's like
Okay, show me one who wasn't. That'd be cool.
All of them that landed on the moon were, but I don't think all astronauts. I'm not sure. I think there might be an astronaut or two that's not.
no. We did the math. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, if you could find one that's cool, that would be good evidence for your claims. And I'd like to look at it. I'd look at both sides of the argument. That's how I got here. But yeah,
A
it
lot of
seems
you
like they're all
guys seem to think that we just woke up one day, we're just flat earthers. Yeah, like I had a lot of questions, but I just went along with it, right? But down the line, at some point, you start seeing things, and things start not making sense.
You know,
Like people like NASA, who speak out of both sides of their mouth. Some of the things they say just don't make sense. Doesn't make sense to me when you tell me that we destroyed the technology to get back to the moon, yet we have rovers on Mars.
Yeah, and they're
Right.
going to make excuses for them. Like, that's the first thing we get when we say things like that, which is coming straight from NASA. People want to make excuses. They want to, defend them.
Well, maybe you're misrepresenting it, or you're taking it out of.
Maybe, but maybe not. You have to look
When
into it.
somebody says we destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to bring it back in regards
is.
to going back to the moon. Oh, but we
No,
have
that's
the
true.
technology to
What-
put rovers on.
What's up?
And you believe
Well,
that?
what weighs more, a lunar? What weighs more, a lunar
You tell
rover,
me.
a lunar module plus the command module plus 3 men,
What would that have to do with the weight?
Yeah.
And
Because that would
why would they
dictate the
destroy
size
that
of-
technology in the first place? We just achieved the greatest
Apollo got
thing
canceled.
that humankind could have achieved. We landed on the moon
Yeah, I posted
6
it.
times there and back, and then came back and decided to destroy that technology. And 50 years
Congress
later, we
did.
still haven't gone back.
Congress cut the funding
Why?
for Apollo
Why?
Why would they do that?
because what's the point of going to the moon over and over and over at the cost of billions of dollars?
When do you achieve the
when-
greatest achievement and then stop?
Well, we were getting into wars,
We want to.
and the public sentiment.
Do you think
or the
if
public-
we were really going to the moon, that the wars on Earth would matter? You don't think we'd try to get to the moon and start building some type of base, or,
no,
structure?
there's no
Nothing,
strategic.
right? Nothing.
Yeah.
But
There's no
but
military
yet Elon Musk
strategic.
can come out every day talking about how they want to go to Mars, right?
Mars, exactly.
That's okay. That makes sense, right?
Sure.
But the moon, that's right there. We could just go right there. Nobody
Well,
wants to
it's-
go to the moon.
There's
But
no
yet
strategic
everybody
point
claps
except
like
for as a
seals
launch
because Elon Musk is now firing rockets and supposedly landing them back down on Earth, and everybody claps like seals. But yet 50 years ago, we went to the moon 6 times, bought a dune buggy,
yeah, and
drove
they
around for a
clapped
little
like
bit,
seals.
right? So 50 years later, there's no reason to do it again. There's no reason that
There's-
we haven't been back. And what do they tell you? The head of NASA
No.
tells you, we destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to bring it back. That's an exact
They did
quote.
because the entire
They did.
entire program got
So
cut.
I didn't take it out
So
of context.
What are they
then,
gonna?
right?
Are they gonna?
So I didn't take it out of context.
No.
They did destroy
I
the
said
technology.
I didn't make a positive claim that you did. I just said maybe some of these quotes you take out of context or misrepresent, or you don't
I
think.
mean, you could just have you seen it yourself? Maybe
Have I
watch it.
seen
Maybe
what?
watch the clip.
Yeah, watch it.
No, I have seen
See,
it.
but this
yes,
is the thing. Do you know who I'm talking about then?
yes, I've seen.
Who am I talking about then?
Oh man, I can't remember his name.
His name is Don Pettit.
There you go. I knew there was
Right.
a meme. Do you have a?
There's probably many memes for that. I probably have one or two. I'm not gonna look for it now.
He's a wealth of memes. I mean, he is
But
a wealth.
you could do better than a meme. You could look it up the video himself saying it.
No, I told you.
Okay, cool. So you saw the video. So are we taking it out of context? And
Exactly.
I didn't make a positive claim that you
I'm
took it out of.
asking you. I'm asking you since you saw it and you told us you saw it. So are we taking it out of context? Yes or no?
No,
Oh no, cool.
in this in
Sweet.
Okay, cool. So we destroyed the technology.
yes.
to
What
get
do
to the
you
moon,
do?
right?
What do you do with what do you do with Atlas V rockets with an
Why
entire
would you destroy it
testing,
though?
assembly,
Saturn
manufacturing,
V.
So
storing,
you would destroy
engineering?
that technology, but at the same time making newer technology that can get rovers to the moon. I mean to Mars. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
they're not different.
How are they
We've
not
also
different?
sent
The moon is so much closer. It's right there. It's 238,000 miles. It's right
because we've
there.
already been there.
So we've already been there. So human beings just don't go
Why
anywhere.
did they
We've already
send Voyager out in the 70s? I mean, what was the reason for that? I mean, I don't know what your point is. Like, why
I'm
shoot for
trying to
Mars?
get you to see the logical conclusion, right? Just that don't even take it there. Just look at it as it's a little weird.
I
that
don't think it's weird.
Okay, then that's great. Then you accept
So,
it and
so,
you
so
believe
if
it, and
Atlas
it's
and
great.
Apollo
Then it
get
works for
cut,
you.
no, hold on. If Apollo program and the Atlas launch system get cut, so that's the largest launch system that we've ever had, which we needed in order to get all of that weight out of orbit to the moon. So they cut the largest lift system and they cut Apollo. So what are they supposed to do with all of that stuff that's taking up hangars, it's taking up office space? We're talking 400,000 employees, 21 outside companies.
Okay,
And
I
acres
understand
and
what you mean.
acres
Like
and warehouses. What are
we
they going
got
to do with
like
that? Are they going to
satellites.
just
I mean, we got like a
no,
rocket that we consider to
what?
be garbage.
No,
Fine,
no, no, no,
fine.
no.
I get that.
Stop.
Go ahead.
What would you do with, acres of testing and engineering and assembly and manufacturing? What would you do with all of that stuff if it was you? You're head of NASA. What do? Everything's been cut.
Would try
All
to
funding's
work
been cut.
that to a point where I can get back to the moon and do what the fuck I gotta do.
Wait, those
why would
projects
I
were cut.
destroy that?
Money got cut.
Why would those
Money's
projects
gone.
be cut though?
Money's gone.
Why is the
Ask
to
the
this
House of
day,
Representatives.
NASA's still getting $52 million a day.
I can answer that question.
Yeah. So back then they had 4.5% of the budget. Now they have 0.5% of the budget.
There's also
But they
So
had just
they were
achieved the
throwing a
greatest
ton
thing
of money.
in the world, right? Why would anything get cut?
Well, there's an Apollo 1
But
fire.
by
Why
the
would
time
they not go up there
by
and
the time
start
Apollo
monopolizing
11
like they do everything
by the time
else?
Apollo 11 succeeded, they had cut Apollo 20 because they knew there's a diminishing return on the cost of going back to the moon just for the sake of going back to the moon. Do you want us just to go back just to say we did it? Just for the, I don't know, jerking each other off and saying, look, we can still do it.
I used to watch all types of documentaries and little clips of how it works. We're trying to go back to the moon, and there's helium-3 up there. We're gonna go up there and we're gonna mine, and we're gonna do all this space shit. We're gonna have bases and all of this. I used to be a kid waiting for that. Right.
And so what's your point?
Those are
What
some
does
of
that
those
have to do?
things that to me.
No, I'm just asking, like, what's your big gripe? Is it just incredulity, or like you just can't believe that we did it, or you can't believe why?
We didn't even get into the evidence for why it was.
No. I mean, I'm just trying to extrapolate where he's going and try to figure
There's
out.
evidence.
I'm trying to show you inconsistencies in just basic
There's no
logic,
inconsistency.
how human beings are. Yes, there is
No, there's
inconsistency, man. So why am I using a smartphone right now? Why don't we just destroy
why
that
don't you
technology
just,
and go
like-
back to the rotary phones?
Why
I
don't
don't
you just
understand.
research?
No, why don't you
Why
use
do I need
rotary
a
phone?
smartphone?
Why don't you-
Wait. Can you go
Because
buy a
do
rotary phone right
human
now?
beings do human beings do things like that? I don't understand.
Yeah, they
Governments,
destroy old technology when they stop.
Oh, and while they're doing that, do they create new technology? Do you think that they
Yeah,
really
they-
destroyed the technology? Or
Yeah,
is it easier to say
didn't-
that than
What are you
than
gonna
to
do
fake going back
with all that stuff?
when somebody is asked, why haven't we gone back to the moon? Oh, I
Wait, you
go
don't think
back
that they
to
worked
the
on anything new?
I go back to the moon in a nanosecond. See,
For what?
Well, what
that's
about
what he said.
what about the
I'm
Apollo?
not
What
saying
about the
that.
No, that is what he's.
what about
That's
the
what he
Apollo
said. The
1?
man, Don Pettit.
No, that is what he
Yeah.
said.
Is my
You're right.
mic working?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
That is what he said.
What about the Apollo 1 fire and Apollo 13 disasters? Like, people died trying to go to the moon. That kind of helped.
Oh, it's weird, right? That the guy who died, the crew that died, the first guy, who Gus Grissom, that's what you're talking about. The guys who basically were barbecued in the cockpit of
Here comes the
their. It's not a conspiracy. You could look him up.
Yeah. Three
Okay,
people
keep going.
died
Right.
in Apollo 1
So
fire.
he was the guy that told these people at NASA that he didn't think this was going to work. Right? He told them, if we can't communicate between each other, radio wise, between us and the buildings here on Earth, how is this going to work on the moon? And if
That
I'm
wasn't his
right,
job.
if it's the same guy, I think
He's on
he
a
hung
communications.
he hung a lemon on some, I don't even remember, somewhere he hung a lemon stating basically like, this is never going to work. He was highly critical of the entire moon mission, and him and his two co-pilots or whatever happened to burn up in the rocket.
If you're skeptical,
Because he was supposed to be
if
the
you're skeptical,
first guy.
okay, just keep talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Relax,
that's
man.
good.
I'm just
Go ahead.
talking, bro.
You can.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Enjoy. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah. So these guys don't sign on to they don't sign on to missions if they think it's going to be unsafe or they think they're going to die. They have the option to not take on a mission. They all wanted to be there. There are risks involved.
Mm.
They're all test pilots.
So
they
they
all
only-
come from flying experimental aircraft, and they could die any day because of new technology. And NASA sent 10 missions before landing a man, because they wanted to test the technology. They wanted to test Earth orbit. They wanted to test lunar rendezvous. They wanted to test lunar orbit. And they did lots and lots and lots of testing before they even sent a man out there. It's not like they just did it willy-nilly. Like, hey, first try. We got it, guys. Nobody died, and we landed on the moon.
Who died in the test?
The 3 astronauts
saying-
of
you're
Apollo 1.
Oh, that was on Earth. Nobody died in space.
No,
Did
not that I know.
they ever test any of their equipment in this medium that they were supposed to be going
Yes.
into, which is vacuum?
Yep. Yeah,
Where
satellites.
they
And
tested the
Apollo's
satellites?
2 through no, satellites tested Van Allen belts. They tested all kinds of things.
You sure
They-
about that?
There was yeah, sure. I have no reason to doubt it.
I'm not too sure about that, because some of even the astronauts didn't know that anything about the Van Allen belts until they came back.
No, that's not true.
Yep.
'Cause
Well,
they
it depends
factor
on who
in-
you
they
ask, because look, it depends on who you ask, because some astronauts will tell you, because some of them will tell you they've been asked, how did you manage to get through the Van Allen belts, because they're so dangerous, right? And they are asked, how did you do it? Some astronauts have said, oh, I think we just went really fast and it didn't affect us. Other astronauts answered, oh, we didn't know about it, so it didn't affect us.
That's why
See,
they did
this
all
is
the exiting
problematic. This
trajectory.
is problematic, though, because you would think all the astronauts, if one set of astronauts knew, why would an astronaut say we just went really fast, and then another one would say we didn't
Yeah, but
know
without
about it?
without a
So
source,
somebody
I
missed
don't.
the briefing.
I can't
That's
verify
it.
anything you're saying. So
Yeah, well, I've done a lot of research into this, man. That's I mean, a lot of this I'm just talking out from my head, because this is stuff that I looked into. But the thing is, this is a lot of the stuff I looked into before I was a flat earther. Because way before I was a flat earther, I didn't believe we went to the moon. You can look at the footage and just laugh. It's ridiculous.
Same here. Yeah, I was a
Think that
skeptic
in
of the moon landing.
1969 we went to the moon, and this is the footage that.
Yeah, I thought it was still possible to go. I believed in the heliocentric, model, but I definitely didn't think that they went under Nixon.
Yeah. And then what do they do? What do they accomplish? They finally get there, right? What do they accomplish? What came out?
Are we actually talking about flat Earth?
You don't have to be
Yes,
here.
we are.
Actually, I spoke to Conspiracy Cats about that. I don't know if you were in the chat at the time, but he was basically saying it was like the most amazing achievement, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, cool. What was so amazing about it? And he's like, well, it was amazing because it was amazing, basically. Like
Right.
No, he said it inspired people, blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay, cool, man. And I like the guy. Honestly, I have no issues with that guy anyway. And I said, like, what did it inspire you to do? To start your YouTube channel? Like, what did it inspire you to do? And he's like, well, he just gave me a floppy answer that really didn't mean anything.
There is no answer.
I let him off the hook because how do you say no to
Inspired
that?
people that they could walk around on the moon in a big suit, right? I think one. I'm not sure how many missions, but they had a dune buggy. And what did they do with the dune buggy? They just drove it around. Great.
That's so they can get further out to do
really?
testing.
Because the only footage you ever see is them doing like a little donut, driving here and there.
What kind of footage?
They obviously didn't drive very far because
So if you do if you got in a time machine, you go back and say, "Get me better footage," because I demand it for my own reasons.
I'm saying that, but dude, check it out. Like they were in a freaking dune buggy. They were driving around. They were playing golf. That was one of the missions. But here's what they didn't do. They didn't even do like a freaking flip. Like if you're on the fucking moon.
Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Yeah. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Hell yeah, I'm awake. Tell me what the fuck is going on. Motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on.
Let's go deeper to the phrase. Feel the sun rays off the forehead. Everything is real. Biggie put me on his joint, so I'ma be the big wheel. Watch it spin. Hey dad, place your bet on 7. Peace to 106, 108, 110, 111. Hey Biggie, I understand you're from Brooklyn with 22s in your shoes. Yo, keep the joint.
Well, why not blow up the spot with Sadat? Release the brainstorm to make your motherfucking brain warm. A strange form, something kinda lyrical. Biggie the bastard, Sadat's kinda spiritual. Well, in God we trust, guns I bust. Got that disgusting suicide thumping. And do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that I bring? Make an MC wanna sing for a living. Check the beat down, we fucking give it. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, 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 motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on.
What? Niggas want drama, putting work on my block when I told y'all last week that shit was too hot. Selling uses and trades, cuts my dimes. Somebody don't get paid, somebody block gets sprayed. Reaction is delayed as you run down the block. Hot one in your chest, your breath come in spurts. Hey yo, Biggie, tell these niggas I'ma hit them where it hurts. The big city, it don't spare no bodies. Call me Papi Chulo to all the Spanish mommies. I'm about 10 blunts down, drank 3 or 4 stouts, seen 5 fat asses. Pass this bitch with glasses. Yo, money, that's your stock. Yo, Biggs, pass the clock. I'ma tell him it can happen. Don't play me with that rap shit. Life is real, so Biggie, take the steal.
Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Motherfuckers, 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 come on, motherfuckers, come on. I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 9 9s, 10 Mac 10s. The shit's never end. You can't touch my riches, even if you had MC Hammer and them 357 bitches. Biggie Smalls, the millionaire, the mansion, the yacht, the 2 weed spots, the 2 hot clocks. Ha, that's how I got the weed spot. I shot Dread in the head, took the bread and the lamb spread. Little Gotti got the shotty to your body, so don't resist or you might miss Christmas. I tote guns, I make number runs, I give MCs the runs dripping. When I throw my clip in the AK, I slay from far away. Everybody hit the DECK. My slow flow's remarkable. Peace to Mateo. Now we smoke weed like Tony Montana sniff the yayo. That's crazy blunts, mad L's. My voice excels from the avenue to jail cells. Oh my God, I'm dropping shit like a pigeon. I hope you're listening, smacking babies at they christening. So you better grab your pistol, cause if you sit still, I'm gonna make your fucking shit spill. And I'm talking about buckets, why did I have to do it? So that said, fuck it, you got a gun, nigga, bust it. Cause I got more shots to pop ya, Big Papa, breaking you off something proper. Signing off is the hardcore rap singer, aka crack slinger, bring it anytime.
Come on, motherfuckers, come on. 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 Come on, motherfuckers, come on.
Then let me ask a question, 11. So if you're confident in the globe model and the moon landing and all that, so what brings you to the discussion? You know, are you just here to like defend your side, or are you trying to learn? Just curious.
I like to figure out why people believe what they believe, and I honestly just enjoy kind of going back and forth and looking up things and learning new things. I'm not here to convince anybody, because I learned a long time ago that people entrenched aren't easily convinced, and it's not worth your time. So I'm not here to convince either. Just here to try to present good evidence. You know, learn why people believe what they believe, and learn maybe improve my skills as someone getting their ideas across, or debating, or whatever you want to call this.
I think it comes down to subjective truth versus objective truth, and like what truth you value more. Like if you experience a flat, motionless Earth, it doesn't matter what objective truths you hear, you're gonna go with your experience.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, to me, that argument is crazy, because you can't always trust your senses to tell you. If that's your number one reason, which I'm not saying it is you guys, but for some people it is. They go, well, I don't see curvature and I don't feel movement, therefore. And to me, yeah, that's definitely subjective.
Let me ask you a question then. If you were never told that you lived on a spinning ball and you experienced the Earth as flat and stationary, would you just accept it as flat and stationary?
I mean, that might be part of the reason why your meme has ancient cultures who thought this way, because they didn't have information that we have today.
Right.
So yeah. If
go right back to
if I was born 5,000 years ago,
back then, go ahead.
Yeah. No. If I was born 5,000 years ago and I didn't have the information that I have today and the education that I have today, then I might experience it that way. But that's like saying saying all the ancient religions were correct, because they thought that gods were in the skies stomping around, and that's what caused thunder. That doesn't mean that today that's a valid explanation for what causes thunder, because we actually have more information to inform us, and we can go test it, and we can go learn more about it. We could become lightning experts and have a PhD in lightningology or whatever. And there's that information should change with new information. Sorry, that those beliefs should change with more information that comes. Like, oh, well, we know how lightning works, therefore it's not maybe gods in the sky stomping around, because people back then didn't have the frame of reference for anything else besides, holy shit, these sounds are crazy, and it's lightning, and there must be a giant stomping around up there. I think that, yeah, it should change over time with more information, for sure.
I hear you. That's cool. I understand what you mean. But if you bring it again, just to bring it back to reality, the world that you experience isn't much different than the world that.
And I will then say to thee, you are my friend. Carry me like you are my brother. Love me like a mother. Will you be there? You scold me, when lost where you find me. But they told me I'm meant to be faithful and walk when not able and fight till the end, but I'm only human.
Trust them. People have told
Well, how do you know I'm not blind?
You should not. Well, you might be blind. I don't know, but maybe.
So should I trust my senses? The Earth doesn't exist. Everything is black.
Well,
that's what my senses is telling me.
That's your belief.
If people don't exist, I just hear voices.
Okay, so you want to go into the silly?
Yeah, that's like okay.
No, I'm saying I'm saying your senses can't be the end all be all.
I'm not saying that your end all be all. I'm saying that's where you start. Okay, those are your senses. How could you just take the word of somebody else who tells you don't trust your senses? You are moving at millions of miles an hour. You just don't feel it. I mean, if you want to accept that somebody tells you that just because they tell you that, and then when somebody's asking you, why don't we feel ourselves moving when we're supposed to be moving? And you say, why would we feel ourselves moving? That's the complete opposite of what you should think.
I mean, do you expect us all to be like throwing up in the toilet nauseous all day, every day?
No, I don't. I expect that we're not moving because I don't feel.
But I guess it goes back to why would you expect to feel constant, consistent motion?
Nobody feels it. So everybody that believes they are moving has been told by somebody else that they're moving, because those people don't believe they're moving or have never experienced it moving, because no humans have. And when the Earth does move, we have a name for that. We call it an earthquake.
I hear you.
Am I right?
No, I mean, I don't agree with you, but I hear you.
Sure, but I mean, am I right? When the Earth moves, we call that an earthquake, right? So what's it doing when it's not quaking?
I mean, when it's violently moving, sure.
Oh,
or when
it's violently moving. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, what it really comes down to is we're talking about trusting our senses and really trusting, it's about trusting these sources, trusting these government agencies and space agencies and these authorities.
No. Wait, but why now? Like, we've had astronomy, we've had cosmology, we've had all of this stuff for thousands of years. I don't know why you guys go straight to government and NASA when, I mean, we have globes that were, as old as 1490s that still survive. It's like, this stuff's been around for longer than.
Yeah.
Who was giving you that picture?
Yeah.
Probably a museum at this point.
Not the original depiction of it, because there were depictions of the globe almost to the, like, I think as a matter of fact, what was it, 1921 or 27, something like that? Universal Studios already had a globe as their
yeah.
But yet we haven't gone. But at that point, we hadn't gone to the moon yet. We hadn't left Earth yet. But we
had maps. We had cartography. Like, cartography's been around for thousands of years. Man. They've been mapping this,
and it completely matches. from 1927. We
cartography.
didn't go into space until, or
Yeah, but we
to
had
the
a
moon until
full.
1969.
We had discovered pretty much everything on the world with cartography
So I'm
and
saying, like,
mapping.
If that
yeah.
makes sense,
You don't think that we had? You don't think we had
So if you
accurate
want to
maps?
trust that, I mean, if you want to believe that and trust it, like, that's cool. Like, then there's really no point of seeking further. But there is more to the story, and we're giving that other side of the story. And it's a lot of the times this is very faith based. You have faith in this globe. You don't get like.
I don't have.
Why
faith.
would you feel it? So you don't feel the motion. You don't see curvature. So why would you believe? And that's what chocolate is trying to get to. Like, why would you? It's your faith that you placed in these authorities that have given you this information that contradicts what you experience with your senses, but because of your faith, that is what allows you to believe in it. That's really all it is.
Well, I've never been to Paris, but I've seen pictures.
Right, and you can go there.
And I believe it exists.
You can go there right now. That's the difference between the moon and Paris. You literally can. I can book a ticket right now. I can go to Paris, go to Berlin, whatever. I know.
Sure.
But here's the thing. Millions of people have been there.
But I haven't seen it.
But you can.
Therefore, I don't think it
That's my
exists.
point. But you can, and you can't go to the moon. And I don't want to even get into an argument about space exploration, private, like, can you go to space? Because then people make that claim, and then when you really press them on it, you're like, dude, you can't go. Like, you can't buy a ticket. Well, you could buy, you could buy a ticket, but no one's going. So it's like, yeah, okay, you could buy a ticket to space. I could sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. No one's going anywhere. No one's going to space. You know what I'm saying? It's faith. It really is. And I'm trying to make you realize that. I'm not trying to, like, say it in an offensive way.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Is this like I'll space doesn't exist because I haven't been there? Is that basically?
Well, space doesn't exist in my mind because of physics, but you can't go there also. So it's a double whammy.
See, and it's not just when you say it like that. It's like it's not to say space doesn't exist in the way like we all look in the stars. Like I literally outside right now looking at the stars, and we all see stars. We all know these things are up there. We can see them. But when we say space is fake or things like that, it's like space is not being portrayed to the way that it really is, because there are many, many inconsistencies with what the narrative that they give you. You got to look at it in total. You know what I mean? You can't just take one thing and say, all right, that proves it for me. For me, what the hell is that?
Oh, he just got an open mic or something.
That's a real nibba.
Yo, what? Is something wrong with my mic?
Oh, it's better now, I think.
Okay. What are you guys talking about space being real?
I don't think space is a thing or something.
What do you think about space, Nibba?
You know what? I fuck with it, first of all.
Fuck with it.
Yeah, I fuck with it deeply. Like, I don't mind that it's there. What else?
So you don't mind that it's there?
Yeah.
You must not be a flatter.
I like that it's blue sometimes. Sometimes it's black. You feel me?
I can feel that.
All aspects.
Yeah. I believe people are up there right now.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely people up there.
Definitely people up there.
Yeah.
You think people went to the moon?
No, there's heaps of conspiracies around it, isn't there? About how.
Remember when I presented the moon on Nathan Oakley's panel?
I wasn't there for that, thank God.
Because
I heard what the fuck
retard.
you did. I heard what you did, Pete. Thank God I wasn't there for that.
Nathan wasn't very pleased with me.
Did he?
No.
Did he threaten to rape you?
No, he was just like, I
Because
went
Pete
on.
Mars wanted to moon the fucking camera.
I went on the
while he's having a fucking live debate.
I went on Nathan
Pete
Oakley.
Mars is retarded.
Yeah, I went on.
I gotta see this.
There's no video. I should have recorded it. I went on Nathan Oakley's and I like mooned the camera, and then I said, "The moon proves the globe."
I
And then-
wasn't
Oh
looking
my
at
God,
my fucking screen when you. I was on the call, but I
Nathan was
wasn't looking
like-
at the screen when you did that shit.
Nathan sent me a message on
He's like,
Skype.
I gotta edit your ass out of
Yeah.
my fucking hangout now.
He messaged me on Skype and he's like, I spent 2 hours away from my daughter having to edit that out of my video.
What was he so mad he beat his kids for you?
Yeah. I was like, you didn't have to edit it out. It's not against the terms of service.
Hey, did you guys remember when P. Mars deep throated a banana? Remember, guys? Shit.
That banana consented.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Guess
it's
I'm
like
glad
when
I
he
missed
when he
that
gets
one,
on
too.
here, when he gets on here, and we're trying to have a serious argument. He says, "Dennis, you're too drunk to have a fucking conversation." Then remember that he gets on camera and deep throats bananas. Thanks, P. Mars, for you contributing to this effort. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm just trying.
Now you're my hero.
He's a funny guy.
It's nothing personal, Dennis. I just care about you, and I want to see you do good. You know.
Pretty sure I'm
Yeah.
doing pretty good. I mean, but yeah, sure. I mean, the the conversation, and Panto was bitching at me earlier, saying I was talking too much or whatever, and interrupting. It's just like I find a focus, like in a certain point. I want to solidify a certain point where. Here's my line of logic. I try to bring everyone to common sense. It's like we're not. No, I do know. I'm just trying to. I'm adjusting my.
Hey, Dennis, I got. Have you
And
ever
actually, dude, I haven't even drank anything in the past hour, but
in the past hour?
I'm listening. Dude, check this out. Yeah, my phone died. Oh, now I'm back.
You do sound a
But-
bit sober. But hey, Dennis, have you
Yeah,
ever
cool.
been sober and you're talking to a drunk person and you're just like really annoyed because they're drunk and you're sober and it's
Sure, yeah. So I do relate to that. I can relate to that. Yes. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is like some of these arguments. I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm sober at work all day and stuff, and I listen. I have the live stream going, and I listen to it, and I hear people bring arguments. So it kind of compiles. It's like I would have said that and this and that. If I was talking to anyone, which I'm not. I'm working. So it's like So then I kind
It's
of
all
like
good,
dump
Helio,
it all.
man. You good?
I dump it all on you guys whenever I do actually open.
Nah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
So I got
Look,
a
it's Saturday night. Everybody's relaxing. There's nothing wrong having a few beers, just chilling. That's why I was trying to calm down the conversation, man. It doesn't need to get all riled up. We're just trying to, again, share information with people. Might not
It's
know
not
anything.
fun till you're screaming at each other, bro.
No.
Come on.
Well,
No,
look,
I did have a question
I've
for.
had my serious, crazy debates. I mean, look at P. Mars. Like, me and P. Mars have history. So.
Did he show you his butt though?
No, I've
Yeah,
never
me
seen
and
his
P-
butt, and I'm
me
good.
and P. Morris too. Yeah. Me and P. Morris been through the same shit.
All right, so.
But not
yeah,
just
man.
me and P. Morris. I mean, I've been through it with many other people on YouTube and Discord. It's not like we're
I like you, Dennis.
we have it. Yeah, I like you too, bro. Just, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't understand why you do what you do. But I get it. I mean, but it's like you're very eccentric. I'll say that. Is that
I try really hard to be like an individual. Maybe.
I mean, it's about the most I can say about it. You're very.
There's definitely only one P. Mars, so I'll give you that.
Well, it's flat.
What's flat,
Yes, it
y'all?
is.
What's flat?
Flat or right.
Saying instead of saying what's up, let's say what's flat.
Whoa, why is it? Oh, my computer's not liking this. What's going on? Oh. Yeah, people don't really play Jungle Malphite yet.
Whatever you have here is unholy and must be destroyed.
guy's gonna be bad. Ah! God damn it. Thought I would live. Yeah, why did you go that way, you fucking dumb fuck? Now you're missing experience. It's fucking dumb, dude. Why are they they're never ready. They're never ready to fucking go in. God damn it. He's dead if that hit. No, you can't get hit by that. Ah, you fucking guy. Why are you not there? All you gotta do is auto him one fucking time. You fucking idiot. God, these fucking 80 carries. They won't let me get, I can't get them fed. This is not good. Oh, it is good. Okay, that's really good. Nice. Holy shit. Oh man, I was trying to predict the Lucian. Fucking hell. So close to hitting. Just doesn't fucking do anything, and then he walks in and dies. That's the opposite of, this is the opposite of what I want you to do. You go in when I don't want you to go in, and you fucking stand there doing nothing when I want you to go. Fucking dumbass. Okay, get ready. Get ready, because I'm gonna hit this nigga. See? And he doesn't, dude. You're like not helping me. Okay. It's like, Lux got all the kills. I'm gonna focus on Lux. It's actually not. Come on. Thank you. God, get the fuck out of there. Why would you go back? I'm dead. You didn't even get the kill on Lux. You're so fucking shit. God, what a shitbag. Fucking tune. Whatever, dude. Fucking shit. God, why can't I get someone that can fucking play the fucking game? He's getting off-roll. Fucking garbage. Fuck. God, you literally just watching me fucking. I had to kill her because you're so fucking can't do damage. Useless. God damn it. Fucking What are you doing? Dude, no! No! They should have killed him there. Did he force fucking Lux back? Okay, what is this? What is this shit? Kill her. Okay, I'm going. Good job, guys. Don't steal my cannon, little faggot. Get some plates. Yo, we can kill her. Where are you? Dude. What? Okay. Should've just killed Lux. That was really dumb. My Jinx is dumb. Jesus. Oh shit. Oh god. Ah, I should have flashed out of that. I suck. I really like this mix though. What are you? This Jinx is dirt. That could be game. That's really stupid bad. He's dead too. Yeah, we're falling apart here. Bye. Jinx, you're not doing damage when you just walk around. What the fuck? Why did she do that? Oh my god, he almost died. Ah, this Jinx is so terrible. How are you so terrible? Her mid's terrible. God damn it. This is depressing as fuck. Kill! God, she's such a pussy. Like, why do you stop autoing? What are you... Fucking actual retard. I want to kill more of them. I want to kill him. Oh shit, he's dead. Yeah, we could kill them. Otto, you fucking idiot! God, she's so bad. Bye. You guys fed LeBlanc? Oh my god. And Kha'Zix. Okay, yeah. Your Jinx is terrible. Yeah, we're gonna lose this. just walks away without autoing. So bad. Whoa. Bye. I got the kill. Why do I get the kill? Why did my team not get kill? What are you building, Jinx? Oh my gosh, she's building G8. Like, never build G8. She just made herself useless. Oh shit, I just fucking killed myself, man. Run! Oh my god, what are you doing? Run! Run! No way. Nice. Oh, they killed them all in this. You guys can just fucking fuck this shit up. They can win right here. Oh my god, we're gonna win. Oh, kill the Nexus. How did that happen? They were just playing. Jinx died? Oh shit. Auto the fucking Nexus. Oh, I was talking a lot of shit and she didn't fucking. She just took it pretty well. She got everyone honored her. carried them. They're dumb. He was an idiot. Yo, put that faggot on the opposing team. I'll fuck him up. Yo, I hope you're on the other team, Malphite and Jinx. I'll fucking shit on your mouth. What the fuck is this? You just get off-roll 80 carries every fucking game. Every fucking game. Off-roll 80 carry. Every fucking motherfucking game. I hope this guy mains Rengar. Rengar is pretty hard to play. If this K-Sai is good, it should be easy win. I think we get fed Chrono Trigger. Smoke. 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 Yeah, boy. No, those are back. Bitch. Oh shit, I should get XP on that. Dude, we can't go in. We can't go in. Bitch. Oh, I'm good. Oh, I'm fucking good. How fucking good am I? Shit, bitch. Beasted. if my AKA was here, they'd fucking dead ass Lux. This game's a fucking wrap. It's over. It's over. Get here, Kesa. Come in, come in. Oh, nice. Gosh, how are you so fast? Oh, she's got Mobies. Oh fuck, nice. Bye. No. There we go. That's all she does. What? Is that all she can do? I don't even know what she does. What are you doing, lady? What's it? Hell yeah, bitch. fucking what I'm talking about. Look, she has 9 kills. That's what it should have been like all fucking day. But like, I got people that don't know. It's so fucking bad. Holy fuck. Bye. And you're gonna die. No. Oh shit, that's bad. Yes. 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 Good job, squad. Bye. See you guys. Yeah. Oh no. No. Don't let her live. Oh my god, I missed. Oh my god, I missed. Oh my god, I missed. Yeah, you fucking. Aw. God, I should have killed Vayne. Yo, Kali, kill this bitch. Kill this nigger. Oh no! Fuck. Someone help me. Really? Come on, man. No, I'm out of fucking mana. It's bad. She's so fed. Oh, let's get naked. Shit. I could get him. Or you could get him.
Hoes, take off your clothes, hoes, get naked. 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 Hoes, take off your clothes, hoes, get naked.
What? Oh, I couldn't fucking do anything. Oh man, she almost won that. Meanwhile, bot lane. You're dead, motherfucker. Bye. Oh, what? No. Yes. Deleted. I win! I'm gonna make some food.
Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 25th of August 2019. I get the impression
No honor.
media in the world is rather sad.
About the fact that the Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein debacle, if we call it that way, or expose is over pretty well. And because it leaves them with a real dearth, a void of news. Because we live in such a censored system today, we hardly get anything that really matters to us in any real honest detail. As I say, what we do get, definitely, is the gossip stuff. And Jeffrey Epstein managed to fulfill a lot of roles with the sex scandal. That's like a soap or a good movie. Sex and subterfuge, possible blackmail, possible big intelligence agency operation, which everybody pretty well agrees upon. And then the clumsy way it was all ended, or appeared to be ended, that no one really believes in. And then the sudden silence again about it from governments and etc. It's quite something, isn't it? But it's over. A lot of folk will say it's sad. I'm not kidding you, because we live in such a censored, literally a censored system today, with the most powerful people and most powerful organizations running the show now, rather openly too. And they're not beating around the bush about going after different people who just say things or even think things or even ask questions, for goodness sake. We live in such a polarized society now, at least it appears to be, if you really believe the media, without realizing that most of what you get from the media now, with the clashes of different groups, etc. in the States, is often orchestrated by the intelligence services themselves, running both sides of it. That's rather standard too. And if you fall victim to jumping on board through emotion, you're some kind of loser in reality. I'm not kidding you.
because I gave talks years and years ago about what was shown in Britain many years ago, when Britain had some type of free press where they could at least talk about other countries. That was a favourite of Britain. They could also criticise other countries or show documentaries on other countries on certain things that happened, but they would never mention what was happening inside Britain itself, naturally. But I can remember they showed a documentary, a long one too, about what they called racism in America and so-called neo-Nazi groups. And they showed you a place, and I don't know if it was Chicago or somewhere, wherever it was, anyway, one of the big cities, New York or Chicago. And they had they did a raid on, I suppose, a neo-Nazi outfit there. And they caught up, they rounded up well over 100 people. But by the time they sorted out all the people who attended it, you find that most of them belonged to different government agencies that were intent on finding out who the neo-Nazis were. So really, they actually arrested 2 people, and they just walked in off the street. It was winter, and they wanted a coffee and a free donut. So you really have to laugh at this kind of stuff as they orchestrate it by your own government agencies to keep a lot of mythologies alive, in a sense, because certain powers benefit from mythologies like that. But it's quite amazing to watch this happen. And that particular documentary, it was a long one. It showed them doing the same thing in different cities in the US. It was pretty well the same results, actually. So they had so many different agencies, not just the FBI, had local police, all undercover, all doing the same kind of things. And generally, too, the organizations had been set up by government agents posing as the leaders of these groups and so on. So you have to be awfully, awfully, awfully careful, folks, that you don't fall into these traps, really. And if you think a clash on the streets with well-funded groups and well-publicized groups is going to fix anything, yeah, go away, because that's not how the world works at all these days. It doesn't work like that. Not in the least. Not these days. And really, it's like a massive social experiment to watch it all happening today. These are the techniques which were used in European countries even long before World War II started, where they created the communists, of course, were the first ones based in the Soviet Union. And once they had got that over, they were trying to do the same in Germany and other countries too. And that caused real clashes in the streets with different factions. They were very, very real indeed, because communism was trying to definitely take over. Today, communism has mutated into the appearance of social justice often, and uses the same kind of rhetoric and language, but you can tell by what's being pushed, it's the same type of socialist government control. Don't forget that in socialism, the state is all powerful. You can't fight the state by creating the opposition of itself. You can't do it. And so you have, even the Nazi organization, remember, it's National Socialism versus the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or the Warsaw Pact countries after World War II and so on. So anyway, you definitely have the semblance of the same thing being pushed today. Nothing you've been taught really is true about the past when it comes to these big organizations and the wars, because you can go into looking at the funding of the Soviet Union, very, very old articles and books about it too. They didn't have an axe to grind at the time, many of them. And they told us about the massive aid given to the Soviet their bloc, really, right after the revolution. And the US put tremendous government money and organizational power into feeding the people, clothing them, and so on. And so did Canada and other countries too. They thought it was the way it was publicized, it was going to be a good thing, you see. And we're all schmucks in a sense to fall for sob stories and human interest stories. That's what's counted upon with propaganda. But you got to understand too that the Soviet system wasn't just meant to stop with Russia or its satellites. It was meant to spread around the whole planet, remember. This idea of democracy was laughed at, sometimes quite rightly so, in fact, because we never really had it anywhere. And the Soviet system always promises you, and this is the thing, it's always for a better tomorrow, a utopia down the road, just over the horizon. You might not live to see, but if you have any children at all, which is probably these days very unusual almost, then your children will see it. That was the kind of promise that the people were taught to believe in. And all through the Cold War too, even during World War II, don't forget that the West kept the Soviet system alive. Tremendous money and goods and weaponry and so on was all shipped off to the Soviet Union all through the war, to the expense of all the Western countries that supplied the shipping and so on, because many of them got sunk by U-boats and so on. And books were written about that too, and how the U.S. supplied them throughout the war with aircraft and heavy-duty weaponry and tanks, etc., etc. But not only that, when it was all over and done with, and eventually named Stalin the Big Bad Bear again, because we lived in a world of shapeshifters apparently, because Uncle Joe became a big bad bear. Because you always need what's for the public's control, that is an enemy or a perceived enemy, to make them basically hug their own government.
What? Yeah, it's just a loading screen when you get on the airport.
This just in, I can be a pilot, boys.
I mean, no one.
It's not,
anyone,
dude,
yeah,
they
anyone
fly.
can pilot a something. I mean, it's like it's not.
Life
it's
is just
true.
a video game. You get into the airplane and it blows.
The
and then
plane
bam.
pretty much just like, I'm going from New York to L.A. It just goes from New York to L.A. I mean, the plane. The pilot is just there to pilot the ship. In modern times, these computer systems it's already there. And now,
okay, so then why isn't the GPS set to have this very small rotation? Because the trajectory that they're performing is the same, whether the airplane is doing it mostly themselves or the person is actually piloting it.
All right, so prior to this ever being a thing, say in World War II or World War I, where these planes were, coming from America before the GPS system and all that shit, they had to actually pilot planes, and they had to go, bomb Europe or whatever they were trying to do, and ships the same way, right? They had to actually navigate the seas.
Well, no, they would use. That's actually. Hold on, easy. Hold on. Just hold on a second, dude.
Yeah.
That's actually incorrect, because they actually had navigators. They were called inertial navigation units. They're mechanical computers. You should look it up. But I'd also like to ask a question really quick about, we just accept GPS as a thing that works, even though the way it works is through orbital mechanics and the Doppler effect. So how do you explain GPS working if not for a spherical Earth or regular Newtonian orbital mechanics?
Yeah, you're right, senor. It doesn't necessarily work, because when if you have a GPS monitoring thing that you walk around, say you navigate parts of America. I mean, I'm in America, so say this, but there's times, I have my phone that has GPS on it, or if you have a GPS navigational unit, there are parts of America where that shit doesn't really actually, it's not accurate. It barely even picks up where you are. It'll give you maybe, it'll be miles off. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the Loran, but that's more coastal. But when you get into,
Okay, so in the 95% of the Earth where it does work, why does it work so well?
Before we just accept his fucking premise, what?
I don't know. I mean, to get remote parts. I mean, where there's no towers, really. I mean, it's like, if GPS as prescribed to us, the GPS satellites, it's kind of like a net around the globe Earth, and it's triangulating our position everywhere. It should always work.
Yeah,
if you have a good system.
But
it doesn't. But it doesn't.
I mean, let me put it this way. I don't want to get into expert testimonial, but I work in the geospatial industry. I've literally never heard of GPS not working in places with clear line of sight to the sky, which is what's important, right? Is you have to have clear line of sight to the sky. You have to have you can have trouble during weather because it's a gigahertz signal, and it's very, very, very faint, because it's literally being powered by a small satellite. So It's easy to lose the signal because it's so faint. But as long as you have a clear line of sight to the sky, you should be fine. The place where you will lose it is in cities, and that's because you have big buildings that are obstructing the sky view, or even worse, they actually reflect. They reflect the signal down a different bearing.
So you're saying the opposite? It actually works less in the city.
Yes, it does because like I said, it's a gigahertz signal, like your microwave or Wi-Fi. And we all know that Wi-Fi doesn't work well through building walls. Well, when the Wi-Fi transmitter is in fucking space and there's a building between you and it and the satellite, well, you're not going to get a very good signal.
I mean, that happens with all like signals, like cell phone,
right?
Wi-Fi.
Well, not
GPS.
all signals.
No, when I said all, that's why I went down like the list. That's why I started listing out things.
Yeah, like shortwave works fine. But the thing is that there's also, you have to keep in mind it's not. There is no communication between your device and the satellite. It's all passive. It's all one way, and you need several of the satellites, at least 3, more like 6.
4.
Usually.
All right.
Well,
So
no,
that being the case,
3 is the minimum.
That being the case, Senor. So what you're saying is that there is this network of satellites that are the GPS system that are around.
Yes.
Wait, why would 4 be the minimum? Because isn't it like each satellite would, in theory, be like locating each one of like wherever you are in each dimension, right? In each plane.
Time. You need to account for time. That's why you need 4.
Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Accounting for time.
Accounting for
the way
time for this.
Yeah, but you
satellite
get
do
that
that in
delta.
itself?
You can get that delta through them.
Yeah.
No, you do it through. It's the minimum for 4. I pulled it up here.
Google knows,
Fire
bro.
satellite.
Google knows. True, dude.
Because literally how GPS works is that on those satellites are extremely accurate atomic clocks, right? And then they send they basically broadcast a time signal, and what your phone is doing is actually comparing very, very small differences in the time signal between the different satellites. And by measuring the Doppler effect and time to flight, which means the time the signal literally takes to get to your phone, it can determine its position. I don't understand why you would need 4 of them. In the industry, we've always known it as 3.
3 is approximate.
Yeah, but
4 is
sometimes you'll with your GPS device you're connecting to multiple satellites, more than 3 or 4. But it's like,
well, right.
It
That's
might be
why
4
it's the minimum,
it might be
right?
4 in 3-dimensional geometry. Now that I think about it, but yeah, you connect to a lot of them because the more you connect to, or you don't connect, you receive, right? So the more satellites you receive, the more accurate that calculation becomes.
Not even just that, but like I can show you the top secret leaked documents that even confirm that satellites exist. They exist.
You got the top secret document that says satellites.
No, you just lost it when you were like you leaked information that they exist.
I have to engage with you guys, right? So when
Yeah, I know, right? 'cause
satellites
we're so
exist.
dumb.
Oh yeah, you are. But so we know that
Got
satellites
him.
exist, right? You got a whole market around them, right? But since you
Sure,
won't accept
yeah.
because you lack certain qualities, leaked documents, anyone? Top secret?
Imperial knowledge and all that kind of shit, right? I mean,
Just
like,
someone who is educated and not homeschooled.
Okay, all right. What do you mean by educated?
Hey, what's wrong with homeschooling, bro? My
No.
mom taught me math and how to sing Jack Johnson. All right, dog.
Yeah, I mean, like people that are homeschooled should
Oh yeah,
Should what,
dude,
kill themselves?
my
Just say it,
coworker's
say it.
my coworker's
Hey,
a wicked.
you
She
need to drink
homeschools
the
her
fruit
kids,
punch.
all right. And any
you
day
said
that
drink
her
the
kids
fruit
don't
punch.
want to go to
Not
school,
me.
she doesn't make them do it. She's an
Easy. Hold on.
anti-vaxxer.
Easy,
What am
one
talking?
second. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Hello, skeptic. You said it, not me.
Oh, okay. Nice one. Good.
Yeah, I
roast.
mean,
All right, so
dude,
as I
we've
was
heard
saying,
it before, bro. People that have an open mind actually don't just go with the standard narrative.
So
and
much of an
whatever
open
they
mind
say
that
is
What?
your
true.
brain
Actually,
falls
none of
out.
this
What kind of
nonsense.
argument is
My
that?
brain
Someone.
fell out.
What,
My brain fell
what kind
out.
of argument is an
It's
open
actually
My
kind
mind?
of
brain
funny.
fell out.
You
Now
don't
I'm
wanna
free.
have. Yeah, exactly. That's is you don't have such an open mind.
All right,
for
well,
so
listen,
long
I've
that
seen
your
the
brain
Clockwork
falls
Elves,
out.
so I think my mind is pretty open. So I'm just saying, dude.
No, the only time it's open is
Dude,
when
me
your brain
too.
starts thinking.
Wait, is anyone else here seen the Clockwork Elves? Yo, what up, dude?
Imagine being so
Yeah, man.
proud of being so gullible.
How did you
right,
do it?
that you believe anything you're told.
Oh,
Like,
my,
yeah,
my
that's what
coworkers,
people that
my
watch the
coworkers
news
actually,
and believe
gullible
the
that you
standard
believe
scientific
currently.
shit.
You
my coworker's
currently
actually a
believe right
Wiccan,
now
and so
that
she
you're
performed a spell on me, and I
sticking
walked into the
sideways to a
forest, and they
spin.
walked out behind the trees and
Oh,
told me all the
Mm.
secrets about the moon, and
Yeah.
I just did DMT.
Yeah. Okay, dude.
yeah, dude,
Wait,
Obama's a
wait,
Muslim.
Check
They
this
told
out.
me.
I mean,
whoa,
let's
whoa,
talk about this. All right.
what's
What do you
going
mean
He
on?
was saying
Obama
that
ain't black?
some people, the implication there was that some people are so uneducated and not introduced to whatever the modern reality is. We're so uneducated that we're, you know,
Peons.
Retarded. Stupid.
We're easily influenced by something like flat Earth videos or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You are
No, that's
equivalent.
exactly
Whatever
it.
you're
I mean, isn't that the same thing that you're saying
we're
is
so
the
dumb that
indoctrination,
we
quote
can't
unquote?
believe the Earth
You
as
have
it
a
presents itself.
PhD from YouTube University, right? That's
True, dude.
Well, I have a PhD from fucking real life, man. So
Oh yeah, that was great. Look at this guy.
I think that you're a liar.
Wait.
You are a
No,
liar.
I'm genuinely
Hey,
curious.
you know what?
I'm not even, listen, I'm not on either side, bro.
So
Fuck Globe Earth,
bombastic.
fuck Flat Earth, alright, it's a
I'm
cube.
so
Anyways, where
bombastic
did you
to
get your
proclaim
PhD,
that
dude? I'm honestly curious.
I got a real life.
What did you get your PhD of real
I've
life?
got a pretty huge
Yeah.
dick, if you know what I mean.
I'm curious. No, I'm genuinely
I'm
curious.
not
I'm
gonna
not trying to roast
measure
you.
my dick
I'm not trying to roast
against
you. Dude, I dropped out of college, alright, dude? You're smarter than me already. You went to college, alright? So, like,
Yeah,
where'd you get your
yeah.
PhD, dude? I'm honestly curious.
Well, what do you mean by college? What is college? What is university?
What?
What is that? Actually?
Like, you want me to define it?
I
get it.
I get
Ooh, this is. See, I did
He got
did
a
that on
PhD
purpose, 'cause I
from
knew
his
it would
grandma's
trigger you
womb.
guys.
Wait, he got a PhD on life and he doesn't know what a college is?
Got him.
So,
Yeah, all you need
PhD
to
is-
graduate from that is be born.
All right,
Yep.
what does PhD
Exactly.
stand
Come on,
for?
come on,
What
pussy,
is
bam.
what does
Pretty huge
what is
dick, I
PhD?
told
Hold
you.
on,
Pretty huge
what
dick.
is huge dick? Okay, but what does it actually stand for in
Pretty huge
modern
dick.
time? Okay, well, it
Doctorate of
actually
philosophy.
stands for a doctorate of
Because it
philosophy.
means that I can fuck you sideways, right?
It means that
Dude,
you.
I'm fucking down, dude.
You should
I
be embarrassed
am.
that you're coming here on the
Look,
internet.
look
talking
here,
about-
Easy.
you
We
know,
all
talking
know.
to people that
Literally,
that say, hey,
What is
you
it?
know,
A
you don't have
PhD?
enough of an
dick is so
education.
huge. My dick
Yeah.
is so huge.
What
that
is
goes
it?
Funny how
A
you
around.
talk to
PhD?
people like
Stop
you're so
embarrassing
intelligent, but
yourself.
yet
Hold
you
on,
think
hold
right
on.
now
Everyone
that
is
you're
talking and
the
there's one
spinning
British
ball.
guy in the
Dick,
background
hold on.
going, "My
Hilarious.
dick is so
Hold
huge."
on, my dick is so huge it goes around
Yo, there he goes
the
again.
earth. It goes around the curvature of the earth and bumps me in the back of my own head.
Wow.
Bro,
So
anytime
you're
someone
telling me
says
that
a
your
word
dick
while he's
curves,
speaking,
bro?
he has to
Whoa.
repeat himself.
How do you do
Yeah,
that?
His
curved
dick
dick.
is curved.
So
Guys,
awesome.
can
Do
I
you
ask
like
a
send me that
question?
G code where your dick curves?
Oh, guys, can I ask a
Oh, that's an
question?
Wait, bro,
insult.
my dick curves to the left and it's still 6 inches
See?
long.
Bro,
This
Does that mean that the Earth is a globe?
Do you get like a
Since it
tape measure
curves?
for that?
guys,
None of this
There's
means
this
the Earth is
website.
globe or flat.
This
It's
website.
just
Hold on.
it's a big fucking dick measuring contest
There's
at
this
this point.
website.
Hey,
It's called
Kermit.
Spire, and they do Spire. They do satellites, right? I'm gonna put it in Flat Earth links, and so data and analytics from orbit. Spire is a data and analytics company that collects data from space to solve problems on Earth, owning and operating the largest
so
satellite
somebody type
constellations in
some
the
words
world.
I have a
Spire
question.
identifies, tracks, and predicts the
I have
movement of the
a
world's
predicament
resources,
question.
weather systems, so on and so forth.
What do you want,
Satellites in
Kermit?
orbit right now, 84.
I like to emphasize very specific words in my
This hit my
sentences.
head rock bottom, and well, it's a stupid question. If the Earth is flat, if some say the term is flat, then why are our balls around?
Specifically, your balls.
Why are balls round? That's like
Well, my balls
asking
aren't
why are
round, they're
lines
quite,
straight? Why are
mushy,
squiggly
right?
lines wavy? Like what? What kind of question is that?
Because they're balls.
Like
So,
the Earth,
so
some would
with
say.
with the Marine Corps website, it again, the curvature of the Earth, right? BTFO.
Right. So if you
We've
say it
also
in a
got.
more
We've
posh
also
manner, it
got.
makes it
We've
even more
also
true. So
got.
say
We've also
curvature
got
of the earth.
radar. We've got radar that does over the
You guys are
horizon.
jokes.
I love his accent.
So
Hey, you know
over
what?
the
When they start doing those
It
horizon.
trips
actually is
to
kind of funny,
Mars, then
right?
people can just see
Over
the Earth.
the
The
horizon
curvature of
radar.
the
How does that
earth.
work? It's
It's
called
curved.
over the horizon radar.
More fandom. I'm just gonna take that trip to Mars and pull my GoPro out, and
Over
then we'll defend it.
the horizon. Say it with me, level, everyone. Over the horizon radar. Say it one more time.
I'm
Over the
going
horizon
to
radar.
get
Yeah, the over
my
the horizon radar. Do you know how many miles they're able to hit with line of sight with that thing? Have you looked
This
at
is
the
not
documents?
line of sight by definition. It's beyond visual line of sight because it's over
What?
the horizon.
Well, that's just the name to fool you, but do you realize that it's actually using line of sight?
what?
3 miles.
What? Can you demonstrate how they're like
Hold
fooling
on.
people by
Do radar waves travel in a straight
This is like
path,
being in
or
high
do
school.
they
These ones
travel in a
don't.
This is
curved path?
retarded.
Hey, Midhit, get your ass back here, man. I need
bounce
your
Do
ass.
radar
I need you.
do radar waves
These
travel in a
ones
straight
come
path?
from the radar. They bounce into the ionosphere and bounce over the horizon.
Well,
Back
I'm
down.
just talking about the nature of radar waves. Do they travel in a
But these
straight
ones
trajectory?
go up and then back down to get over the horizon.
In a straight path. That's an
Well,
angle. I mean, it
Okay,
bounces
post the
off or
well, I mean, it
something.
looks like a triangle. I mean, it
Post the
goes up and
documents
back
because I
down.
see
Okay, cool. So they travel in a straight path.
Yeah, but they go over the horizon.
He has to keep saying
But
that.
they go over the horizon.
Bro, just
Yeah,
Oh
post
they
the
do.
man, we're
document.
playing a
Hit the ionosphere
semantics
and bounce
They
game.
over.
go into the
Ooh
horizon.
wee.
You want me
Nothing
to
is
Hey,
post?
going
bro,
over
have
it.
you ever heard of the
He said
microwave?
straight,
Have you
and then
ever
they
heard
start
of the
acting like
microwave?
monkeys.
Dude, have you ever
Like,
heard
you
of the
guys are
microwave
literally chimping
experiments
out right now.
across Earth? Have you ever heard of the microwave experiments across Earth? You know, the flat earthers or people that are trying to test
But what about
Earth,
the
whether
over
it's
the
flat or not.
horizon radars? I'm getting over to you, dude.
What is the horizon? What do you think the horizon is? Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth? Is that what you think?
It's where we cannot see any point beyond because of the curvature. Yes, right.
So
to get beyond that, to get beyond that,
you answer
to
indirectly.
get beyond. Oh
You
my
didn't
God,
answer the
this is
question.
big brain lot.
Do you think that the horizon, when you see it,
I just
is
told
the
you,
curvature of
dude.
the Earth?
The horizon is as far as your eye can see, and beyond that is where the curve is, right?
Oh, so
Right?
the horizon
So if
is
I look
not
out
the
over the
curvature of the
ocean,
Earth.
if I look out over the ocean at the beach, and a ship goes down that path, it eventually is going to go smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it's gone. Then if I stand back up again, as if I'm laying down, and I stand back up again, I'll see it again briefly, and then until it goes, and I can't go any higher up unless
Okay,
I
well,
go
but
higher
when
up.
you see it
That's
again,
the
does the
horizon.
horizon
That's the
moves when you do
horizon.
that?
And
The
over the
horizon does
horizon
move. You
radar
see the ship again, but you're
works
looking at the ship,
over
bro.
the horizon.
Where's the horizon?
I know people like
Don't
you.
fucking shush me, bro.
Dude.
Or what?
Try to
So
have some
here,
fucking manners.
here's a
dude.
diagram of it.
What the
Here's a
fuck is wrong with
Wikipedia entry, right? Now you guys like to use, your fake
Who
news
who
YouTube
knew somebody would
channels,
get
right?
like so triggered over a shush?
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? It's like
Oh.
it's like hush,
He's
little
been
baby,
acting like
don't
this the
you
entire
I
cry.
would think that a child would get upset.
You want me to shush
Yeah,
you?
go ahead and shush me. I'm not gonna get
to
triggered.
you guys, this
Well, I'm
is
just
like
asking
a
him
You're
a simple
literally
question.
this
chimping
When,
out
guy's
right now.
acting
all
like
right, check this out. Instead of shushing
Check it
and
out,
all that kind of shit.
yo, check it out.
Yo, check this out. When you see a ship disappear, then you go higher in elevation, and you see the ship again. Are you looking at the ship, or are you looking
Yeah, you
at the
are.
horizon?
How are you seeing it?
You look, it's going
further
over
away
the
now.
horizon.
You never did answer my question earlier.
Like here's a visual aid.
I answered a very simple question.
I know.
Nobody answered it.
It goes.
Are you
it
looking at the
appears like
ship,
it's
or are you
back.
looking at the horizon when you rise in elevation?
The ship is at that point we stand back up again. It's still line of sight, right? But it will go over the horizon once more. Yes.
Yeah, but you're
I was
looking
about
at the
to post
ship,
the
or
Jindalee
did the horizon move? Did the horizon move? Are you still
Yes,
looking
the
at
horizon
the ship?
No,
moved.
the
Yes, it did.
horizon.
It's further
Well, I
away
mean,
now.
Yeah,
from
thank you so much for it.
But it
Yeah,
moved
so
further
he-
away
he
because
didn't
you
wanna
got
focus on
higher
the
up
radar.
so that you could see further because you're seeing behind the curve you saw
what
earlier.
Yeah,
not curve. I mean, we're not talking about curve. We're just talking
Look,
about as far as
Helio, can I bring this back to my previous question
just
where I said,
go
you know,
ahead.
my buddy can see the fucking sun go down lower, but it's further away. So you said, like, if I remember right, your explanation was whenever you get so far away, you know, you can't see the sun anymore.
Well, I'm standing
Because
on the
it's
ground
far
and
away.
the
That's as
sky
far
is
as you can
the
see.
sun is
But
moving.
if you're higher up and the sun is actually further away, then and they're still able to see it, that contradicts your fucking idea.
What?
Hold on, but when we were arguing flat Earth,
How?
like we can't be
what?
too.
How does that contradict his statement?
His statement previously was the reason that you can't see the sun after a certain point, after it goes behind the
Well, check
horizon,
this
which
out.
has
I mean,
actually
now,
happened.
now,
He
according to the
thinks.
heliocentric model, well,
Hold
listen,
on. Let me
don't
finish.
tell me what I
Let me
think.
finish. I'm
Let
not
me
saying
answer.
no. I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
what you said previously.
One at a time.
Because I asked you specifically if you believe this, so I'm just restating what you said.
Fuck,
He
I
thinks
don't even-
that you can only see so far, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Is
doesn't
that right?
everybody know that? Isn't that accepted?
That's,
You know,
no.
You can't
Can
see
you
forever.
let him
exactly
finish?
true,
Can you let him finish his
That's
statement?
not exactly
Golly.
true, though.
Before you start
you can
spurging?
only resolve so far. Stars are millions of miles away. You can still see them, but you can't resolve exactly what they look like. There's a difference there. That's not the same thing. Like if I have a light, it doesn't matter how far it goes, so long as nothing blocks it, or
Who
there aren't
told
more
you that?
photons coming
Who
in.
told
Nobody
you that,
told me that.
Jack?
It was demonstrated.
Okay, can you
Math.
continue on with the statement in question?
That was basically it. He had made the claim
Uh-huh.
that whenever the sun gets so far away,
Yeah.
that you can't see it anymore because you can only see so far. But my friend who is on the 10th story of this building can still see the sun after I see it go down.
Oh.
But because, like, I that's why I brought up trigonometry. Because helioskeptic, which is the longest side of a right angle?
Like this
The
is why
the fucking
flat Earth
the
has got
the
exposed.
The hypotenuse.
The hypotenuse.
Okay, yeah, that's the longest angle, and that's how far away he's seeing it. And now it's further away, but he can still see the sun. That doesn't really make any sense based on your idea.
You're changing your angle
Wow.
and you increase your altitude. So
I know
You're describing a 3D. It was like, dude, a hypotenuse. Hold on.
Imagine
No,
being
actually,
a
Here's
flat
the
Earth
flaw in his
in
argument.
2010.
Can you guys? I
What
mean,
a-
he's directing. He's actually directing the question to me.
Skeptic, answer the question. What year are we
Yeah, I
in?
can. I'm
What's the
trying
year?
to. Can you
What
guys?
year are we in? What year?
That's time. That's a construct.
2019.
But anyway,
We're in
that's
2019.
a construct based on
We're in
some
2019.
aspect of flawed history.
And
All right, hold the fuck
we're in
on.
2019.
Can you let me answer dude's question about the sunset?
You can. Yeah, we can. But we're in 2019, and you can't. This has been sort of for over 100 years.
Oh, you see,
You know what? You know what? You guys are so fucking stupid. You can't.
Could
even
you just
fucking
answer
let
his
somebody
question?
answer a simple
Dude,
question.
can you just answer the goddamn question? You have the time to, and you
I
waste
can
your time
answer
by
it.
insulting.
Well, listen,
But you never did answer the
you
question,
guys are the
though.
one.
Answer.
You haven't even given me a chance.
You have
asked
your
about the
chance and you're
sunset.
bitching about shit.
All
Just
right,
hurry up
right
and
now.
answer the goddamn question.
You know, you're trying to trigger me, and I noticed that. But anyway,
No,
so
I just want you to answer the question. That's all I want.
All right, if you, he said something about the hypotenuse, which
Yeah,
of course
the
that's
hypotenuse is
the longest angle of the right triangle,
Well,
right?
longest side. The longest side.
The longest side of a right triangle, distance-wise. So anyway, so yeah, of course, when you're on the vertical axis, if you're standing at the at the shore of the ocean, and you watch the sunset, then you raise an elevation. If we're talking about Pythagorean triangle, and the hypotenuse does increase as you rise in distance from that elevation. I mean, dude, you guys really understand that. Now, when I
Doesn't
when I
answer
see
his
the
question
sunset-
whatsoever.
I know because
was literally
he-
Let him finish.
not really.
Let him finish.
But
Hold on.
listen,
So you're being disingenuous.
Let him finish.
That was literal incorrect.
Let fucking Helio finish, or I will mute you.
seconds to answer the fucking question.
But you didn't
listen.
Answer. You were rambling.
Mike.
Well, you
All right,
took
so
those
the
20 seconds
sun-
and you didn't answer.
Hold up. Shut the fuck up. I'm a mod. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up while the mod speaks. Dude, you gotta let the mod speak, all right? Now listen, TBG, Mike, you gotta let fucking Helio finish. Okay, it's one at a time. You guys know the rules. Helio, I know. Let him fucking finish, and then you can rebut him. Okay, Helio, it's your turn. Finish your point.
Yeah, seriously, man. You asked me about the sunset, and then you brought up Pythagoras and
I told you why. I told you why.
But in your response, you didn't
now
make any sense.
You're already talking again.
Okay,
We're
just
trying to
fucking
work
talk,
you
dude. You
through it.
fucking ramble. Come on.
It wasn't anything you said. We're saying to you, start again, but this time make sense in your response. Before, it was literally incoherent.
Well, man,
Like, literally.
everybody was just screaming over each other. Anyway, so sunset. But if you want to talk about sunset, for the most part, what we're talking about on Earth here, we're generally given, a position of the sun. Flat Earth, we don't know where the sun is, but we know it's in the sky, right? And it moves across the sky, and it appears to dissipate off into the distance. Now, if you want to apply math and say where the sun is, which that's what heliocentric got, they say we know where the sun is and why it looks like that. Cool. We all know that. I was taught that when I was growing up. Same fucking thing, but honestly, the sun obviously is right there in the sky instead of 93 million miles away. So as far as what happens when the sun reaches the horizon,
This
which
isn't
you claim
answering his
is
question.
yeah, because it was a dumbass question in the first place.
No, it wasn't. It was a good
Just answer,
question
please.
about his mate who was. Again, this is what it was. Why can his mate, who's up on a story, and he's on the ground, why does he see the sun go down first compared to his mate up top of the tower? Right. That's
I think
what was
he's
asked
lying,
of
and
you.
actually,
We're the same
he
distance
doesn't-
away.
he doesn't
We're the same
do it.
distance away
Yeah,
from
same
the sun.
distance.
He's
Unless
he's never done that. He's never done that. He's just given a
Helio,
bullshit.
even if he didn't, that's what you see. If I'm at the bottom of a tower and my mate's at the top of a tower,
I just told
I'll
you
see the
why,
sun
because
go
you can
down
see
first.
further when you're higher in elevation.
But why
Everybody
can you
knows
see
that.
further whenever it's further away?
Because you're higher in elevation, bro.
But why are you able to see it though? Because you
Perspective
said it
works,
was.
dumbass.
Hold on. Let me just. I want to ask one more time to make sure. If the sun is really far away, and that's why you're not able to see it, right? The reason. Your understanding.
All right. So anytime that you are at any point on Earth or any observation anywhere, the reason that you can see further when you rise in elevation is because the Earth is curved. Anywhere, any situation, anytime. Is that your claim? You're really going to look like a dumbass.
No,
if you
I'm
say
asking
yes.
you what your perspective
Okay, can I get
is. What is your?
Can I?
Why is it that the sun? Why is it that the sun disappears at the end of the day or comes up in the morning? Or
Okay, well, Helio, let me take a stab at this.
Mid, I'm waiting for Helio to answer this question because I asked.
Dude, I already answered it. Go ahead, Mitty.
You didn't answer it.
All right, maybe I could reiterate his point because I know me and Helio agree on a lot of these things. So let me try to maybe put it in my words and maybe.
Okay.
So basically, we can all agree that when you go up higher, you see further. Can we at least agree on that? No?
Of course, we can agree.
Great, right. It's a fact of
No, I can hear you. I'm just.
Okay. All right, chill, easy. We're in the middle of a thing. Hold on, easy. So, okay. So, oh my God. All right. So when you increase your height, you obviously can see further. So now, in this example that he presented to us, you can raise your elevation in that same moment. You could have a friend at the top of a really tall building and they will still see the sun. Now, what changed? Well, the elevation changed. And that variable means that you can see further.
Because you can see more past the horizon. Your horizon
Yeah, I mean,
is different.
why is that though? What is the reason for that? We agree on the phenomena.
Well,
We don't
because
agree as to why it is.
Well, that's a fact. Whether you're on a round Earth, a flat Earth, a triangle Earth.
Why would that work on a flat Earth though? That's my point.
This is how our eyes work. It has nothing to do with the shape of the surface.
Well, hold on.
that
All
we're
right.
on.
If you're saying, just to make sure I understand again one more time,
Yeah.
if let's say that the number, just to throw one out there, is 1,000 kilometers away,
Whatever.
and that's how far you can't see the sun anymore, and that's what happens at at dusk.
Well,
okay,
it depends on.
so if you're further than 1,000, hold on, if you're further than 1,000 kilometers away, why would you be able to see the sun if that's how your eyes work?
Well,
Wait,
no, hold on. Let me answer his question.
Just answer, Mitty. I'm listening.
So you just established this random 1,000 kilometers, whatever. So let's just say
it doesn't matter what the distance is. Just choose
But what
one.
does matter, and this is my main fucking point, and this was Helio's main fucking point. I really hope everyone just listens to this. What does matter is your height, your elevation to the ground. That's what matters.
Yes.
Hold on. So hold on. Let me just make sure. So just answer this yes or no, please. Does it matter how far away that you are from the sun in order to be able to see it? If that is not the case, and I misunderstood,
Can everybody please check? Or is it flat Earth? I just fucking spent like 30 seconds making that.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, check this out. Let me answer your question.
Yeah.
Yes, the distance from the sun matters because there's, the inverse square law, the extinction of light. There's atmospheric occlusion. Obviously, you're not going to see forever, et cetera, et cetera. However, like I stressed before, and I'll stress one more time, and then I'm going to just take a chill pill. It has everything to. It also, and I'm not going to say everything. It is also dependent upon your height because, as we've established and we all agree on, which is a fact of life.
Okay, but that contradicts that. The distance away.
You just don't understand
the distance
it, or
away
you
that
don't
you're
wanna
able to
understand
see.
it. I'm
No.
done.
All right.
Yeah.
So again,
hold on, Jack.
if it is the distance away from something that prevents you from being able to see it. Okay. Go ahead.
Jack, hold on. Let me say this. Yeah, sure. Let me say this really quick. Jack,
Yeah, sure. Okay.
If you were standing on the shores of New York on the Atlantic Ocean, if the Earth was flat, do you think with your naked eye you would be able to see the Eiffel Tower in France?
No, but I am able to see the sun every day set.
No one's disputing that. We observe.
Okay, so if nobody's disputing that, however your claim is, and just say I am wrong if I'm wrong.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and ignore you. So, no. If I'm wrong about how you see things, is it true that how far away the sun is the reason you can't see it? Because it gets so far away, right? It reaches some distance, whatever that distance is, and then you can't see it anymore. Is that how you understand things?
Yes. Okay, check it out.
Okay, so whenever you're further away, suddenly you're able to see it again. What does the height change? What does the height change that allows you to see it even though it's further away?
Because you're higher up, therefore you're seeing further, which you agreed to.
But why are you seeing further?
Because you're higher. All right.
The naked eye, guys.
Can I ask a question now?
Let me say this: the naked eye can see 2.6 million light years away. Okay.
When do I get to let me say this?
Yeah, right.
Wait, do I get to say something now? Hello.
Go ahead.
No, it doesn't.
So you.
No, let me.
All right, so ignore. Yeah,
that's
so
a good question.
We keep going on about like how you're just saying that just because in the heliocentric view of like however the Earth is, if it's a globe, we can see farther when you're higher, and so it's apparent. And like whether it's flat or globe, you can see that way. Why is it that if the Earth is flat, if you're higher, you can see farther? Like, what is it that causes you to actually be able to see farther? Is it like a trait that our eyes have? Because when we hold on, I'm not done.
Just shut up. Lack of obstructions.
Yeah, have you ever climbed a mountain, bro? It's really easy. When you get to the top of the mountain, you can see.
Is a globe. Hold on, let's just say hypothetically it is a globe. When you're higher, in theory, you would be able to see farther down the curve, right? Meaning that you would have more time to watch the sun set, meaning that you would be able to see it longer than the person lower to the ground, right? Does that make sense, right?
Well, that makes sense to me.
Okay, so then why is it when you're on a flat Earth, the height causes you to see farther? Because if you're on a flat Earth, the sun dissipates. The sun in theory, right? The sun would still just dissipate after a certain distance.
It's not actually setting. It's going past. It's going further away from your distance.
Right,
but
it's dissipating. That's the way you described it.
Let me answer. So when you increase your distance to the ground, you're raising your altitude. You're able to see further. So you're able to.
What? Increases the hypotenuse. It increases the hypotenuse angle that the guy was talking about earlier. He was trying to.
But the hypotenuse isn't the angle. The hypotenuse is the long edge.
No,
The
wait.
reason
I get
brought that up
I
is
get
because
the.
that makes you further away.
Yeah,
Wait,
okay,
so you
can
guys,
y'all,
you
check
guys,
flat
so
Earth
hold on,
links?
he responded to my question, and I'm gonna make
Hold
another
on.
Kim because you guys went back and
on,
forth
easy
like 10 or
to
15
rage.
times waiting. So I
Hold
want to
on.
respond to the statement that he made. I'm gonna. Are you a mod or an admin? No, I'm
I'm just
gonna
gonna
respond to
tell
what he said.
everybody to
All right,
look
so
really quickly in flat
to the
Earth
picture
links.
that you drew. All right,
Yeah,
dude.
look at the picture
Okay,
I fucking
so
drew. It's really nice. I
nice.
spent a
Yeah,
whole
looks,
30 seconds
I
drawing
appreciate
it.
that picture. I actually understand the claim that he was making, right? So what he's saying.
Atheist, where's the picture
Flat
again?
Earth links.
Guys,
Flat
it's
Earth
Easy's
links?
turn.
What kind of
Yeah,
picture is
Jesus
it?
Christ, dude.
What kind of picture is
Please.
it, Atheist?
Hello? Shut the fuck up.
No,
Hello?
you're
Please.
Shut the fuck up! Easy to reach. I'm explaining
No,
the
I've been
picture.
waiting so fucking long to speak.
Oh, wait a
bro.
little bit longer, dude.
No, I'm
Anyway,
not gonna
sorry,
wait longer. I'm gonna
what kind of
continue with my
If
point.
you look at
dude.
the picture,
What kind
you
of
can
picture?
see
Actually,
how like
Oh my
curious
god,
about-
dude. You guys went
Hey,
back and forth
hey,
like
bro, we're looking
80
at the
fucking
picture.
million times,
Concrete-
dude. Let me respond.
Yeah, easy. Go ahead, bro. Stop talking.
Thank
everyone
you.
else.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. So it makes
Get
sense,
to the
dude.
question.
It could
Yeah,
make sense
so
that the
what
Earth
does
is
this
flat.
picture show?
Shut the
Dude, shut
fuck
up.
up,
Let him
dude.
ask his question,
What
dude.
kind
Shut
of
the
picture
fuck up.
does it show?
Easy,
Fuck
finish
him.
Okay, I'm
what
gonna mute this fucking guy.
God
Like he's being annoying as shit.
Mute me.
That's
Atheist,
fine.
what does this picture show?
That's fine.
Atheist,
Sounds
you've
like
been
talking
telling
to
us
a
about this
fucking
picture.
Concrete
ham radio,
talking.
dude.
What
Get a new
does your
mic,
picture show?
retard. Holy fuck.
Go ask your question, Easy. This dude's
Okay,
just gonna
so
keep talking.
so the way
No,
that
let him talk. God damn it!
the way that
finish
he's
his
describing
statement,
it is
please.
that if you're higher off the ground and the sun is in the sky and it's not in this distant space, right? That would mean that it would take longer for the sun to hit its point where it's completely dissipated from your view than if you were on the ground, because of when it's like the right angle triangle that he was describing, right? So if you're lower, you would have to do like the a squared plus b squared. So the distance would be longer than that longest line of the right angle, right? That's what you're describing. That's
Yeah,
why
sure.
it's so that would make
yeah,
sense. So does anyone have a
every
claim
time
against
you-
that?
Yeah. Every time you rise in elevation, the hypotenuse increases. So then you may be able to see something, further in the distance. But you're looking at that
So does
object. Now, where the horizon is, all right, you can laugh all you
No, I'm
want, but
agreeing-
it's
I'm agreeing
actual.
with you.
It's actual fact, and they think it's funny, but they don't realize that.
Okay, so
that
I'm
they're
Could you
curious.
just get
busting
to
their
your
own
point? I
selves
don't
by
care
trying
about
to
the people
make-
laughing. I don't care
So
about
does
the other
any-
people laughing. Just get to your point.
Does any globe earther have an argument against that claim? That wouldn't work? Like it doesn't work that way?
Yeah, Atheist, what
Because
did
let's-
your Yeah, Atheist, what did your picture explain?
Alright, the picture explains the guy wants to fucking stop screeching. That the higher up, due to the curvature of the Earth, the higher up you are, the more you can see over the curvature. Like again, like the guy at the base, he can't fucking see past the curvature, right? You see where the little line's pointing, he can't see the sun. The guy higher up on the fucking building, he can see it.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Atheist. Oh, I'm sorry,
This is
Concrete.
basic. This is basic shit, right? But
Alright, I wanna
these
ask
It
Flat
took
Earth
me
is
a
kind of
literal 30 seconds to draw.
Okay, when you go,
but, hold on,
Good,
but
that's
atheists, you assume that flat earthers can think.
That's funny.
Okay,
It's not really an assumption. It's more of a demonstration on your part.
Okay, when you go to a concert, check it out. When you go to a concert, right, and you're standing up against the stage,
Yeah.
and then you go to the balcony, can you see further? Can you see more of the stage?
Yes.
Is
Wait,
this
that's not the same. That's not the same style of seeing more, though.
Is the
No, you
theater a
can't.
globe?
No,
Is the
you can't.
theater a
Actually,
globe?
I'm gonna explain why.
Oh,
No,
we don't need your
no,
explanations. Please don't.
But no, he
dude,
asked.
come on,
He
Easy.
asked,
You're
"Can you
agreeing
see
with
further?"
us.
No, I'm not. Dude. I'm neither. I literally am. I see points on both sides. You
Okay, go
can't
ahead.
See. Okay, so in the way that we're describing seeing the sun, we're not talking about seeing more surface area of the sun. We're talking about the sun dissipating from our view in entirety, right? So just because you're higher up means that you have a different angle on the stage, and so in theory you could see more of the actors or more of the set. That's not what we're describing. We're talking about actually seeing the object once it hits a certain point of our view, right? So just because you're higher up doesn't mean you're using the adjective, but in a different connotation. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. Well,
Yeah,
it
of
was an
course.
example. It was a
So-
simple.
It's not like
practical
being
scrambled
disingenuous.
It's a
eggs.
very simple, practical example. So we're talking about the sun, which we consider as it's in the sky, it's local, and that's why we see it set instead of us being on the ball Earth, moving backwards away from it, and it's 93 million miles away. I mean, it's the same. It's kind of the same concept, but if you move higher in elevation, the horizon does cause the dissipation or the setting of the sun, but it's just two different
Look.
different ideas of why we see it set that
Look.
way.
Atheist.
But
suck-
your
suck-
idea contradicts itself. That's kind of the problem.
Hold on. Atheist
No.
sucks cock.
No, it
Did
doesn't.
a fucking
Why?
picture.
Why
Excuse me.
does
Hold on
it?
one second.
So
Why does it
again,
1
contradict?
second.
if you're
1
only
second.
able to see
1 second.
so far,
1 second.
why would that number extend if that's actually
1
the
second.
case?
Atheist sucks cock. Put
It's
a
atheist
picture.
for the
Oh, I'm
cock.
sorry.
Sorry, atheist sucks cock.
Yeah,
Puts
concrete doesn't
a
really say anything
picture
worth listening to.
in flat Earth links, right? And it clearly depicts why you might see more, right? At a lower altitude, your line of sight is X. At a higher, it's Y. I mean, I don't know why there would be any more discussion.
No,
after
the
you
higher
look at this
elevation
simple-
is still X. The
No.
higher
Oh
elevation
my
is still
God,
X.
irrelevant. Just look at the
I
picture.
know. That's what I'm
It
saying.
makes the argument.
The higher
or it makes-
elevation is still X. What do you mean by that?
Yes,
It makes
when
it-
you're
it's
at
the
it's
same
X1.
distance away.
No, actually,
You're the same distance
It
away. That's what you're
creates
saying.
every time you rise in elevation, it creates a new triangle.
Oh, okay, but are you the same distance away from the sun? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're not.
What
I'm
is the
asking
sun
that.
and where is the sun?
It
What is
doesn't
and
matter.
where is it? Why
It
doesn't
doesn't matter where it is. It
Okay,
doesn't matter where you
okay.
is.
In your
If you move in retrospect to
ideology,
something, you are.
Helioskeptic. Let me ask you a question. At sunset, in your world, how far away is the sun from?
I have no idea.
So I'm gonna share the article if you are interested in reading.
Yo, P-Mars, you there, bro? Bitch, stop supporting circumcision, okay? What's up, King Smurf? The society that separates scholars from its warriors.
Don't worry about it.
Cowards and its
Smurf,
fighting
man.
done by
Just give it
fools.
back to him. I'll give you permission.
Theoclides' History of the Sun.
I'll make you mod.
Peloponnesian War. See it.
The fucking sun is.
At sunset, let's just say it is 10 miles away. Like, let's
No,
just say we're
I'm
on a
not gonna-
completely. No, we're gonna. No,
Okay.
let's do some simple math. All right,
All right,
math is easy, right? Math.
Helio, let him make his fucking point, dude.
Let's do some fucking math. All right.
Yo, hyena making some fucking tacos, nigga.
In stories, let's say 100 feet, right? So 100 feet. What would be the change? What would be the difference in the distance, right? In the fucking what is it? The hypotenuse, right? What is it? Let's fucking draw this out for you. I'll spend 2 seconds. All right.
Just so everyone knows, this guy is never serious. So you're just
Again, you're assuming
witnessing
these people are
a
smart.
Oh,
unicorn.
that's obvious.
fuck.
That's what I mean. It's cool.
Wait, no.
I'll
You're
humor
witnessing
him.
him
I'll
being
humor him.
serious, right? So basically, you're watching a unicorn have sex with a
With a horse? With a horse?
No, something
With a
else very
crocodile?
rare.
That's
With
with a mermaid. A unicorn fucking a mermaid.
It's probably
Go on. Tell me more about
It's
this
gotta
unicorn
be,
fucking mermaid shit.
Well, but apparently he knows where the sun is, and he's about to tell me
No,
how
like
he
I
found-
asked you,
how
we're
he
gonna
found
say it's just
That's what it
immediately
is.
10 miles away from you when the
Here's
sun
him
goes
being-
down in your view.
never-
Like the
Atheist
further
does
distance, the further distance it is, it just proves my point even further. Okay? Because like the very small, very insignificant change in the hypotenuse from say like just going up 100 feet to like the 10th floor. All right, you following this? Is like that? Are you saying that like let's just say it's like 5 feet, right? A 5 foot difference in the hypotenuse if we're going out 10 miles, right?
I mean, that's c squared, right? C squared is the hypotenuse.
That 5 foot difference.
Okay, so check it out. You're going off of geometry, and I get it. I get what you're doing, and I think it's cool. But here's the problem.
Which actually proves a flat Earth because that's straight lines. You know, it's like the bottom is straight. Oh, yeah, my vertical.
Oh, here it is.
Are you saying a 5 foot difference between like from you and the
Can I
sun
say
from
it?
your friend is gonna prevent you?
Yeah, can I tell you why?
I got it. It's
Can
like
I
a
tell you
Yeah,
why?
go ahead.
You're ignoring the optics of the situation. You're ignoring the fact that, like we established, we see further when we're higher up. So you're looking at the geometric data, but you're ignoring the fact that if you were that high up, you would see that much further. That's really all it is.
It's like a Sasquatch.
All right. So does the
and
sun
from the
ever
very-
go under the flat Earth?
Well,
does the sun
from
ever
the
go
very
under the flat
beginning,
Earth?
if you brought up a right triangle, you gave into the flat Earth right away. The first
No,
time.
look,
you said it.
I'm drawing out
What?
your worldview. I'm drawing out your worldview, right? We're gonna make sense of it. The sun is in the sky, correct? It never changes its elevation.
Wait, the sun's in the sky. Oh shit, dude.
All right,
like a
answer
Sasquatch.
this yes or no, dude. Is the sun in the sky and does it change elevation?
No, well, within a given day, not much, but throughout the course of the year, it possibly does change.
Okay, so within the given day, like not like how much? Like let's
No,
just.
it wouldn't. It wouldn't be. It would be negligible in my
All
opinion.
right, well let's draw this out, okay?
It's like a Sasquatch riding a unicorn, eating a McRib. That's how rare it is.
Alright. We got Mike in here, so he's gonna help me with some math, alright?
It really couldn't be funny to the flat earthers.
Well, it doesn't sound like you want anybody to help you out with the math. You're just
Oh,
like
I can
just
do it. I can do it.
bloviating.
It's
let him
easy,
do it.
right?
Wow.
All right,
Like,
so
look at
while
that.
he's
That's
while
Junior's,
he's
Junior's last words. I can do it. I can do it.
while he's drawing that out, I want to actually just say that
Seriously, I've got this
I
really
see
good
the I
hentai
see the
I'm
point that
reading
this
right now.
junior.
It's big. Stop,
Wait,
hold on.
am I muted again?
Big.
Nah,
it's
he's
What
just
the
talking
fuck,
over you.
dude?
Stop.
Holy
stop.
shit! I
This
thought
guy
those people were supposed to be nice.
Alright,
so as I was saying, right?
Exactly.
As I was
Speak louder.
As I was saying, stop.
Dude, why does everyone like to interrupt?
As I was saying,
Oh,
you weren't
As I was
talking,
saying,
dude.
guys. As I was
Dude.
saying.
This is
As
a
I was saying,
As I was saying.
Dude,
really
I
good
was saying.
hentai. It's a
Okay.
good hentai.
Hello?
I was watching.
Hello?
Hello?
It
Hello?
involves-
Okay, he's talking about the hentai.
Is this like too many cooks in the kitchen, or too many grandstander bullies in the flat Earth debate?
Okay, so like I was saying,
Good
right?
stuff.
I just wanted because
Like
I
I
was
was
like
saying.
I kind of understood the claim that he was
But the
making, where he was talking about
tentacles
how like
were like
if you're
these
from
multi-pronged
if you're at a higher
things.
elevation, then you would like have more time to look at the sun before it dissipated, because of he made the whole like a squared plus b squared equals c squared argument of like the like a right triangle, right? You're always talking about how if you agree to the right triangle, then you're agreeing with flat Earth. But really, how much of a difference would it make, right? It wouldn't make much of a difference. The other guys have a point. Do you have anything to say against that while he's doing his calculations?
Well, it's about angle of view. That's why, when you rise in elevation, you can see further. It's about your.
Wait,
angle of
okay, wait,
view.
I'm retarded. What do you mean by angle of view?
Well, how
Since
how
you're
much you can
retarded-
see?
Since you're retarded, you admitted it right up front. You can see
Oh my
further
God.
because you're at a higher elevation. I mean, have you ever climbed
But
a mountain?
again,
I
if
just
if
did
the
that.
sun
Wait, did
is
you
in the
just- did you
sky,
just miss the
hold on.
Batman
If
me,
the
bro?
if
Oh,
the
you
sun
just
is in the
claimed to know
sky,
nothing,
you should
sir.
be able to see it if it's on a flat plane, correct?
Well,
Like, look
as
at
I
your
go
desk.
back
Do
to
you have
my
a, do you have your
question,
do you
where
have
is
your
the sun?
computer?
Where's the
do
sun?
you-
Where is
No.
the sun? Where is
It's
it?
in the sky, dude. Like you
Okay,
just said.
okay,
That's it.
okay.
It's
Check
in the
check it
sky.
out. Light
Yeah,
doesn't
like all right.
travel. Listen, light doesn't travel forever. There's the
Okay,
inverse
I'm about to
square
fucking
law.
do some fat math on you. All right.
Check out
The
the
inverse square law
math.
talks about the total
with a
luminosity.
PH or
It
a
doesn't talk
F?
about the highest point of luminosity.
Well, that was one example. I was also going to bring up we have
Yeah, but it's not an
atmospheric
example that
occlusion,
applies, though.
and you have angular resolution. The way
Just
our
means it
perspective works.
dissipates over time. It doesn't mean it goes
You're
away.
not listening. It doesn't matter.
I am listening, but I already know
No,
what you're
you're
talking
really
about.
not
and why you're wrong.
You're talking over me.
He's trying to explain it to you, and you're just speaking.
Wait, who is
I
this?
know
Who
I'm
is
talking
this
over you.
DJ?
There is
Come,
good-
wait, there's this guy in the channel. His name's DJ Come Too Quick. He just sent me this picture, and did DJ Come Too Quick? Can you post it in the?
What is
I can't
Antarctica?
stop laughing.
What is Antarctica?
You should post that in Flat Earth Tech
Yeah,
channel,
yeah.
dude. It's actually cool. He drew up something like it actually. I don't know.
It's not
Dude.
my own
I'm
work,
kind of
but,
stupid, but it looks pretty. It
done
looks pretty
by
smart.
guys
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. DJ's been around for a
Here's
while.
the
Yeah, yeah.
observations that you would see. On the right is the globe, the left is flat Earth. You'd obviously see that the eye level would always stay with the horizon when compared to the globe Earth, where it dipped below. Obviously, I'll post the website that I got that information.
I already
from.
know where you got that from.
A myth that you can see
I'm sure you do,
further
but you probably
the
never looked
higher
through it.
you get.
Never
Is that myth,
considered
or is
like
that
what was
not
actually
real?
being shown to you.
Is that not
So I'll just
reality?
post it again for you.
You can post it. I know Walter Bisley.
Yeah, it's definitely something to go for. Definitely a good visual to see the differences
Well,
as if
here,
you were on
let
the
me-
Earth and it, like changing in elevation, changing in the size of the object that you're observing, changing the distance and all that. You can change the atmospheric refraction coefficient. You can change a lot.
Sure. Let me, if I may, just really quick. I mean, original implication is the only reason you see further when you go higher up is because the Earth is a globe. Is that the
Right.
claim?
Thank you, Helio. Yeah, I did mean to say that. And so basically, it was the globe earther that brought that up as a proof for the globe. And so we're just showing you that it works on both models, just like a lot of these other things do. There's an alternate explanation. So we're not trying to say we're proving flat Earth right now. We're just trying to say that doesn't prove either one.
He said,
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Well, I want a concession from everyone that's saying this. That say, the only reason that you see further when you go higher up is because the Earth is a globe.
Wait,
All
okay,
right,
wait.
guys.
So
All right,
hold on.
here
So
we go. Hold on.
I'm
No,
curious.
hold on. I just did
He's
all
got
the
it
math.
backwards,
All right.
though.
All right, yeah. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Math is not going to prove. This is a simple concept. Of course, you can see
Yeah,
further when
math
you go
will
higher
not
up.
prove what you are
The higher
arguing,
you go,
sir.
it's not
All right.
hard.
So saying if the sun is held at a constant height, correct?
I'm not
We're gonna
talking
agree
about the sun. I'm talking about simple observation. The higher you go, the further you can see.
Yes,
God.
because the
man.
Earth is round. Now
Okay.
hear this out, all
All
right?
right, let him
So you're
respond.
saying
God,
because
so you're
okay,
reinforcing the bullshit.
Let him
Yeah,
Helioskeptic.
don't make him
Damn,
mad,
what a
dude.
fucking
Don't make him
weirdo.
mad. Yo,
Helioskeptic,
he might have like a
calm
heart
down.
attack in his sleep tonight, dude. Chill out.
Calm down.
I hope
dude, all
so.
right? Listen, all
Go
right.
ahead.
You're
Go ahead.
you're saying that like with the dissipation of light, correct, is one of the reasons why we can't see the sun when it goes further away, right?
I'm
Yes.
talking about very simple explanation of why you can see further.
Why
the
do you
higher
think?
you go
How
up.
can you
All
see
right,
further
well,
the further?
All right,
All right.
how
How
about
come
this?
you can see
You can do
further
a
the
simple
higher you
test
go?
yourself. All right,
All right.
when
No,
you-
I just posted the
I'll
math.
give you. Check this out. You do a
Wait.
simple test. You can put your head on the floor right now in your house,
Yes.
and you'll see the carpet fibers. If you're on a carpet or if you
My
have a
head is
young lady
currently
or-
on the floor. I can still
All right,
see my
put your head on the
toilet.
floor.
This is something
And
that
then
has to
lift
be
it up a little
explained
bit.
to you.
Lift
I
it up a
can
little
still
bit.
see the
Then
toilet
you'll
just
then
fine.
you'll see a little bit
I
more
can
than
see
you
the top of the
saw.
toilet bowl.
Lift
I
it
can
up a
now
little bit
see the
more.
turd I
You'll
left
see
in
a
the
little bit
toilet
further.
bowl.
Oh, this is
Well,
ridiculous.
then
Wait,
yeah,
no, hold on. No,
We've
so
been
to
talking
no,
for
so
like
to no, no,
6
no,
very
to
years
bring some to bring
because
to
a 6-year
yo, so
old
to
would
bring
know
some sense.
if you
Okay.
Okay,
a
if you look
6-year
at
old would
my
know the
model,
higher you get, the more you
if
see.
you look at my
Well,
model, correct? Even
no, but
if
to
it was
bring
at a hold on. If you look at my
yeah, go
model,
ahead.
I did the math. Even if the sun is 10 miles away, like a fucking bare minimum, we're just gonna throw out there. A elevation of 100 feet will only lead to a difference in distance to the sun from the base to the top of the roof of 0.09 feet.
Damn. Okay, so Helio, before you respond
So
to that,
like
I want
about like a centimeter.
I
if
don't
that, like,
intend
less
to
than a centimeter.
respond.
Okay,
because
so then if you
it's
don't intend to
obvious
respond, then
bullshit
don't
and it's
respond.
false.
Okay, so well, I'm gonna speak now. All right, so perfect, dude. Yeah, actually, you helped me out a lot right there. Awesome. Fuck. Oh yeah, so you were doing the whole like put your head on the floor and you can see the toilet. Again, this has nothing to do with how much of an object you can see, but how far you're capable to see that object from, right? It's not about like, oh, I have more vision of that object. I can
Dude,
see more surface area of it.
My
It's
eyeball
about-
is literally touching the floor right now.
It's about having vision of an object whatsoever or not, right? That's what it's about.
What?
So,
That plus his claim of once you get to a certain distance, you can't see
no,
anymore.
I'm not.
A common
not
argument
arguing.
against flat Earth in the first place is that, like, on flat Earth, you should be able to see the entire Earth at all times, no matter what height you're at. But because you don't see everything, then you have to like come up with some alternative theory. The only way that you can see more of the horizon is if there's some curvature to it.
Wait, you think that you would see the entire Earth?
If it's flat, there's no reason not to. I mean, you could just
Do
be
you
like 6 foot
understand
tall.
how angular resolution works? Do you realize you can't like even
Yeah, I'd be
with optics, you
the
can't see
edges. Yeah,
forever?
at the edge.
You
would
wouldn't be able to
compressed.
resolve it.
The edge would be compressed, but then you'd
So
be able
that's
to
what's
take a
happening?
telescope. Yeah, but you can take a telescope and
Yeah,
expand
with a
the
telescope.
angular arc, and that would be able to
No.
let you see. Like, yeah, that's how that works. In the sky, that's how
you
that
would.
works.
Okay, so how big of a telescope would I need to see? Let's say Paris from New York. I'm in New York right now. Do you realize how big the lens
I could
would have to
almost
be?
do the calculation
Well,
for you if you
even
want.
with my
Do it.
simple math that I just did, I still blew his fucking light dissipation theory out of the fucking water. So
Wait, so can we agree? Can
No one
we?
even
Okay,
said
so no,
that. I said
I actually
extinction.
wait. The dude that doesn't ever, the dude that doesn't ever make a
extinction.
genuine
How
argument.
about
What's
that?
your name?
I
The dude that-
destroyed your light.
Yeah.
Was it
Wait.
extinction
What's your
theory,
name?
Okay.
The guy that's a
I
unicorn fucking mermaid.
absolutely
fucked
Wait,
it.
what's your
all
name?
right?
Cool, man.
What's your
Did you
name?
take
The
angular
dude talking.
resolution into account?
Hello?
Oops. Globe fail.
Hello?
What does angular resolution mean, Meaty?
Trolling. That globe fail. He's definitely.
Bro, do you ever get
It's how
anxious when you just feel like
perspective
you're talking
works.
to a brick wall and no one responds to you? Like, oh my god, my blood pressure's rising.
Oh, like this room?
It's
Yeah.
this server, dude. It's not even just this
Yo,
room.
okay, the dude guy that was
I use my ice cube tray as like a plate for my tacos.
it makes sense. Like, just because you see more of an object doesn't mean that you can see it from a farther distance. He was equating seeing an object to seeing more of an object, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
How would he be able to
is
see
what I'm-
more of an object?
No, okay.
Unless he's
no,
higher up.
I'm saying, I'm not saying you can. I'm saying you can. So like, fuck. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So if you're on the floor, right, your eyes are completely level with the carpet.
Yes.
Somehow you
Yes.
fucking scalped. Okay.
I can
perfect.
see my
You
entire
can
toilet.
see you can see your entire toilet, but like since the toilet is this sphere, it might have like, okay, let's just say the toilet is a yoga ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
You still see it,
Yes.
right? And when you raise your head up, you
Yeah.
see more of it because you have.
No,
you can
I see the
more,
exact
you
same
can
amount.
See more, you can see
easy.
more
Here's
surface area of it. But no.
What do you mean? If it is
I'm
a
not done,
flat
I'm not done.
object, if it is a flat, no, I mean like
atheist. Let me
if the
No,
sphere
no,
is
I'm not
round,
done, dude. Hold on,
if
hold
the
on, no,
easy.
Shut up. Let me explain something. Why that is. It's because when you raise up, you become higher than the toilet. The sun is
Yes.
above you.
Yes,
You will
I
never
know.
be
I'm
higher
not.
than
I'm
the
not.
sun.
No, you
We're
haven't let
talking
me
about
ever
the
finish, dude. I
sun.
understand, dude.
All right,
what I'm
I'll
saying,
look at the light
what I'm
on the
saying,
ceiling
No,
then.
what I'm not. Okay, I'm not gonna stop talking this time. Actually.
Okay, well, I'll just keep fucking talking. Dude.
Okay,
You're
so what
actually
I'm
fucking
saying
retarded.
is that I agree with you, but you guys are having a disconnect. I'm trying to explain your guys' disconnect, and it's so fucking unsettling that you don't want to let me just explain it, dude. All right, so
that's the disconnect.
He's trying to equate seeing a different amount of surface area of an object, or seeing a different angle of the object, or having a different perspective on it, right, to seeing it for a longer distance. There's a difference between describing something when he gave the example earlier of looking at a stage, and he described how if you're up on the second story looking down, you can see more. Okay, let's just say hypothetically there's midgets standing behind the tall people in the stage, right? So in theory, if you're on the first floor, the tall people are covering the midgets. But when you go into the second story, you can see the midgets behind them. Yes, you can see more, but the question isn't whether you can see more in that way, but more of, can you see it for a more amount of time, a longer period of time, right? You're using the word in a wrong, you're describing it not in the way that he's describing it. That's where your guys' disconnect is. It's not about how much of the object you can see. It's about...
Hey, delete. I got my first donation ever today. I got $10. I'm officially a shill. I didn't ask for it though. He just did it. I'll show you. I'm an official shill now. Yay. It's like this. Like that. But I only got $10. Oh, maybe I shouldn't show this. Yeah, I'm streaming a lot more. I can. I got this new version of OBS, and it's like a lot easier on my PC. I kind of fucking ruined my PC by streaming so much. With the old version of OBS, is like really hard on your PC. But this OBS Studio, it's like optimized super well, so I can play computer games and stream those too. I was streaming some video games. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been smoking weed, so when I don't smoke weed, I kind of just stream a lot more. And then when I have weed, I don't really stream as much because I don't want to stream myself smoking. I guess I could just turn my camera off, but
Is up.
I
He gets eye
never
level
brought
with
up the toilet. I never brought up
Well,
the
no,
toilet.
no, no. It's just an example. So he sees more when he stands up, correct?
No, I see the exact same
Well,
amount.
no, you
No,
see
no,
more
this
surface
is a
area of
very
the
simple
toilet.
concept. I mean,
what does DB mean? Are you talking about like oh that thing that like when I signed up for Streamlabs, it automatically put that shit in my profile. I guess I could have taken it out. Let me check. What does it say in my fucking thing? Oh, support the stream. Yeah, Streamlabs like automatically just put that shit in my thing. And so did Restream when I signed up for Restream. What happens when you click? I've never even clicked that shit. Oh, it goes to Streamlabs tip. And put a message. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, I didn't put that there technically, but yeah. Anyways.
Do you want atheist?
it's not me trying to correct anything.
Helio
And
has
if you're
made a
asking me
mistake,
question,
or you have. There is an equivocation error.
I'm actually
It's not on
trying to
anybody's
explain
fault,
a very simple
Okay, I'm
concept.
trying to correct him, saying that because I can see more of the toilet when I stand up, that's not true. Oh, it doesn't. I mean, yes, I can see more of it because the toilet is more of a rectangular shape.
No.
So like I can see one side,
I
and then when I
never
raise
brought
myself,
up the
I can see
toilet.
the
I
other
was
side.
talking about
So
something
what I'm
else. I
trying to
never brought
say
that
is
up.
the sun is a spherical object. No matter what angle you look at it from, you're going to see the exact same surface area.
Listen,
Wait, Helio,
all of
did you
this
bring
came
up the stage
about
example?
because
That's fine.
listen, let me
That's what I was trying to
solidify
say.
the argument.
Saying a different
Somebody else
surface
brought up
area,
the
not
toilet.
not a.
I
Wait,
didn't bring
Helio,
up the
did you
toilet.
bring up the stage example though?
No, that was MIDI, which, of course, when you get closer to something, it looks bigger. When you move further away from it, it appears to be smaller. Correct? We all agree
again
with
has
that,
nothing to
right?
do with. No, but that's not what.
No,
again, that's not what
no,
we're talking about.
Yes or no? I'll just ask them the yes
Okay,
or no
yes,
question.
yes, yeah.
When you're close to something, it looks bigger. When you move further away from it, it looks smaller.
Affirmative.
The actual size of that object does not change.
Correct.
But when you move further away from it, it appears smaller.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God! Oh, thank
Now
God
what?
we have some.
Okay, now what? I literally
keep moving. Keep moving away from it. So
Are you saying that's what
inside
happens to the sun, though? Just out of curiosity, is that
Okay, if you look back at my model Helio, if you look back at my model Helio,
You asked
like
me
I
a
just
question, and then
Helio.
you don't want
Okay.
the answer.
Helio,
and,
I want to make sure.
fuck you, then.
I think I
Fuck
understand
you.
what. I think
Fuck
I
you,
understand.
atheist. Fuck you. You're a dick.
I think I already understand what you're trying to
Ban
get
the
at.
boomer from the server, dude. This
So
Helios
here-
Skeptic guy's just a fat boomer.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
So here's why your argument gets
This
completely
guy's
blown
just a
out of the
fat
water.
boomer.
You're saying because the person on the ground is further away from the sun,
I agree with
smaller, correct? But
is
again,
1000%
like I just
correct.
explained, even at the bare minimum,
Thank you, Hyena. Appreciate it.
to what it probably really is, right? The difference in the hypotenuse from the actual distance is only 0.09 feet. Which, let's do the quick math. If what was it?
2 plus 2 is 4. That's quick math.
12 times.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are gonna
Okay,
continue
no,
listening, I'm not gonna talk to him anymore. He's a total dick. I'm not even curious
Anyway,
about what he
Helio,
does.
can I
sound like a
explore your
diva.
idea of why the
Jesus
sun is
Christ, dude.
harder to see the further away you are?
All right. So again, It's 1 inch. A difference of 1 inch from the person on the floor to the
Helio,
person
I've
and
muted,
to the person at the
Atheist,
top
if you
of the
wanna go ahead
building.
and talk to me.
A difference of 1 inch from how far away from the sun they are. You're saying
I'm
1
still
inch.
hearing him. I'm still hearing
Well,
him.
just
saying,
mute him.
You're
I mean,
saying that
obviously he's not
1
muted.
inch.
Can you not mute him, Helio?
You're saying that 1
Uh,
inch is going to make a difference of
Are you on
whether
your
or not
computer or
you
your-
see the sun or not.
Look, Atheist.
No,
Wait, are we all
somebody-
muting atheists
I want
for the
somebody
cause?
on this server
Yep,
to
atheist.
recognize that he's being a total dick to me and everybody else in the
Atheist.
server.
You're
just a damn
I can
boomer,
mute him,
bro.
but
You're
know,
just fat
I'm just.
and a
I'm
boomer.
I want somebody on this
You
server to
probably support the
everybody and
state of
recognize that
Israel
he's.
too.
Wait, Helio,
Sound like a
may I
globalist.
ask? Hold on,
Sound like
Helio,
a
may I
globalist.
ask how am I
Can you
being a
stop
dick
eating
to you?
your
Because
mic?
I was the one
Can
that.
you stop eating your mic?
I think he meant atheist.
Helio, may I ask you? He said atheist and everyone else is being a dick to me and is at his
No,
last.
He's
no, no,
emotional.
no. It's just
He's just being emotional.
atheist for the cock. He's the one that I don't want to talk to.
Okay,
You're
okay.
a
So then,
flatoid,
so
bro.
then,
You're just
could
a
you,
flatoid.
could you? Then why did you tell me? Why did you tell me
Easy,
to fuck off when
DM
I
him.
asked you?
DM
No, I
him.
thought
We don't
that I
hear you.
thought it was you. It was my bad, Easy. It's okay.
Oh no,
Yeah,
okay.
it was
So
just
then,
him.
so then, could
Yeah.
you answer my previous question? Because like he derailed a
Not
bit, but
as soon
I
as I
still.
start talking. Every time I start talking, atheist just fucking runs all over me.
Helio,
So I'm not.
can you not mute him? Do you know how to mute him?
No, I know how to mute him.
Then do it.
I just.
Atheist, what did you do?
I
Did you
fucking
ear rape
just-
him? Did you
No,
ear rape
I
him?
fucking
He's a
destroyed him with
total dick.
math.
He didn't even
well, he's
tell
good.
me math. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even understand math. So
What do you mean I don't
anyway.
understand math? I'm an accounting major, dude.
Who is he talking to now? Does he?
Wait a second. You told me
Yeah,
you
so
graduated.
everybody
bitch.
else individually
Atheist, you're
muted
such a
him.
liar.
I'm getting my master's in accounting, dude. I
You're a
majored
liar,
in
son of a
accounting.
bitch.
I'm an accounting
You're
major.
You're a liar.
What kind of accounting?
CPA accounting, dude.
See, that's why I don't like the
Wait,
individual
CPA
mute. That's why I
accounting?
want
No, what's your major?
individually-
Your major is just accounting. No, what's your actual major? What is your term?
Easy,
Like,
calm down, Easy.
When you
Sorry.
look at the degree, I am in the school of accounting, dude. Like, I'm going to Mays Business School.
My dad is a CPA. Actually, I sometimes ask him about like.
Getting a degree in
Working
cooking
at
books.
Shell. You fucking liar, atheist.
is it? Are you getting a degree in? Are you getting a? No, atheist. Are you getting a degree? Wait, so atheist, you're getting a CPA, so you're getting your degree. No one answer. No one respond. Atheist, are you getting
Accruals, dude. That's what I'm
So you're
working with.
CPA. So okay. So manager. So you're getting a master's in managerial accounting.
Sorry, Easy.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no
I
such
say he
thing.
lied. Financial accounting is where you would get your CPA. So yeah, he's lying.
Yeah, financial
Easy,
accounting.
you don't even know what you're talking about, Easy.
No,
Stop
I'm
talking.
eating fucking. I'm eating fucking.
What do you mean? I'm a financial accounting major.
Easy. Just
I just
concrete.
I'm going
He
to
is an
Mays
idiot.
Business School. Go our degree in accounting, dude. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Shut up, atheist.
Sorry, bro.
Easy,
I just gotta
you shut
gatekeep
up.
a bit. You're retarded.
Dude, you're
That's
all you
like-
do is fucking
you
bitch.
guys
All
are-
right.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are telling me to individually mute him, and some people.
Get out of the
that I
server, you
might-
flatoid, bro. You're just a flatoid.
I can't. I mean, I could do that where I can't
But-
hear him anymore and
Yo,
speak.
Beep,
But
just leave this
people that
boomer
haven't
alone.
muted him
All right,
won't be
all
able
right.
to hear what I'm saying. Won't be able to hear.
Well,
what I'm
anyway,
saying.
Okay, yeah,
Helio,
you're
so-
right. I'll mute him. I'll
for
mute
me
him.
to-
My bad.
Helio,
No, I'm just
can
saying.
you hear me
no,
now or
you
not?
can mute him. Who?
Financial.
So Helio.
Well, what style of
CPA
accounting?
Actually, excuse me. Sorry. Actually,
CPA
CPA
is on your
is the-
financial
sorry, excuse me.
accounting.
Can you
Sorry,
not like talk with your
Sorry.
mouth fucking full, please?
Actually,
Blah, blah,
CPA,
blah, blah,
which
blah,
stands for
blah.
Certified Public Accounting,
Yep.
is a
Helio.
designation that you achieve
Yeah,
after
so
you've taken
you
a
want
state
me to ask you?
test. So the actual
I want you
accounting
to fuck off,
courses
atheist.
are the prerequisite.
Well,
are
I'm not
necessarily-
atheist. I'm
Sorry.
I'm jack of trades.
The actual accounting
Sorry,
degree
Jack. Well, I
is
kinda
not
want you.
necessarily a prerequisite to
All
the
right. Well,
CPA
anyway, so
exam.
Right.
I
You
want
don't
to
is
explore this
actually
idea.
preparation.
Hold on.
It is
Everyone's
actually
concrete
preparation
Plus
for
is making a
the-
point right now.
It is actually
Mhm.
Well, I
preparation
mean, he's
for
not
the
really,
CPA
though. He's just-
exam.
he's concrete.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
No,
sorry.
concrete is actually
So-
pretty fucking intelligent, dude. No one lets him speak.
No,
Aw,
he's
thanks,
not. He's
Easy.
an absolute.
Even
Fuck.
though I'm a total
Okay,
asshole
dude.
towards you today.
Nice, dude.
Anyway,
Yeah,
like
me
I
and
was saying,
concrete have had our
CPA is a
disagreements,
designation.
but
Oh my god, can you shut your whore mouth for like 5 seconds like concrete talk? Jesus Christ, it's all you fucking do. You want to bitch and moan and groan and you make no fucking points. You're actually fucking retarded. I'm
That's why
literally
I'm
going
doing-
to. I'm
This is why I don't.
literally getting a master's
No need to.
under
No need
Maine
to.
Business School.
You don't
This
have
is
to
why
bully
I
me,
don't
bro. You don't have to bully me.
individually. This is
Yeah,
why I don't
so
individually mute people, because I don't know when that person might be talking, and I don't want to
Well, I mean
interrupt them.
that's
you know.
great. That's
yeah,
great to talk
I
about.
just,
Well,
I
if
just don't get
everybody
why
listened to
everyone has
Concrete, it
to be
wouldn't be a
such a
problem.
bully, bro. Like, chill out.
we're assholes. Easy, don't you understand it?
And
Yeah, but
We're
like, why
assholes.
bully, bro?
The
We see
biggest
an
issue with
opportunity,
Concrete is he doesn't stop talking
and
ever.
so here's the
Yeah,
thing.
dude.
Easy.
Yeah, what's
Here's the
up?
thing. There's the internet allows for a lack of restraint. So
Oh yeah,
if we see
100%.
an opportunity and we don't employ restraint, then this is what happens. But luckily, the mods
Yeah,
are
I
here
get
to,
that.
keep people in check. So when they're not
Right.
sleeping or being biased, it works out.
Yeah,
Oh
mods
shit!
being
I
biased.
love
pieces of
bias,
shit.
man. I'm going to be the first person to say that I have an intellectual bias toward my ideologies. So, and I'm free to express it, in any way I can.
That's
Wait,
not a
who's
good thing.
saying that? Who's saying that? Was that
That's me.
Helio?
I mean, I definitely have a cognitive bias towards my opinion, and it seems like a lot of people are curious about my opinion, so I express
But
it.
you're not open
you
to
know.
anything, so what's the point of
Yeah,
having?
but how
What do you
come?
mean?
How come?
What do you mean
when
I'm
I
not open?
Well, Helio,
okay, so I'll explain.
find out. Let's find out if you are open really quick. Do you want to just answer me one quick
Just
question?
answer him to tell him to answer my question, dude. I asked him
I
like
don't even
25
remember what
minutes
your
ago.
question
I'm
was at
Spartacus.
this point. So Helio, if I'm however far away it is, and then I move further, and like I'm not able to see the sun, and then I move further away, I shouldn't be able to see, right? No.
Wait a minute.
Is that
All right? Any object that you put in front of you and you move further away from it, eventually you're not going to see it when you move further away.
I know. So you agree that
So
once I get to
whether
the
or
point
not
where I
it's the
can't see
sun or anything else,
okay,
you're eventually not going to see
cool,
it anymore.
cool.
The further
I
you
understand.
move away
Okay,
from it.
so once I get that far away, if I move further away, I shouldn't be able to see it anymore, right?
Sure,
Yes or no?
because it's
Okay,
it's
so
reached
whenever
the
I
point where you
go
can't
up
see
on
anymore.
top, whenever I go up on fucking story 10, and I'm now further away because the hypotenuse is the longest edge of the right triangle, why am I able to see this? Because I'm now further away. You follow why I'm further away, right?
Well, sure, you're talking about the sun, but that could go
No,
for any
the sun or anything.
physical
The
object.
sun is like the best thing. Oh, okay, so any physical object at
Any
all.
physical object, when you go
Why
higher,
is it whenever
you
I'm
might be able
further
to see it again if it would take
But
longer for
how
it
does
to.
the height? Is it the distance away, or
Wait,
is it
are
how
you
high
still
above the ground I am?
moving? Are you still moving? Are you still moving away from it? Around the ball.
I mean, no. That's the thing. If I go up higher, and however far the sun away is, it is now further away
Jack,
because
it
of the
just
angle between
appears,
where
Jack,
I
you
was.
just don't get it, bro. You just.
I mean, you don't get it though. Yes.
Dude,
Okay.
I'm
The answer is
telling you,
ultimately
yes, of course you
You're further. You
increase the
increase your
angle of the.
distance from it, but as
No,
we
you
just
don't increase
stated,
your distance from it.
yes,
You
you do.
increase your height because you can
Yeah,
see
I
further
know. And
because
whenever
you're
you
higher. I
increase
mean,
your
everybody
height,
knows
the
that,
distance
bro.
I have a
from
little.
right in
Wait,
front of
hold
your
on. I have a
face,
little
bro.
clarification question. Are you talking about when you increase your height from the ground, you increase your distance from the sun? Is that what you said?
No, that's what
why
he's
is that the
trying to
case?
say. I'm saying any object.
No, Helio, I'm asking.
Okay.
Helio,
Let's do this then. Well, let's make this a little easier.
Um,
I have a 3-inch tall thing I lay on the ground, and my buddy is able to see it whenever I'm not. Now, I think it's pretty clear as to say exactly why that is. The ground is flat. I can't see it because it's too small for me to see however far away that is. But if my buddy goes up, he also can't see it because it's too far away to see per the angular resolution thing you guys keep talking about.
Well, that actually is a real thing. I don't know why you think.
No, I agree. It is a real thing, but the issue is for the sun that doesn't seem to matter because now you're further away, but you can still see it. So it seems like there's something else that's causing you to be able to do that, and it's not like the distance away that really matters in this case. Really, angular resolution is not just how far away you can see something; it's how far you can detect, how far you can resolve specific features. So eventually, it all basically mushes into one because the
Jack, you
light
might think
waves
you're
kind of
really
meld
giving
together.
a good argument right
Well,
now.
no,
but
I
you're
am
not
giving a
getting it.
good argument because
No,
this is
no,
how
it's not.
actual physical reality manifests. But your
Okay, wait.
idea, I have refuted it because I basically told you, and I've used math to demonstrate that the distance is further away, unless that you don't agree that the hypotenuse is the longest angle of the triangle or the longest edge of the triangle, because
What
that is
triangle? Are you talking about a right triangle?
look
I
at the
told you
picture.
that you're
Look at
just
the picture.
arguing flat Earth right there. When you
No, I'm not arguing.
the bottom line
doing
is
trigonometry.
a level.
I understand it is, but whatever I'm looking at is directly away from me. So it doesn't matter if the Earth is curved or not because it's still directly away from me. And I can draw a straight line to represent my sight towards that thing, unless you think sight curved.
Wait, Jacob. Hey, Jacob Trades. Hey, Jacob Trades. So
No,
wait,
hold on a
you're
second.
saying
So
that
if I
the
look
sun
at
gets
something, I'm not
farther.
looking
Wait, Jacob Trades. So you're saying that the sun gets farther away the higher up you go, and then you're
No,
using.
that's not what I'm saying.
You're
I'm saying that
it's
if
closer
I'm
the
at
higher
the
up you
bottom,
go.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, but is it closer the higher up you
Whenever the
go?
sun is quote,
Hold on, I'm
hold
gonna
on,
ask you
let me
multiple
finish.
questions.
Whenever
No,
the sun
so is it
Okay,
closer?
you can ask me
Is
multiple
it
questions,
closer?
but you're
Is
asking me
it closer the higher up you go?
I have to tell you. I have to tell you first.
Is it closer the higher up you go?
Easy.
Is
I'm
it
going to answer
closer the
this
higher up
question.
you go?
Easy.
Hello?
I'm going to answer this question. However, the problem is I need to explain exactly under what conditions we're looking at the sun. Is that okay first?
Yeah,
In
I
the
think
example
it's really
that
funny
Atheist for
that you
Cock
doubled
just
down on
drew.
the same shit you said
Okay.
earlier
So,
on me.
whenever the sun
I think
is
it's really
quote
funny you
setting,
doubled down
is what
on
we
it
call
now.
it. The
because I
sun
already
is
fucking debunked that
X
shit.
distance away. Whenever I'm at the bottom of the 10-story tower, my friend up at the top, who is higher, the wherever the sun is. So I'm looking straight out. He has to look down. So we can draw a triangle with that information
Why does he have to look down?
because that's where the sun is in relation to him.
Wait, why though? Why can't it be above him
Because
still?
it's setting. It's during that point in the time whenever it's setting. It appears down. So if he has to look down, we're able to draw a triangle to represent that. Now, the edge of the triangle between me and him is just straight up and down. We're right on top of each other. And my X, whatever that might be, is however far away the sun is. Now, because
you're
he is
right.
where he is, and his angle would be the hypotenuse, looking down at the sun, wherever it is, that's going to be the longest section. And he is actually farther away than I am.
That's why I was
But
asking
he's
for
still able to
clarification.
see the sun.
Can
However,
somebody
I understand why you wanted clarification, but I'm explaining as to why
Yeah.
it is the way it is. I'm not just making a
You
claim.
never explained
Can
that it was
somebody
setting.
please take this fucking?
I
Uber
did.
to,
I
like,
did
the
say
top
whenever
of
you're
a
standing there
skyscraper
and the
and
sun
have him look
sets.
down at the setting
I did say that.
sun,
You might have
please?
missed it.
Can somebody please take him to like the top of a mountain range and have him look down on the setting sun?
So
This
unless
would, like,
somebody
fucking
has some way to refute the thing that I said,
this would
I guess I'll be
completely
on my way because
destroy
flat
his
Earth
fucking
destroyed.
worldview, dude.
Well, it's not about destroying someone's worldview. We're talking about practical application of what.
Okay,
we
well, the
observe
practical
here.
application is that specific item that you pointed to about how far away the sun is doesn't work. If nothing else,
All right.
at least that point is destroyed and you can move on to something else.
Helio,
so you
have
might
you
be
ever
correct.
Helio, have you ever watched a
part of that is
sunset
why the
from a mountain
sun
range?
disappears. However, your specific citation of why is not correct, and I've demonstrated it just now.
Helio, have you
To
ever
be
looked
honest,
at the
nobody can have
Helio?
a conversation with Jack in the room. Honestly,
Are you
Helio,
fucking serious?
Helio, have you ever seen the sun set from a mountain range?
I've seen
you
it
ever-
from a mountain range. I've seen.
Have
it
you
on
ever been at
on
the? Have you
shore
ever?
of the
Have you
ocean.
ever been at
know
the
that.
top?
I've seen it
Have you
millions of
ever
feet
been?
away?
Have you ever been at the top
So
of a mountain
the thing
and
that
watched
you're
the
saying
sun
doesn't
set,
work
right?
because you're
Have you-
seeing further away.
Oh
You
my
have
God,
to be
Jack! I swear to fucking Christ!
I
if
told you,
don't-
you
the
can't even have a
person at the bottom
conversation
of
with
the-
this asshole in the room.
Wait,
You
the
can't even have a
questions
conversation.
the questions that you guys are asking him aren't like gonna prove him right or wrong because
Yes, you
the way that you would hold on, I'm not done talking, dude. The way that you would be able to explain that would be to like have him simultaneously on the bottom of the mountain range and at the top of the mountain range at the same time watching the same exact sunset. He's not going to believe it otherwise, and he wouldn't be able to do that. So how about you try to go around another route of explaining it to him, because he can't just watch the sunset on Monday on the ground and then watch the sunset on Tuesday up on a mountain and notice enough of, or like have the capability to like calculate the difference between the two sunsets, right? It's like your perception
Yeah,
wouldn't
it's
be
sure
able to
easy,
notice that
and
much.
we're
of a difference.
Are you
actually-
telling me this?
And I'm not. No, I'm not
listen,
defending
listen,
Helio
listen.
whatsoever. But all I'm saying
No, I'm
is
just
you're not going to
making
go
sure I
about
understand.
proving him wrong by making that claim.
You can
Listen,
literally,
I'm
you
just
can
making-
literally
are you
prove
telling
him
me
wrong.
this, or are you
All right,
telling somebody else?
Helio, hold on. Go to the top of a mountain range, right? Where
Okay,
you
he
have
does it anyways.
where you have an overlook of the beach, right? There's
does
plenty
what?
of them
What are you
out there. All right. I want you to take. I want you to take.
Oh, well,
Oh, fuck you, Jack. All right. I want you to take an angular, like a tube,
said
right?
fuck
That's
you,
on
by
a
the way.
mount. That
Okay,
had like
I'm just
you
letting
can
you know.
fucking put on a mount, right? And it'll stick at that angle, whatever you set it to. I want you to look through the tube at where the sun is setting, and you're gonna notice that it's angled down, right? Like down. You know what down means? If it's pointed down, that means the sun is
That was
not
some really
always.
subtle patronization, dog. I
That is
appreciate it.
not.
Yeah,
That is
everybody
not.
knows what down is.
All right.
Fucking
If
don't
it
be
is
stupid.
A lot of
pointed
people here
down,
actually have it.
if it is
Everybody knows
angled
what
down,
is. Wow.
if it is if it
bro?
if it is angled down,
Yeah.
that destroys your worldview of the sun always
See,
being
the
up
really
in the sky.
important and interesting thing about flat earthers is they never actually understand the thing that they're attacking. Like, they keep pointing to the law of perspective and angular resolution, but whenever they fucking cite it, it doesn't actually mean what they think it does. Never.
True.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
I want you to bring a level when you go to do this. That way you can make sure
and
that
Jack,
the
sorry, I thought
tube.
that you were trying to make the same claim that Atheist was trying to make, but obviously Atheist is just retarded.
I was trying to make a point, but I couldn't even get fucking a half a sentence
Easy
out
isn't even
before
fucking
Jack
hearing
or
my point,
fucking
dude.
Easy would
I
fucking
am,
All right,
dude.
roll
you
over.
made
would
the
never be able to
claim,
prove that.
Helio, that the sun is
God
always in the
damn it,
sky
dude.
relatively at the same distance, correct? So at any point,
No.
if you looking up at the sun,
Don't fucking straw man me, bro. You just really don't get it. That's what you.
no, you don't get simple.
I don't think he's the one that fails to get
Bro,
it.
both of you guys are like not actually proving anything to each other, dude.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
I'm
I
giving
definitely
him.
prove
I'm
I'm not here
giving
to
him
prove
a.
anything.
I am
I
giving
think
him.
Jack has like this weird like I don't know who the fuck you
This
think
accuracy
you are.
problem.
You know, it's just
Well, then why are you here to
accurately
speak about? If you're not here to prove anything, why are you here speaking about it, right? If you're here, you're gonna
same
either
because,
attacking
I'm
and or let's say you're attacking and or defending either globe and or flat Earth, right? Or not and or, but either globe or flat Earth, right? If you're on one side attacking or defending your side or attacking the other, you have to prove. Like, you have to give some sort of claim, whether it's information or
that being
something like that, right?
the case.
And
all right.
he's
No,
trying to give
Helio.
this claim that you would never actually be able to produce in your real life, and then you, instead of just saying that's impossible to do,
It's not impossible.
I would never
It's
be able
very
to use that
possible.
example
I'm
because there's
pretty
too many
sure-
variables at
pretty
hand. And I
sure
wouldn't be able to
easy.
be at. I wouldn't be able to be at both places at the same time. You say you
Easy,
just don't get
you
it.
have a
Both of you
friend-
guys are literally not
Easy,
proving
no,
anything to each other.
Easy.
Easy.
You have a
No, hold
friend on the
Easy.
10th
No,
floor, and he tells you whenever he sees it goes down, which is after you see it go down.
Well, Easy, check this out.
Hold on.
I'm pretty sure
Hold
I
on.
admitted
I'm gonna
right
do
up
a
front
little-
that I don't know where the sun is, and I never claimed to have known.
Okay.
where
You don't
the
need to
sun
know
is.
how
I'm
far
trying-
away it is. You just need to be able to point
You
at
don't?
it.
Are you serious? You don't know?
You
to know
don't
where the sun
need
is?
to be able to fucking say how far away
right.
it is,
Do
but
you
you can
have-
point at it.
Do you have the simplest graph of geometry, Helio? I'm gonna ask you a few questions. I'm drawing you up another diagram. All right.
I'm pretty sure I've answered that question too. So you can keep rolling around. You know,
right.
your bullshit.
It's
pretty
not
sure I've
bullshit. This
answered
is
that
simple
question.
geometry, dude. I'm trying to
I
like.
know simple geometry. God damn it,
Obviously
bro.
not. All right. So you said that the sun is always in the sky and it doesn't
I mean,
change.
he clearly doesn't know fucking simple geometry because he doesn't understand why the hypotenuse is the longest fucking side and why he would be further away on the 10th floor than on the first floor.
Yeah,
No,
but
all right,
if you're talking about a right triangle, the bottom line, when you're closer to the
but
ground,
it doesn't
when
matter.
you're increasing height. No, it does matter. Would you plus fucking let me talk for a second?
Well, I
when
could,
you're on
but
the
it doesn't
ground,
matter.
well, it doesn't matter to you, but I mean, you know, I
Well,
I,
no,
I
it
won't waste
doesn't-
my
it doesn't
fucking
matter
time
because
if you
it
think it doesn't
affect-
matter.
It
Listen.
doesn't affect the thing that I'm telling
Is
you.
a right
because whenever
triangle or a right triangle, or is it not?
do I see in a straight line or
I just
Is a
drew you
right
another.
triangle a right triangle, or is it not?
okay? So do
No,
I
it's
see in a
bizarre.
straight line or
Is
I'm
a
telling you?
fucking
I'm telling
right
you
triangle
why.
a right
I'm telling you
triangle, or is
why
it
I'm
not?
using a right triangle. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm using a right triangle.
Well,
And
if
it
you're
doesn't have anything
talking
to do
about a
with
right
the surface of the
triangle
Jack
earth.
over
of
a
trades.
It
curve,
has to do.
Jack
then you're
of
not
trades. You
using
know
a
that
right
usually if
fucking
you let
triangle,
someone,
bitch.
even if their point isn't
Alright.
like necessarily what you would think to be
Easy.
correct,
I'm just
right?
gonna mute you.
Then usually if you just
Oh,
let
Muted easy.
them,
Bye.
if you
You're muted easy.
if you just
Bye.
let them make their
Helio,
point,
just go ahead and say
if
your
you just
stupid
let
thing,
them
and I'll
make
tell
their
you why it
point,
doesn't
then
matter.
they will be more willing to listen to the point that you're
Alright.
trying to make.
Helio skeptic. I just drew you another.
I
fucking
think about
diagram,
yelling.
You don't have to
That's how I
draw
do it.
shit. I know what a right triangles is. Man.
No,
It's
I'm not
fucking
talking
easy,
about
bro.
a
So
right
Helio.
triangle. This isn't about right
you were
triangles.
just a second ago. You
Oh,
were
that's
just talking
not
about a
me.
right
That's
triangle.
fucking Jack. That's Jack.
Helio.
All right,
I'm
no.
sorry, Easy.
Can somebody
Do
tell
I
Jack to
see
time
in a
out while I
straight line
explain
or
this?
No, I wasn't speaking then. You
Like,
guys
do
mix up
I
all
see
our
in a curve?
voices, dude.
Yeah, it's because he's a boomer, dude. He's old and his fucking ears are going out. But like,
All
listen,
mid-20s, all mid-20 white males sound the same,
Yeah,
dog.
everything that both of you guys are talking about is making total sense, you know. And
Helio,
it's like
all right.
I'm wrong because I don't understand what right triangles are.
All
you know,
right.
give me a
Helio,
fucking
Hold on,
whenever I
hold
see
on,
something,
easy.
do I
Tell
see it in a
Jack
straight
to
line
time
or does
out,
the line?
all right, while I'm trying to talk.
So,
okay?
like, would I
Helio,
represent
look at
my line of sight with a fucking line or not?
Okay, well, a line is a line. Are you talking about a straight line?
Yeah, would it be a straight?
Holy moly! Helio, will you look at the fucking thing I just
Right,
posted?
so-
Right?
So
It's
does
showing that.
a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
All right. Hey,
Cool. So they're all
Helio.
straight lines. They're straight
Helio.
lines.
Okay.
Helio.
Yeah.
Looking
what's
at
up?
the sun, right? I just posted a diagram.
No,
If the
we're not talking about the sun. We're talking about right triangles.
Okay, well, here's the sun, right? So, no matter how far the distance away the sun is, it will never be looking. The angle will never go down. Correct? If
When
the
you
sun is
ignore
always
perspective, correct. But in reality, we see things through perspective.
okay.
what does that mean?
Okay, when you have, you can even check. You can even do this experiment with like a pipe that is mounted, right? You don't have to fucking bring a telescope. You bring a pipe, right? With like a little fucking what is it? A leveler? Like, you know, the thing with the bubble. You can fucking set it level to start out with, right?
Okay.
And wherever the sun is, you can see the angle of the pipe changing no matter how far it goes, right?
Wait, where did you just pull this out from? Like, we're talking
I
about
know you're just making
bro.
shit up.
No,
off the
I'm
top
not
of
making
your
shit
head.
up. If you
It's
listen,
fucking hilarious.
Right,
He's
well,
following
okay.
how you see things, man.
That's
All
how
right.
they concede. They can't concede, so they just flip it to something else. and
No,
hope you
no,
don't
no,
realize.
no. I'm having a different conversation about like viewing angles. Correct? If the
Yeah, you're
sun,
just talking to
if the
yourself
sun,
pretty much. You know,
if the
like,
sun
it's
is
weird.
always
This
at
is
the
weird.
same elevation, right, and it never fucking goes down, correct?
Within a
It just
given
goes
day.
further. If it just goes further away,
Right.
that pipe will never have a negative angle. It will never be pointing down. If you set it level, right? You know what level is, right?
But do you know what perspective is? That's why I brought it up, because your whole example is ignoring.
No, it is not
But
about
why does
perspective.
perspective make it go down?
Okay, so how are you taking? Wait. Okay, so check it out. You're looking down a hallway, like a
Mhm.
really, really long hallway in
Yes.
like a hotel, and you have like
Uh-huh.
the lights on the ceiling, and you see them start to drop, and eventually they meet with the floor. The lights meet
No,
the floor.
that never.
Are they
No, they
really
they
going
never
down?
meet the floor, dude.
Are
They're
they
all
really
never
going
happens.
down to the floor, or is
No.
that just the way your eye perceives?
No,
They
that
never touch
never.
the floor. All right. Again, like we're saying, we're not talking
I
about
didn't say
visual.
touch the
We're not.
floor.
We're not talking
You're
about. We're
misrepresenting
not
my
talking
words.
about visual. Like was it
But
what is it
I
called?
am. You're
Okay.
not, and that's your
No,
problem.
I
That's
am
what
talking
we're
about.
talking
we're
about.
talking
I
about
am.
Game over.
visual, what you observed.
Okay. No, I'm
and you're
talking
not
about what is
talking
it?
about visual.
Not
You're
a hit.
talking
No,
about
what is it called? Illusions. We're not talking about illusions here. We're talking about
It's not
measurable
illusions,
things. Correct?
it's reality. It's how we view the world, dude.
Okay. No.
You're ignoring reality. You're a
Yeah, we're
science
not
denier
ignoring.
and a reality denier.
I am literally giving you a measurable
And
thing.
that's coming
that-
from a flat earther. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Dude, I don't think you really understanding like the simple science
No,
of this.
you don't
right?
understand. I'm done with you, bro.
Don't tell us
No.
we don't understand, bro. Don't
No,
tell us
I
we don't
honestly
understand.
don't think you understand.
You guys
If you
can't
have a
handle
me-
the truth.
If you have a measuring
fuck you,
tool
Pete Mars.
and at the greatest, like it will never be
Yo,
zero
shout out
zero
to P
angle, right?
Mars. Shout out
It
to the
will
P Mars
never
live
have.
stream.
Fuck
All the
you and
lovely
shout out to
folks
P
listening
Mars.
to P Mars channel. What up?
If it is always, if the sun is always at the same elevation, no matter how far you will get, you will never have an angle of 0, correct? It will always be at like, it will probably go to like 0.001, correct? It'll never be at 0. Granted, even if it does some, like, no matter how far it gets, it will never go below 0, right? It will never be at a negative 1 degree angle. And that is if the sun, in your worldview, accordingly, never sets
it's
and it
not
just goes
about our
further away.
worldview. Don't you have eyes?
Yeah,
Don't
I
you
have eyes.
see?
Yeah.
All right. No, if you calculate mathematics, don't you have an angle of view at a certain point where there's something you can't see anymore? It reaches a point where you can't see it
limitation.
anymore.
Yeah.
That-
Do you know
that
what
Are
it
you
is?
talking about
angle,
angular
that's-
resolution?
Yeah. Do you know what it is?
Oh my
Yes,
No,
that's
us
where you
speaking.
can't distinguish specific thick
Right.
features of something.
Exactly. That's how
Because
you
they're all
describe.
joined together. It
Yeah.
doesn't make it go
Right.
away. It just becomes a single blob of nothing.
Exactly. It resolves
Okay.
into the vanishing point.
We're talking about the measuring tool, right? But
If
you
you
should
are
still
at,
be able to
if
see
you
the sun.
are
If
at
No,
an
it's set.
elevation, right?
That's
If
why
we
it
are at,
sets. You describe
if we
why
are,
the sun sets on a flat
if
Earth.
we
That's
are,
what I wanted to point out
you
earlier.
would still be able to see it.
Okay,
It would
hold
just
on.
No,
Hold on, Mitty. I'm gonna
don't
ask
even
you a
talk about Mitty.
question.
When
No,
you're
I'm gonna
going
ask Mitty
higher
a
in
question.
elevation, no, fuck that. When you
Mhm.
go higher in elevation, does that change how you would see something? You may be able to see further, but the same thing happens.
Okay. Let me answer this question for me. Would you ever be looking down at the sun?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a yes or no.
You've
Would you?
embarrassed yourself.
No.
You're
Why would you
embarrassing
look down
yourself.
at the sun
Nobody's
if it's in the
talking about the
sky?
sun. We're talking about how you can see what you should be able to
If
see
you
and
bring
what you
a
should not
level
be
to
able to see.
see where it is perfectly flat, like parallel to the Earth, right? If the Earth is flat, you can set it like that. You can set that little level parallel with the Earth, correct?
Okay.
Would you ever be able to look down at the sun?
No,
Like an
because
angle?
because it sets in your vanishing point. That's the whole
Mhm.
point we're trying to
Yes,
make.
it
as a
sets in your. Okay, it
perspective.
goes away. It goes so far away you
Imagination.
can't see it, right?
Dude,
Sure.
look,
Yeah.
actually talk to your
Okay.
boy Jack of Trades because he understands angular resolution. And he
Okay,
was
I
actually
understand
explaining
angular
how
resolution. No,
it's
I don't
set,
think we're talking about two separate things here. Okay,
'cause you
I'm
don't
talking about
understand.
simple
I don't think so.
geometry.
I think we're talking
No,
about the same thing.
We're
no,
trying
no,
to talk
we're
about the
not.
same thing,
You
but
guys
we're
are
not
talking
quite there
about
yet.
one thing, and he's talking about which angle you would move your head up to look at something. Those are different things.
You're not looking when
Is
the
the
sun's
sun
above
in
your
the
head.
sky or
You're
not?
looking up at the sun. When
Is
it's
this
on the
okay?
horizon,
Okay.
you're
Okay,
looking across
yeah,
at the
that's
sun.
Exactly.
where
You are.
that's
Exactly. I get you. I agree entirely. You're looking across, but why would you ever look down if it's always?
because of perspective, dude.
What do you mean?
the way-
Because we're not
why
talking
would-
about
Have
it's
you
still
ever stood
above.
and you're
next?
not
Have
looking
you ever
down.
stood? Have you ever stood next to a
you just
sky?
said you're not looking down. No, hold on. He
Have-
just said
looking
he's not
straight
looking
ahead.
down.
You're
Okay.
looking straight ahead.
Okay,
Dude,
perfect.
have
You
you
just made the
ever-
claim that you're not looking down, correct?
Yeah, you're looking at the
Have you
horizon.
Okay,
ever-
perfect,
That's straight
perfect. No,
ahead,
this
right?
is
Why are
this
you
is
screaming?
no, this is perfect,
All
Go
right?
ahead.
Cool.
Oh no.
All right.
So you're
perfect.
gonna take my
Tell
little
us why.
pipe. You're gonna take my little pipe tool, right?
I don't want your
You're
little
gonna.
pipe.
Okay,
Oh,
it's like
never
a
mind.
like a fucking bipod or a tripod that has a pipe on it that you can look through, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And so I want you to constantly you can fucking map this out, right? Throughout the day, you calculate the angle of the sun that you can view it from, right?
Mhm.
Like at noon, you should have like a straight 90-degree angle up, right? You can
Okay.
see it like straight up. And then as it's
Right.
going throughout the day, it's like the angle is going it's getting more and more acute, right? At a certain point, it's going to hit 0, 0. And then it's going to go below 0, 0.
We can't
And so
see.
it's going to
We can't even see it 0, 0. You really do you know what that? That's why we were asking.
Okay,
that
yes,
where
you
we
okay. No, this is
resolution
why.
and
No, this is why my fucking world. If you're on a mountain, right? So you can't see below 0, 0. You can look down,
Of course
right?
not. You
Okay.
can't see below 0, dude. The angular
Literally
resolution
looking
in
down.
it. Do you want to know it?
Okay, no, answer. Okay, no, this is where
I
I'm gonna
don't know.
completely blow
Yeah,
your
okay.
worldview out of the water, right? You're gonna take this tool up to the top of a mountain, and when you see that, when you're tracking the sun setting, you're gonna see at some point it's gonna go below 0, right? It's gonna go below a 0-degree angle or 180-degree angle, whatever you want to say, and it's gonna be pointed down, and it's not gonna be a perspective-wise because you can measure it out with a level tool. All right? And so whenever it's looking down, like when it's pointed down, that means you are looking down at the sun.
Well, let me ask you
Okay.
this, bro.
Looking
Have
down,
you ever
just not
stood
at it
next?
setting
Have you
into
ever
the
stood
horizon.
next? Have you
Okay,
ever
no.
stood next to a skyscraper? Have you ever
Yeah.
stood next to a
Yeah, I
skyscraper?
stood next to a
and
skyscraper.
looked at the top? You looked at the top of it.
Yeah.
And then move away from it.
Mhm.
And as the further you move away from it,
The
you're looking at
apparent
the
size is
same
smaller.
point of
That's
it.
not usually the issue
Well,
here,
I'm just
though.
At no
no,
point
no,
you ever
that's what
look
I'm
down
saying.
at the skyscraper.
Well,
So-
but you say
so-
it doesn't relate to the sun, but it kind of does. In our understanding.
The difference, so angular resolution is only kind of useful talking about being able to distinguish between this is that angle, this is angle 1, this is angle 2. Your eyes get a representative sample of all the things in between those resolutions. So even if the apparent size is really small, if the brightness is so fucking bright, it will still make it look really, really bright. except that you can only
So
see a minimum
then
size of what looks
you're
like to be a
talking
star.
about the sun. The sun is bright, and so
Yeah, so even if it's like really
it-
fucking small, the intensity is still enough to override the like your retina nerves that would look at like a wider angle. So even if the sun is like infinitesimally fucking tiny, it like still hits your retina, which lights up your thing, which tells you, oh, there's the sun.
all
So
right. So
actually, you're not seeing the
thank
real
God,
side in your eye.
Synthrill has come here, and he actually knows what the sun is and where it is. Thank you so much for introducing.
Well, this is true for any light, though. Like the individual light can be really, 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 really small, but it'll
Well, I
override
mean,
and hit
you
your
said
like
it's very
thing.
powerful, and how powerful it is
Well,
is
he
it?
kind of
It has to
hijacked.
be
He kind of hijacked Atheist's whole point. But go ahead, explain how that proves or what you're trying to prove.
Well, I mean, these things just happen to be empirical things you can measure, and then like the spherical model says the sun's like really fucking far away and incredibly fucking bright.
Well,
So like if you
where
had
is
a
it?
bright
That's
enough,
what that was my question. Where
it's
is the
like
sun? And
8.1 is 8.25 light seconds away, or sorry, light minutes away.
sure, yeah,
It's
I
like
was
really
taught that.
fucking far.
You know,
It's like
I was
one
taught
AU.
that when I was in.
Okay, I just
Helio,
posted another
I mean,
model
you can
for you.
still measure the angle of where it is relative to where you are. Do you disagree with that?
You
You're
can
muted,
like
by the way.
so we figure out where the sun is by looking at other reference stars which don't seem to move as we travel like a year around the Earth, and then we can like look at other reference stars which we're moving in relativity to, and then we see what direction our solar system's moving, and then we can then guess between using geometry like Venus and Jupiter, like how relatively they're moving fast against each other, and then from there we can kind of figure out where everything is.
All right.
All right, so I just posted
what is the original reference point of how we calculated where the distance is to these celestial objects, and considering that the Earth is the third rock from the sun, all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is what the standard model is.
Right, he's already presupposing the model.
Have not been the distances were not calculated to much far after the model was described. The model was there just to fix all the fucking rounding errors and retrograde and all that shit. And it made more sense that everything went around the sun instead of like was on a sphere, just mathematically speaking.
So in my new model I just posted, you're telling me that you would never be able to do that. There would never be an angle where it's going down to view this.
But dude, the sun sets, so it's like no one's saying that the sun doesn't set. I don't really get your.
The thing that you call setting is the sun still in the sky, though. If the sun is still in the sky, you should always look up. You should never ever look down.
You're ignoring the fact that when you look, remember the example, you're looking at all those lights on the ceiling.
Yes.
They appear to go down towards the ground.
But
they never go
smaller,
like below.
Why
They
do
never
you
go.
make that point every time.
They never go below the. They always intercept the floor, correct? They always floor is like the was it the parallel, right? It never intercepts it, right? It never goes below the floor,
right?
correct?
But check it out. But but let me tell you when. But we're talking about lights, but now we're talking about the sun. The sun is really far away, and like we said, with angular resolution, at some point you will not be able to distinguish the bottom of that sun from the horizon.
Yes. However, it would get smaller and smaller. It would get smaller from
that's
like all
another argument.
sides.
That's
It wouldn't
angular
stop
size.
off
That's angular
halfway.
size argument.
I just showed you how with the measuring tool, if the sun
You're
never
using
changed,
orthographic view, dude.
The thing about the sun is the angular perspective thing doesn't work because the sun never gets fucking smaller. It's the same size.
Well,
all
that's a
day
different
long.
argument. Okay, we could talk about that.
But that refutes your argument.
That's a separate argument. You want to talk about that?
I agree,
Your
but it
claim-
refutes your argument.
Okay, well, it's actually a red herring because we were talking about something else. But check it out. You want to talk about it?
No,
You wanna stick with the
I
other
was
topic. Okay, so your claim is that the sun never changes angular size, correct? Okay, you have proof for that because did you know that it does? Do you know there's actually a lot of footage of the sun depending on where you are on the Earth, depending on the environment, and of course, like the humidity, that it does.
If you use a sun filter, this will resolve most.
I mean, you always have measurement.
Okay, so I
errors,
need
but
a
that's not
filter
really-
to view. I need a filter to see reality better.
Well, no, I mean the air kind of. When you look at the back of a jet engine, we look at the back of a jet engine, like it looks really like misty, right? It's kind of like what the fuck is happening because the air is like super hot, right? Like when you go to the airport, do you go to the airport? If you go to the airport, you see the back of an engine and you see like the heat distortion, right?
That's refraction. Yeah.
Well, no, that's the like the air is a fluid, kind of passes through materials, and when it gets super hot, the fluid passes light at different angles.
That's refraction.
So,
it's literally what you're describing.
oh, sorry, I thought you said diffraction, not refraction.
Oh, no. Yeah, refraction.
Sorry. So what happens is the air, if you look through like 100 miles of it, which is what the United States says is the breach between the Earth and space, it's 60 kilometers for EU, so it's like a lot smaller. Anyway, if you look through 100 miles of it, you're going to see that kind of like shit build up over time. Like it's going to just build up. It's going to be there. It's going to be like moving your images around. But you can like get rid of that if you like only look at certain parts of the wavelength spectrum that is not like variant to the atmosphere, like X-rays or infrared. So a filter helps you see like what you're looking for better. It doesn't like, it's just something that's there. But you don't need it. You can use statistical methods too, but it's a lot harder.
But you can observe this. Like you can observe the sun changing size. His claim that was
No,
that it
you
doesn't.
can't. You cannot do that.
What if you're in the desert and you see it shrink to like a little pinprick? Like
But it
people
doesn't
observe
do
that.
that ever.
You mean when it goes
People
below?
observe that.
You mean when it goes like down below the horizon, it gets smaller?
Yeah,
when
it turns into a little in a
But it
dry
doesn't get smaller.
environment.
It gets to a certain size and then it disappears from.
No, certainly. I mean, and we observe the sun approach the horizon, and there's many different anomalies. Now, check this out. If you're in a good position, you see the sun. If you're actually privileged to see the sunset when you're looking through hundreds of miles of atmosphere, you're gonna see some weird shit happen. You're gonna see the sky light up in many different ways, all kinds of shit. So how can you say this or this is not happening because
The angular size of the sun doesn't change. You have to look down if you're high up. Let's see here. There's a couple other things. It always disappears from the bottom up, and if your claim is the angular resolution that allows you to not do it, it should get smaller. It should get bigger in the morning. It should just appear out of fucking nowhere, basically, and you just see a tiny pinprick of light that gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it's overhead, and then it should get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But it doesn't. It stays the same size all day. You can measure it. You can get yourself a sun filter and a freaking telescope.
Have you done that, Jack? Have you done
Yes,
that
I have.
yourself?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. It's not very hard.
All right, I just posted another model for you. It gives like more sun, so I can like fucking it's the same model but just expanded. All right. At what point in that model, according to your worldview, would it ever go below that like that fucking green line, like the parallel line with the ground?
It will appear to set into the horizon, depending on your height and your distance. Like it's simple, man. Doesn't matter how many
It agrees on that, but it's not down.
It's not down.
It's not, but it appears to. It appears to.
No, but in
still
real life, if you're on top of a mountain and the sun sets, you do look down.
Let me tell you what Atheist
Okay,
just posted.
'cause I just told
he's
you-
like looking from the side. Listen, you're looking from the side.
Yeah.
Which that's not what we see. We don't see the Earth and the sun.
But it is a
and
representation
whatever
of
other
the angle
object.
that you would look at it from.
Well, maybe could be one day. Maybe probably could be this.
You've
maybe
been up.
science
You have
said
been.
this
No,
and
it's
that.
not maybe anything. That's exactly how it works. You've been on top of a mountain. You said, carry your ass back up there with a fucking way to measure whatever angle you're looking at. And whenever the sun goes to set, you will see that it is negative.
In reality, we see things in perspective. Things appear
No,
to.
okay, but this is a
don't know what that word
the horizon is, man.
Don't know what that word means.
This is a measuring tool, right?
a
You
mirror.
can measure out the angle that you are actually viewing from, thus eliminating the perspective, like was it illusion? All right.
That's what you're doing. You're eliminating perspective, and that's why
you eliminating.
Yeah, you're
perspective
eliminating
as if that's gonna
perspective,
be a
and you're
thing?
looking at it how it really is.
Okay, so
you don't need to
says
measure
you.
anything. In
What do you
your
mean?
world-
Says me. This is mathematics. This is simple
Hey,
mathematics.
Sure.
right, and this
All
is
right,
reality,
so
bro.
math-
You're
so
ignoring
anytime
reality.
Yes,
that
math
you might
is
consider-
reality. Can we agree on that?
Oh my
Math
god, I'm
is
done.
reality.
Game
Oh my
over.
God, he's doing it.
Game
He's
over.
doing it. All right, so
Game over, bro.
no,
You
it's
fucked yourself,
over now.
GG.
So you're eliminating mathematics and
considering,
Julio.
you know,
Oh, I'm not
what you
eliminating
think
mathematics. I'm showing you mathematics.
Is that Reb's
how this-
rhetoric
You're
when it voice
eliminating
changer?
reality and replacing with math that doesn't line up with observable
What?
reality.
That's not
You're
true.
saying math is
Literally
reality
everything he said
when
is correct.
Hey, listen. Even if we take math out of the equation, right?
math
Your
out of the
answer, you say
equation.
that
That's a good.
No, I'm saying if we did to put it in layman's terms, either way, the sun would never approach the horizon, regardless of how you look at it. It would always just be in the sky and be getting smaller until it turns into a point and just disappears.
Well,
if it was
sure,
in your
but
worldview.
if you knew what the sun is and why it happens that way, sure. I mean, if you have
What
a
do you mean?
scientific, do you know what the sun is? Because if you do, then
Yeah,
tell me.
it's a burning ball of fire and gas.
Helium and hydrogen fusion reaction, all that stuff, right? I was told that too.
Okay, so you can't use actual facts in an argument against you guys?
Okay. Well, how do they know? How do they know what the sun is? The people that told you that it's a ball of burning hydrogen and helium.
So there are these things that separate out light, and there's these dark spots in it, and we figured out that it's because it's being absorbed. Let me turn this off. It's being absorbed at that frequency, and that's
Sure. So you spectrometry is how we know what the sun is.
All right, look at my new model I just posted. Would the angle measuring device ever show the blue line? Would it ever have the blue angle?
All right. So now we use spectrometry to figure out what the sun is. Now, how do we know where it is?
No, real quick, Helio. What
I mean, you point at it and say it's over there. I mean, is this really difficult to you?
What would you say the
No,
sun is?
I'm asking you.
I just told
you're
you.
the one that's claiming you know where it is.
I just told you how.
And what
I
it
just
should
told you
look
how.
like
I
at
just
a
told you
certain
how.
distance.
I just told you how. If I ask you where Tom is and I say he's over there, did I tell you where fucking Tom was? I didn't tell you all the things, but I told you where Tom is.
Okay. Well, I told you the sun is in the sky. It's right there.
Okay, great. I agree. The sun is in fact in.
Oh my goodness, we're in.
So we can also measure it where it is in relation to us with angles, such as Atheist is trying to show you. If the Earth is flat and the sun travels parallel to it, there is no point mathematically where it should ever.
Well, why would you even consider that maybe the Earth is a shape itself? Because we all exist here. We don't feel the Earth moving. We don't feel like we're on.
Okay,
on
but
a
I would
ball.
like to know what shape
we
it
see
is.
the sun,
and if it is flat, if it is flat, I would like to know. If it is flat and the sun travels parallel to it, anywhere that I am, I should never be able to look down the sun. But I can on the top of a mountain.
Well, wait, no, hold on a minute. Do you know where the sun is? What it is? But
I don't
Earth
need to know what it
itself-
is, and do I need to
Right,
know where
so
it is?
why
Yes.
are you looking at
Whenever
the sun
I look,
to determine?
I'm like, wow, the sun
why
is
are you-
right there.
Why are you looking at the sun to determine what you're standing on?
If your model is,
I don't have a model,
the sun
but
moves-
you know.
Oh, okay, look.
Continue.
Do you believe that the sun travels parallel above? Yeah.
Well, the sky
maintains
moves.
the
The
same-
sun, moon, and stars do move above our
Does
heads.
the
Yes,
sun-
of course.
Just the sun. It moves above the Earth. Is it the same distance?
Well, not
Like, if
not
you were
from
under it, if you
where
were
I
under it
am,
at any
no,
point
I
in your-
mean, in the wintertime, it's further away from me.
Okay.
At any point,
At any
would
point,
it be
you're-
lower than the mountain?
No, of course, it's above all mountains.
Okay, cool.
So if you
Perfect.
wanted to see the top of something, how would you measure the angle to figure out what angle you're looking at?
Well, you might put a stick in the ground and measure the angle of light, to try to.
No. I'm talking about. Let's say I want to measure. I can look straight on and I can see the bottom of a building, and we'll call that 0. But I want to know what the angle is.
Building?
To the
I
top.
thought we were talking about
How
this.
to determine that.
I thought we were talking.
No,
about
I'm using this as an example to confirm that we understand the same thing. How would I look up to the top of the building? Would I change the angle of deflection of how I look?
Let's watch this 3-minute video. Hold on.
This is fucking fun. You guys are fun, man. It's fun.
I mean, is this a difficult concept? Can you not say yes?
No, it's not. I feel like you're not really getting our.
No, I
concept.
do get it. The problem is you don't seem to understand what I'm asking. So
No, I do.
I'm going to ask again. Do
Go
I
ahead.
increase the angle whenever I look up to the top of the building? Yes.
From different points. When you're standing next to the building, you look at the top.
No.
you're looking 90 degrees,
If I'm
and then
standing in
when
the
you move
same
away,
spot,
you're looking at different
if I'm
angles.
standing at the same spot, I'm standing 100 feet away, and I look straight on to the building where I am, and then I want to look up at the top of the.
Is the building moving?
Why does the building need to move in order to look up?
Well, once you're standing next to the
If I
building,
if I
you're
look
standing
up
100
the
yards away
angle,
from, but
hold
you look
on,
at the same point. That's a different angle.
angle that I'm observing the top of the building, is different from the one I observe the bottom of.
What building? The same one?
Yes, the same building. If I'm standing 100 feet away and I look at the bottom of the building, and then I move my head slightly up, I like tilt my head so that my eyes look in the direction of the top of the building.
All right,
that is a different angle that I'm looking at the building at.
Well, if you're, according to when you're standing next to it, you look at the same point. Yes, of course, the angle changes.
Okay, standing next to it or whatever, to look at the bottom of the building a million miles away or whatever. I mean, the angle's going to change.
I thought we were looking at the top of the building.
Right,
I don't know
but first I look at the bottom of the building, and then from there I change what I'm looking at to the top of the building. I have now looked, we'll say 45 degrees up, right?
Sure. So
Okay,
are you
great.
saying, original?
No,
starting
I'm not saying
position,
anything
you're
other than that.
standing
I'm not
next to
saying
the
anything other than that. I just want
You're
to make
not
sure.
saying anything at all. You're actually just
I'm
not
standing
making any sense
100
to-
feet away from the building. I'm standing 100 feet away from the building.
Well, are
Is it
you
okay? There's
looking
a
at the
building.
top? Are you looking at the top or the bottom?
I'm looking. Okay,
Because you're
hold
not
on.
making any sense, bro.
Okay, so I look at two places. The first place I look is the bottom of the building.
Okay.
And then
you look
I
at
move
the
my
top.
head so that I may now look at the top of the building. There has been an angle
While you're
change in how I see.
Sure, when you're standing in one position.
Yes, where I'm standing in one position. That's correct. Because I never said anything about moving.
No.
No, I
of course not.
didn't. Okay, so we agree that there is an angle change whenever I have to look up to the top
Yeah,
of
it's
the
a
building.
very shallow angle. If you're standing in the same place, if you're standing next to
Oh,
the building, you look up.
my God. Oh my God. But so long as that there is an angle change.
Sure. Yeah.
So if I'm standing on top of a mountain and the sun, which
No,
is
no,
the same
no.
height
We're talking
all
about the building. Now take that building. Look at the same building. Move 500 yards away. Move 500 yards away from that building. Look at the bottom and look at the top. The same building.
Yeah, it's a smaller angle. It's a smaller angle.
Dude, it's a really tight angle when you're standing at the right next to the building.
That's right. But is it ever negative?
No, of course not.
Perfect. I'm glad we agree. Then why does that happen with the sun?
You're really kind of making yourself look dumb here, bro.
Oh, you have no fucking clue.
Okay, so where does it
Yeah,
happen? Show us. What are you talking about?
On top of a mountain. Go on top of a mountain. You will see that you have to look
Are
down.
we looking at that building? Are we looking at that building or the sun?
Are you fucking retarded? Seriously?
You're looking at the sun.
I was using that as an example to show to you what I meant by angle. Because you didn't seem to.
Okay, so let me ask you this, bro. So you're saying that you have to look down to see the sun set when you're on top of the mountain. Did you ever think that maybe the sun is going behind another mountain?
What? I mean, what does that have to do with anything that I've said?
Well, it's being blocked by another mountain. I mean, that's
If you're able to look down and still see it, obviously there's not another fucking mountain in the way, you fucking mongoloid.
No, I'm saying it's setting, and it's setting earlier than it would because
No,
of
that's not
a
what I'm
mountain.
saying at all. It sets at the
Well,
regular time.
You have no proof of what you're saying anyway. So
It
we
sets
can
at the
just add whatever
regular
example we
time.
want to
It sets at the regular time, but I have to look down at it. I
That's a
shouldn't be
problem
able
when
to
you
look
use a
down at it.
hypothetical that's not based on any
This is not a hypothetical. You can actually go do this.
Okay,
and I
show it to
encourage you
us.
go-
Have you done it? Show us the proof. Like you're making these claims like you did.
I didn't take a video. I just did it.
Oh, cool. And I
You
have to
can
believe you?
also do this. Is it difficult for you to
I
do?
didn't say I can't do it. I do my own observation.
You know what's funny?
Well, then
I
fucking go do it.
tried to bring up the same exact hypothetical earlier. He didn't get it, and he still doesn't get it. You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
you
all
don't get it.
You know what?
You don't get
You
it.
guys are fucking retarded.
Cool, man.
I'm just gonna get.
Cool.
All right, get the fuck out.
Oh man, fucking retards.
He came back to do that. No one even cursed him out. Like no one even cares. Like who cares?
I brought it the exact same analogy earlier, and he just, I said, "Are you standing next to the building?" Then you move away from the building. He wouldn't listen to it, and then he got fucking started screaming.
Yeah, he wasn't rational. He couldn't have a real. Dude, you saw when he got triggered though. You got to admit that was good. That was fucking. Yo, Pete,
That's
you
why
got that on your stream.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, P Mars, you get that?
You know his fans are gonna love that one.
Well, I'm still here to debate you guys. Fucking time to beat you.
Hey.
Hey, can you please show like your little fans,
Fuck
like
you,
the little
George.
drawings I'm making? Because it's gonna probably blow their fucking pea brains out of the water, dude. Fucking clip all these fucking diagrams I'm fucking drawing for you guys, and fucking.
You trying to get? You still trying to get flat pilled?
No. Y'all have to be trolls. Y'all have to be fucking trolls. I swear to God.
No, we're actually very serious about flat Earth, but we do like to have a lot of fun.
Yeah,
we're smart guys.
Obviously not.
All right, so we're not smart because we think the Earth is flat. Is that's
Yes.
the only reason you think
So
we're
that's
not
an
smart?
assumption. That's actually an assumption based on your faith in like the government and
to go
NASA.
by.
Cool. That's cool. You can think what you want.
So say if I were to go out with a mount or with my little setup that I have, right?
Another one.
That I described to you. That I described to you, like a little tripod with a pipe on it.
Yep.
And a level device, right?
Mhm.
And I can show that looking through the pipe, you're looking at a negative angle. Would that blow your fucking worldview out of the water? Would that disprove
to
flat
us.
Earth?
I mean, it would be a good start for you. So how about you do it and actually show us some evidence, and we'll
Okay.
talk.
All right, but like, would it
speaking-
blow?
speaking of
Would
the
it
PVC
blow? Would it blow the fucking level sun out, like theory out of the water, saying that the sun is always at the same height from the Earth? Like if
I
it's a
don't know,
flat
man.
Earth, it never,
Let's look
it
at
doesn't revolve around a fucking square like a flat Earth.
I can
You
pull
gotta
up
do
a
it,
video.
and then we'll see.
I can pull up a
Is there
video
really a
of
retard
someone.
in here who thinks it's flat Earth?
No, that's cool. Check this out. Since you're talking about PVC pipe and all that kind of shit, there's a guy that's he's not necessarily a flat earther. He actually did a test. It was like 13 miles. He put a camera in front of a pipe that pointed straight across 13 miles and observed the shore. 13 miles. I mean, if you know the curvature, quote unquote curvature of the Earth, he actually observed the same shore. I mean, it's like he was on one shore and he saw the shore of the other place. Let me find it. Wasn't it Jay Tolan that did that? No, it wasn't Jay Tolan. It was Dr. John D.
Dr. John D. Yeah. So I'll do the math for that. So what was that? 13 miles, you said?
Yeah, it was like 13.5 miles. I
And
think.
how high do you think up the
Oh, he was like 10 inches off the water, man.
Okay.
He set up a P900 right behind this PVC pipe that was supported, and he showed the levels, everything right before he did the test. He showed everything that was level, and he actually, right toward the end of the video, you can see the tide was rising, and so he had to kind of pick his shit up and get out of the way. But he had, like 15 minutes of really good
I'll say
footage.
here's like what I want your little here's what I want your little following to do right here. I'm gonna post a picture so I can show your fans where they need to be fucking like taking a picture from. It could be any kind of like, was it an environment like this where there's like an elevated land above the seashore, like that overlooks like a big body of water, right? And if at any point the angle is less than 0, it disproves your notion that the sun is always at the same distance from like the Earth.
Hey,
Dude, how is the human eye going to see below
fans
the
you're
angle?
talking about? We don't have fans. We're
Yeah.
just, we're just.
Yeah, but he's wrong, because how is your eye going to ever see below what you can't see? You have an angular resolution limit, which I asked you, and
Okay,
you weren't able to name it.
do you know what level is, correct?
But dude, you're not answering. You're not letting me even ask the question. You're just like
you're
flying all over the
misunderstanding
place.
what I'm asking you guys to do.
You didn't even answer my question, so I don't give a shit. Whatever.
Well, your little question has nothing to do with like what I'm asking you to
Oh,
do.
good for you.
It's like me asking you is like, hey, can you put the food in the fridge? It's like, well, what is like a cock in like the ass gonna do to like the prostate?
Okay,
Like
so you're
what?
talking about angles. You're talking about point zero,
Yes.
whatever you
Yes.
said. Zero. Okay, so the human eye has an angular resolution. There is an angle that you cannot resolve past. Do you know what that is? You know what
What?
happens to be?
What is it?
Okay, it's 0.02. So how are you going to see past? How are you going to see anything that's
You're
past
going
that
to
angle?
track the angle of the sun to the level field with the measuring device.
You
But
see,
you
every
use the
time
best
we
angle.
talk about angular resolution, they talk about the sun as if they know what it is.
Okay. You know what a leveling device is, correct?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you're going to create a parallel line, right? To the earth. If the earth is flat, it should be easy to make a parallel line, right?
You mean
Nothing's
level?
going to What? No?
No. I'm saying you mean like a level line, right?
Yeah, a level line.
Just checking.
Yeah, a level line that is parallel to the earth.
That was for Helio. Helio knows why I asked that. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you.
So, at any point, if the sun goes below that level line, that disproves your theory.
Well, I still haven't gotten an answer of what the sun is and where it is. You know,
It's
I've
a
gotten,
big flaming ball out in
it's a
space.
big flaming ball 93 million miles away. It's a fusion reactor because gravity pulls the densest things, and it's pretty much made up of hydrogen, helium.
Plasma.
Yeah, it's a plasma. You know, all that kind of shit,
Yeah.
right? And then it makes the solar system happen. And
Yeah.
all the other balls spin around. We're the third rock from the sun. Yeah, we're quite familiar with with the concept.
Okay, so why did you ask what the sun?
Because we don't think that's true, bro.
Well, okay, well, I just gave you the answer as to what I believe the sun is. So, like I said, if at any point it goes below that level line that you created with the little leveling device, you know, the little thing with the bubble, it disproves your theory.
Okay,
Simple
so you now
mathematics.
cool. So now you can go out and disprove our theory because you
All
have
right.
you obviously know how to do it and you believe that it's going to work. So that's really kind of like you got your work cut out for you, man.
All right, cool.
And I'll look at it and I will have an open mind. You know.
All right. But if I do this, would you say, you know what, my theory about the sun being at the same height from the fucking flat Earth, it never changes, never revolves around it, just fucking moves on top of it. Would you denounce your theory?
Well, to be honest, like I said, flat earthers never claim to know where the sun is or what it is.
Okay, but
The
would it
global earth
denounce that
already
theory that you present?
I haven't presented any theory about the sun.
You said the theory that the sun is always at the same height from the surface of the Earth and never changes. It just moves around it. Like me taking this
I
empty
didn't say
Dr.
that. Did you say that, Mitty?
You said. I mean, you can look back at your thing, dude. That's why I made all those models.
No, I never claimed that. I know where. I've always. I mean, the whole night I've been saying I don't know what the sun is or where it is.
You've made the claim, which is why I made the model, and why I spent like the past 45 minutes trying to talk to you about the angle of the sun.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you to stop making those models because they were an orthographic view, so it was ignoring the fact that when we see things in the
This
distance,
is
going
physically
further,
measuring view. It
they
completely
appear. But they
this
appear,
this is completely getting rid of visual illusions, right?
That's
This
the
is something you
problem.
can measure.
Yeah, I know, but you're ignoring the fact that we don't see like that. We see like when an airplane goes further away, it appears to be going at like this angle. It's going towards the horizon. You know, we don't get to see it all go all the way to the horizon. It
You're
gets
right, because it's round. The Earth is round, dude. That's why you can't see it go all the way.
okay. So that's your proof now. Airplanes disappear. They get occluded by
Yeah,
the
they
atmosphere.
go over
Earth
the
is round.
horizon. Do you know what the horizon is?
They don't though. You see them disappear because of angular resolution, and I mean, you know, they get smaller. The angular size, and before the angular size gets small enough, you know, where you can't see it, the
So-
atmosphere occludes it. So I don't get what
If
you're-
you get a telescope, would you be able to see it?
No, the atmosphere. Do you know what atmospheric occlusion is?
Mhm.
It's when the atmosphere blocks things like you know the atmosphere is thick. I mean, it's like you have thick layers of all these gases and water vapor. So like like for example, I could see the moon during the day. I was looking at the moon moon during the day. And at some point, I noticed as I kept looking over it, it didn't set. It didn't get smaller. It just literally at some point, it just like the atmosphere was blocking it. And
the atmosphere is blocking most of the details, correct?
Yeah, it's like a wall. It's
yeah,
like a
so
wall
so
of
it's blocking most of the details of the moon. However, when you bust out a telescope, you're able to see more. Like you can fucking see all the little cracks and craters on the moon, right?
Well, it depends. Like, I mean, it
this
depends.
isn't depending. This is
No,
like
no, no,
yes or
check
no
it.
on a clear day or clear
But
night. I
then
should
it's not
say.
occluded. But then it's not occluded. No, occlusion is when the atmosphere is actually covering it. So, like, let me give you an example. You have
The
a piece
atmosphere
of
is
glass.
always
Check it out.
always the atmosphere is always covered.
Right. But there's different degrees of occlusion.
When you're
So check
looking
this
at the
out.
moon on a nice
I have an
clear
example for
day,
you.
can you see the tiny little craters on?
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the time you can see it with your naked eye.
Yeah.
You
you
know
can
what
see
the
Tycho's
Tycho crater is? Hey, brother, you know what the Tycho crater is? They've given us a size of that. They say it's about 50 miles wide. Now, at 238,000 miles away, where this moon is supposed to be, you can visually see the Tycho crater with your naked eye. They say it's 50 miles wide. Do the math there.
Yeah, the moon's big, dude.
50
Wait,
miles.
no, but we just we just said the
238,000
crater.
miles.
Yeah.
He didn't say the moon. He said the crater is 50
the
miles
crater is huge, dude.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
50
moon is
miles
even
wide.
50
bigger than
miles.
Bro,
that.
238,000 miles. You wouldn't be able to see that with your naked eye, but you can.
You'd be able to see it, dude.
Yeah, because we can, right? You know,
Sure
whatever
about
they said is true because they said it, right?
You see, that's the whole thing. Like, people they take the explanations that were given for them to them, and then they use these observations that you can actually observe, and then they confirm their beliefs with these observations. Like, we're trying to get you guys to realize what you're doing here. It's a bit of a circular logic.
No, this is actually like measurable stuff. So like, this isn't like is God
I
real?
just
Yes,
gave
because
you
it says so.
measurements. I mean, they claim that Tycho crater is approximately
Yeah.
50 miles wide, and we can see it with our naked eye here from Earth, and it's 238,000 miles away. And we
How'd
can
they
see
figure
it
that
with
one
our
out?
naked eye.
How'd they figure out the distance to the moon? I don't even hear that question asked a lot. Does anyone know that one?
Probably
Oh,
lasers,
well,
dude.
they refused to answer how they figured out the distance of the sun earlier. So let's do the moon now.
Yeah, I never really even thought about that.
They
So
actually NASA actually shot some lasers up from the towards the moon using whatchamacallit, with a they triangulated it using really strong lasers that they pointed at on the moon. In fact, they even put mirrors on the moon where they could shine a laser at and it would bounce off.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Hey, Mitty, we were talking about that earlier. Are you
Yeah, the
curious about how they
retroreflector.
did that? Yeah, the retroreflector. Yeah, man. Have you actually looked it up? What happens is they shoot a laser, a very powerful laser, toward the moon, and the beam divergence of that laser is 6.5 kilometers by the time it reaches the moon. And the light that it reflects back from the reflectors that the astronaut put on the moon, they're going to receive back one or two photons, and the signature that they receive back, they can tell it's the same laser because they have a certain signature of
certain frequency.
Yeah. Brilliant, man. I mean, it's like these guys are masters. Fucking 6.5 kilometer wide beam. And they receive back one photon.
Yeah, and not to mention, we're talking about an Earth that's supposed to be spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, orbiting the sun 66,000 miles per hour. Then you also have the orbital velocity of the moon. So taking all of that into account, you got a moving target, you got you're on a spinning and moving Earth. So, I mean, it's just it's not very believable for
And
me.
if you think I'm lying about that, all you have to do is Wikipedia. We talked about that tonight already, man.
Yeah.
We were talking about this about 6 hours ago, man.
Yeah, I remember talking about this a while back with Nummy. I don't know if you remember him, and I haven't seen him around in But anyway, he did the math. He was showing me like how, based on how long it took. And then we were calculating based on the orbital velocity, based on the, and we did the math, and we're like, dude, like that, by the time the laser comes back, we're already, it's another location. So you can't be receiving it at the same location. You would have to account for that and be like, a mile away or a few miles away to receive that one photon.
Yeah, I just posted it, in Flat Earth Links there. So if you want to find out how they,
I think you guys
see the laser
vastly
from Earth
underestimate the speed of light, dude.
Well, no. But they tell you. But here's the thing: they tell you how long it took. It was like 2 seconds, 3 seconds, maybe 4. I don't remember exactly, but you can extrapolate from that to whatever seconds how much distance the Earth would have had to travel. The Earth would have been spinning, the Moon traveling. Like you can actually calculate that, and we did it. I don't have the numbers offhand, but I'm saying it's ridiculous when you actually.
It looks like I'm gonna have to draw another model to.
I think you massively underestimate their version of history and everything.
All right, looks like I'm gonna draw you guys another model, dude. I love drawing these models. I really do.
Dude, they love it too, bro. We don't buy their bullshit models either. We're not going to buy your bullshit models either.
Well, here's like you do realize that when you shine that ray, right, it creates a cone over time because it disperses. Even when you shine in a laser, right, it disperses. It kind of acts like a cone, right?
Right. So now it's dispersing, and it has to bounce back, and of course it's now going to disperse even more.
I'm going to explain this to you guys. It's very simple. This is like
help us out because we're so dumb to figure it out.
Yes, I don't worry, I will, dude. It's actually
story time.
fucking simple, right? So here we go.
Everyone grab their blankie, grab their milk. Let's do this.
Yeah, dude, grab your little milky. I'm about to fucking do some.
Let's do some science.
Once upon a time. Go ahead.
We're gonna do some science, right? We're gonna do some science here.
Let's do some science, bitches.
It's like the shotgun effect. You shoot it out, you're gonna eventually hit in that little area. All right, I'll
He's still
explain
trying to figure out how that's possible after all the shit we said. He's like buying time.
No, dude. Here it is, dude. I'm fucking drawing it out. It takes me a little bit to get this fucking this MS Paint going. There we go. So we're just gonna draw like the laser shotgun effect here.
Oh, is this an orthographic view you're gonna show us?
No, this is like a simple little second grade model, all right? So it should be easy to understand.
Do you know what orthographic means?
I'm sure you're gonna tell me.
No, I don't have to. I mean, if you don't know, I mean, I can tell you, but I just want to make sure that you You've been presenting orthographic ideas all night, about what we shouldn't see, and you've been very bombastic. But now it sounds like
bombastic.
Yeah. What's up? Yeah. What's up?
Okay, so you believe the Earth?
It presents itself that way. I mean, I can't help that the Earth does that. It just looks like.
Shoot, no, I kind of agree with you, but I have a question about that.
Yeah.
So, have you ever put your finger?
That's a good question. Well, I played the fifth.
Hey,
on that.
George. George.
George is a.
Oh, you can't say that.
All right.
I mean, you can, though. If you go down to Mellow Debate, the F word is getting thrown out quite.
All right, so here's a new little model for you guys, right? Here you go. So you see how it does that shotgun effect, right?
Hold on, atheist for the cock. Atheist for the cock. I want you to hold on, atheist for the cock. Can you come down to Mellow Debate and start making?
Hold on, dude. Like I'm making models for flat earthers, dude. Their small brains like to draw simple models for them.
He's trying to help us understand this.
Yeah, he's trying to help us.
Let me see these models.
Because we're so retarded, we just don't. And his models are just fantastic.
All right, so you see the model like how
fantastic. By fantastic, I mean it's fantasy. Yeah.
No, look, dude. Like, do you not see how that works? Whenever try taking like a flashlight, right? And you have like a little mirror, right? You're gonna shine that flashlight on the mirror, and it's still gonna reflect a cone from it. You're gonna shine a cone of light towards it,
No,
and it's
I'm
gonna
not
shine a
trying
cone
to
of
do
light back.
anything. I thought you were going to explain to us, how this proves the globe Earth. I mean,
Okay, you said that because
it's
the
your
Earth is
doing.
spinning, right? And somehow they're still able to pick up on it,
And
correct? When the light's coming
orbiting,
back.
and
Yeah.
orbiting, and the moon is orbiting
Okay,
us.
okay. I just showed you while it's moving. All right, I'm gonna
Where
fucking
is
try
it
and.
moving in your
All right.
diagram?
Well, imagine that it's fucking moving, right? Like you shine it, and then the Earth moves over, say, like 5 feet. You're still gonna get that light
It's not.
hitting.
No, it's not 5 feet, dude. If you did the math, it's like we're talking about like a miles different. I mean, 66,000 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't do the math right now, man. But I'm just saying, like,
66,000 miles per hour.
but that's just the orbital velocity of the the.
We're not talking about the orbital velocity of the sun because this moon, of course, is going at that same speed, right?
The
So
sun? No.
it negates
Well,
out.
no.
What?
The moon is not traveling that speed around the Earth. No. 66,000 miles is the approximate velocity around the sun.
Right, it's
It
the
does
average,
come-
basically.
Yeah.
it's an
And
average.
so the moon, in order to keep up with the Earth, right, would have to be going around that same speed because it's revolving around us.
No, the
Well,
moon
sure,
doesn't.
but actually, because of gravity, the moon has its own orbit around the sun.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Again, it revolves
I mean,
around the
around-
Earth, which
around the
revolves
Earth,
around
around
the
the
sun.
Earth.
Yes, it revolves around the Earth.
Right, but it doesn't go 66,000 miles per hour.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
it does. It follows us. With in our orbital path.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a good point. Technically, it is. In addition to that, it's doing an orbit around the Earth. In your
because-
model, we're just describing your model. We don't believe in it.
Cool. So
That's cool.
whenever you
We'll
shine out a
follow
light,
them.
it's also going to be going 66,000 miles an hour with the Earth.
Well, I mean, are you talking about the speed of light? I mean, that's kind of.
No, I'm talking about
insignificant.
have you ever shot like a Nerf gun while you're moving?
Maybe.
Yeah, but here's the problem. By the time
that bullet's still going to be going along with you. In a
right,
vacuum.
okay, I'll give you that. You know what? I don't even care. I'll give you that. But here's the problem. By the time it goes to the moon and comes back, you're in a different place.
Yeah, the Earth
Remember,
the Earth
you're moving-
rotates.
And
Like
you're
I-
moving 66,000 miles per hour around the sun.
No, but
so
my
that's-
model shows like the range of like where it could be. Like I just showed you how like when it shines light
Right.
at the
So,
moon,
Atheist-
it bounces
Atheist,
back and it
that's
hits
your
the
model?
ground in the
That's
hits
your
the
model?
ground in that area,
but,
right?
Okay, so here's the next problem.
Mhm.
They received it at the same location. So
Okay, yes. It received it at like the little device they used to shoot up at the moon. It hit the device, right? That's what you're
It
saying?
hit the target. It hit the target, but the target was basically in the same location as the source of the light.
Okay, cool.
So
But
how's that possible?
you see how like the range of like the light.
Pretty sure. I mean,
Okay.
valiant effort, bro.
No, but here I'll even move the device.
Where is this 6.5 mile or 6.5 kilometer wide laser, and how is it proved that they received back one photon? Where's the proof of that?
And you know what?
Valiant
we-
effort there.
No, here it is. I'll show it. I'll even draw like another like. So
Alright.
say this green
Oh,
box.
no.
If the Earth is rotating, the green box will like represent where it is now, like with the rotation of the Earth. Correct? All right. You following me?
I mean, you kind of just
Maybe.
drew.
All right, here we go. But I'm showing it to you. Even when the counting, because I can't fucking give you like a
You're not actually showing.
You got to make an animated GIF.
Yeah, I can't make an animated thing, so I'm gonna have to like do this in pieces. So say the little
valiant
moving.
effort.
Say the box is moving because the Earth is rotating, right? So when that light reaches back, it's now at that location. It's still hitting.
Right,
Sure,
but
and if
that
you-
would
if
be
you
miles
accept
away.
the-
That would be like
look,
miles away from the location that they were shooting it from. So what did they have someone set up like?
Sure, but
like
the speed of light, as accepted, is very quick. So it should, be almost an instant. When you shine it
It's
up,
actually a
you see
3-second
the
round
back.
trip
Yeah.
to the moon.
So that actually sounds slow compared to.
Just the moon's really fucking far away.
Well, how far is it?
It's about 250,000 miles.
There you go.
No, 16,000. No, 1,600 kilometer. No,
No.
1,600 166,000 miles, 250,000 kilometers. There we go. Sorry, I had to make sure I got my
actually
bullshit right. It's about half a degree angle of the
your
sky.
bullshit. It's actually a little bit further than that. It's 238,000 miles approximately. You know, depending on.
You can fit 55 moons in between here, like where the moon is and Earth, and it's like half an angle in the sky. It's like 0.55 degrees or
You
something.
can fit every single planet in the solar system in between the Earth and the Moon.
But to be honest, if you're shooting a laser and you consider the speed of light, you know, bouncing off of the moon,
Yeah.
back.
Okay,
it's
that
gonna
even
be a lot smaller than 3 seconds. It's going to be.
okay. Then that supports my theory even more, then, dude.
No, what I'm saying is like they're only receiving one photon, which they can't. They claim to actually confirm that it came from the same laser, and I don't think I think
because
they're bullshitting us on.
That much distance, right, is gonna cone out a lot, like 240,000 kilometers, around 232,000 kilometers. That's a long distance for a light to cone out from, and so yeah, you're gonna get maybe a few protons because of how far it cones out towards the moon, and then however far that little piece that hits the moon, like a
Did
little
you read the article that I posted? Did you
I will
read
get
it?
to it, but I'll explain. Like, okay,
The reason why they can verify it's the same light that came from the laser is because the laser has a very, 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 very specific frequency it shoots light out at.
That's
right?
what I described to
and they
him.
just like keep
Yeah.
and so they capture the thing, they measure the frequency. Oh, it's the same thing.
Okay, like I said, okay, again, take a flashlight, right, and shine it, shine it at a little mirror, right? Like you can put it like 20 feet away. You're gonna get a big ass cone hitting that mirror, and it's gonna be like a little piece of that cone that's gonna get reflected, and it's gonna shine a cone just as big going back. That is that is a ton of lost protons.
Photons, but it also depends on your collimation. I mean, but here's the thing: like, if that light is diverging, why would it not diverge when it's coming back? Even more?
I just described. No,
okay.
it will diverge just as much.
Well,
Sure.
but
And
even more so from the
supposedly
original.
accounted for that.
But what I'm saying is, like, from the original beam, now you're it's diverging twice as much because it diverges on the way to the mirror and back.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Like in my model, even showed like a lot of the beams don't hit that mirror.
Yeah. You know how big a photon is?
Very, very tiny.
It depends. It depends what kind of wavelength. Because if you have
and honestly, they admit that
if you have a microwave,
it's rarely, you know, it's rare. This this test is they rarely successfully do it. You know, it's only happened a few times. You know, where they actually get that one photon or two photons.
No, it happens like every night. That's how they measure the distance between the Earth and the. Yeah, like this is how they measure the distance between the Earth and the Moon.
Wait,
there's still an active. There's still an active experiment
really
on the
hard
Moon.
to even make it happen, bro. Dude,
It's not that big of a deal,
bro. Who told
Dude, they
you
even
that?
have an active experiment on the Moon, which is the retroreflector, so they can actually perform this laser experiment.
Do they really do it every night though?
No,
they probably take They probably take Labor Day off.
No, they actually, like I said, I mean, they try to do it a lot of times, and they rarely it's rarely successful because they're trying to find one fucking photon, man.
I love that. I love how they do it every night.
It's probably
I mean,
not.
You guys have so much faith in these people, man. It's really strange.
That's what it really comes down to, Helio. You know, once you lose faith in government and, you know, a lot of space agents or all of the space agencies, really.
You're probably right. They only do it once every like 15 days, probably.
That's what I'm saying.
Or a
because,
couple times every
again,
15 days.
you have to wait until the moon is directly above that point, or at the like the closest elevation, because like if it's off in the horizon, it's not going to work. So because of course it's just going to bounce in a different direction. So it's not every night. It's like was it like 15 days or like 15 days every lunar cycle?
Yeah, probably something tighter than that. Probably more like 4 to 6 days.
The test itself is rarely practiced because they don't have to, because everybody believes the nonsense anyway. So they'll throw it out there, and maybe they'll hit it, maybe they won't. Everybody believes it anyway.
No, that's not why they keep on doing it. They keep on doing it so if any anomalies happen, they get to investigate something. And not normally do you get to like have that much of an insight on how two orbital bodies actually like, you know, wobble against each other. They're like of size. There's a lot of like
but
non.
We're talking about a specific test from Earth to the moon.
Yeah. That thing's done for other reasons, not just to measure the distance. Like it's done to measure other kinds of effects, which are really interesting and important to astronomy. So people like have a high incentive to collect as much data as possible.
All right, so like, I kind of have two questions. I mean, it seems like you have a good understanding. So like, Synthro, like, how do they determine the distance based on this laser? Assuming that they did this laser test and the moon is 293 million thousand miles away. So like, how do they determine that or confirm that?
So they have like a mirror on the moon. They shoot a laser at it. Light has a fixed speed for some fucking reason.
Right.
And so, like, look at the time of travel of light, and then time of travel tells you how fast it went. Like, boom, you now know. Divided by 2, I guess.
Okay, so it actually depends on the speed of light, which that's
well, sure. All right. When it comes to talks about the speed of light, that's an agreed upon average.
Yeah, that's
it's not an average. It's like a constant.
No, yeah, it's a constant. It's an agreed upon constant. Let's say it that way.
Yeah,
kind of like through
it's like the rate of acceleration,
as if light travels anyway.
Rate of acceleration isn't a constant.
Right, it's an agreed upon figure, an average, I should say.
I don't know exactly what that means, but we can keep on going.
The royal, what is it? The royal, what is that called, Helio? The
Roy wavelength or something?
No. I was trying to say like the
international studies or whatever the fucking group is that decides standards for mathematics and all that kind of. Yes, of course.
The royal.
For the sake of argument, we will say that light travels at an agreed upon
Royal Society, some shit like that. Whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what is your point? Can you stop like word vomit?
Well, does light travel?
Yes, light travel.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, basically it does. Over some time, it goes some distance. Sure. It's not instant.
Have you ever seen light travel?
I've seen videos of light travel.
I'm fucking with you guys.
I see.
All right. Have you ever seen it in slow motion?
Yeah.
Go from one. It's like you turn a light.
They have those now. Actually, they have like pulse lasers. They can actually, and you can like watch the light like travel through some shit in like slow motion. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Actually, that's pretty cool. Because I mean, it's like what they sell is these huge numbers of how fast light travels. I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see.
It moves in 1 nanosecond. It moves 1 foot, roughly.
Moves
like
1 foot in.
What I want to know is why you think what do the government have to benefit from lying about like all this?
Because here's a video. You can like jump to parts where they actually show the light bounce, but more on it if you're looking for.
Because reasons, right? The government just lies because reasons, right?
Yeah, but like, bro, it just seems kind of like illogical.
What? Well,
I know it is. It is.
Have anyone here? We know. I've met compulsive liars, and so it's like, why do liars lie?
Yeah, but like you got to think of like how many people on this lie? Like how long?
Question posed to you as well. Why would they lie? Why would the government lie? Because not only is it NASA and everyone else, right? Globally, right? Other bodies like NASA, private companies, all the rest of it. And that's not only just one generation of people. They have to indoctrinate.
Yo, George,
magically. They have to magically indoctrinate people that leave and then enter the workforce globally for decades.
Yeah, so this is
seems a bit bullshit.
What we're talking about is it's become very simple to them to indoctrinate thousands.
How do you indoctrinate
millions of people?
Denying the truth.
It's very simple for them now. Well, I don't. I have no desire to indoctrinate people to think the Earth is a globe or anything.
They haven't gone to the moon in fucking decades. So there's no need to indoctrinate as much as not inform, right? You just have to keep them busy doing work. You don't have to indoctrinate them.
A few million people going to be indoctrinated.
They just don't have access to areas that they don't have access to, and they know that that's because
why would they care anyway, right?
They know that that's because of
operational
so
out of all
integrity.
these decades, millions of people across the world, no one said a peep.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why would you ask that question if you know they're telling the truth? So obviously you have some
I'm,
doubt.
I'm
in your mind.
asking I'm asking from the perspective
Am I right?
that it's true, right? Because reasons, right? For
Well,
flat
if they're
earthers.
not lying, if you're saying, then why would you even ask that if they're telling the truth?
I'm asking
Why
the
you-
person
What's
who
the point?
thinks the government is lying, not only one government, but all of them, for several decades. That means millions of people.
No, not necessarily
No,
millions of
yeah,
people.
it does
That's the whole
actually.
thing.
Yeah, it
You
does
believe
actually.
it. Like if you
Well,
worked in the
I
government,
don't believe it
you
because I'm
wouldn't
not a
be a
retard.
shill. You actually believe this shit. People in the government, most of them, they actually believe this stuff. It's really like it's that higher up control.
Because it's just is right. The Earth is round. I'm sorry to break it to you, kid, but we've known this for a fair few hundred years.
Cool.
You're a
What's
bit
your best
behind.
evidence for it?
Literally everything.
Okay, perfect. You want to get
Right?
specific or just
You are literally
dismiss everything?
years behind.
You are literally not giving me
Centuries
evidence.
behind.
You let him provide evidence, guys. Let him
We are in
provide evidence.
Hold
Go ahead.
on, everybody. Let him give him his.
you're
Let
centuries
him give him
behind.
his. Hey, we're asking for the globe
Yeah.
proof. That's what we're
Come on,
talking
man.
about. That's why we're here. Go ahead. Phantom.
We're not here to
Go ahead.
discuss evidence, otherwise you wouldn't be holding such fucking stupid.
Dude,
I'm
questions
asking
from
you to
19.
give me your
Dude,
fucking evidence. Stop
actually, that's why we're
obfuscating.
here, bro.
Stop being a
Give us the globe
pussy.
proof.
Any evidence we give you, you either call CGI, right?
So you're not
Don't
going to give
tell
me
me
any
what we
evidence.
might or might not say. If you want to
Kid,
support
I've dealt with
the
your
globe
kind for
system,
many
Kid.
years.
what kind am I? What kind am I?
You're the
He's
you're
like,
the
kid.
kind. You're flat earthers, right?
Nigga.
That
No,
either
no.
have.
Well,
This is
we're
either two of
people. We're
arguments.
people.
No,
What
you're not.
Barely.
kind
You're
are you
scum.
talking about?
So
We're
you've
people that
either
have
got
different. We're
no. You've either got two
free-minded,
types.
freaking free-thinking people.
Conspiracy theorists
Don't
yourself.
don't fucking
Any
label me because I
arguments?
promise
Yo,
you're gonna
Helio,
give me the
I'm
wrong
about to get
fucking
triggered.
label.
Based on one or two things. One, it's a government, therefore it's life. Or two, it's CGI.
Okay, so you got no proof
That's
for anything.
literally it.
Cool. So you're just going to
I've
talk
dealt
shit?
with your kind
Carry on, bro.
before.
Okay, my kind. So I dealt with your kind. People who just talk shit and don't back
So
up
if
anything.
I was to say,
Carry on,
we've
bro.
got
I don't give a shit.
videos from the ISS, right? We'll say it's CGI, right? Am I wrong? Am I fucking wrong?
You didn't provide anything, dude.
Am I wrong in the question?
Okay, so you trust?
Am I wrong?
You trust that?
Am I wrong?
Well, you didn't present
That you would say
anything.
it's CGI.
You didn't present anything.
Why don't you just
dickhead.
change? Why don't you just change
If
your
I was
name
to
to "Am I Wrong"
present you
instead of
videos and shit
Why
from
don't you
ISS,
present
you
it
would
and
say
find
it's
out what
CGI,
happens instead of
correct?
talking shit like a dickhead and not backing up
Oi,
anything?
fag, answer the question.
What
How
is it going
about
to be?
let's find out. Present something and let's see what we say.
If I was to present a video from ISS, right, you
Oh
would say it's fucking CGI.
Why don't you actually present
So
it and then we
you
can
know
analyze
I'm
it
right.
and
The
then we'll
ISS. Hold
we
up,
can
no,
talk
You
about
will
it.
say it's CGI.
Okay,
These
hold
other
up,
people
Helio.
like you deserve
Okay,
fact bullets to the skull.
okay, all right, hold up, shut up. So basically, you're saying that photographic evidence is scientific proof. Is that that's your best scientific proof for your globe theory?
So you're gonna say it's CGI then?
You're not going to answer my
fag?
question. You're not going to answer my question.
Am I wrong?
You're
He
not going to
said it
answer
again.
my
That's what I said. He should change his name to
faggot,
"Am
pay
I Wrong"
attention.
instead of
Okay,
fucking
so
Sam.
your
Scientific
scientific evidence is
right? You would say
pictures
it's
from a
CGI.
government agency that you
Correct?
trust.
You would
Correct?
say it's CGI.
Correct, sir.
Correct, faggot?
Correct,
You
sir.
would say it's CGI because you're a faggot.
Oh, okay. You're
I
not
know
going to
you're
answer any
kind.
of my questions. So why do I have to answer you? Actually, I just realized that.
People like you should
It's
be
just
fucking purged.
Yeah, let him talk. Guys, let
so
him
now
talk.
he's
Let him make an ass of
proposing
Lethal
himself.
that
force.
Everyone shut
we
up.
should be
Everyone shut up. Go ahead, bro.
yeah.
Do it.
Speak your mind here.
Honestly, if Hitler was
Everyone shut
to
up.
round up people like you, I would fucking love it.
Let him go.
I would
Just
celebrate
let's see how far he can take
like
it.
how I celebrated when the Russian soldiers got fucking airstriked in Syria. I would celebrate that for you.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
but
Wait,
that's
no.
not-
He's
we
got
have-
more.
that's-
He's got more. No. He's not done. Stop interrupting him. Go ahead, Morpher.
I'm not done. I'm still waiting for you to answer my
Carry on,
question.
dickhead.
Would it be CGI?
Your mom is CGI. What's next?
Would it be CGI? If I was to present a video from the ISS, would it be CGI, yes or no?
Your mom is CGI, nigga. What else you got?
Wow, good one. You said the N-word.
See what I
Alright,
mean?
go on.
Bullets. We should just hand out bullets to these people. Holy shit.
And
Yeah,
a
so I
gun,
can-
You
dude.
should say it's CGI. So no matter what evidence anyone presents,
He didn't
to you,
present
it's
any evidence. Let the record show he's just talking shit. Whatever, dude. I'll be
Dude,
back.
They
Talk
could
your
send a
shit.
picture of the
Whatever you
planet.
fucking faggot.
Oh, dude, come on.
I'm literally right. You would say it's either CGI or it's done
You
with
are
their
assuming that's an assumption. You're assuming you're right, so you think you can just say whatever you want.
Always right.
You're such a dickhead because you're assuming you're right, and then therefore I'm an idiot because you are assuming you're right.
Maybe you should call himself I proclaim. I proclaim.
So am I wrong?
proclaim.
If I was to present video from the
Am I
ISS,
wrong? There
would
he
you
said it
say
again.
CGI?
You're totally a dickhead, man. You're still
Answer
talking
the
about
question.
CGI. You're such a
Okay,
dickhead.
Fag, answer the question.
Do you even science,
Would you
bro?
say it's CGI?
You want to present some actual
Oh
evidence?
my god, Mike, I know
Fucking
you have the
fucking brain.
capabilities of actually
So
fucking
no matter
putting
what
them in their
evidence we
place. Can you
present
please
you,
just
you
do
would
that and
never
stop
accept
arguing
it.
over
Therefore, it's
CGI?
literally a useless endeavor. Literally.
Yeah, it's CGI. All right. What the fuck? All right, shut up.
See what I mean?
You know what?
what's your
It's
guys'
CGI.
opinion on Antarctica?
Yeah, sure. I've seen. He's
I'm
been
just trying to
said-
point out what
you
a
know-
dickhead he is.
Yeah, I know. He's
This
been
is
hanging
why
around for a while, and he
flat
didn't.
earthers
I mean,
should
he
get
said
a
it.
rope, get a chair, find a high place.
You're projecting, bro.
Helio,
Go do it. Go
I
for it.
don't necessarily
I'm
feel the same
superior
about
to
you,
you.
but he's been
He's
hanging around
depressed.
for a
I'm
while.
literally
But
better
he
than
said a
you
few
every
things,
single
but
way.
he's brought
I'm
no
better than you at
science to the
sex.
He's
table.
triggered by
Better than
flat
you
Earth.
He just
He's
really
depressed. He
hates
wants to
Helio.
flat
hang
Earth,
himself.
which is cool.
I'm
You
better
know,
at
Helio,
than
Helio, I got a
education.
question for
I'm
you.
better than
How
you.
many flat earthers are there out in the world?
Genetics, I'm superior to
All
you.
right, go. Let the
Education, I'm
chair
superior
drop
to you.
and stop talking.
You,
Helio,
it's like
Helio.
me debating. Hold on, Echo.
that's right.
No
Atheist
one
debating
even
an
cares,
ant.
dude. No one's
Why
listening
would
to you
I
anymore, Mortham.
talk
I
to an
blocked you.
ant?
You're
You
done.
are an ant. I am your better.
Okay, I'm muting you so I can talk over
I'm your
you.
superior.
No one's listening to you
And you're
anyway. It
my
doesn't
leader.
matter. It's over.
I can still hear him. Don't personally mute him.
Oh, Hilo, you're also muted as well. I don't
Well,
talk to ants.
Helio, how many
beneath
flat
me.
earthers are there out in the world, dude?
Dude, everybody's a flat earther.
No, I think a very small minority of people are flat earthers.
Yeah.
Well, historically,
most of them don't realize that they're living
Well-
on a flat Earth, but everybody's a flat Earth.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
From
Where
a
are the
historical
pictures? Where are the
perspective-
pictures of the drop?
No, but check it out. From a historical
The
perspective,
drop-off?
there have
What
been
do you
more.
mean
No,
by
no,
that?
come on, we gotta wait.
Okay, if it's flat, there must be an end to it, right?
Maybe.
That's an assumption.
No, it's the
What do you
government. They
mean?
stop us from going there.
Dude,
See, it's
I
like
thought you were gonna go kill
ultimately,
yourself.
listen.
You
It's
let us
flat
all
Alright,
earthers
down.
sure,
actually gone
sure.
to Antarctica.
Since I can't
Whoops.
find the curve, I should go kill
For academic
myself.
research.
No, I'm saying, is there a drop off on the Earth? Does it ever end? Is it like Minecraft? Does it expand forever?
No,
How
Helio, that
about
was
you
me
go?
telling
If
him
you
the
can,
other guy.
I know, but hey, dude, if you can go find the curve and show it to me, I might go back to the globe. But dude, I
No,
can't
what
find
I'm
the
saying
curve.
is,
I've been looking for it.
where is the drop off? Like, is it ever? Is the
Where's
Earth
the
ever?
It's a
curvature,
space
bro?
pizza.
I have
Brandon.
no
We've
idea.
shown you where the curvature is.
Where?
Where?
Show it to
All
me.
over the
Hold on,
fucking
stick it to
Earth.
it. Where's
Where?
the end
You saw
of the
it?
space
Who
piece?
saw
Yeah,
it?
dude, I fucking saw.
When?
Where?
What is the
Where? When?
end?
When
Where'd
I'm
you
out
see
on
it?
the ocean,
Yeah.
right, and I fucking see like the very tip of the
You're out
building.
on the ocean
Alright,
and you see
cool.
curve.
You've been on the ocean and you've seen the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, dude, I fucking saw the very tip of a fucking skyscraper, and as we're driving our boat closer towards the skyscraper, we can see more and more.
I'm pretty sure we just spent
Wait,
the past
atheist,
2
hold
hours
on,
talking about
atheist.
perspective.
Good question.
I mean,
He's
don't
ignoring
be a
the
fucking
question,
dick.
though, cock.
I'm not even
Good
gonna get back
question.
into that. But
Where's
what I'm
the
saying is
curve?
like
Okay.
when you're
Never
looking.
have I ever on like the 10 years I've been driving out on a boat have I ever saw a fucking drop off on the Earth. Like I've never seen like the edge of the Earth.
Yeah, where's the edge?
So either
There is
the
no
Earth.
edge. There's an
Who
ice
said
there.
there's an edge? No one said that.
Check this
dude.
out.
So
If
if there's
you
no
sail on a
edge
boat,
the
to the
ice
Earth,
wall continues.
You're
did
assuming
you
that.
did you try to sail to the edge, or did you just sail from one point to
Are you
another?
actually trying to actually
So
suggest that there's an edge?
okay, so there are two options. Either there is a drop off on flat Earth, or it is ever expanding like Minecraft.
Yep.
Okay.
So what is it?
Which one is it?
That's
Dude,
silence.
What the fuck? What edge are you talking about? No.
He's
If
making it seem like there's only
really,
two
if you really consider,
I've ever heard.
Hold on.
No, it's like
if you
it's
really
like I'm
consider what we're
actually
saying,
dead
no one
now.
here has claimed that there's an edge of Earth. Nobody.
Okay, well there is a
space
flat.
pizza.
If you are
It's a
on it,
binary question of two possibilities of your worldview.
Yeah, it's
Which one
literally
is-
two. You can't have it any
Yeah,
other way.
he's just
dude.
like there's no other way. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there
Okay.
is no other
bullshit,
way.
man.
Alright,
okay.
whatever. I don't give a
Can
shit.
you
I'm gonna go
draw-
smoke a joint. You
Does
guys
the
Can you
space,
draw
there's a
out a
pizza.
model
Hold on,
of
Cobb.
your
Yes,
flat Earth?
Hold on. Cobb,
Why would I draw out a
does
model of the
does
flat
a
Earth? It's
pizza
a place.
continue
I
on
mean,
forever?
there are
Is the
There-
edge
there-
and the
hold on a
crust
second.
of a
Just ask them.
concept
What happens if you go in one direction for like 5,000 miles? What happens in your
All right,
model?
you go
of reality?
Like
in
east
one
or west?
direction. You mean in a straight line?
In a straight line. If I go in a straight line, what happens, dude?
But he really means east or west, but he doesn't know what he means. All right.
Oh yeah, I'm
I know.
I'm
I know.
woke,
This
dude.
is
I get
why
the government of
they ask
brainwashed.
dumb questions that they don't even
No,
realize
answer the
what they're
question.
What
doing.
they don't realize is we get these questions every single day, man.
And
We're
are
not
you
Realize
able
that
to
we're just
answer
so
this?
fucking smart. These guys are so fucking stupid. We're so
Alright.
goddamn smart. They're just
All right,
brainwashed by the
so
government.
Yeah.
all right. Well,
So,
let
so
me ask
again,
you this:
ask the
if
question.
you
Does
go,
it go
all
on
right,
forever, or is it
all
there a
right.
drop off?
Well, let me ask you this: you said,
No,
what
you
happens
don't
if I
ask
go
us
and
questions. We ask
no?
you questions.
Answer the
Well,
Where's
no,
the
check this,
where's
check
is
this
it a
out.
drop off?
This
Does
is
it go on
roulette. I'm
forever?
answering your fucking question. If you'd
You
let me
actually
talk
not,
for
you
a
fucking
second.
fag. You're asking us.
Is this
a
guy an
question.
ironic flat earther?
Yes.
You're asking us a question. We asked you the
Okay,
question first.
we can immediately discard it.
Dude, these guys are big
It's
brain.
literally you've either got two options. The pizza goes on forever.
No, listen.
or the
You are
pizza
aware that
doesn't.
not even the ancients believe the Earth is flat. Like it's been known since antiquity. Therefore,
No, hold on. So you got the pizza that has the crust.
like even
and
the
it
Bible, I
ends,
think we
or
were
it
talking
goes
about.
on
Yeah,
forever.
we
What is it? What is it?
Blah blah, fucking bloody, fucking
Hey,
blah.
look, skeptic.
You
Which
Why
is it?
can't you
dumbass.
Like
answer
literally,
this? Which
they're
is
really
it?
avoiding this question like pretty hard. Like
I'm not avoiding it. You won't
Answer
even
the
let me
question.
fucking
Which is it?
talk,
Okay,
man.
everybody quiet. Let Helio answer.
Yep.
I asked if someone
No,
asked
you
me
don't
if
ask
you
us
headed
questions.
one.
You
Okay,
answer the
Mike.
questions.
Mike,
Oh
please.
my
I
god.
respect
There it
you
is.
so
There it
much,
is
but
again.
please
But
shut up.
he's asking us a question. He shouldn't.
Okay, answer the question. How does your flat Earth model work?
No, I did. That's not the fucking question. I started to answer before
Yeah,
everybody
Hilo.
fucking
What is it?
interrupted me.
All right, well,
Hey,
You asked me
Helio,
what
I
question.
happened
actually
if
love
you
it when
head
an
in
answer
one
starts. I'm
direction.
gonna ask you a question.
So, how low is your IQ? Is we talking about like the 90s here?
Nah, dude, the IQ
no,
begins with a
hold on.
decimal point. Okay.
Okay,
Let's just-
everybody, shut up. All right, please. I'll
Am I
stop.
welcome
We're gonna
here or
restate the
not? I mean,
question.
am I
Yeah,
able
Helio,
to
I think it's
actually?
I mean, you're welcome to come here, but we're gonna bully.
We're gonna
Yeah,
restate the
Helio, I think
question.
it's
Okay,
your
everybody, be
fault.
Bob,
quiet,
people have been
please.
beating me on the internet.
Everybody, please be quiet.
Restating. We're restating the
Mike,
question.
We'll
Mike,
be
hold.
back another
The question
time. Nah, when you
is,
guys are ready to
does the
listen, we'll be
space
back.
Mike,
I'm
no,
out.
Mike,
Fuck
shut
all
or is
up.
there a crust? I'm
Mike.
re-asking the question.
Okay, listen. Nobody wants to listen
So,
to
Hilo,
your
answer
fucking pseudoscience. Shit,
Mike,
okay.
please be
Answer the question.
quiet.
Like, literally, there
Why
is
the
so
fuck
much
are you
evidence
here?
to
You're
prove
Why
that
the
you're
fuck are you here then?
So,
Why the fuck are
Mike.
you here
the
talking?
because I want to bully you. Because I'm bully.
Mike,
Because
please,
you have
Mike,
nothing
please
to
be
bring
quiet
to
for.
the table,
Listen,
bro.
Mike.
I have a big
Answer
cock.
the
You're gonna suck
Intellectual
it. No,
fucking
Eternal
no,
American.
no. I have a big
So
massive
stop,
cock.
stop
Eternal
fucking
American,
talking.
please shut the fuck up.
Answer the
No,
question.
no. I'm a fucking big alpha male.
Shut the fuck up so he can answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, shut up, American. We're gonna let
Hilo,
him.
answer the question.
Steam
Space
All
pizza
right.
gone forever, or does it have a crust?
If you head in one, but you know
We're
the
waiting.
shortest point between two lines,
Yes.
or the shortest point between the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Yeah.
Now on Earth, whether it's a globe or a flat Earth, you're going to, if you're just going to go in a straight line. Now if you try to navigate with a compass, then you're going to be pulled toward the north. If you're
The hypothetical
going
didn't involve
look,
equipment. It's just a straight
this
line.
is
Assume we
not
can do it
sure.
perfectly.
So if you go in a straight line, you're going to end up south.
Straight relative
That's
to
not
what?
what we asked you.
Okay, so
Globe or
paint a
flat,
picture.
you're going to
Paint
end
a
up
picture.
south.
Right? What am I going to be
I
seeing?
don't
Like,
have
what if I
to.
keep doing?
I'm painting it. I'm
That's not
painting the
what was
picture right in
asked.
your mind.
It isn't what was
Dude,
asked. He said that
did I finish? I
Does
got
the
maybe through. I
pizza
got
go on
through one
forever?
sentence, man, and you motherfuckers just don't
Because you're
get
not
it.
answering
Okay,
the question.
okay.
You are
So hold on, no, hold on, guys.
Helio skeptic. How would you explain the fact that we have pictures of the Earth and
No,
satellites?
we're not getting back into that. We're not getting back into that.
No, that's all
You said
fake.
that if
Does
you
the
move in
pizza go
any
on forever?
direction, right? You move straight in any direction, you're gonna end up
Straight relative to what?
Globe
Doesn't matter.
or flat.
No.
Globe or
Does the
flat, you
space
head
pizza
in a
go
one
on forever,
direction
or does it have an
toward.
edge? That was the question. Does it have an edge, or does it go on
Alright.
forever?
So okay, if the Earth is flat, that sure. I mean, of course, that's the
Does it
original
have
question.
an
It's like,
edge, or does it
where's
go
the
on
edge?
forever? Cunt?
Well, you know what? To be honest, I don't know. But
You
it's
don't know.
obviously
Those are
model
only
of
two
the plane.
options. Literally.
So it's either a globe or it's flat and it has an edge.
No.
There's only two options.
If it's flat, it has two choices. It has an edge or it goes on forever.
Yeah,
Which
what
is it?
You guys are.
It's
Okay,
Your logic is broken.
So I
man. Your
just
logic is
drew-
broken.
so-
You believe the Earth is flat, your brain is broken.
Yo, okay, so I
These
just
guys
drew
trying to
out.
say that was stupid,
I
man.
just drew out another model, you guys. You guys are gonna love this one, right? Look at my model. He said if I go out in any direction, I'm gonna end up going south. Like, how does that work? Can you look at this model, please,
it works
Helio?
on the globe the same way, bro. If you go if you go head in a straight trajectory from anywhere on the globe.
No.
Does it have an edge?
No. I can follow the equator for eternity.
Can you?
We have listen. We have pictures. Pictures. of Earth.
Has anyone ever
He
done
doesn't have.
Imagine they'll just call it fake. We don't care about that. He'll just call it fake.
He doesn't have to do it. You just make these wild
Atheists
claims.
will put a pin in that one though. But stick to this one.
Listen,
Is
Google
it-
Earth right
does it
now,
have
Pig. You'll
an
find
edge
pictures of it
or
from
does it go
international
on
space.
forever?
Hey,
Either
stop,
one of those.
Stop talking about videos.
No, listen, fucking, it's empirical evidence. You can't deny this. Nobody
It's
ever
not
believed.
empirical evidence. Quit being a dumbass.
The only
No,
time
you're
you
a
would ever
dumbass.
go south, even
No,
on the flat,
Cop,
like
wait for a second.
the only time you would ever go south if you leave in any direction is round,
wait for a
right?
second.
If it is a flat model, can you look at your desk, right, and then like
stop for a
take a
second.
ruler
Put a
and then
pin in
point it
this.
in a certain in any direction?
Atheist, put a pin in
It's
this,
still
right?
what we were trying to get. Like,
Yeah, we're trying to
all
get
right.
at if it has an edge or if it
Yeah, I
goes on
mean, you
forever.
guys actually asked me for a genuine
We're
answer
waiting.
about what happens when
They've
you
literally known the Earth was a
travel in
sphere since
straight
antiquity.
trajectory. You know, if you say you're in the northern hemisphere, you leave New York and you're traveling in a straight trajectory west.
You can see the curvature of the Earth if you stand up and up in high mountains, or
Thanks
even
for
if you just.
answering my question before I fucking even got that fucking.
Okay, listen. Nobody cares about your gay question. You're stupid. Okay, listen. You're a dick. You're a fucking retard. You're like a flat earther.
Is there a crust, or is the pizza ever expanding?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Does it go on forever? Your disc. God, you just shut up and let him answer because he'll keep avoiding forever. And we're giving him like ditches to avoid, right? Does it go on forever?
I have a question, Helio. Does your wife's boyfriend make you?
Fucking
I won't resolve. I mean, I'm very good at making insults, and I refuse to do it. I can insult you better than you can me.
Okay.
But I refuse to do
Oh
that.
man!
Is
Oh
it
man!
ever
I'm fucking.
expanding like Minecraft, or does
Yeah.
it have an edge to it? Am I gonna fall
I
off
don't
of
want you to be
Minecraft
scared of
map?
me. I just,
Minecraft does have an edge, though.
Pointing out how
Such a
how
badass.
dumb you
Such a
are.
badass.
Oh, I'm a badass.
Such a
but-
bad. You believe in fucking flat Earth. You're the dumbest. person.
Well, I don't believe it. I don't
Helio.
believe
You
it.
believe in a fucking.
Does
You
it
believe.
have an edge or does it go
You
on
believe in what is
forever?
true.
So you think there's no evidence for a flat Earth?
Dishord, answer
No,
the
you're retarded.
question.
There's laser tests
Dishord, you answer the question.
show
Dishord,
flat bubble.
does it go on forever or does it have an edge?
Yo, guys,
Yeah.
shut up. Let
The
Discord
firmament
lay it
or
down.
the land would keep
Dish.
going. One of
Yeah, which
Well,
is it? We're
someone's
asking you.
asking
Hey, listen.
a question,
Hey,
but
hey,
they
hey, listen.
actually
Hey,
don't want to know why. Listen,
Dish,
there
answer
are
the
people in
question.
here.
Google Earth.
Dish,
Google
answer the
Earth,
question.
and you'll find pictures of the International Space
Dish,
Station.
answer the
Boom.
Okay, so,
You're.
so why
Blah de fucking blah. You
Okay,
guys really don't want
everybody
to know the
quiet.
answer, man.
Everybody
You guys
quiet.
don't want to know.
Everybody, please. No, safety, shut up for a second, please. I'm gonna
Does
run
it
this for
have-
like 20 seconds, okay?
Does it
Helio, you
have-
have 20
No.
seconds to answer the question.
No,
Does the
I
Earth have an
refuse
edge?
to answer the question.
Yeah, because
You
you know you're
didn't.
fucking stupid.
No, because I won't even get the fucking 20 seconds. I've already tried.
Okay,
You
it
haven't.
is a one of two question answer. There is two possibilities in your model. Either the Earth has a drop off to it, or it is ever expanding. Which one is?
Well, it either it's just like you're just making shit up. Where the fuck did you get that shit?
Okay,
How is no?
either
It's covered by a
on a
dome.
flat model, it is either ever expanding or there's an end to it. Correct?
Or it's covered by
Either you had a mother or you didn't. One or the
What?
other.
Now let me tell you something. Here's a picture of Earth. I posted. I did the Googling for you. I posted a picture of Earth. This was one of the first photos.
This is so shit.
Listen, here's a picture of Earth.
It's retarded, isn't it?
He knows that he is doomed.
No,
He knows that he is. No, hold on, guys. He knows that he is doomed in this question because if he answers that there's an edge to the Earth, we're going to ask for proof of where the edge is. There are 6.5 billion people on this planet, and not one of them has ever. 7.7 now billion people, and not a and not a single one of them has ever shown a picture of an edge to Earth, which means it
now
must
let me tell you something. Even the ancient Greeks would call you retarded. I hope you realize. Even fucking the medieval people would call you retarded. They would tell you you're fucking wrong. Like medieval explorers and ancient Greek explorers would tell you you're fucking wrong because they knew the Earth was spherical for a long time.
Helio is clearly a brainlet, so Dish, answer the question. Is there an edge, or is it going forever?
This is not up for debate.
I'm offended that you guys are just presuming what I might or might not say, but which says that you're not even curious about what I might say, because every time I try to fucking talk, you guys talk over me, so you're not even care what I say. Anyway, fine.
Does it go on forever? Or
How does it feel knowing that people who couldn't read would be able to tell you why you're retarded?
Giving you the options, there's more land or it's covered by a firmament. Those are the options.
So it does have an edge if it's got a firmament then?
Like, even the Bible talks about the circle of...
Down, yes, it has an edge at the firmament.
So why hasn't anyone taken a photo
The fucking Bible talks about the circle of...
Control of the exploration apparatus with the Antarctic Treaty saying you need military supervision to go down there, and the control of the populace. The Antarctic Treaty doesn't exist. Have you looked it up?
Yeah, because I've had mates that have gone down there brainlet.
Dude, I posted it earlier.
They've been controlled, and they cannot explore the whole 40 to 60,000 mile perimeter.
Yeah.
They cannot go
Lemon, this is. There are a bunch of liars here that just want to obfuscate and act like a bunch of bitches. That's all they do.
Because aliens.
Now let me tell you something. Ancient people who thought the diseases were caused by evil spirits would be able to tell you why you're retarded.
Open season on Flat Earth.
Ptolemy would tell you why you're retarded.
Did we get to the bottom of if the disc was an unending curve?
No, I got another question for him. No, hold on, safety. One more question. I promise. Safety. I promise.
Hunting season.
Oh, okay. Oh, how come is it? I can look at the night sky, and see the same satellite pass over every couple hours.
What would be really cool is if when somebody asks a question and someone gives an answer, you actually heard the answer and everyone could respond.
Still waiting for the answer on my question.
That's
aliens.
Well, I tried, and you wouldn't even let me respond in kind. And it's you guys are.
It's been 15 minutes.
You might think you're intellectual, but you're actually just proving yourself to be a
Says
fucking
the flat earther.
It's retarded.
Well,
how dare you? Yes.
What is even the point?
Satellite,
okay, hold on. Let safety ask the question. Let safety ask the question.
The point is laughing at flat earthers.
Let safety. Hey, hold on, everybody. Let safety ask his question, please. He's been waiting a while.
Hold on. Somebody asked about the satellite.
Let safety, my gay lover, answer the question. Yes.
Thank you. Just say the fucking question.
Yeah. Good luck.
Alien.
It is in the firmament, rotating in the firmament according to the Enochian biblical flat Earth model, which I ascribe to myself. So,
dude, I've never heard something that make pussy so dry. Holy shit!
It rotates in the firmament, rotating over the flat.
What is the firmament?
Dude, that's a pretty long
It spirals in and up, out and down, so it does change elevation, as evidenced by.
Hold on, what is the firmament as well? I don't need to know what the firmament is.
Yeah, it appears to spiral
What's
in
the
and out.
firmament? Because they're stupid.
In the Arctic, it's circling too close to leave the area, and you have the midnight sun in the Arctic. That video is fake. You can see weird shadows. You can
The
see
video's fake. I was
looks like
correct.
that video is fake, and what you're actually seeing is refracted sunlight with a fake sun
Was it
plate
not
plastered on top of
correct
it for the
before,
positive. Because
Atheist?
I've looked at Antarctic
Hold
videos,
on.
and
I called it
mistakes.
out from the
It
start.
looks like
Just
refracted
to
light.
give
It
a
doesn't look like you're
context.
actually seeing the
Hold on.
sun.
Just
You're
to give
seeing refracted light.
context. I know, comrade, but hold on, comrade. What? I will let you finish. I'm
Yeah,
not making
nah, this guy's been doing this shit all
I'm
night.
making
Dude.
an observation.
Yeah.
Yes, comrade.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Lemon,
I'm
he's
not
not
Mike,
gonna
let
let
him
you
make
talk.
one
He's
more
not
point.
gonna let
Por
you
favor.
Yeah, but
talk,
I'm not
man.
making. I'm not
Yeah,
making an
it's
argument.
fucking
I'm making an
impossible to talk
observation.
here.
A comment.
Quit being
That
a bunch
being-
of dickheads,
that
man.
being-
Stop it.
that
Little cry about it. Fucking cry about a
Alright,
little
I'll
boy.
moderate the channel, alright?
Oh
As I
no,
said
they're
from the
bullying
start-
me.
as I said from the start, they're either going to have
Finish?
two arguments.
It's not about
They're either going
bullying,
to have
dude.
two
But being mean to me on the
arguments.
internet.
One, that the government
Everyone
is
here is
lying, or
moderators
two,
on
that
our
it's
Flat Earth Discord,
CGI.
man.
Was
We're
I
all-
correct?
Listen,
It's fucking 4 in the morning.
listen,
Was I correct?
we're all moderators
CGI?
on our
He used the
Discord, bro.
CGI argument. He used the CGI argument. Yep.
Dude,
CGI. It's just CGI.
sure.
But there,
It's okay.
That's literally
there are
it.
Hey,
videos
I
from the
called from the
scientists
very
who tell you
start.
about the
Well,
refraction. There are
wait,
records of
check
this.
this out.
That
All
was
right.
saying.
Hold
Okay,
on.
look,
Let
okay,
me
listen,
say
dumbasses.
this.
Google,
Let me say
Google,
this. God
Google.
damn it, everybody shut
That
up.
being.
If
No,
you,
The argument is that
no,
it's
I'm
either going to be.
No, listen. I'm your bull. Okay, I'm your big daddy, and you will, you will submit to
I'm
me
your
when
fucking homie.
Confirm.
you will
Anyway,
speak.
Cyan Panda can
You'll
confirm.
speak with
I
spoken.
called it out, right? We all know this. It's either going to be government
Beta
source,
male.
or
That's right.
CGI. No
Listen,
matter who's
Google
talking.
the Earth, and you will find pictures
That's
of the
retard
Earth,
logic.
satellites. And listen, of course, you reject this empirical evidence because you're retarded.
Response that I made
Because
to
you're
the question
really retarded.
that somebody else posted.
Because you have an emotional, Okay, listen, Discord, you're retarded. Shut up. You have an emotional investment in an utterly retarded conspiracy theory. You have an emotional investment in this completely batshit retarded dumbass
But we
conspiracy that
told you
nobody
about the
believes.
laser test
At any
and
point.
and the
but those
red
laser
that's
tests
up
are
to 1,000 miles
CGI.
flat land. We're not
No,
just
listen,
making
no,
this
no,
up.
no, fucking, no, I'm not interested in your pseudoscience. I'm not interested in your fake science.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer it at all. The evidence is there.
No, you don't have
The evidence fucking can be found on
Morphendom
Google.
is
You
really afraid of information. That's why he's just projecting.
Those lasers are CGI.
Not everything is CGI, but some things are lies. You need to
You have
can't just
CGI
beat up
evidence.
everything like it's true, or
This
just
is
discount
a-
everything like it's false. You need discernment.
It's
to tell
CGI.
This would have to be one overarching conspiracy theory to cover up the Earth being flat. My God.
Eternal American is really afraid of this information.
I mean, the government. Okay, listen, retard. The government can't fucking cover up a mass surveillance program. How do you think they could cover up fucking the Earth?
Eternal American is not even able to have a conversation because he's just
No, there is no conversation to have with you. There is no conversation to have.
Well, then get the fuck out, because nobody wants to.
No, I'm gonna bully you. I'm gonna bully you.
NASA saying that they're in space, and you see a water bubble like they're in a water tank, as opposed to being in physical space. The CGI failing on their videos, showing that they're putting CGI fake overlays on their videos to make it look like they're in space when they're not. The Disney dog Pluto layered into the planet Pluto, you can see his silhouette. The words being written into the clouds, as opposed to a real cloud formation, cut and paste cloud formation, showing that they're filling in spots in their in their images, the pictures, their images, show you that they're not quite real ancients of real life. They're putting it right in your
Morpham, you're an idiot. Can you fucking stop? Like you're literally an idiot. You're just like saying the same thing. You're like he's broken.
More like real images plastered on a fake globe layer. It's discernment to tell the truth from the lie. You can't accept it all.
Why the fuck are you guys so scared of having a conversation? Why are you guys so scared of having a conversation?
No one's scared of having a conversation. It's just retarded. You're just retarded.
You are.
You're literally retarded. You believe in complete bullshit. You believe in shit not even literate people believed.
How do you know what I believe? How do you know what I believe?
You're a flat earther retard. You're a flat earther retard. I'm not gonna talk to a flat earther retard. I'm not gonna have a serious conversation. I'm gonna make fun of you. I'm gonna bully you. I'm gonna assert my dominance over your beta ass.
State your purpose.
I'm gonna assert my alpha male dominance.
Government lies.
You're a dick. You're just a dickhead. Get out of here, man.
And you're a flat earther. You have no room to comment.
Here's another point right here. Hold on. Helium. Let's go back to the edge of the pizza, right? Like the crust of the pizza.
Edge pizza. Yeah.
No, I refuse to talk with this eternal asshole in here.
Okay, well mute him then. Mute him. I'll mute him. That way you just fucking mute him. I just fucking mute him.
We don't have to do this. Like,
is the
we don't have
forever,
to.
or is it a space pizza?
Yeah, this room was. We were invited here by the politics administrators, and we don't have to put up with this nonsense.
All right, just mute Eternal American. I already muted him.
Shit, man, I don't have to be here if people don't want to hear this information.
Okay, well, I would like to hear it because I got some information that's gonna. I'm gonna debunk every fucking worldview you have.
I've been here all night. You guys have been like little kids.
I've literally been here since like 1 a.m.
Atheist, space pizza, or does it go on forever?
No, he just established that there is a crust to the pizza. No, hold on. More Femdom. Hold on, Mike. He already answered that there's a crust to the pizza, except that the government keeps us from getting to the crust with the whole stepping on Antarctica pack. So that being said, you said it was a perimeter of 44,000 kilometers or like miles, right?
40 to 60 miles, give or take. It may be more.
Even though Russia has a perimeter of 33,000 miles. So how does that?
Is he breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah.
Dude, whoever's just talking, repeat the last 15 seconds you can.
Okay. Okay, here we go. If it is at most 60,000 miles, correct? Like the whole edge of the earth of the perimeter? If Russia has a perimeter of 33,000 miles, how does that work out mathematically?
It means that the land is flat and expanding ever outward, and at a lower latitude, it's thicker and is a bigger circumference. And a continent has things like peninsulas, invaginations. It bends back and in on itself, giving it much more perimeter as a folded, continent than it would as a circle. That's just geometry.
All right. There we go. So we'll just do like the whole perimeter of whatchamacallit, Asia then.
Go by the latitude from the central North Pole.
All right, we'll make it into a square. We'll make that even easier. We'll eliminate all coastline, okay?
Latitude will give you the circumference if you know how far it is from the central North Pole, which will give you the circumference if it was a perfect circle around the North Pole.
Let me tell you something about flat earthers. They're a bunch of fucking gay retards, okay?
Okay, dude. We're trying to actually
you feel like they're anti-science or Christian religitards or something. You're just programmed to hate.
I recommend no one responds to the eternal asshole.
So here we have a website that is the Carbon Dioxide Information Analysis Center, you fucking brainlets. And here in this image, we can see all the stations of science stations over Antarctica. So we can see them all over the place. So what's your argument that we can't go there and you can't go all over Antarctica? Because actually you can to the different stations. Dome A, Dome C, Vostok, Lord Dome, Taylor Dome, Sipple Station. You're fake news.
There's an obvious answer to that.
Fake.
They're all over Antarctica, dude.
It's been deformed around a deceptive globe map with a bunch of land cut out.
What do you want about, cunt? Look at the map in fucking Flat Earth.
There are stations there. That's the way it looks after the map's been deformed and cut up.
Look at that. No, this is how it is in reality. Get used to it, kid. So we got all these stations all over the place, right? So what do you mean we can't go there? We can go to all these stations. My
Can go
mates
places.
my
Military.
mates from university, they went to Dome C and they went to Sybil Station.
How
for their
far could
research.
people are being turned back by the military?
They went to Sybil Station and Dome C on that map for their research.
You
What do
can
you want
even
about
go to
that?
Dome A.
Yeah. Like
In
all
fact-
these people
What
are
type
dude.
of research?
Two of my mates went to
What
two of
what
them.
research? You said for research. What type of
Yeah,
research?
they were doing trying to look for fossils and for dinosaurs and shit like that.
Okay, cool.
So you can reach Dome A from any country without passing through those. Like, say, I can get to Dome A from the United States without having to go through Russia. Russia
Yeah.
can get to Dome A without having to go through the United States. Explain that
Yeah.
how that is possible on your flat Earth model.
Not just that, but further, the publication, the scientific research that's done at these stations are published. Oof. How inconvenient. Oof.
I've seen a couple of ways that they explain what I might ask, since they've been a little bit quiet on this one. How does gravity work in the flat Earth, Malark?
There are other models.
What do you mean by
strings.
gravity? What do you mean by gravity?
So the force that keeps us planted.
Well, gravity's not a force. It's a pseudo force.
Explosive. Yeah.
Okay.
See
And
how you
that's
didn't
because
respond.
Okay. What is,
gravity.
okay. I given the there's a lot of ambiguity around the word gravity, I sense. What keeps us on the ground?
There are other theories.
Your guess is as good as mine, bro.
So you don't actually know.
Tesla
Nobody
talked
does.
about, but let's not forget, guys. Tesla talked about other theories of gravity that could be viable. Electromagnetics, the ether, pushing stuff, toward other objects and not necessarily pulling with a gravimetric pull, but just being the flow of the ether and objects being carried with the flow of the ether. There may be other options out.
So I have a question.
So you don't know. Is what I'm getting from that.
So are you
Well-
willing to sit here and say
well,
that
dude,
72? Hold on. That 70. That all of the countries of the world are lying. The 72 space agencies of the world are all are lying.
Hold
Or,
on.
wait.
I thought we were talking about gravity. I thought we were talking about gravity.
Scientists are lying.
No, I'd like it because like if you either don't know or you have a theory, I guess. Like,
are you
saying you don't know, or
presuming
do you have an
that
idea
they're
of what you think it is?
That can be addressed later, but we're talking about gravity.
Yeah. Well, what do you think it
Address
is?
this one step at a time. I'm on board with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He doesn't know, and I don't know either.
Maybe you should get an education, dude.
Maybe you should subscribe to.
Well,
There's a
does
difference
Neil
between-
deGrasse Tyson
there's a-
have an education? He has an education, right?
He has a PhD.
He's an astrophysicist. He said he doesn't know, and I don't know either.
No, that's an oversimplification. He says that we don't have a definitive answer, but there's definitely credible theories out there. You're just saying
There you go.
no.
All right. Well, how did he oversimplify it, and in what way?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is
he was
someone
asked
who's actually
directly.
published
He
papers in
he
the
was
field.
asked.
You
Well, cool.
are a nobody.
Okay,
Don't compare
so
to him.
other
He is a
astrophysicists
god.
were asked the same
He's a
question.
god.
Other
No,
astrophysicists were asked the same
Helio.
goddamn question,
Helio.
and they don't know either.
He just called Neil deGrasse Tyson a god.
I
I'm done
agree.
with
As
it.
somebody who wanted to be an astronomer, I kissed the.
You guys are just globetrotters, man.
He's saying
there
saying
are-
that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he doesn't know anything.
Stop, comrade.
I have a couple problems with your
No,
gravity
we know
theory.
about gravity, but we don't know what it is and why it happened.
God. You are
Well,
a
no,
nobody.
let's have.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, atheist. 1 second. Yeah, 1 second.
We
Right?
gotta-
So
wait.
with that, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson has actually published a number of papers in the actual field, right? Again, you, some fucktard on Discord, are a nobody compared to him. Literally, a nobody. He's a god.
Just
to you.
go talk to
Now,
him. Why are you
add
talking
that,
to Flat
Yeah,
Earth?
but
add
you know, we
actually,
got
someone did talk to him
Why are you
directly
talking?
and asked him what is gravity,
Don't talk
and he
to
said,
superiors. You're an
next
ant. Don't
question.
talk to
He
me.
doesn't know.
Why do you
Add
even
that
bother
though.
with us then?
Oh,
Why
Add
do
that
you
though.
give a shit?
but the
Add
thing
that
there we
is,
go
hold
again.
on.
Add
Same
that
But the
though.
thing
shit,
is,
Add
you're
that
not
though.
dedicated to the
Add
truth.
that though.
You're not
Add that
dedicated to the
though.
truth. You're dedicated to your own
Add
as
ego. How
that.
can
if,
you find any
as if,
truth?
Add that
as
though.
if,
I'm still
right?
talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Right?
But the thing
Add
is,
that though. You can even go to LIGO, right? The laboratory that
they're
did
detecting the
the
ether.
gravitational wave
They're detecting
publication,
the
and
ether.
they've updated more and more of their research since that announcement, right? People like
They're
you are
detecting
literal
the ether.
nobodies.
Don't be fooled.
All right, so we're literally nobodies, but the people that are working at LIGO, they're somebody, and we're
Yes,
nobody.
literally.
Okay, well, thanks so much for. Why the fuck are you here then?
Yes, people like you should be
That's what I'm
fucking
saying.
purged.
We're somebody to Jesus. I mean, Jesus, you know, whose father is the
Jesus
spirit,
doesn't exist, kid.
reveal a whole bunch
So
of stuff to us that might not reveal to those scientists.
fucking Christians.
He doesn't believe
Thank you.
And I
Christ.
countered by saying that the map has been cut up into form.
It hasn't been cut up, you fucking brainless.
What models? What do you mean by model? What do you mean by?
Okay, well then let's check. What is the distance between the bases? Does it match the distance that it should be at that latitude, or is it more? Are there any anomalies? How far away are the bases from each other?
I'm gonna tell you right away that ultimately
No,
we're gonna get to
do
math
Lord
is
Dome to
reality.
Simple.
Math is reality.
Do that
That's
one.
what we're gonna get to.
Simple to Lord.
We already got to that. Someone said
Math
that
is
here.
reality.
Literally,
Yeah.
someone said that. Oh,
Yeah. We're gonna get
Yeah,
to math is reality.
Law
Boom.
C.
You know, it's like,
So
dude,
do
you
Law
just
Station, Lord
like,
Dome to Simple.
it's like
Do that
so
one.
we have a fundamental. We have a that can be explained. You know, as an explanation proof.
it's a language.
You
I
must
can
have been a
explain things in
hillbilly.
German.
Were
I
you
can explain things in
homeschooled,
English.
Julio?
Doesn't mean that English is
Hey, Mid,
reality. It's a
Mid,
language.
I
don't talk.
thought you were going to bed, Mitty.
And guess what? I
Helio,
could describe
Helio.
fiction
Mid,
in English.
Don't talk, Mid.
Doesn't mean it's
Helio, are
reality.
you homeschooled?
Lie with
Are
numbers
you
too.
homeschooled, Helio?
Of course.
Oh,
It's a
what do you
language.
mean by
Homeschool people are
homeschool?
Were you
actually pretty good.
homeschooled, Helio?
Well, no, I went to high school and I had a
I
full
don't
tuition
think you did your
scholarship to college.
homeschooled. Disc,
Yeah, I
were you
went to
homeschooled?
university
I
for a
don't think
year
you
and then
too
I dropped
stupid.
out.
Disc,
And
were
because
you homeschooled?
I'm too stupid to
Yeah, you
actually
are.
figure out
Disc, were you
reality because
homeschooled?
you're so dumb, man.
You're fucking homeschooled.
It's ridiculous.
Mid, were you homeschooled?
But math can be used to
The
lie
reason
too.
that you're
No,
attacking my
Mid,
character,
Mid,
the reason
Mid,
you're attacking my
were you
character is
homeschooled?
because you're
Were you
just scared
homeschooled,
of
Midic?
what I might
Midic,
say.
Midic,
That's
Midic,
why you're
Midic,
attacking my
Midic,
he's
character.
scared. Hold on. You deny me
Midic,
because
Midic,
he's
Midic,
scared of
Midic,
truth.
Yeah, why are we getting personal? Let's not go there. No, just denying mathematics power to explain anything. It can something, not everything. And also
It's not reality, and you're denying reality, and you're using mathematics to do it, and that's what we're trying to wake you up to, dude.
Midic, were you homeschooled? Midic, were you homeschooled? Midic, were you homeschooled?
But you're making math your
Midic, were you
god.
homeschooled?
Yo, more femdom. Like, can you stop making noise,
Hey,
please?
Midic, were you homeschooled?
No, he's
Answer
doing it on
question.
purpose. He's doing it on purpose.
No,
I know, because
Atheist,
he's
1
triggered.
second.
He's
Midic, were
such
you
a dick.
homeschooled?
I don't like that guy.
Fucking psychopath.
Atheist,
Weird.
Atheist, 1 second. What? Atheist, 1 second. Midic, were you homeschooled?
And the truth too, if they submit.
Atheist, these people are stupid.
And we can see
calculate
lasers that don't curve
probabilities.
away.
Yeah, that's probabilities. Yeah, of course we can calculate probability.
What do you think probability is, you fucking
Has
moron?
nothing to do with why
Probability
shit
is literally
falls.
mathematics. Are you stupid?
We can also see that lasers don't curve away from the land, and that the land isn't curving away from the straight lasers over a flat.
If there's enough gravitational, if there's enough of gravity
Can we,
influencing
can we
Okay, so what
calculate
is your
why you
straight
guys
standard?
shouldn't be embarrassed about your behavior here when we're trying to have
says
an
the
honest
homeschooled kid.
conversation about Earth?
Due to a gravitational body, yeah.
So what is going to be your straight standard to measure this curvature?
Oh my god,
Not
you're a
like
fucking
what?
brainless.
You didn't give me an answer. So if light doesn't travel in a straight path,
He
then right
doesn't
there you're
speak
giving up
stupid.
on
Maybe
the
you want to
ability to measure the
rephrase it
curvature of the
basically
Earth
in a more
with a
smarter
straight with
aspect,
some
right?
sort of straight ray or anything else.
But
What
Earth's,
curvature?
but the point
Right,
is that
if you
If the
want
Earth's
curvature
gravity
existed,
isn't enough though to
we'd have
curve
found it
shit,
by
though.
now.
That's the point.
Yeah, what curvature?
What?
Speaking of edges, they didn't answer. our
Exactly,
question.
exactly, bro. You just said it. If the Earth is a globe, when I walk around the globe, it's just going to be a globe all the time. Is that what you do all the time? Do you do that? Have you ever done that?
Yeah,
You're gonna
because
walk
it's
into
gonna walk
water,
across
dude.
the
You can walk
ocean,
on
you
water.
I'm
fucking
sorry
brainless.
that the planet is so large that you can't walk around it.
You get my point, right? That's a different example.
Hold on,
But the thing is, you've redefined what a straight line is. There is no straight line on a curve. You'd just be walking on a curve. Well, you could do that on a flat plane. But
See, that's the
on a
question I
flat
wasn't
plane-
even allowed to answer earlier. But go ahead, try, Lemon.
These
Go ahead and
brainlets
try,
should
but
be
they won't even
fucking
let you
hurt.
answer it. So go ahead.
It's almost as if they're worse.
But the thing is, you can go in a circle around the
But these
central north
people
on a
also
flat
think
plane.
that the government spies on them. That's
You
almost
didn't even
that's
get
not
3 words
conclusive.
into it, man, and they won't even let you answer the
Do
question.
you guys, Helio? Do you think lizard people exist?
What was that?
How
Do you
about you
think
answer
lizard
one?
people exist?
How about you ask one question and let us answer it before you just fucking
Yes.
start
Answer the
screaming
question. Do you
over
think
it?
lizard people exist?
That's a ridiculous question. I refuse to answer that question. I
Okay,
want to answer
Can
the
we go
question
back-
that I
Hold on,
was asked,
no.
30 minutes ago before
Just
all you guys just started screaming
answer
over
this
me.
question. Do you think lizard people exist? Yes or no?
Your mama. That's my answer. Your mama.
So you do think lizard people exist?
I like his answer, your mama.
I would take an avoidance of the answer to be an answer as being yes, because you'd be so
You can take it however you
humiliatingly
want
bad.
to, but the answer still is your mama.
I wanted
you
to,
should take
I
it
wanted
as
to bring
that.
it back to this.
People like you
Do
should
you
be dealt
believe?
with.
Hold on.
He's a clown.
What?
Never.
They're stupid.
Wait, what
Yeah,
is a
okay.
model?
All
Does
right,
a model? Do we need a model of Earth?
Yeah, you need a model.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Wait,
I mean,
why do we need a model? Why do we need a model?
Just
Do you know what it means to have a working
let's give
model?
them something to wrap their mind around. How about the North Pole's in the
Wrapping
center,
your mind
with the
around
continents
a
radiating
ball. How
out,
about you do that?
surrounded by the oceans, surrounded by a wall of Antarctic ice. Antarctica is not a freestanding continent, as we've been led to believe with the form maps.
It literally
is a
is,
wall
dude.
of ice, a ring
I've
of
got
ice
mates
that
that have been
surrounds
there.
surrounds everything.
I've
In the
got
Enochian
friends that
flat
have
Earth
been there,
model, the
Braylon. We've
firmament
got
touches
ice
down
core
somewhere
data from
beyond that,
all over the
enclosing
place and other
the
data
world, keeping
observations.
out the
And
waters
it's
above,
published in
which are
peer-reviewed
under the
journals.
heaven
So what the
sanctuary of
fuck
God.
you on
Land
about,
has
cunt?
thickness.
Like,
You
It
know
has
what's really funny
underground
is like
caverns.
it's
It has
hard for people
underground
to
cities.
hear what you guys are saying when there's more than one person talking.
So-
It'd be
So I've got
beneficial
mates
for
who've
all of
been
us
there.
if one
I've
person
got
talks at
mates
a
who've
time.
been there. They've published their data.
Can one person
Data's
talk
either
at a
been
time?
published by other people that have been there.
Oh God, here we go. Fucking global warming.
You've been conditioned to worry about that, so you can install a big
It's
government apparatus that
magic.
isn't going to do
People
anything.
believe
You're a
in a
pawn.
god. It's just
deny
magic.
global
It's not
warming.
warming that much. It's not real science.
Atheist. It's
Controls the
magic.
climate. That's not the
It's
problem.
magic. It's
magic.
literally
Humans aren't the
magic.
problem. You've been conditioned to hate humanity and their progress, and say humanity has to go back to the jungle to keep from destroying Gaia. You've just been conditioned to be a pawn.
You're being conditioned.
You'll be fine. The sun controls the climate. If the sun is doing
Yeah,
just fine.
Lemonbird, they love the straw man, and it's okay. But let them do it.
Straw man, you're fucking flat earth.
Get as many facts out as possible. It's like bedlam in here. It's like an insane asylum.
I know, it's crazy.
Says the flat earther.
Never gonna happen, but okay.
It is happening. What are you talking about?
This is
record
flat
no
Earth.
lies.
Already on a great deep of water, so what's a little bit more water gonna hurt? It'll probably just rise a little.
What's a
God's
little
got this.
bit more water gonna
What's
hurt
molecular
It'll be
theory?
fine.
What's molecular theory, you fucking moron?
This is flat Earth for Space Lord.
That's the official South Pole. It doesn't get the whole ring. That's just where you're directed by the military, probably when you go down there.
been there. What the fuck?
Mike, you work for the military. You don't count. You work for the
Yeah,
government.
my university is actually military post.
Wait.
But Chile doesn't exist.
Wait. For some reason, they keep talking about a model that no flat earther subscribes to. Why do you
Because
keep
you're
talking
a
about a
fucking
model?
conspiracy theorist who believes that all of the
Let me
world's
guess,
governments.
let me
Wait,
guess.
hold on.
So you
All of the
also
world's
think that the
governments,
government
every
spies on you,
scientist,
right?
every engineer, right? All the 72 space agencies are all working in tandem at once in massive conspiracy
Then they go to say they're all lying, everything's a lie.
And
because
also keep in mind that
But
there
you
are
are
lanes.
no. You're saying
Can
they're
we
working
count the straw man? I mean, we
You are
got
saying they
Scarecrow
work
up
in
here.
conspiracy to lie
But
to the
guys,
public,
keep in
right?
mind there are lanes in the ocean, just like jet streams, that lead to pretty reliable places and that go to pretty reliable destinations. You could probably leave from Europe and arrive at someplace in Africa pretty regularly based off the current. So if you leave from Chile or Australia, perhaps those currents take you to the same place in
Current
Antarctica.
going that far
It happens
out?
everywhere
Holy
else.
shit, you're stupid.
That's just common sense. I keep thinking. I don't let my snobbery keep me from thinking.
Common sense fallacy doesn't work here.
Common sense. Oh my lord!
Discord, the reason Femdom knows more than everyone else. You're just
I
too
literally
dumb to
do.
figure it out. Yeah, he's the brilliant professor
I've
of
mates that have
Earth.
been there to Antarctica.
Yeah,
for
but he doesn't
research.
want to present any
They know
evidence for his
people
theories. He just
causing
wants to
the
talk
damage.
shit.
They're working.
You can humble yourself. Maybe you learned something instead of dripping with all that sarcasm. Maybe
I've
you
got
need to humble
formal
yourself.
education, unlike you fucking brainlet.
So hold on, wait.
But
So
it's like
maybe
mind is closed. It's like you can't learn anything anymore.
take them to a field.
Tip them over the edge of the earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
No. You send them to space.
Ooh, that's
You
really
send them
funny.
to space.
Ha.
Hold on. You put them on a rocket. You send them to space.
why don't you go on a
It's
rocket and come
predetermined
back and tell
flight
us
to the sun.
what you saw?
Tell us what you found, bro.
No, we send them
I wouldn't
in
I wouldn't
space.
put my ass on a
We send them
SpaceX
to
rocket,
space on a
to save
predetermined
my
flight to
life.
the sun. How
It's
about
a
that?
fucking bullshit. SpaceX is
Predetermined
How about
bullshit.
we
Yeah,
just
they'll
put
go
them
to
on
the
a
sun.
plane and have them fly from like America to Japan and then
Yeah.
around the world back?
Well, all they need to do is just send some people up to space, but they
have you,
prohibit space
brainlet.
travel. Every time you look around,
They've
Virgin
sent
Atlantic and
people
them
to
say
the
they're going to send
moon.
people to space, but they never deliver. It's like they're lying or something.
They put people
What
to the
about space?
moon.
What about SpaceX? Do you really think there's a fucking Tesla Roadster flying in space? Do you really
Yes,
believe that with
literally
all your
is.
heart? Would you bet your life on?
Hold on,
We
no.
literally
I
saw
bet you
it.
my life. I would bet you my life.
Well, it's just
Like the
fake now.
NASA live stream is on
Hold on.
24/7.
I would literally sell myself into slavery for you right now. I'm betting you that.
Well, I feel bad for you. I really feel bad for you because that's like the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, man.
I'm sorry. It's dumb. It's dumb.
I don't think they would actually do that, but like honestly, they should be flat earthers. Send them into a rocket that goes straight to the sun.
They'll hit the dome. Dome. But are you sure you're not just checking,
close to the sun, they would say this
lies
isn't
into your
radiation, it's
assumption?
simulated.
I mean, maybe
I don't care. Really the case, they're gonna die.
really
I don't care.
No, I'm saying I bet.
A safety.
Blah
A safety.
blah.
I don't care if they deny that the sun is
You guys
is
don't
fake,
even know
right?
what
They're
space
going to
is.
die.
Yeah, I mean,
They'll
yeah,
be burnt.
I know.
They'll
fake.
die.
You
of
don't even know what
radiation.
space is. You don't
funny
even
if they said it's not real
understand the
radiation.
Food in
physics.
the water, and they'll be
It's like
burnt
you
up
guys-
into a crisp by the time they approach the fucking sun.
Well, you can tell that it's not a sphere because if you see a horizon,
Wait, guys, what do you think about the United States Space Command? Space Command.
Donald Trump is a liar.
Going into
Hold on.
space.
No. Donald Trump is a liar. He's a shill for the
I love how Earth is
he's a
one of
shill
the
for the
only
I'm waiting
circular
for an
in the
answer.
entire
Hold on. I'm waiting
universe.
for an answer. Hold on, atheist. Hold on, atheist. Answer the question. What do you think of Space Command?
It's there to keep you from going into space so you don't find out what's up there. Next.
Oh my god.
They're not going around.
Are you aware of what the
Well,
combatant
listen,
commands
do you have
are?
to believe
No,
in satellite?
hold on 1 second. No, atheist, hold on. Hold on, atheist, hold
I
on.
just said it's
So you got the
probably
combatant
attached to a
commands.
balloon.
Discord.
You know when
Discord,
well,
hold on. Atheist,
When
1
someone
second.
asked the
Atheist,
direct-
atheist.
See, the problem
Atheist,
here.
you've already been
no,
over
no,
this.
hold on,
Atheist,
everyone.
you've already been over this with them.
Yeah,
So you do know what the
listen,
combatant
when
commands
people ask a
are,
direct
right?
question, we're not allowed to answer it.
Hillier,
We're not
do you know
allowed
what
to
the
answer
combatant
it.
commands are?
What?
The combatant commands, yes or no? Do you know what they are?
Are you
For the American
I
military,
don't
the
know,
combatant
related
commands,
to
do you know
what?
what they are?
Well, what the fuck does that have to do with anything we're talking
Because
about?
the new
Yeah, it really
one
closed
is
down
Space
the
Command.
conversation.
So no, hold on, atheist. No, atheist. 1 second. Why would the
No,
government
Scopes are
establish
nobody's
a
allowed
new
to answer a
fucking?
question at
Why
all.
would the government establish a
No,
new
mods
combatant
are asleep.
command for something that doesn't exist?
Because laser tests show flat level land.
Atheist,
Who's laser
fucking
test?
cunt. Answer the question. Why would the government set up a combatant command for space if it's fake?
Free money.
That's money being
Look,
spent, Brainlet.
I'm going to tell you, like,
No,
like,
answer the
I
question.
disagree with a lot
Answer the
that
question.
I'm going to tell you, Discord, my
Answer the
buddy,
question.
Lemonberg. Listen,
Answer the
They're
question.
showing for
I
the
don't,
spherical.
I don't always, I don't always
Answer the
agree with
question.
what.
I'm sorry, how is it
Well,
that you people are
what
capable
Answer the
of
question.
entertaining this
Why?
ideology for more than
Why
5
are they
minutes?
Answer the
entertaining? Yeah,
question.
the idea of
I have the
space. Yeah,
same.
of
Because
course
I
we
feel
all,
like being entertained by fucking brainlets.
So, answer the question. Why
I
would
mean, I
the
understand
government
Mike
set
Hayden
up a
being
new
able to put up with
combatant
it because
command
like he's trying
uniquely
to
for
troll the troll,
space?
but
Answer
the
the
rest of
question.
you
So
are asleep.
why, when Trump came into power, did he introduce we're gonna have space force?
Because there's
You know,
That's
people
what
from
that's what I'm
Because it's
asking you.
awesome.
yeah,
I know
that's what I'm
why.
asking you.
Do you know why?
Blah blah fucking blah. Stop
Yeah.
being
How
dumb.
the fuck is light and boards going to prove whether or not like there's
Let's
a
talk
curvature
about
to the
science,
Earth?
man.
What
Let's talk
retarded
about
logic
science.
is this?
You can't talk
Now,
to science. Hold on. You cannot talk about science with an ant. You are an ant.
Hold on, no. It's
oh,
simple.
I'm an
Hold
Also, that
on.
ant
The
video.
government
on the
is being
globe.
controlled by lizard people in a back room who are part of the spherical Earth lobby. They don't want you to know that there's space
Yeah.
for some magical reason.
No, that's
Guys,
not
do
the
you
case.
think
That's
a
not the
person's
case.
arms?
That is the case.
How
That's what
big do you think a person's arms are? Because in that video that they showed, he raised his arms and it covered 6 feet. I don't know of anybody who has 6 feet, or rather half of 6 feet, 3-foot arms, unless they're extremely tall. How tall is that person? Maybe they miscalculated it. That's the reason why they didn't hit the target. But if you're saying that he reached 6 feet with his arms alone by raising them from his waist up above his head,
Who are you talking about, cunt?
You're just being conditioned to believe that the Earth isn't low without using your head. Nobody that I know of has 6-foot arms or half of 6-foot arms. My arms at best are like 2.5 feet.
Sir, have you never
Covered
been
the
to the
distance
NBA?
to your head.
Who are you talking about, cunt?
Have you ever heard of the NBA?
Have you ever heard?
No.
Have you ever heard of having a conversation?
Okay,
Have
hold
any
on.
of
I
you
want to
guys
stop.
ever heard of
Hold
having
on.
a
Can I stop?
conversation?
Having a conversation.
Wait. Can I stop?
When was the last time someone had a conversation with an ant? No.
No.
Is he the 6 foot?
All right.
Oh, the tall cunt. Oh, that one. Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I mean, it's the perfect man. Yes, of course. Sure,
That's how humans work.
Yeah, sure, it's an average depiction.
But that includes your chest.
Yeah, the length. So, like, the length of my hand. Wait. If you wanted to, you could
But that
do
would be
this, right? You
side
could
to
do this,
side.
right?
That wouldn't be
Hold on.
up and down.
Discord.
That'd be side to side.
Discord. I want you to do this right now.
Your,
I want you to
your
measure
arm
your
span would
arm
include
length.
your chest if it was side to side. Up and down, it wouldn't include
I
it.
want you to measure. Oh my god! I want you to measure your arm span, right, with a measuring tape, and put it next to you, right?
Well, you can
The results will.
You can want a lot of shit. I want a lot of shit too.
What? Oh,
We
hold on.
don't
I
do
wanted
that.
to ask him
Yeah, your
something.
brain is
Why?
shit.
No. Pause. I want to hear his reason for this. Why is the government lying to me about the Earth being flat?
That's what he's talking about.
Like,
Jesus.
what
You're all
possible
over the
difference
place,
would it make?
bro, man. Stop.
Why
being
is the
so-
government lying?
Free money.
Well, dude,
And
why do liars lie?
Alright,
Why do
where's
liars
this
lie?
free money coming from?
No,
What
free
fucking-
money.
Why do
Yeah.
liars lie? And what is money anyway?
Hold on, free money from the taxpayers? What does that mean?
Well, what is money? What is money? What do you mean by money?
Hold on, wait,
What
no.
is that?
I'm not asking Skeptic. I'm not asking you. Discord.
Yeah, because
where
you
are
don't
you
want to
getting
know
this?
the real
Hold
answer.
on.
That's why you're not
So
asking.
Discord. They're making money.
To direct toward black projects and other things other than actually going up to
You
space
are,
with
dude.
rockets
Okay,
that
hold on a
corrupt.
second. We know. Okay,
Black
Nate entered my territory.
Black
The
projects.
quote unquote black budgets. We know what we know the top line spending, right? It's not that much.
It's
We know
enough.
even
Also,
we even know by like what branch of the military, like if it's like Navy, Army, etc. Right? Not that much.
So, are people who are flat earthers just those kids who failed like astronomy
failed
in
at
school or
everything, yes.
something?
They were homeschooled.
It's good that they failed because they could get independent thinking. Because when you're in the system,
broken down into.
Somebody new jumps in and says, "Are flat earthers just totally uneducated? That's why they think the Earth is flat."
Yes, they absolutely are.
Okay. So
They
we're
are.
uneducated, we don't know shit about
to accept the education.
math or history.
Not finished.
Hey, listen. Okay, hey, listen. Okay, listen. Okay.
The point with the
Okay,
black
go on.
budgets, right, is you don't know what it's further broken down into, but we know the top line spending. So again, fucking who are you? Helio, no, you're too stupid. Disc, you're wrong, right? That's not how that works. My black budgets.
You talk
that's not
about
an
money?
argument.
You talk about money and how?
I'm talking about budgeting, you
when
fucking brainlet.
I mean, if you want to talk money, I
No,
can go
no,
get Gizmo.
budgeting. I'm not talking about money. Budgeting.
God,
He
I'm
go
talking
get
about
Gizmo.
the origin
That's
of
what I'm
money.
referring to.
I'm talking about money.
Yeah, and I'm
What
talking about
money?
budget because the other dude made a point about budget.
No. Budgets and money are
yes, he
totally
did.
different. The
He
origin
said
of
black
money
budget.
is.
Dude,
I didn't say
you
black
can't
budget.
budget
Not
without
you,
money.
you fucking drunk retard.
it's very disheartening that you're willing to
fellow
waste money
retard
on
disc.
asset features
Okay,
that
well,
may
somebody
not
said my
bring
name.
space.
Fine.
What was that
You
disc?
can't.
It's very disheartening that you're willing to waste money on space ventures that may not even be going up into space, that may be
We
curving out
know
toward
they're
hitting the
going.
firmament.
Trump posted a satellite image of Iran. Idiot.
Oh yeah, his briefing. That was.
Okay, listen. Okay, you can. Okay, listen. Okay, listen. Here's what you can do to the flat Earth. You can Google.
Unfortunately,
You can Google Earth. You can Google
Wait,
Earth,
hold on, I did one.
and you'll find images of like the round Earth.
I'm going back to my whole thing of like if like looking
Flat
down at a sun,
picture
like
put
looking
on
down at a
on
sunset.
template.
Okay,
yeah, no, you
Discord.
definitely do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like looking down, I'm saying like you get a tripod set up, you get like you fasten a pipe to it, you fucking angle that pipe towards the sunset. If at all it goes below 0, that disproves the whole sun being at a constant theory.
Maybe maybe it'll
Not true. You can get optical compression over a flat plane, like looking over a flat table,
Discord,
and
you
seeing
never
stuff
think-
that gets further away from you over the flat table, set and disappeared bottom first. That's not concordant either.
Discord, you're stupid. Here's why. The sun
I'm
goes
using my brain.
Yes, if you use
No,
your brain.
your brain is
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna explain why. Right? The Earth is flat. The sun doesn't go around it. It goes over it and then under it, and then over it and under it. That's how that works.
No, their model is that it constantly hovers on top of it. It just moves.
Don't tell us what the model is. The sun itself is above the Earth, and it moves.
Well, I have a bigger
from
question
your
about all
perspective.
this
It
that
moves
no one
away
has
from
ever
you,
explained.
and then it
It
moves
would have to
too
have a
far for you to
magical
see it anymore,
lampshade.
and then you can't
Why
see
is it
it.
the Earth is flat and literally every other thing in the entirety
Why
of
doesn't
the
hold on?
universe is
In that
round?
case, then why doesn't the sun move away? Why does it go
But no,
down?
hold on.
Why doesn't
Well,
it go
Stop.
I mean, if you could answer that,
if you've
then
got a
you're
magical
God, right?
space pizza,
God did it.
if
That's
you've got a
why.
space pizza
on,
and you've got a
Kobe,
lamp over the
you,
space
can you
pizza,
say
right?
something?
At all point in time, you will see the space pizza. From the perspective of space pizza, you'll see the lamp,
Now,
right?
is the space pizza
But
pepperoni
to
or
have
sausage or
nighttime,
meat lover
to
special?
have nighttime, you'd need to have a magical lampshade over the sun so that it hovers. The light is sprinkled directly over a spot to then get the light for daytime.
It seems like you're making a lot of presumptions about the sun.
Hey, listen,
you know,
fat
like
boomer.
you,
Go
like
talk.
it seems like. Hold on,
Go talk
it
to
seems
go
like
talk to
he knows exactly
Think
what the
about
sun
this.
is
Are
and
you on a
where it is.
laptop? Are you on a
It
laptop?
seems like you know exactly
on a
what the
laptop?
sun is and where
Are
it is.
you on a laptop?
Me? Yes, I'm on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
got your
I'm on a-
keyboard right on your laptop. It's a flat plane. Yes.
It's a Chromebook. It might as well be.
Okay. Yes. So it's a flat plane, at least on the keyboard. Now, if I've got a lamp, even a small one, even a what do you call them? EIDs, IEDs, fucking those ones. At all points in time, from the perspective of the keyboard, you'll see the IED, right? Or an actual fucking lamp. You'll see it no matter what. But
In the chat,
from every
in the flat Earth link, we put the sun shining firmament.
Silence.
You mean
It's
LED,
visually
Every
right there. That
not
shows you
IED.
how it shines.
Sir,
Ellie.
please be
From every
quiet. Your superiors are
perspective.
talking.
From every perspective, we should see that bitch on the flat plane. But we don't.
Not according to
Even
the
for
picture in
night.
Wait
flat
a
Earth
minute.
link.
Wait a
It's only
minute.
shining
Even
over
for
half.
I think that there's another
Even-
straw man. You're
even for
presuming that we have a
even
model.
for nighttime. Even for, that is your
You're
model.
not presenting it right.
No,
You're
we don't
wrong.
have a model.
Hey, Discord, you
You
fucking
have no
retard.
idea how the Earth really is. You just deny that it's
Okay,
flat.
okay, okay,
Or
okay,
that it's
okay, okay,
round.
listen, okay, listen. Here's what, hey, Discord, hey, fucking retard, here's what you do. You go to community college professor, you ask him these questions, they'll give you the evidence.
To believe in a certain way without thinking.
Listen, there's empirical evidence for this. We have the evidence, you don't, you're retarded. You're literally retarded.
Masons at NASA.
You're like a drooling retard. You're like below you're sub 80 IQ. You're so dumb that you want to accept the overwhelming empirical evidence.
Yeah. You're just controlling.
Okay, guys, I'm going to come in and take control here. We're not going to be calling people dribbling retards.
I'm a drooling retard that
hold
has
on,
taken multiple IQ tests.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Eternal American. We're not. This is a room that we've got from another server, and our rules are we don't call people dribbling retards.
Yeah.
So, can you retract that, please, and then I'll mute you.
No, don't
Unmute you,
him.
sir.
No, he's actually been causing a lot of problems.
No, he hasn't. You're lying. You're lying.
No, I don't.
Liar.
I'm absolutely happy to unmute him. Absolutely happy to unmute him. But it's
He's gonna
very
do the same
important
thing.
that we
He's
lay
gonna
these
do the
ground
same
rules.
thing.
We do not
Crypto.
call each other a dribbling retard, okay? So that's just the standard of this room. If you don't like it, you can leave. But we talk about actual science. We actually have debates. We don't just insult each other here.
It's
So I'm
literally
going to
been
unmute
He will
insulting
you.
for the past 30
apologize.
minutes.
Well, if he doesn't apologise, he can stay muted. I'll unmute him, but if he doesn't, then he'll just go
I
back on
hate
mute.
to
Fine.
say it, but maybe the
Okay. I'll calm it down. I understand.
Okay.
You
I've actually got a serious-
you are the moderator here, so I'll respect that.
All right.
I've actually got a serious
wanna
question
actually
to
hear-
Discord. 1 second, I've just got a serious question to Discord based on the link that he's provided in the chat. Discord, can you give me any actual empirical evidence to say the sun might be within this glass sphere dome and this is causing the issue? What evidence do you have to support that?
Oh yeah.
Apart from an
Sundogs.
video?
Sundogs look like the sun shining through a curved glass surface.
That's fine. We can explain sundogs in our model. Absolutely fine. What I'm actually asking for
explanation
is
for
evidence that demonstrates that this actually exists rather than something that we can explain through our science.
It's a poor explanation. This is a better one.
What's a better?
And so what predictive ability does this improve upon our model?
Your model has no predictive power.
I would say that if you were going to go with a flat Earth model, it would make more sense the sun goes above and under the planet. The flat surface.
It can't go under the flat surface because otherwise the entire world would be in darkness at one time, and we know that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Sure, but hold on. By that, for example, like from what I just saw, right? That still doesn't explain why the sun sets.
Because you're too close to the flat plane.
The way that it looks, yeah, because it's a flat plane, the sun does not set. The sun would go left to right. You're saying? Hold on, wait.
Do I have to post my model again here?
Oh my
Discord,
God.
you weren't here when I posted
saying
my
the
model.
sun gets farther away is not an explanation for why it sets. If it got farther away, it would go farther in the distance, not
It would
down.
disappear.
What is the sun? What is the sun, and where is the sun?
The sun. Do you really need me to explain to you what the sun is made out of?
I'm quite familiar with the heliocentric idea, but you can't
thing
prove
is,
it. So what is the sun, and where is it?
Your statement is belied by the fact that you can look at the street lamps at the side of the road and see them vanishing down toward toward the horizon due to perspective. That's the same.
But you're never looking down at them, Discord. If you look at the model I just posted, you never like with those street lamps. You never have a negative angle of view on. You're going to be as close to zero as possibly could be, but you're never at a negative angle. However, if you're at the top of a mountain or a skyrise that overlooks like the water, you will be angled down viewing it. And you can measure this with tools to make sure it's not an ocular illusion.
It's the same phenomenon, just with the sun that's higher.
No, it's not the same phenomenon.
1 second, guys.
It's not the same phenomenon because again, if the sun is always at the same height, it will never dip below. Shut up, foolish, for a fucking second.
I know, but you're going on a lot, and there's a point that there's really salient here. If you look at those street lamps that are dropping down due to perspective, and I agree, they do look low as you go, but if I raise myself to the height of those street lamps, I'm at the top of those street lamps, and I will see a straight line and a flat fucking plane going out. So I don't see that perspective if I'm at the same height as the top of those things. They will all look.
So you're saying that
can you ever look down?
That happen? When are you ever at the same height as the sun?
Discord.
In that analogy, when does that happen?
Yes, but you can look down at the sun.
Your analogy is broken down.
When I'm on a mountain.
Okay, Discord. I'm gonna have irrefutable. Hold on, foolish. I'm gonna. I just presented you an irrefutable model.
No, you're disproving broke down because you haven't shown me where you're at the same height as the sun ever.
No, I don't. You don't even have to be at the same height as the sun. You don't have to be all the way up there at the sun. You have to be.
You can. It's happening is with the street lamps because you're lower than the sun.
No, it is not the same thing that's happening with the street lamps because the street lamps. Hold on. Safety. Hold on. You will never see a negative angle with the street. They are higher than you. You will never be looking down at them.
Just like the sun.
No, you
Yeah,
can
the
be
thing is,
looking down
though,
at the sun because the sun
atheist,
goes down.
atheist. The thing is that
Hold
with the
on,
street
Crypto,
lamp,
shut up.
no,
With the sun,
we're not going
I'm
to do this. We're not gonna, you're not just going to filibuster and carry on talking over everyone else. You've told Foolish to stop talking. You've also told Safety to stop talking and told me to stop talking.
Yes,
This isn't you saying things. This is a discussion, so other people are going to chime in as well. Now, I'm going to have my say, and then someone else can talk instead of you because you've been talking forever. Now, when we're talking about the street lamps do appear to set. Now, the point here appears to be that you are never at the same height as the street lamp. You are standing on the street about 6 feet high, and the street lamps are, I don't know, 20 foot high, something like that. But the street lamps that are above you appear to set, right? You're not at the height of the street lamp. You're not at the height of any street lamp. This is the same effect, clearly, as the sun setting.
It is not.
Just on a smaller
Wait,
scale.
hold on, no. I've got
It
this.
clearly
I'm
is.
gonna go.
No,
hold
it
on,
is
wait,
clearly not.
stop,
You will
hold
never
on,
have a
respond.
negative
I wanna
degree.
respond
You will
to
never
this.
have a negative degree viewing of the street lamp.
Hold on,
Why?
I'm gonna say something.
Why?
I'm gonna be. Hold on,
Simple
wait.
mathematics,
He
as I
inserted
just showed in
the
the
word
model.
the thing, and then he said you won't
Wait,
have it. He's
look,
not understanding what's going on. Anyway, do you want to go ahead, Sam?
Can I speak?
I literally
Okay,
understand what you're trying to say, and I'm explaining to you.
Here, since you clearly don't hold on, since you clearly don't want to go off of this evidence, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna walk back quite a few, like a long distance away from the light pole in front of my house, and I'm going to show you that it does not set. So I will be right back, and I will send you that video so all of you can see that it does not set.
All right.
Make sure
you will
that
I
do you
recommend
see-
you
do
start off by
do you see
standing
my
directly
model?
under it. Start off by standing directly under the street light. Look straight up at it, then walk down the street, and then see if you're still looking directly up at it.
Look at the model I just drew. I drew earlier. All right. Do you see like the flat Earth links, Crypto? I'm gonna explain. Oh, that's not the right model. Let me copy and paste the right model. Hold
That's
on.
a beautiful drawing, though. I'm very impressed.
Yeah. Yes. Hold on. Give me a second. There we go. There it is. Do you see the model, right? Do you see how it never in your perspective, right? Like we'll just instead of the sun talking about the sun, we're gonna call them the street lamp. Do you see how they never dip below the green line?
Yeah, I understand, but this you're ignoring the perspective matrix. The
Okay.
reason,
Yes, I'm ignoring the perspective matrix because
But
when you
that's
look
the
at it with an
problem with
actual
the-
measuring tool,
but that's
you
the
can,
problem with the picture. You can't ignore it.
no, yes, you
can't
can ignore it.
No,
When
you
you're
can't.
using a measuring tool,
No,
you can ignore.
because you're talking about the human eye. You can't
No,
just ignore the key factor.
Okay,
it has.
yeah, no, we're not. We don't give a shit about the human eye because we know that ocular illusions happen. Okay,
Yeah, they don't
Crypto.
give a shit about this. They don't
Okay,
give a shit.
Crypto. Okay,
Yeah.
listen here, Crypto. You're obviously gonna ignore science, right? You're just gonna laugh it off
Why
because
haven't
you're
you
your
had the
brain,
street
right?
lamp dip down
Okay,
to the horizon? Why do you
We're
have them above
Fucking
the
science, bro.
I'm
Okay.
laughing because we're talking about the human eye, and then you're going, "Oh, let's just ignore the human eye."
Okay.
You can't
No,
just
I'm
ignore the
talking
human eye when
about
talking
using a
about it.
measuring tool to measure the angle of where it is in perspective to you,
Sure.
correct?
Yeah,
No
yeah.
matter how far away it is, it's never going to dip below the 0 degree mark.
But you know that any
Simple,
measurement
which
you
is
make,
simple, which is
any measurement
simple
okay, you can
geography
get
or
pissed off
geometry.
if you like, but I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Any
Okay,
measurement
go for
that
it.
you make, any measurement that you make is going to have this same perspective effect because all optics have
Then,
this.
all
right?
right, then cool.
So-
We'll do this with an experiment then. You get a
well, it's not an
tripod, right?
experiment, it's a
You get a
measurement.
tripod, and
Not an
you
experiment.
fasten a pipe to it. You look at the pipe at the fucking street lamp, okay? No matter how many rows of street lamps goes away, it will never dip below the parallel line to the.
Well, the thing
Right.
that I don't understand is
However-
that you've had the street lamps stay above the horizon for some reason, despite the fact that they dip down toward the horizon, and then you've had the sun go down below the horizon. You haven't had the same thing happen with both things, despite the same thing happening optically with both. That's not consistent.
What's quite funny as well is that he
there's a
seems to
horizon
be
there.
denying that street lamps set in the distance when clearly. This
Oh,
is just
I'm not
a dream.
saying that they don't set in the distance.
But
I'm
this
saying
is
that they
what you-
never
this is
dip.
what
That
you're-
I'm saying that they don't dip below.
This is what your
in your
diagram
model,
demonstrates.
in your model of
because
a
you're
flat
ignoring
plane.
perspective.
No, if
I
you,
think this dude's
according
show,
to your,
I think he is
according
not
to your,
understanding on purpose because this is
according
quite
to your,
this is quite easy to understand.
according to your
Hey,
flat
not to
plane
understand.
model, do you not see my illustration?
Look,
At
Yeah, I
what
see
point?
it. I've already
At
told you
what
the
point?
thing with it. You're
Atheist.
just
Hey,
ignoring that.
nobody
That's
here
fine.
has
At
claimed
what-
That's fine.
no flat
You can
earthers
say
claimed a
ignorant if
model.
you want. That's
Listen,
absolutely
nobody here has
fine.
claimed
Say
a model.
ignorant.
Hey, bro, check this out. Nobody's claimed a model.
Okay,
Like
okay.
I was telling,
Okay.
dude said, "Hey, I'm gonna go outside. And I'm gonna check my street lamp. I'm gonna walk down the street. And that's why I said stand next
No,
to it,
hold on.
look straight up at it. Hold on. Look straight up at the street lamp and walk down the street. Are you looking straight up again, or are you looking over at it? The
So
further you
as
get
pro-
away from it, the more it descends toward, just keep walking away from it and keep looking at it. You're going to see it descend toward the horizon.
Okay,
Very
yes, the
simple
green.
concept.
Wait, hold on. As promised, I the video, right? Here's the video. The lamp remains in the same place, right? It does not move throughout the video. It does not.
Further
It
away.
observably descends. I'm watching your video now. It obviously descends. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
but it never dips below the 0, 0 mark.
Yes.
Well, it
It
depends
never.
how far it
hold
goes,
on.
doesn't it?
If I infinitely hold on, I can. If you want, I can record a longer video and walk infinitely more back. If you want, it would not dip below the 0 line.
Do what you like, but I know
at
what
least
happens
2 miles away.
So yeah, then if
Yes,
you go back
because
100
of the
miles,
curved
you won't
zero
even see the
line.
damn street lamp anymore. No,
See,
fine.
this is how silly these flat earthers are, dude. They deny simple geometry.
They just
Yeah, but
ask
the
it
funny thing is
scientific.
We're telling you that you can't see the goddamn street lamp that you
Yeah,
started at.
Helio,
You
don't
won't
get
even see it.
frustrated.
That
He's just
No,
an ignorant kid, Helio.
But the
Don't
thing
get-
is if
no.
He's atheist, dude.
What's
You've
that?
already told me twice, and I'm going to remind you a third time. You're ignoring the perspective matrix when you're talking about the human eye.
No, I'm not ignoring the perspective matrix. I literally
hold on.
drew out
No,
an
you're not gonna
entire
bullshit
model.
me. You're
I
not gonna
literally
bullshit
drew
me.
out an entire
You are
model,
not
taking the
going to
perspective
bullshit me.
model into
You
account.
told me 5 minutes ago that you did ignore it, and
Okay.
now you're telling me you didn't. So
No,
which
listen, look here, dude. Okay, look. The model, right?
You're
It
gonna
shows the
bullshit.
different angles of the street light to yourself, given that the Earth is flat, right?
But in perspective,
Okay, yes,
things
I'm
tend to
talking
dip
to you
down toward the
directly, Crypto. I
horizon.
want you to answer the question. I want you to answer the question. Helio, let Crypto answer the question.
We'll repeat it. I didn't
Crypto.
hear.
Okay, do you see the model that I posted, correct?
Which model?
Given
the one,
with all the red
green line
lines,
and
like and the blue
yeah,
line.
okay. Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Okay, given that the Earth is flat, correct, and those street lights go on for on and on and on, at what point would it ever go below the green line?
Okay, so again, you're ignoring the perspective matrix.
No,
as I've
I'm
said
not ignoring
4
the
times.
perspective matrix.
You are.
Given the
This is
perspective
problem.
matrix into account, it will never go
No.
below that green line.
No, because
It
the
will get
perspective matrix-
incredibly
This is why you're
close to
not
the green.
understanding.
No,
the-
you're not the one under fucking standing.
Yeah,
it will
I
never
am.
go below the green line. It will go on
doesn't
for
understand.
infinity. It will get as close as
I've
hell
been
to that
going
green
through
line.
this for
It will
hours now.
It's fine. You don't get it. It's fine. I don't mind.
You don't get it, dude. You're actually a fucking brainlet. You
I'm
are
a
like
brainlet.
sub 70.
Dude. You know I've had an IQ test. I know exactly what IQ is.
Yeah,
right?
it's probably like 70.
Oh God, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ! Do not get into that. It sounds cringy as fuck. But
I know
for
it's
someone-
cringy as fuck, but
for-
this
okay, for someone who maybe is not
Cyan,
as
hold on a
versed
second,
on stuff like this,
Hold on a
perspective
second,
matrix.
Cyan.
Give me a quick
Hold on a
rundown.
second, Cyan. He's accused me of having a 70 IQ.
Dude, I don't care what some
I
person on
feel
the
like
internet's
I
being
have
mean. Get over it, dude. You don't have to tell everyone who had an IQ test. It's cringy as fuck.
You know what? You can get over
Okay,
getting muted then,
simple
can't you?
geometry
You can shut
will
up.
prove that
Like,
from your point
you know
of
what?
view, it will never.
You can actually stop talking as well. Does anyone have anything productive to bring?
Yeah, it's not about
Anyone
simple geometry. It's about simple observations. Well,
I just feel like atheists is just repeating the same wrong
Yeah.
thing over and over. Does
He's
anyone else
been
want to talk
saying
about
the same thing for hours and hours on end, so thank you.
Like, this isn't productive and it's not interesting to listen to. Does anyone want to talk about anything productive?
Yeah, I kind of know why I had him blocked now, so. And he's on my side. So I think I'll actually say to everybody in the room, well done for everybody being patient, because...
Yeah, no,
Crypto
I do
gangster,
talk a lot
right?
of
You're
shit
a
and-
new flat earther. The other ones couldn't explain this to me. How does gravity work in the flat Earth worldview?
Well,
okay, not gravity, because I know you fucking hate the word. The force that keeps us on the ground.
No, that's fine. Okay, but you're going to have to allow me to... I feel like you're just waiting to leap in the second I say anything at all, so you're going to have
I'm
to...
waiting for that, because the other people
There
just
we
said
are.
I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So...
Can I be your wingman on this crypto too?
If you want.
There's another one. By all means,
hold on.
guys. I wanna hear
I've
it.
been here for about 4 hours. I just want to say, everybody, when somebody tries to answer a question, don't fucking interrupt them when they're trying to give an
I'm sure saying that for the
explanation,
30th time will
Yeah.
work. Right, Crypto, do you mind?
Please, guys.
I'm happy to go ahead. I mean, look, the way I conceive of it is relative density based on a dielectric field. Now, Do I have ultimate proof for this? Well, no. Not really.
Fuck is a dielectric field?
Yeah. So do you want me to answer the question, or do you want to just talk over me while I'm answering you?
I mean, pause, but go on.
Okay, fine. So yeah. So I can give you some links on dielectric magnetism if you haven't heard the term before. But the point is that things that are in mediums that are denser than that medium tend to fall. When they're lighter than that medium, they tend to rise. Helium balloons, lead balls, all this kind of thing. You can float an anvil on Mercury because the anvil is less dense than the Mercury. This kind of thing. So, I mean, does that answer your question? Or do you want more?
Wait, so
no,
you're saying
I need to read up on
Wait, buoyant things are higher than non-buoyant things because of gravity.
Well, if the object is less dense than its medium, it tends to rise. Yeah.
But when we have
gravity.
for instance,
not necessarily
when they do drop tests in different parts of the Earth, right?
So more likely an electrical phenomenon.
So buoyancy.
No, it's just that. Okay, so Archimedes' principle was discovered way before anyone asserted that we were on a ball and gravity existed, right? So this was just true. We knew that relative density existed, and you didn't need quote unquote gravity.
Archimedes' principle isn't around density, though, is it?
No, we just didn't explain
No,
it.
but you know what I'm trying to say, Foolish. It's like when people say you need gravity for density. I just disagree. I don't think that's the case.
You need to explain what makes up and down.
I agree.
And that was exactly the question I was going to pose, which was what gives you your vector of direction?
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. It's a good question. So what gives the directionality? I mean, this is why I think it might be a dielectric field, because then that explains directionality.
Or gravity explains it.
Sure, well, they both do. But I was asked how I explain it. Foolish. I was asked how I explain it, right? So this is my explanation.
And when I listen to that, I mean, the problem I've got is I can use the principles and the formulas for gravity to predict acceleration, to predict buoyancy, to predict the force of an impact, to predict the type of damage I would do to an object based upon its specific density.
Well, my question is,
I've got a lot of utility
through these mathematical constructs.
Let me just finish my point. Through these mechanisms, I get a huge amount of efficacy which we use in day-to-day life.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
but
predictions with mathematics, does that confirm whether the Earth is a flat or a globe?
It affirms the fact that if the principles of gravity hold as we understand it, the Earth must be a globe.
No, it doesn't. What it confirms is that the effect that you observe has other knock-on effects that you also observe, but the central cause has remained unproven. So if things rise and fall in the way that they do, then you will have the effects that you've described because of that effect. But there's no cause has been established.
No, we have an understanding of the cause. What we don't have is the underlying principle of exactly how it works, which is why they're having the graviton discussion.
We have an assertion.
The cause is in question. The cause is in question here.
Physics.
The cause is the root. This is what we're trying to find. You know, we observe this effect, but the cause is we can't find out what the cause is. Now, on the globe side, they say, well, it's because balls spin around balls, and they're just like, whether it's Newton's idea or Einstein's,
Newton and Einstein's idea that there's no difference. Einstein built on Newton. Einstein built on James Maxwell Clark.
Sure, but
the cause don't throw out Newton that it is a foundation that will never be replaced. What he did is he looked at it from a different perspective. That's the only difference between Einstein and Newton. And this whole thing about gravity's, not a force, or gravity is a force, it doesn't fucking matter. When we use Newtonian gravity, we view gravity as a force.
Well,
when
but see, here's what the
the
difference
impact of the
is,
shape
bro.
of the universe.
It's like you're claiming that nobody can look at it from a different perspective besides Newton and Einstein.
No. I don't disagree with that at all. No, I don't disagree. You can't look at it from another perspective. Normally, when you replace a thought or an idea or a concept that you have for the way things work, you do it because you've either disproven the fact that the theory has validity, i.e., the predictions are coming out false, or you come up with a better explanation, which was the difference between Newtonian physics and Einsteinian views of physics. So with Einsteinian views of physics, we go with much faster, bigger, larger, heavier masses and distances, where Newtonian is brilliant in our macro world. It's just not brilliant at the cosmic scale.
Well, sure, but can we scientifically prove what they said to be a fact?
Yes, it's an observed fact. When you say prove, so what we can is science. You can prove things through science, through the scientific method. No, the only thing that we prove in science is the fact that we have a valid observation based on the theory. Nothing in science is ever finalized. So what we have is we have correlation to the event.
All right, so through the scientific method, how can we prove that gravity causes balls spinning around the universe and 14.5 billion years of Earth history and all that?
If you mean
that's the major claim.
Yeah. So if you mean, can science prove something to the point that it will never change its mind? It doesn't do that.
No, I agree with that.
That's
But
fair
I'm
enough.
just saying that general
I have a
consensus is that,
question for
this is the way it happened.
Crypto, once you concluded about the dielectric field. Would it be constant, right?
Well, like I said to you before, I can give you some sources for this, but I'm not like an expert on this. You asked me for a conception, so.
No, what I'm talking, when you look at like dielectric fields, right? Because it's it's the same idea with around electromagnetism and causing effects on when you like put it through an LED light and you drop sources through them, it slows it down, which is why people have the idea that electromagnetism can affect gravity, right? It can't vary in the way that gravity varies on Earth, right? So I'll give you an example. So when you have like if you look at the Philippines or South America, there are points where the gravity field is heavier than it is in say Canada, right?
Yeah.
Because the Earth isn't a sphere from our model. It's like a moldy sort of potato shape, weird. Which means where there's more mass, on top the gravity is going to be stronger. Now a dielectric field will not be able to have the variation that this has, unless you have like billions of sources of it, right?
Not necessarily. What is the variation?
I'll put in a cool GIF which will show you the variation.
Yeah, I think I've seen this before. That's fine.
What it does is it emphasizes the bulges so you can see it a bit better, right? But it's the same concept.
Do you like bulges?
Of course.
No,
so
man.
I'm saving it twice for some reason. I'll put it in the thing.
How the fuck did you do this, Crypto, man? Because I've been just arguing with these people for like 4 hours, and all of a sudden we're having a discussion.
Well, you just have to mute the most aggressive one or two, and then the rest.
I can't mute anybody.
There you go. So if you have dielectric field, it would have to be constant around the place. But when we do drop tests, we find out that there are variations in gravity.
Before, yeah. Potato Earth, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, but the shape is emphasized, but the key isn't.
No, I understand, and obviously that's an exaggerated form of the model. It's
just a show, really.
Yeah, because
yes, what you're leaving. So what you're leaving out is all the water filling in that space.
No,
that's not the argument.
That's an exaggeration. That's exaggerated.
This is a better one, right? So
yeah,
that's still exaggerated shape, by the way. That is like the little.
Yeah. No, I get it.
All of those dents are filled in.
No, dude. Jesus Christ.
He doesn't understand.
But
I'm actually trying to help you in your argument.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying
like, no.
When it comes to dielectric fields, when you apply like fields across large areas like that, you will not have these sort of large, intense spots, right? Which is what we see with this.
I'm just trying to analyze the Earth's gravity field anomalies. Yeah, no, look, I see what you're saying. I'm not, like I said to you before, I'm not pretending to be like an expert on dielectric magnetism. I was just asked for a quick explanation, and that's what I think could be the. Look, I mean, I can give you some sources if you want. I know there's a couple of guys in our server who are very, very good with electric universe theory, and they probably.
I mean, I would hope so, because it seems to be like the weakest point of the flat Earth thing.
Sure,
I don't know, or Or this?
Yeah, probably. Well, no, I don't know about that. I mean, the thing
Well,
is
everyone bar you has said I don't know so far, so and they will admit that.
Okay, well, fair enough. But what I'm saying is that there are things that I don't know, and like that, you have to see. There's a couple of phenomena about the flat Earth as a community. The first one is that we don't have establishment backing, right? So certain things like this, we're relying on independent researchers to go out and do this research. So, and we don't have these kind of broad scientific bodies saying like giving answers. So
Yeah, sure. And I'm
that's
with you on
that's going to be
crypto.
the case with a minority view like ours. So
I'm with you,
it's a
bro.
bit
I
of a
mean,
strange
it's like
criticism.
there's so many that people would rather give an explanation to support their idea when they actually really don't know. And so we're comfortable with saying I don't know.
And that's always a good thing to do if you don't know. I always say I don't know if I don't.
I think it's fair. And also if you don't know, then like I say, some people come onto our like I think we've talked about this the other day, Foolish, where people come in and they're literally they're globe zealots. Like they don't understand the globe model, but it just must be right. And that's actually worse than being on the fence and saying, "Gee, I don't know," because these guys.
That's what's been happening for the past few hours
full
here.
faith in. Really
They
weird.
don't have
It's a
an
really
answer,
weird
and
phenomenon.
What I
they
am
don't even
glad
let
about
me
is at least you're not taking the acceleration model of why we are planted.
Oh, what the disc floating upwards thing?
That really doesn't work at all.
No, I know.
It's really simple. If you know V equals AT, right?
Yeah.
The Earth is like 4 billion years old.
Yeah,
that
I
means
know.
we'd be going many times the speed
We'd
of
be
light.
going septillions of miles an
Yeah,
hour.
Well, I'll give you a point of two. If you accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared, you will reach the speed of light in about 354 days.
I thought that,
So every year
you
it's just like
when does it stop accelerating?
Like
I mean,
Mach
I
10
thought the Earth
times
was balanced, right?
10.2 to the
it's
27 at this point.
But I'm just thinking what the
it's
drag would be on an upwards moving
just
Earth.
because I can have an explanation doesn't mean I know what the fuck I'm talking.
I mean, there could be a
about,
vacuum, so no drag, right? I guess that would solve that.
Yeah, but they say that the vacuum of space isn't a pure vacuum, so there would have to be some drag.
Well, okay. When you have pure vacuum, you have what is it? The gluons popping in and out of existence all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they say, but a pure vacuum's never actually existed.
Yeah,
so.
You just no, there's never nothing.
So
And also,
again,
there's
it's theory,
neutrinos
it's all theoretical.
passing in and out of the. Also, there's neutrinos passing in and out of the container, so this notion of a vacuum is a little meaningless. There may still be electrical environment like ether in the vacuum, so this vacuum may not have nothing in it. It may have a lot of stuff that you can't evacuate.
Well, neutrinos are not ether. And
It
then
shows
you've
that
got
there's something in there.
then you've got to explain, if you don't believe the sun is what it is, why we actually detect the amount of neutrinos coming from the sun that we do, because we understand how neutrinos are produced under atomic theory.
Sure, I mean the neutrinos exist in the ether. That's just the
No. We know where they're coming from. That's my point.
So
we've got an angle of direction for the source.
I'm gonna post my model yet again. At what point would the light ever touch the green line?
I think the
green line is the horizon.
So the problem I've got with your model, and I'm going to do this from the globey side, is it's when you're looking at an orthographic representation, it's very difficult to actually put in the perspective view. What I would do is I would recreate your model from the perspective of the observer.
It is from the perspective of the observer.
It's not. It's an orthographic view. Do you know what an orthographic view is?
Oh, sure.
It's a side-on view. So rather than doing a side-on view, I would do it from the perspective of your eyes and then recreate that. Then you can put in the lines of perspective into your model, which means you can then demonstrate your point much more conclusively. Because obviously,
if anybody has AutoCAD, they can do it. Pretty easy.
If it's a flat Earth,
Mm-hmm.
What we would actually expect to see using the principle of perspective is the horizon actually should be slightly above the eye line, not below it, when we're on a high elevation. And you could actually demonstrate that using those lines of perspective from a first-person point of view. I'm shit
Well-
at art, by the way. But
Okay. Well, if anybody has
dude,
CAD,
you're
if anybody has
exactly
CAD,
right, bro. That's what I've been trying to tell this dude for hours now.
okay,
and he just
again,
don't
dude,
get it.
like you're actually a fucking retard. But like
Okay,
again,
see, this is what he says every time.
let's not do that, atheist. Come on, let's.
oh, I
let's
mean,
actually-
again, like
Wh-
my
that's-
view,
that's
my
your, that's
again.
your personal opinion. Don't
Again,
don't
you can
do the
still look at
insulting
it
here.
from this. You can still look at it from this model and see that the sun or the street lamp, whichever model you want to use, will never touch that green line. Therefore,
Son of the street
therefore, that
Ignoring
red
the
line.
perspective matrix yet
that-
again. Right, okay.
Therefore, the red line
So
that goes
what
from
did-
the person's eyes to the street lamp or the sun, whichever case may be, will never be directly parallel with the green line. It will get as
But the
close as
thing
hell
is-
to it.
I've asked you a question for Foolish. I've got a question for Foolish because I
It
don't
will
want to go.
It will get as close
Foolish,
as hell
do you
to it.
think? Foolish, do you think that atheist is ignoring the perspective matrix when he makes this argument?
I think that his diagram is technically correct. I just don't think it actually demonstrates his point of view in a way that's easy to understand.
Okay.
And the thing is, would you draw the train tracks like that? I mean, would you draw the train tracks like that below your horizon line, just staying, below your horizon line when they appear to rise up to the horizon line? Would you draw them like that, but in reverse?
But that,
I mean,
that's
if you're
the
looking at the
problem,
train track,
that's the problem, Discord. When we actually measure that, if we are at elevation and we use something accurate to measure the horizon line, we will see the horizon line is actually below us. We have to move our eyes down to the horizon
but
line.
the thing is, if you do the
horizon actually is right at your eye level when you look.
if you do the train tracks like that, if you do the train tracks like that, you would have a messed up drawing. So I don't know what he's trying to communicate with this drawing. It would approach the horizon.
And that's the point. That's why I think it will work better in a first-person perspective view rather than an orthographic view. Because I think you're right. I don't think it is intuitive.
So if I can get
to
somebody in
actually
AutoCAD
represent
to draw this out, it would just be TFO.
I don't think that's a good idea because your model does not factor everything, so it would just be a bad model. You might want to go to a real life and base your model off of real life.
No, we can do it simply in CAD because, of course, Earth is on a curve, and AutoCAD you can make it flat.
Based off of this modeling, it's inferior modeling. You might need to go to real life to make your modeling a bit better.
No,
right
because
above,
in
right above what you
AutoCAD,
posted, is this the curved Earth you're talking about? This one right here, that's right above what you posted. This little
no, that
ball.
thing, that thing shows gravitational pulls due to like different densities in Earth.
Okay.
It's not saying the Earth is actually that shape, by the way. This is an exaggerated view to show the gravitational density, the gravitational effect due to the density of the Earth that we're looking at. So when we look at places like Canada, it has a lower density to say places like the Philippines, and that's due to the
I thought the
thickness of
Earth
the
was
mantle.
sick by looking at it. I thought the Earth might have a problem. It was sick.
So, well, from a flat Earth perspective, I would just interpret this as, maybe measuring how thick the Earth is based off of tomography, or measuring the, electric phenomena of the crust of the Earth, not necessarily gravity. It may just be electrical.
My model shows that, of course, it can go out for infinite on a flat model, and it will get to an angle. It will get to an angle where it will appear to touch the horizon, but it will never go below the horizon.
Well, what you've done is you've kept the street lamp at the same elevation, and you've just drawn a straight line to that same elevation, despite the fact that due to perspective, it would dip toward the horizon. So your chart is meaningless.
What do you mean? Can you explain that one more time? You're fucking.
You just kept the street lamp at the same elevation on the top, and you just drew a line to that same elevation, despite the fact that stuff tends to dip to the horizon. So your chart is meaningless.
Why does it
That's not how you draw angles, and that's not how you see
No, this
angles
model
either.
explains why things go towards the horizon.
It really doesn't. You know
it
it.
really
You
does.
know it doesn't.
You're
And
too
you're
fucking
just
small-brained to understand it.
you're doubling down. You're doubling down because you know you're wrong.
No,
You're doubling down because you know you're wrong and you won't admit it. So for me, this conversation's over.
No, like I just fucking tried to explain to you like 50 times.
Stop.
The angle from your point of view to the street light.
Stop. 1 second. Okay. The problem is, from his point of view, this model is representing looking at the top of the street lamp. Yeah, this is
Bottom
the
of
whole
the
point.
street lamp.
No, the top of the street lamp is what you are focusing on here, because that's why you can have that straight line. If I'm at the same elevation as the top of an object, and I look along the top of that, like your table example that you keep using, Discord, I will see level all the way along. Yep, those street lamps, because I'm at the same elevation. Unless they're going hundreds of miles into the distance, then that's the thing. But just a normal street light example. As long as I've got the same, I can then match to be at the same level to look at a flat line, a straight line across the top of those street lamps. That's kind of what that model is showing there. Now, the anecdotal example I wanted to use, and I wish I'd fucking taken photographs, and I was stupid that I didn't. But I was near Uffington in Oxfordshire for summer solstice. And I watched summer solstice from a place called 220 meter elevation above the valley around me. I just want to get my point out. When I watched that sunrise, I knew exactly the time that the sun was going to rise. Exactly the time the sun was going to rise. And that's why I made sure I was up on top of that hill. It's quite a walk from where I was camping. Yeah, the second thing is when I looked at the sunrise, I looked down at the sunrise.
That's what I'm trying to explain. Looking at the model, like the reason the lights will go off until they touch the horizon, right? Which means you will never be looking down at the street light. They will touch the horizon or appear to touch the horizon on a flat model because they go so far out. The angle of the street lamp to you is so close to zero, it appears to be flat. Correct?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Right,
that
Discord?
we all agree
Hold
that
on, I'm not
nobody's
asking you,
looking
Helio.
down.
I'm talking to Discord. Discord, is that correct?
It would optically compress over a flat plane, like in that FE
Compress
Crypto Gangster video.
Again,
like in that picture that FE Crypto Gangster put up.
Yes,
Look at
again,
that.
those
Beautiful.
street lights, yes, they go down. Like that's exactly what my model is
No,
showing.
they don't
The
go
angle.
down. They don't. Nobody's looking down. We're just looking across.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
but-
about looking down. We're not
Keep
saying about looking
perception.
down. We're looking across the red lines. That's what it's representing, right? We're ignoring the blue line right now. The angle is getting so close to zero that they appear to be going down, right? But they will never go below the horizon, correct? They will never.
It will optically compress and appear to set.
You will never have to look down at the street lamps, right? They will be.
Neither do you have to look down ever.
This
I
is
will-
atheist not understanding perspective for like hours.
No, I do understand perspective. I understand how a horizon works. I understand
I don't
that the
know how
light.
you don't understand
I
this.
do understand. I just think that you don't understand.
It's simple.
You don't understand. Will the
Okay.
lights ever go?
I don't understand yet. Yet the effect.
Will
that I
the
see
lights
happen
ever
happens.
go below the horizon?
Okay.
Will the lights ever go?
The way perspective works is as stuff gets further away from you, it will appear to dip down to the
I
bottom.
will answer the question, but I need other people to stop talking, right? You are confusing optical effects with physical realities, and this is your problem.
No, I'm
Will
not-
the
not
light
confusing
go
the
below
two.
the horizon? Well, it depends if you mean optically or physically, doesn't it?
Optically, will they go below the horizon?
But I mean, yes, because they
No, they
disappear.
will not.
Well, they disappear, don't they?
No, they get so close to the horizon that they touch the horizon. They never go below the horizon.
Okay,
They touch
so,
it.
Look,
Oh, they appear to touch it.
the perspective matrix would actually indicate that they would go below inverted commas, but that's because they're obscured. It doesn't really matter. Like what
They're
you're
obscured
saying
by
is
what? Obscured by what?
Well, you can't see them. You can't resolve them. We're not
It's
talking
because if
about,
it goes on for
we're
infinity,
not talking
they
about
will eventually reach the curve.
obscuration. We're talking about the fact that you can't see them.
Yeah, I think that the where we're getting misconstrued. He thinks the horizon is a physical place where that obscures something. And he's saying that's the curvature of the Earth, whereas flat earthers, that's not what the horizon is.
It will eventually be obscured by light rays in the front that are obscuring the light
Okay.
rays in the back beyond it. So it will appear to set, but it's just an optical phenomenon.
So one question, obviously, I agree with compression, I agree with perspective, I agree with all of that. But one of the problems I have is even when I have that compression and that perspective view, I don't lose colors.
Well, you don't have to look down at the street lamp. Is the thing. You never have to look down. Okay, I want them to answer. Why do you never have to look down at a street lamp to see it?
Okay, let me ask you a
Because
question.
of the way that perspective works.
Okay,
here are the
and
rules for perspective.
okay.
Here are the rules for perspective, okay? To see an object, you need to have at least 2 rays to refocus on your eye and give you a coherent 2D image. But if those 2 rays are so close when they're refocused, they will appear to merge into 1 ray and you will not see a 2D object. It will vanish or it will appear to set
So
into a line.
I never have to look.
And so, over a flat plane, this will tend to happen very quickly because you're too short and you're too close to the flat plane, and the rays are converging very quickly with you only being like 6 feet or less off of the flat plane beneath your feet. That's why you need to raise up higher to get a higher angle.
So I will never have to look down at a street lamp, just like how I would never have to look
Break
down.
out a protractor because you may be saying that you're looking down and assuming it without actually proving it. Do you have a protractor to prove it?
We can prove it. Simple. We get a tripod, we put a pipe on it, we look at the street lamps. At no point will it ever go below 0, 0.
Okay, but do you know what the angular resolution of the eye is?
What?
Well, do you know?
Yes.
You should know. I taught you it earlier. Come on.
I forgot, dude. It's like a million miles.
What? Yeah,
No, the angle. The angle.
Yeah, it's about 0.2 degrees. Sorry, no, it's about
0.02.
So why do we have to look down at the sun from an elevated point?
No one's.
You haven't proved that. You've assumed it because you think we live on a globe and you're writing in the error into your thinking without changing your mind.
Okay,
Get a protractor.
okay. If I were to prove that,
You're
that you would have to look.
that we
If
have
I
to
would,
look down to
crypto.
it. You're
if
affirming that. Yeah, atheist.
That's called affirming the consequence.
Okay, but I'm just asking. If I could prove that, if I could prove that,
You are
would
saying
it
that
destroy
you
your
must be
worldview?
looking down at it, right? No, you don't. Your
Okay.
horizon is at eye level, right?
Mhm.
I can tell right now you're not actually listening. You're waiting to talk. So why don't you stop that? Actually listen. Okay, stop waiting to talk. Actually listen. When your horizon is at eye level, you cannot see anything below that horizon. So when you say something like, "When will you ever look down at a street lamp?" Well, you're not going to because the horizon's in the way optically. That's the point.
I'll
right?
ask this
You
one.
don't
You know how, like-
understand perspective. This is the problem.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what the science that I'm trying to like.
Dude, this
you
is now
set up a
two
you
people
set up a
telling you
tripod,
this.
crypto, right?
Dude, he's
Oh,
got
like,
science.
Helio.
He's throwing science at you, bro, man.
I
Yeah,
said
dude,
the
I'm throwing.
same thing, Crypto.
Okay, crypto. You set up a tripod, right? You get the pipe out. You're on the top of a high rise. You level it out, right? You get like one of those little bubble things, and you set it parallel to the ground.
Okay.
All right. When
Okay,
the
we
sun
did
is
not-
setting, and you have to angle that pipe down to see it, that disproves your entire fucking worldview. Because now you have to
Great.
look down at the sun.
So the perspective rules appear to be if something is above your eye line, it will appear to come down towards your eye line. If something is below you physically, it will appear to converge upward towards your eye line. Your eye line is the dividing line 180 degrees outward over the flat plane.
Like my
Stuff
model
will disappear evenly if you are looking at the middle of the object and you have half of it above your eye line, half of it below your eye line, and your eye line is at the same elevation as the midpoint of the object. Then it will disappear evenly down to a speck. But if you are too close to the flat plane and the object is like a big 100-foot tall building, it will appear to set.
No, the
See,
sun
here's
will.
the thing that I
You will
understand.
have to look down at the sun when it's setting when you're on a high
You're
rise.
affirming it, but you haven't even proved it. You're
Okay.
affirming it. You haven't even
Okay,
proved
yeah,
it.
I'm affirming it because that's
well,
okay.
let me
If we
say
can
this.
prove it,
But
okay.
hold on, bro.
crypto,
When
hold on. I'm gonna ask crypto a question
it's
because
me.
you two
Hold on.
are
No,
obviously
let me say
too.
something
I'm gonna
really
ask
quick.
crypto.
Hold on.
Crypto obviously likes
When I
to.
want to make a point, I
second.
make it very quick and concise. When you're watching the sunset, it's hundreds of miles away from you.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like-
you
and like
watch
my
it
model
disappear
shows-
very quickly. No, don't even start that bullshit. When you watch the sunset, it's hundreds of miles away from you.
Okay.
When you see the horizon, you see a compression of all of the atmosphere and everything. You know, say you're standing at the sea and you're watching the sunset. I mean, it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah, dude.
I mean, sometimes it appears to be bigger, sometimes smaller. These are atmospheric effects that you might see or might not see.
Oh my.
But just use your own eye. Oh my.
You're not even. You're not even. Hold on,
second.
Foolish.
I'd like to get a word in edgeways here because I don't want to interrupt people.
You've had a word.
So I've got one quick question. So we agree about the angular resolution. Thanks for correcting me on that. Is 0.02 degrees.
Yep.
What's the angular size of the sun when it sets?
Sure, I mean, we can talk about that. Yes, of course.
Well, I want Crypto to answer my question.
Oh, I didn't realize you had a question.
Your opinion, actually, you've been full of yourself so many times tonight. It's ridiculous.
I repeat myself because you two obviously have no fucking answer. But since Crypto seems to be the slightly smarter of you three stooges,
do you understand the point I'm making?
No, again, if you have to look down at the sun.
1 second, I want to ask you a question, Atheist, because I actually want to see if I can prove Crypto wrong or right here. Did you hear the question I asked?
No, I did not.
Sorry, you were right, Crypto.
Okay,
So maybe you should listen to what other people are saying and actually pay attention to the conversation and be part of the whole conversation rather than just waiting to get your next point out. This is one of the things that's frustrating people. And I think it's frustrating you because you don't feel people are listening to you. But people aren't listening to you because I don't think they feel you are listening to them.
Okay, again, if you have to look down at the sun,
the right thing to say at that point, Atheist, was, geez, what was the question that you asked?
What was the question you asked?
Much better. Okay, what I said is, we all agree we've got a metric that we all agree on that the limit of our angular resolution is 0.02 degrees. That's when we start to get to that vanishing point. So the question I asked is, what is the angular size of the sun at sunset? Is it less than 0.02 degrees? Do you understand why I'm asking that question?
Yeah, because if it's below 0, then it disproves them.
Well, if that happens, great, but you need to prove that it's happening.
All
so
right, cool. Okay, but again, would you denounce your worldview if I can prove that?
based off of your poor logic and reasoning skills, I would have to get a second and third opinion, but maybe.
Yeah, dude.
What about you, Crypto?
Well, of course, if it's undeniable evidence, then of course I would go with the evidence. That's how I got to flat Earth, so I would have no problem.
All right, perfect. So I'm going to find
hold on 1
somebody
second.
that lives at a high rise. I'm going to have them design
you're not even
simple
gonna
little
do it
tool.
yourself.
No, I don't live in a high rise, so there's no ability for me to do it.
All right.
So get the experiment done, make the observation, we can do that. I just want to ask Crypto a question. Crypto, do you think the sun's size at sunset is less than 0.02 degrees?
I mean, I'd have to measure it. I couldn't tell you offhand.
I'll tell you now it's not. It's
Okay.
a long way off not. And I think that's actually a measurement that is worth looking into because obviously, again, as you say, you follow the evidence, and I think that would be an interesting thing to try and understand because what that would mean if it's greater than 0.02 degrees, that it is not the vanishing point that is causing the sun to disappear, and there must be another explanation. Is that a reasonable conclusion from that observation?
I think so, but I would stress that it doesn't necessarily therefore mean curvature.
No, I'm not
Well,
saying
the principle.
No, but
the principle.
I know you don't think that, Foolish, but I'm saying that for the audience.
But we got to watch our meta-analysis. The principle is that the light rays get to a point that they interfere and get to some sort of setting point. So they might not interfere at 0.02 degrees if there's some sort of other atmospheric thing going on. So the case may still be open if they're interfering due to something else, atmospherics, the wavelength of the light, the height, who knows?
Then you would need to have an explanation that you can demonstrate that would explain the who knows. At the moment, I can use angular size and the laws of perspective, including in that standardized refraction, to show
You have
that the
a
sun...
rubber ruler of refraction that's very large.
It's
a very
not
large
a rubber
rubber
ruler. It's based on the density of the atmosphere, the temperature differences between the air and the ground beneath it,
Well,
which is why you get more extreme examples of distortion across water versus land, which is why it's actually better to try and find flatter land to do this across because you will get less distortion because there's less temperature.
Yep, 100%. It's actually something I was going to. It's really interesting because when the sun sets, if it sets over water, it actually appears to enlarge slightly as it sets. Whereas if it sets over like the desert, then it it shrinks almost to a pinprick before it goes.
If you see the sunset in Africa, where you get a very, especially towards the equator, you get a very rapid sunset. That's amazing because it literally just goes vump, as opposed to where it does up in the northern hemisphere. This angle of latitude that we live at, where it's a much slower sunset, and that's another thing that we can predict for a globe that is very difficult to explain on a flat Earth.
I
disagree. In some places, you get 11 days straight with sunlight because of the specific place you're in on the globe.
But,
Like
yeah,
straight up, the sun does not set.
about that.
I just posted something. It's like when what's the homeboy's name? Is he's still here? Atheist. Yeah. He was saying, are you looking down at the sunset? Look at what I just posted. Are you looking down to see across the earth? Nobody's looking down. We're looking straight ahead. No,
I mean, relative to space, you're not looking anywhere.
You might claim, well, the earth is so big that we're looking across, but we're actually looking down to see something that way.
Yeah,
but wherever the sun is, man.
Flat Earth links. You're not looking down, you're looking straight ahead.
If you look at
where are you looking straight ahead from?
Can I get my point out quickly?
If you're at point S and you're looking at T, you're looking
You're
down.
interrupting me. Stop it. Get some fucking control and stop acting like a dick. You're pissing me off now. Okay? You can have a conversation. You don't need to jump in to make your point every time. Be patient.
I think you could
You're
chill
not
too,
12.
man.
Yeah,
He literally
sorry,
asked me a question and I'm answering it, foolish.
No, that's cool. Hey, check this out. I just wanted to.
Sorry, if you were addressing Helio, I would draw that.
No, it's cool. I posted something and I'm saying this is my thing. If you're on a globe and you're looking from point A to point B is, of course there's different tangents on there, but yeah, I mean, are you looking through a hump? Are you looking down to see the sunset? Are you looking down to see that building across, a body of water? These are the reasons that flat earthers exist. If the earth was a globe, this is the question.
It's the reflection
we're not looking
of light.
down. Oh, now it's refraction. Of course.
Well, no, the point I was going to make is scale.
If you're at,
Well, the thing is, we're being asked to just throw more distance and more scale at it with more and more rubber ruler. I mean,
If you're
should
at
we just
point
drop this
S-
model and say that we're on a flat plane?
If you're at
No,
point
'cause we're
S
not.
and you're looking at the intersection of E and M, of course you're looking down. Say the sun
But
is
you
right.
have to prove it with a protractor.
Now
Prove
wait
it
a
with
minute. I'm not
protractor.
looking down. I'm looking straight ahead, bro.
How are you looking straight ahead? That is obviously not a 90-degree angle, so obviously you are not looking straight.
I mean, relative to fucking space, nothing is up or down. Like, you're looking at the sun.
No, that is the sign for an acute angle. That means he is looking
You see what
at.
happens. You see what happens when you. It's like I feel like I'm looking straight, but it can't be because this.
Okay, do you understand
retarded.
like what those angles are showing? Do you understand the difference
Do you
between the marker
understand
for
what
an
affirming the
acute?
consequent
Oh yes, I
is?
completely understand it. And this
Okay,
is what
which one
you
of
don't
those is
understand it.
which one of those is supposed to represent a square? I count
just telling
four of
you,
them.
when I look at something,
Okay, I count four.
When I look at
square
something over
angles.
distance, I see it
Okay,
looking straight.
Let's answer the question. There are 4 square angles that I've counted so far in your model you posted. You know which ones they are?
You need to drop this model and make your mind flexible enough to take on a new model.
I'm just telling you,
What
this
is
is what
this?
you
Test
think is
Helio Day?
happening.
What the heck is going on?
Can you let
No.
Helio answer the question I asked him? Do you know?
All right. Well,
Oh
all right.
my
well,
God.
You asked, "Am I looking down at the sunset?" Of course not. I'm looking across the earth to see the sun go away from me.
You can tell that we're not on a globe because you can't set up a marker 3 to 6 miles out for a 6-foot observer and see the land drop from that point. If you raise up in elevation from 6 feet to higher, you see that marker from 3 to 6 miles out drop away and the horizon rise up toward eye level, which means we can't be on a sphere that is dropping away from all points. Based off of that metric alone, there's more flat land that appears to rise toward eye level beyond.
You realize that proves the fucking sphere Earth, right?
No, if it was a
If
sphere, it would drop
if a
off from
ship
that
goes
36
across
mile
the
away point.
horizon and it goes below the horizon, that's because it's a
It's
globe.
optical
It's going around
compression.
the curvature
Optical
of the
compression
Earth.
over a flat plane. No, it's optical compression over a flat plane. Like looking over a flat table and seeing something set bottom first over the flat table as you move an object further away from you over a flat table.
Yeah, Lemon. That's why I like that
That
image.
doesn't
It just
work.
triggers everyone. They don't realize. They think they're looking down, but they're not looking down because they're looking straight ahead.
Oh, let me get you a video of the
Fucking
ship
funny.
going across the fucking the
Okay,
edge.
well, how about you actually just do the math there? It's right there in front of your eyes, bro. You're not looking down.
Just
That's
drop
why
it.
I like it.
Heliocentrism, it just doesn't work. It's just a leftover from Neoplatonism when they assumed it was a perfect sphere because they thought that these shapes were perfect expressions of the god's divine will from ancient Greece. They should have dropped it
Do you
a
believe in
long time
gravity?
ago. I believe in the flow of the ether and objects going with the flow of the ether,
Why don't
but
you
not
explain what
gravity.
ether is?
The neutral electric sea we swim in that flows over the flat stationary Earth.
What basis in science does ether have?
Michelson Morley and Michelson Gale, they lie with their words, but the data belies the ether. It's there, swirling gently over the Earth, despite the
Now,
words that they lie with,
could you
saying that
please-
there's no ether.
Could you please post that, please?
Let me see if I can post it again. Hold on.
Lemonbird, you've mentioned the ether like quite a lot before. I still don't
It's in
understand.
Flat Earth links.
Yeah,
My question is, what does not work in heliocentric sphere theory? What doesn't
The sun being an attractive body of gravity when it's obviously an expansive body of heat. How can it be an attractive body when it is an expansive body of heat? You need to use theory, philosophy, and metaphysics to even begin to wrap your mind around that. Perhaps gravity is just a fable they made up to explain perfect balls in the heliocentric assumption.
Yeah,
Not
I'm pretty
quite.
sure you're answering a question he didn't ask. He
But
asked what
he's
the
also
ether is.
wrong.
That's just one element that shows the problem with it. Another problem is how can gravity
That
from the
wasn't a
sun pull
problem.
the
What you
Earth?
said was not a problem.
Oh, gravity is magical. It can do a whole
No.
lot of things.
No, you just misunderstand. Physics.
I understand it very well. It's just BS. Another thing is if the sun
Why
is
don't you
pulling
tell
the
us
Earth, how does
why exactly the sun has no mass? Go on.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the sun is.
Yeah, you don't know your own proof for the flat Earth. Go figure.
That's just so
but
underhanded and deceitful. You tried to use my lack of knowledge on another thing to translate it into, don't listen to him about the flat Earth. It's just underhanded and deceitful.
No,
That's why people don't like coming to the politics server. This is just a den of deceitful vipers.
No, not quite.
Very dishonest.
When I asked you what didn't work in a heliocentric theory, you said
You asked me what the sun was made out of. That had nothing to do with it.
You said the sun
didn't
couldn't
say what the
work
sun
because
was-
it's heat and it couldn't become a sphere.
You tried to use my lack of knowledge in another area to take away my credibility. Very dishonest
it's
and underhanded.
literally the area that you were talking about. Literally the one you
Well, we're
said.
talking about how gravity doesn't work.
Yes.
That's it.
And it's almost like mass
Lemonbird.
has something to do with gravity.
Anyone knows about the ether? That was the question, right? What is the ether?
So
I think that was the original
Hemlo was asking Lemonbird what doesn't work in the heliocentric model, and then Lemonbird replied with a few things that,
Yeah,
in
that's
my
fine.
opinion,
But I want to bring it back to focus.
But first
I mean,
was the
don't
sun
get too
and
big,
how
man.
it can't have mass, basically.
No, you're misrepresenting what I said. How
said
can
it
it be
was heat,
attractive
right?
when it's obviously an expansive body of heat?
Yes.
You need to use philosophy and metaphysics and theoretical assumptions to even wrap your head around that when that is not observed in real life at all.
Okay,
When you
sure,
have
but
heat,
are
it
you appealing
expands.
to, like,
It does
common
not
sense?
That
attract.
is exactly what I was
Lemonbird.
countering.
Lemonbird, are you
You
appealing
didn't counter
to
it. You made a poor riposte by just trying to destroy my credibility with my lack of knowledge in another area. You didn't even address
What
it.
other area? It's literally the same thing.
Lemonbird, are
You
you
haven't made a
appealing?
point, dude. You haven't made a point. My point stands. How can the sun be attractive when it is an expansive body of heat?
Lemonbird, I need to ask something quickly. You keep saying it's obviously an expansive body of heat. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. But two, are you appealing to like common sense or something?
Yes.
To like demonstrate? Yeah. So you know, so I don't accept common sense as proof. You're gonna have to do better than that.
Well, you're going to have to do better than an esoteric theory that has no demonstration in real life. Also, if the sun is gravitational at all and it's pulling its own mass into itself to make some sort of circle, how is it going to have any excess gravity left over to pull planets? If it had any excess gravity left over, it would not assume a perfect shape that is spherical. It would have to assume a perfect spherical shape from using all its gravity to pull into its own shape. It would not have anything left over to pull 9 different planets in 9 different ways toward itself. That is a contradiction.
It's not energy.
This theory doesn't work.
You have just demonstrated to me that you do not understand how
You're,
gravity works.
whatever, dude. Whatever. You're not addressing it. I've heard the same political rhetoric before. You're not addressing it. You can't address it.
If
My
you give
point
me a moment,
stands.
I will address it. Okay, for one thing, you've just demonstrated that you do not understand how gravity works. There is no gravity left over. You also pulled a two-part way. Okay, just because I don't accept common sense as like a demonstration that the sun is.
I could say it's
what do you
common
call
sense that a unicorn is like raping your
Yeah,
mother
exactly.
right now.
Okay, enough
Exactly,
personal
that's-
little digs here. Is gravity a pulling or a pushing force?
Neither.
Pushing from the ether.
Ether doesn't. Oh my god.
Okay, so
Well, I'm not quite sure.
It depends what you mean, Merlin. Do you mean the Newtonian or the Einsteinian gravity? What exactly do you mean?
Well, I'm not talking about, if we're talking about the bending of space-time, what are the mechanics that are bending it? Can that be demonstrated?
By the Earth.
I don't know if it's known.
So the Earth is bending
comes from far
what?
away galaxies.
Yes.
So I don't know if
mean-
it's actually like known. Like I don't know if the mechanic of how like masses bend space time. I don't know if that's known how it works. The
But we can
mechanics of it.
demonstrate that it happens. I mean,
Yeah.
get a telescope, look up, and just see the ISS. Make sure that isn't falling down into Earth right now.
Okay.
If it isn't, it's suspended in orbit.
No, that's actually a fallacy. There could be. You've basically presented a false dichotomy. You've said
What's the fallacy?
if it isn't full. Well, I've just told you it's a false dichotomy. You
I
said if
mean, is
isn't
it not the
falling-
most reasonable hypothesis?
So
that
then
the ISS is
no,
orbiting
it's not
the Earth?
actually. Actually,
Well, then what is?
Well, okay. If you allow me to talk for more than 3 words, maybe I can actually flesh something out. The first thing is it's a false dichotomy. You said it's either falling to the ground or it's orbiting the Earth. Obviously, there are more.
If I did say that, I didn't mean that.
Okay, well, that's what I understood. There are obviously other choices, so yeah, it's a false dichotomy.
What other choices?
Well, for instance, it could just be in low. It could be a couple of miles up. It could.
What
don't
I
know.
meant was
It could be any distance up. It doesn't necessarily have to be in orbit.
Yeah, what I was trying to say was look up into the sky. It's not falling down, is it? So
Okay.
it's pretty
Attached
safe
to a
to say.
balloon.
Therefore, what?
Attached to a track.
Well,
Attached to a
therefore,
balloon.
if
Just a
you
light.
know, the science itself is correct, we are
Maybe some of it's wrong.
right?
I know it does kind of sound like science is your god and it's infallible and unquestionable. Is that what you're saying? It can't be questioned at all.
Oh my god!
If
Basic
accepted
bitch
science is
Newtonian
correct.
physics is easy to just prove with any everyday object.
Okay, do it then.
please don't pull atheism, science, whatever, Big Bang is a religion. That's such a tired, old argument.
It becomes a religion when you won't question it.
What's a religion?
A religion is something that ties your mind and binds your mind and your way of acting, keeps you from questioning, makes you take it on faith, and you defer to it with religious fervor.
What's your definition of science?
That's not the definition of a religion.
Real science. I have a different definition of science than the materialistic, let's say.
You have a different definition of science to the rest of humanity.
Seeing how God does things and honoring Him and asking Him for revelation on how things work in His natural world.
Say, that's an interesting scientific hypothesis.
Hold on.
Good way to ask.
Duke said that he could. Duke made a claim I want him to flesh out. He said that he can use an everyday object to prove gravity. So, could you do that, please?
I didn't say gravity specifically, but I can drop a can. But I mean,
okay.
I'm just talking about basic Newtonian physics. What
does that prove?
Also, gravity wasn't really... The idea of what gravity is has nothing to do with Newtonian physics. That wasn't fucked with until Einstein era. We're talking about a 300-year gap here.
Okay, so what do you think dropping a can proves?
Proves nothing except that it's falling at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second.
Hey, Matthew.
Okay.
In a vacuum, not in real life. In real life, it will drop like 3/16 of a second of that with air resistance.
I mean, obviously, air resistance throws up all kinds of issues depending on what the object is, and it's
Yeah, I can accept that. That's fine. Aristotle, sorry, I cut you off. Do you want to go ahead, bro?
Forget what I was addressing.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, though.
It's all right.
Well, sure, stuff falls, but it's a bit of a jump to say that it falls to the center of the Earth without an accurate picture of the center of the Earth from a source you can trust other than the Masons at NASA. Maybe it's just falling down. How do you know it's going to the center of the Earth? You have video of it falling to the center of the Earth and being suspended at the center of the Earth. Unless you do, that's a jump.
Can I ask, you do realize that NASA does not comprise the entire of the scientific community, right?
You realize you didn't
It looks like they're all working. It looks like they're all kind of working together.
I have a question for you.
When we say center of the Earth, I mean, it's pretty clear that if you are standing on a ball Earth and you drop something, is it not easy to infer that it is going to the center of the Earth?
No, because
If
you're
it's a
relying on
ball.
the presupposition of living on a ball in the first place.
If you're not falling down, you are standing upright, correct?
Yes.
And on a sphere Earth, if you are balanced, if you drop something, then it would be going to the center of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, I've just said that. If you presuppose you're on a ball, then it's a sensible conclusion. I've just said that.
So this thing
Now,
about
the only
NASA,
way.
Yeah, it becomes
the only way
frustrating at a certain point when we have to repeat ourselves. When we, of course, we all, thought the Earth was a ball at a certain point, and when you drop a pen, it's going toward the center of the Earth. We all thought that at a certain point, but now we're giving you giving you a different way to look at the world. As if it's just like weird.
It's
dude.
not a.
I mean, it's like you act like we never ever even considered that concept. We're too dumb to figure it out. It's like fuck, man.
Well, in a way, it does hold up, because when you take the next step, you have off-world, which is where mainstream science is heading. And what you got to wonder is where is that going? So we live on the planet. Well, we live on the planet Earth, okay? Hypothetically. And we're in the universe, in space. So the only way to go somewhere else is to leave this planet and go to another one. right?
But it's not happening with the firmament dome covering our world. You know, the thing is, it's like a magic trick. You know, they say stuff falls down. Okay, accept that. The Earth is a ball. Accept that. So accept that it falls to the center of a ball. But the thing is, if we're not on a ball, then that logic chain falls apart. At the very least, it just falls down. That's it. But maybe it's for another reason.
Why do you think there's a firmament on the Earth?
What
and
the
another
hell is
thing?
a firmament? Yeah.
The covering of our world, according to the Enochian flat Earth model, anyway, the biblical
What's
one.
that made of?
But
Good
sun
question.
dogs,
Good question. That's a
sun
good
dogs.
question.
What about sun dogs? It looks like light shining through a curved
Well,
glass dome.
hold on.
Sun
That
dogs?
can't prove anything. But what is the firmament? Yeah, it's very hard. Just like, you know, when people say, "Hey," people were asking me earlier, you know, go to the edge and show me the edge. Why don't you just go find it? It's like, dude, I mean,
Yeah, you never answered that
go and find
question,
the
eh?
edge just like I can go as far up as I can go and find the firmament. You know, the firmament may, you know, descend toward the
So how do you
edge
know it's there
as
then?
much. Well, I don't.
Look at that picture
I
of the
don't.
chat.
I don't.
Look at that
I'm
picture in the
I'm
flat
just
Earth
telling
link.
you. I showed you a picture of, you know, how you would be able to see something on a globe if you were looking, and just like Homeboy asked. No, Atheist was asking
Do you
about
get all your
why.
information from YouTube videos?
It's obvious that the sun is shining through the dome. It's right
No,
there.
it's
Open
not
your
obvious.
eyes.
That's
It's
explainable.
almost like there is a
Nobody's
dome above Earth in the
nobody.
heliocentric.
Right,
It's
nobody's
almost like if
looking
flat
down.
earthers actually
Listen.
cared, they'd do a GoFundMe and use a weather balloon or maybe
No,
like
no.
a
Check
sounding
this out.
rocket and actually see what they run into
Check
or what
this
they
out,
fucking
bro.
see.
All right,
Wouldn't
no,
be that
it's not
expensive.
about.
Can we put
Listen,
you
man,
in the
it's
weather
not
balloon, dude?
about being a flat earther or
Sure.
globe earther. Listen, when you stand on the beach, are you looking down to see something, you know, that across the ocean?
That
You
is
know,
so
maybe
fucking
you're in
retarded.
Hawaii.
I gotta go.
I know you're actually looking across the sea. You're not looking down to see something. You're seeing something straight across the
Dude, that's
plane
a
of
great
water.
meme, dude. Speaking of the ocean, dude,
Hey,
why is
Mike,
it
look at your
the
DMs real quick.
boats? Why is it the boats when they go across the horizon, the last thing you see is the fucking mast? What the
Oh
fuck?
shit,
Oh,
Raging
wait.
Melon! Holy
Are we
shit!
talking about the horizon
What
again?
up?
Is the horizon a hard line of the? What do you think the horizon is?
Yeah, I mean, dude, can you answer the question I just proposed to you?
It's optical compression over a flat plane. The perspective rules are stuff that above your eye line is going to converge down towards your eye line, toward the horizon, and stuff below your eye line, position-wise, is going to appear to converge upward towards your eye line, like the train tracks as it gets further away from you. And so,
Sure,
with
but
optical compression, it'll reach a limit where it will appear to set if you're too low to the flat plane. That's all.
You just
well, sure,
fucking
but
raped my
I think
ears
that there
so
are.
hard.
I think, yeah.
When I
I
look
don't think
at
I'm
like,
ever gonna recover.
I have like a 10-foot
Discord.
I have like a 10-foot pool table I'm looking on here, dude, and I can still see like the quarter that I put on the very end when I put my eye to the very bottom of it.
Type that out to me so
Move
that I
it
can
farther
understand it?
away.
I
Move it
want to
further
say
away.
that Discord, Lemonbird, your mic is pretty hot, bro. If you can back off it a little bit. Anyway,
Pretty hot, dude.
no, yeah, it's pretty hot. But anyway,
That is
so
like utter fucking cancer,
listen,
dude.
what do you guys think the horizon is? Like if you're standing at the sea, when you see as far as you can see, and you see a hard line horizon, you see the clouds in the sky, and they're
Not really a
compressed
hard line.
towards- Yeah, well,
Hard
it's not a hard
line.
line because it's kind of obscure.
Dude,
Is that
Imagine
horizon?
an
Is that the
You can look
curvature
at a
of the Earth?
telescope. You
Wait,
can
wait,
look
wait,
at it
wait,
through a
wait. Hold
telescope,
on.
as I've done
Hold
several
on.
times.
Is what? No, fuck a telescope. I'm talking about when you're standing on at the shoreline and you're
Fuck
looking
telescope.
across the Earth. Is that the curvature of the Earth? Is that when you see the horizon? Do you think that's the curvature of the Earth, or do you
How
think
could
that
it
is
be?
as far
Well,
as you
yeah,
can
that's
see?
the curvature.
On
Yeah.
Minecraft,
It's
when
to
I
do with
set it to
angles.
super flat, if I set my render distance to max, I can see an object from 100,000 blocks away, dude. Even if I can see it from like, yeah.
You see how you guys get triggered when I ask a very simple question. You don't want to answer it directly.
I told you the answer.
I literally did just answer it. I said no, you're not supposed to. It wouldn't make any sense in a
Because it's
fucking.
too far, right? I mean, of course you can't see that far, right? But that's why you can't render this, and so you're too small to
Yeah,
see
you
the
can. It's called
curvature.
a telescope, mate. You ever used one before?
Oh, have you ever taken one to the shore of an ocean and
Yes,
pointed it
yes,
straight
several
across?
times.
All right,
I've
have you ever
actually laid
seen
a yardstick, and you
All
can
right,
actually see the
which
curvature of the
coast?
Earth with a yardstick.
It's true. They fucking proved this out.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Hold up.
With their
Okay,
nonsense.
tell us how'd you measure the curve of the Earth with a yardstick? I gotta hear this. Go ahead.
Nice
Wait,
to meet
who's
you.
asking?
Who claimed that?
It's
Here you go, Bucko. I was
Yeah.
making very
Who
good
claimed
points.
that with a yardstick, curvature of the Earth? Go ahead.
Here you go.
Present your claim.
I don't understand it. Can you explain
go.
it to me?
Wait, just shut up for a second.
Hey,
Someone
I
needs
can-
to
I
speak.
can do-
Stupid
I can do
American
Hold up.
fuck. Can you explain this?
All right, hold up. Shut
Well-
up for a second. Who said that?
Who
said
check
that?
your DMs. Check your DMs.
Who said that? You're too embarrassed to back up your claim now?
No,
Who
I'm
he fucking
saying
sent it to
check
you,
your
dick.
DMs.
Who said that?
I just fucking
He
told you. I'm
fucking
talking right now.
Okay, Duke. So
Wow.
what's up? How'd you do it?
What do you mean? How did I do what?
You proved the curvature of the Earth with a yardstick. Explain your method, please.
DM it to me
No,
as well.
I'm just
I
showing.
already
I
know.
see a curve with a yardstick.
How?
Look in the DMs right now.
Okay, cool.
I can't
Alright.
actually post in the whatever.
No, that's
Well,
fine.
the thing is, how do you differentiate the curvature of the Earth from the curvature of the lens?
I mean,
Keep
the
in mind
original
that
question, I actually introduced the original question, and I was curious about what people think the horizon is. What the
Well,
horizon is.
the horizon.
This like
Imagine
Well, I
an
know what
ant
you.
on
I
a
know what
basketball.
you know,
Due
Lemon.
to
I
angles,
know
its
you know what
vision
the
stops
horizon.
at a certain point.
Hmm.
Is that not true?
That's gay,
No.
actually.
Well, if you're standing on the shore of an ocean, say you're standing at the sea, you're looking at the broad, vast Pacific Ocean. You see as far as you can see.
Okay.
When you see, as far as you can see, that line that, it's kind of blurry because you obviously
You can't see shit.
Is that horizon the curvature of the Earth?
the horizon.
What the fuck is that even supposed to mean?
The
Flat.
horizon
Oh.
is just like the point beyond which you can't see anything
Yeah,
because
due to the angle.
because
because-
beyond because beyond the horizon things like objects will fall behind the horizon. So
Right,
when
well,
you
Well,
when
what
you
do you mean
when
by
you look at a
fall
ship,
beyond the horizon?
Well, hold on.
When
Let me try to draw a diagram for you guys. I think there's a little.
yeah, I'll explain it quickly. When you look at a ship in the distance, if it's like sailing away from you, you will see that the bottom of the ship starts to disappear, and the ship starts to disappear from the bottom up until it's completely gone. And the point that starts to happen is the horizon, and that
Same
and
with like
the reason for that.
skyscrapers. 15 miles
Well, the
away, you'll
thing-
look at a skyscraper, and the first few floors will be.
But-
even if you're at the highest point between the city and where you're at, if you're on a hill, it's 20 miles away. You will not see the bottom.
But with
Skyscraper.
optical, but with angular resolution,
Dude,
the
I'm not
horizon
fucking
just
hearing
becomes
listening to this again, dude. This is fucking
the
cancer.
the
Get a
horizon.
different
The
mic or don't
horizon.
speak. Holy shit.
The horizon becomes the point at which all the light rays from Earth and sky converge at 0.02 degrees. Remember, you need to have at least two light
You are
rays
giving
that
me
are far
fucking
enough
colon
apart
cancer.
to give you a 2D
I can feel the
image.
polyps
If they're too
forming in
close,
my ass right now. Please.
when they're refocused,
I'll
they're
tell
going
you
to
what,
merge
this is a
into the
public
horizon
health
line.
issue, please.
Yeah, hey, Lemon and Discord. Hold on, everyone. This is where the trigger point comes because people want to prove the globe Earth by looking up in the sky. And when I start talking about looking across the Earth and trying to discover whether the Earth is what what they tell us it is, when we start looking across the Earth, this is when people get triggered. This is what's happening.
Can you make a point? I'm waiting for you to make a point, but I literally have not
I'm
heard
asking
one.
you, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, we
or-
just fucking explained it to you, you dickhead. Have you been like
I'm literally
comatose for the
drawing a
last 5
diagram.
minutes?
No,
But the thing
you
is,
haven't
it's
explained
just
shit.
optical.
Everyone,
it's just optical compression over a flat plane. You're wrong. It's not the curve of the Earth. It's just optical
No one
compression.
fucking understands what you're saying. Get this through your thick skull, mate.
I'm pretty
Okay,
sure I
let
made
me
it very
explain it to
simple.
you. Let me
This
explain.
is what the
Lemon Bird.
horizon is. I posted a fucking simple diagram. That's his light sign.
That's
the horizon.
Yeah,
That's actually a really cool diagram. I like that diagram. Anyway, Lemon Bird. So
Yes, yes.
you've talked about the reason things disappear at the horizon, something to do with light rays converging.
Don't get me on me,
at the resolution.
Yes.
Can you like demonstrate somehow that this is actually what's happening at the moment? This is a possible explanation, but I don't know that it's the correct.
Well, let's look at the rules. The rules say that when something gets away from you, an even amount is taken from the top and the bottom of the object toward the middle as it disappears, as it goes away and it disappears into its vanishing point, right?
What do you mean?
So that can only be expected to happen if your eye line is at the same elevation as the midpoint of the object and your eye is piercing the middle of the object, so that you cut it in half, with half of the object above your eye line, half of the object below your eye line. So if you have a 100-foot building, 50 feet of it would be above your eye line, 50 feet of it would be below your eye line, but that's only going to happen if you're levitating and floating up in the air. But as it goes away from you, from 50-50, it'll go down 50-50, 40-40, 30-30, 20-20, 10-10, 0-0. But when you're now down close to the ground with the flat plane beneath your feet, like 6 feet below your eye line, and like that 100-foot building now sticking up out of the flat plane, you no longer have even distribution and an even split. It's going to be like 6 feet below your eye line and 100 minus 6, 94 feet above your eye line. So when it gets away from you, it's not going to disappear evenly. It's going to tend to set. It's going to go away like 94.6, 93.5, 92. You get it. It's
What if you're
going to
1,000
set.
feet above? What if you're 1,000 feet above sea level, and this town, like city's 100 feet above sea level, and it's 20 miles away, and there's still 3 or 4 stories that are below the horizon?
Well, those are the general principles. Stuff above your eye line will converge down towards your eye line. The stuff that's physically above your eye line, the taller.
This is the
I had a great
general
idea.
principle. If your
Yeah,
if your
you can
system
derive the
doesn't
rest of the
work
principle.
for even 1 second, it's totally
But you
fucked.
can,
But
but you
mine
can
is just
derive.
a general principle.
Yes, you can derive the rest of the principles based off of that behavior. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
I had a good idea.
Right. Okay.
I
Lemon
think I
Bird,
can prove
if you're-
glow birth right now. You guys live in America, right?
No, I live on Mars.
Well, we can fucking look at the sky right now. You and me, whoever. I'm in Australia. We can look up at the fucking stars and look at a constellation, see if we see the same shit, right?
It's a projector.
We see,
That's the vaulted dome of the sky. That's not the flat land. We're under a vaulted dome of sky that is curved, but the land is flat.
It's a projector.
we should see the same shit, though,
God
right?
is
If we're on
using
a
a
flat Earth.
fucking projector in the
If you're
sky,
too
right?
far-
And those are all little light globes that you're seeing.
Let's go to something practical for a second. Do you
living in a
guys know what a
snow globe,
canal
bro.
system is?
Yeah, no.
Canal system, like
white
So-
experiment?
Suez Canal.
Well, like
yeah.
a canal system is like built on levels. Okay,
Yeah, I know what it. Yeah, yeah.
you understand that, right? So if a canal system is built on levels and the water's not bending, you have a problem.
No globe. None.
Nice meme, dude. You got it.
Because if the water's not bending in a canal system, it's not bending on a lake, it's not bending at sea, it's not bending in a swimming pool, it's just not bending full stop. And no one's seen a spherical ocean anywhere. No
That's
sailors
nice,
reported sailing over a curve. No one in history.
Flat level water.
How do you
Flat
know,
level land, too.
How do you know the sailors are real? What if they're imaginary?
It
why
accords
do you
with
think-
reality, so you can just accept it without having to war against your mind. The heliocentric model wars against the mind, so it's going to tend to be rejected by a thinking person.
Hey man,
Yeah.
why do you think when
Nice,
you're
man.
buried, you're buried in a
You
flat
can tell you're a
casket
thinking
and
person
not
by
a
the fact that you
10
can't
degree-
even figure out to take your fucking mouth 1 inch away from your microphone. That's how you're a thinking person, right? Good try that one, mate.
Excuse me, sir. I'd like to remind
Sorry.
AIDS.
Okay, well, if Earth is round, then how do you explain PewDiePie's subscriptions?
Mr. Super Guy, you had a serious question. Mr. Super Guy, you had a serious question.
Hey guys, did you guys know that the Earth is flat because the government is lying to you and they're blocking off from you going to see?
No, serious. How do you know?
Dude, Nate, dude, I'm telling
in
you,
Minecraft.
the
You guys
UN.
see this though? You see the cognitive dissonance. This is cognitive dissonance in action. These people can't even like take this seriously because they don't even want to accept
See, no,
the
because Raging
ramifications of what it
believes in
might
shit
become.
like, for example, that the government is
Whatever.
conspired. There's a massive cabal in the government to tell you that the Earth is
What
flat,
if it is?
that you
What
can't
if it is? What if it is?
They would
Alright,
never
no,
use
No,
the same argument.
no,
You guys, you
What if
that's a
there's
ridiculous
there's
conspiracy
an
theory that you
aspect?
have yet.
I mean,
Okay,
what if
I can
there's a
use your own
certain
arguments
aspect?
against you.
Why would mommy
Yeah,
and
man,
daddy
It's the
lie?
ice wall, my dude.
What if there's certain aspects of this conversation that you might consider? I'll be back.
To say the government is doing
If you
something
think
without,
about it, right?
without any evidence.
I don't know. To be honest, like a flat earther, if they wanted to convince me, would really need to start with why the fuck are so many people involved in fucking convincing people
Because
of
they
this when there's
believe
no
it.
immediate gain.
Dude,
Here.
we're not trying
So
to
you've got
convince you first
72
off.
72 space agencies, all the governments of the world, all the scientists
No,
and
no, no, no,
engineers.
no,
in
but
the
that's a
world.
straw
How
man.
about me,
You want to
bitch?
know why that's a
How
straw
about
man?
me,
Can I
bitch?
tell you, or
I've
you
been
want
on a
to straw man?
plane, which according
Can
to
you
flat
shut up?
earthers doesn't
Can
fucking
I
exist.
explain my side, or you want to straw man the shit out of every flat earther? Okay.
Okay.
So no, not every scientist is lying. They actually believe it, just like you believe it. Okay. So it's not everyone lying.
Except they back up their data and evidence, and you say shit like, "If you go into space."
Okay, but that's another argument. So now you're bringing up another argument because you got pawned. All right, whatever.
Yeah,
man.
that's straw man, bro.
Okay,
Wow,
whatever,
how dare
dude. You
someone
want to
bring
know
up
what we
another
think, or you want
argument
to
in
straw
a
man the shit
debate?
out of us? Because that's all you're doing. I'm done for tonight, man.
I've
We're
heard
here
actual
to
flat
give
earthers
you
say
guys
that
another
shit.
side of
No,
the
see,
story.
one last
If you
thing,
don't want to
man.
listen, you can shut the fuck up. You can go to another room. I don't give a shit.
I'm
But we're
willing
here
to
to
listen.
spread information with you guys. If you don't want to hear it,
Preach,
I'm
brother.
willing to
why are you
listen.
here?
Preach, brother.
Literally.
It's a
When you
labor of
play,
love.
when you play Minecraft and you walk to the edge of the world, it
Dude,
doesn't
don't do that shit.
it doesn't bring you around to the back to where you started.
That's bullshit.
If you go east-west on the flat plane around the central North Pole, yes. If you go north-south, no. You'd probably
Let's
hit the
re-educate
firmament.
these flat earthers.
You'd hit the firmament or more land if you go north-south.
Yeah, exactly.
Why when I
So
use
if
a
you don't
telescope
continue
do
in
I
a straight
see
direction and
round
you go
planets?
back to where you were originally,
Because they are blobs of light. When you go to NASA, they embellish the photos with CGI artistry to make you think that they are
myself. I
terra
see
firma
them myself.
that you can
I
land
see the
on.
moon. I literally
how
have a
about
telescope.
The moon, but
how
not the
about
rest of the planet.
how about
Actually,
the
yeah, I
plane
saw
that doesn't
Jupiter.
exist?
That's it.
Can you
I gotta
explain
throw
that
this
one to me?
telescope away. It's been lying to me this entire
Why
time.
is Qantas?
It looks
Why
like
is
a blob of
Qantas and
light.
apparently myself lying
Please
to you?
invest in a telescope and try to see
There's a
Jupiter.
massive glass dome around the planet that the
Oh,
government
Jupiter's actually
built.
So
pretty cool.
if in Minecraft, if Minecraft is flat, then it follows that Earth is flat.
No,
Obviously, the perspective matches what we see in real life, so if it matches up, it's probably true.
Actually,
Yeah.
Minecraft is not. Are you really gonna use a video
Wait.
game?
You
And
just used it. It was your example.
if you use a
Truth
VR
hiding in plain
headset,
sight. Open your mind. Truth hiding in plain sight.
No, hang on a minute.
Unshackle yourself from the dome. I mean,
Is
from
using
the
your eyes and
heliocentric
ears
model.
like is that
You do
is that a
realize that
good method
Minecraft
of finding out
itself is
what's
a
true?
It
Is like
actually
making
is.
personal observation. Is that good? Is that a good way to find
It
out
actually
what's true?
is. Yeah, you have to
How
set your
do you
senses
explain
up
the
to a point.
fact that I've literally been on a plane, which according to flat earthers doesn't fucking exist? It's a plane from fucking Perth to fucking you cannot fucking
Bro,
explain how you can
Well,
get to
Australia
South
doesn't
America
exist, you liar.
from Perth. Like
I live in
literally,
Australia.
you cannot fucking explain
Liar.
it because the
Oh,
plane.
I want to hear about this. Did it make a stop? Was it non-stop or did it make a stop?
This
Yeah.
one did make a stop. Yes.
Did it make a stop in the North Pole? Because flights would have a North Pole deviation because you
I'm
tend to
pretty
go
sure I
over the
noticed
central
if
North
we
Pole
stopped in the
over
middle
the
of
flat
fucking
plane.
ice.
Southern Hemisphere flights would tend to make a North Pole deviation over the central North Pole over the flat plane because that would tend to give you a straight line or a straightish line.
Stupid cunt.
So if there was a stop instead of it being non-stop, that could be why.
There are non-stop flights, dude. Take the L.
But the thing is, this is where the conspiracy comes in. Do they label them as nonstop, but there's actually like a layover or a gas stop or something?
Flights, my boy.
But how do you know what's outside the window is real? How
Wait,
do you
hang a
know
minute. Wait, hang a minute. You said
How do you know what
you said doesn't stop at all? But do you know where it stopped?
Where?
I'm sorry.
In South
And
America, you
people-
fuckwit.
These people.
Did it have a stop for like a fuel stop or to pick up any layovers or anything in the North Pole?
Not prior to being in South America.
I'm sorry.
It didn't.
Did you really just ask me if I'm sure that what I'm seeing
This is
outside of my
peak
window is
Dude,
real?
he was trolling. Just ignore that bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but you know the airplane food. How do you know it's not like hallucinogenic? Like
We're focusing on the flat Earth. You got to wall off your mind. Your mind's wandering everywhere. Flat Earth. Flat Earth.
Yeah. Your brains are falling off like the planet.
It's enclosed in the dome in the Enochian model, so you're not going to fall off of anything. You're going to be enclosed in the dome.
about the ice
and the Earth
wall?
doesn't move.
Your head is
The ice wall is Antarctica. It looks like a wall of Antarctic ice. Open your mind.
Jesus
Christ. Cool, dude.
Why not
People
go
like
visit this wall? There's actually like no government agency.
No, dude.
trying
The
to stop
UN will
you.
block you, dude. The UN.
I mean, you can
This is
literally
the
get a
super
boat
powerful
from Chile
UN
to
does all that shit that you all
Antarctica.
know about.
Again, I've
Never
had
run into a
mates-
Coast Guard cutter. Never run into a naval
I've
vessel.
had
We can't hear you 'cause
I've had
everyone's talking
mates
at
that
the
have
same
gone
time.
there for
If
scientific
you have a question.
research.
Yes,
Well,
but
people
the,
do.
You can pay to go there.
yes,
Not that
they
hard.
go there, but they have to be guided by the military. They can't just
No,
go
you don't.
along the 40 to 60,000
Guided by the
kilometer
military.
perimeter.
You literally don't.
40 to 60,000 miles. Sorry,
There
40
is
to
no
60,000
government
miles.
protecting the
This is-
South fucking
this-
pole.
this-
There's
this is
certain
why-
areas of Antarctica that are like owned by
This
governments,
is
but
why.
most of
This
it
is
isn't.
why. This is why flat earthers should be purged.
Well, this is why Britain is turning to Satanism and Harry Potter and caring less and less about people.
Okay, this is a troll.
Dude, this guy's a troll.
Well,
dude.
you
This
sound
guy-
British.
I love it.
Dude, there's no way, combined with the cancerous mic, the absolute autistic talking points, he's a troll. You listen, I've been had.
I am the free thinker that
Shut
the
the fuck
socialist
up.
thinkers
Shut your fucking
do
mouth. I
not
can hear you
like.
trying to not laugh.
You're
I
a
can hear the laughter
I am
in
a
your
free
voice.
thinker.
Good man.
I am the free thinker that socialist planners hate. They want everybody to be a hive mind, to be dumbed down, to be stupid, and controlled by snobby social planners like this other dude here with his smarmy British accent.
I'm not British, you dumb fucking retard.
Ooh, get caught.
Australian, whatever.
Raging Melon, where the hell have you been?
Let me guess.
Hold on,
New
Melon,
Zealand.
where the hell have you been?
As wrong
They're literally on
New
opposite
Zealand.
sides of the fucking
Same
globe.
fucking
you
thing
bloody
anyway,
moron.
man.
I know, right? USA forever.
Look, sir, you
Hold
said
on. What
opposite
makes more
sides of the
sense,
globe.
that the Earth goes around the
USA.
sun?
I
or
think
the
you'll
sun
find it's
circles
opposite
around?
sides of the disc. If you
We're
look
actually living on a
outside your
cube. I don't know
window,
what y'all are
sir.
all talking about. Y'all are all retards. We're living on a fucking cube.
You have no proof. You're just trolling. Show me the edge of the cube. I can show
Look
you
outside
lasers
your
and
fucking
infrared that
window,
show
you
flat
moron. I'm
land.
standing on the edge of the cube right now, bro.
Well, the
You're
cube
just
is
trolling. You have no. Yeah, that's right. Flat cube.
Flat cube.
You just threw a flat earth, dumbass.
Yeah, but ain't a disc,
Stop
bitch.
playing Minecraft. You play too much
It's a
Minecraft.
fucking disc, you moron. You
It's
think
a flattened iceberg. It has thickness. Come on, guys. It has
Can I
thickness.
put this
It has
into a fucking
thickness.
Xbox 360? No.
It has
Fucking cube,
thickness.
you moron.
No,
Extra thick.
You know what's really funny is they think they control harder than we can. You know, it's okay, man. You know, it's fine. You know,
I could throw it down.
Hey, when's
Dude,
the
I'm
sun
so
of
down
back,
for
you
trolling,
guys?
Dude, we're expert trollers. You know.
Is
Let's
the
all be
sun up
honest.
for you guys?
We're not living on anything. We're actually just floating. Let's all be fair.
Nihilism. You're just gonna give up on the
Skeptic,
truth.
I'm sorry. Please hold back the trolling, dude.
Is the
I'm
sun
joking.
up for you guys?
I'm joking,
Where's the
but
sun
like
in the
really,
sky for you guys?
I feel really fucking oppressed by your trolling. So please keep
Okay.
it down, dude. I can't deal with it anymore.
Well, Melon, you're a cunt because you don't fucking
Please
show up
stop.
anymore around Wiki or
Please
anything.
stop. Please
It's
stop.
all
your
right,
trolling,
guys.
dude.
The Earth is flat. You know, God probably exists if it's flat land covered by a hemispheric dome. So there's hope for the future. It's time for celebration.
Let's just
Hell
throw some
yeah,
money into a
dude.
sounding rocket, bro. Let's see what's up there. I want to hit that firmament and see what happens. Let's nuke the
Dude, just get
firmament
in a
and see what
chair
happens,
strapped
bro.
to some fireworks on it, like that one fucking Chinese emperor, and I'll fucking be happy to light it for you.
Well, that's what they did during Object.
Yeah. You ever seen
Well, that's what.
Shooting Star?
Well, that's what they did during Project Fishbowl. They just shot nukes up into the atmosphere and they exploded at a certain altitude, kind of like they hit something. So it looks like they were trying to blow through the dome even then.
Yeah, dude.
I'm pretty sure they were testing out
Kinda
what
like they
nukes
hit
do in the
something.
upper atmosphere. Nukes do not explode on impact.
Do you know? Yeah. Do you know what? What do you think happened at Hiroshima?
You
Do
know what
think
happens
they
to a
dropped the
nuke
bomb
when
and
it hits
the
something?
ground?
It disintegrates. It doesn't make a nuclear explosion.
Like
not
that's.
how
Do you
nukes
actually
work.
understand how a nuclear
Nukes
charge
do
is
not
actually
hit
detonated?
Hey, bro, is there
Do you know what happened? Do you
democracy
know what
in here?
happened at Hiroshima? So basically, around like 36 minutes, not 36 minutes, 36 seconds before it was about to hit the ground, they detonate the dynamite, which then creates a nuclear that sets off the uranium, which creates the actual nuclear reaction.
It's got to be in a perfect timing. It's got to be
Otherwise,
perfect
you
timing
really
over the
could
entire
not.
sphere of the core.
Yeah, and also the whole point of the nuclear blast is to spread out the devastation across the whole fucking area. You're not supposed
Wouldn't
to just
work
fucking.
if it detonated.
Oh yeah, I really want to destroy this one building. I want to totally eviscerate it. No, you want to actually spread that shit out.
Well,
Yeah,
the Tower of
if you plant a nuke
Babel
into
and the.
something, it doesn't blow up. It blows
Oh yeah,
up
just
because of
pivot.
the kinetic
Once you've
energy,
lost
but
at
it
one
doesn't have a
point, just
nuclear
pivot to the
explosion.
next one, mate. Pivot.
Well, the
keep
thing
pivoting.
is,
Keep
if the
pivoting.
Tower,
Keep pivoting.
but have you heard of the Tower of Babel in the Bible? They were building,
Wow,
something to
no,
get up
tell
to
me
heaven.
Tell me why.
If
Never
the
heard.
Earth is flat and covered by a hemispheric dome under the throne of God, then the
You
Tower
know,
of
it
Babel
also
makes
says
sense.
in the Bible that you can
To inform you, wait, hold on. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I mean, I am. So,
But there's no
I'm
archaeological
following the
evidence
Bible.
for the Tower of Babel. Nice try.
Well,
What?
that's
not what I
that's
heard. I
not
heard that there
necessarily
was a
true.
site.
But I'm gonna tell you, Lemon. Is there any way you can back off your mic a little bit, man? It's really
Can you
hot.
strangle that fucking
how's
cat?
How's that?
Can you
Sorry.
strangle him, please?
He
I've always
loves
wondered what
me.
cat
He
tastes
loves
like.
me. He loves me.
Abuse him, please.
He loves
He's
you.
really happy right now, and I don't want him to be squealing. Jesus.
Do you want me to
sadism.
abuse
Let's
you?
abuse the cat.
Because
No,
I
I
can
want you to abuse the
you.
cat. I didn't ask you to abuse me.
Well,
Jesus,
I
can you
definitely
follow
abuse
fucking
you.
simple
I won't
instructions,
abuse my
mate?
fucking cat.
It's not that
Yeah,
hard.
shit.
I didn't ask you to abuse me. I asked you to abuse the cat.
Why?
Ooh, suffering.
What the fuck is
I don't
wrong
know.
with
It's
you?
annoying. Just strangle it, please.
Well, I just
Can
came
people
in to
explain
say
it?
I was just coming in to say that Lemon or
Holy
Discord,
shit.
you know, he does have. Sorry.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ,
for
cat.
I was
fuck's
saying,
sake. Can you just strangle it? What the fuck?
Okay, I have a legit question though for flat earthers. Like, why does the Coriolis effect? Why is it completely opposite depending on what hemisphere you're on?
It's like a
It's
cake
not.
with.
It's not. Have you ever heard of an anticyclone?
An anticyclone.
Yep. Do you know what they are?
My
No.
dad.
Okay, so the Coriolis effect is said to cause things like sinks to drain in a certain clockwise or anti-clockwise direction, depending on north or south, and so are storms and.
But that's not the
cyclones,
reason the
hurricanes.
sinks go like
No.
that.
Yeah.
No,
So
the Coriolis effect is like when you're shooting a bullet at like
no, but then you don't know what the
1600
Coriolis effect
meters.
is.
And then it veers. If you're pointing northward, it would veer to
It
the
doesn't.
left.
It's not just said to affect bullets.
Or
I'm
the
telling
right.
you another problem with.
No,
the
I
Coriolis.
know. The Coriolis effect affects many things.
No,
Pretty
it
much
doesn't.
everything.
Well, the thing is, some of this is a prison of our own mind that we're making because we're reading all the stuff into these theories that we're not seeing. You don't see like smokestacks swirl with the Coriolis effect.
Yeah,
The
dude, you
Coriolis
also don't
effect
see
at
you
best is the
exploding with
swirling
impact. What the
ether.
fuck is your point, my dude?
It's such a
Okay,
weak
so
effect that it's
moving
not
on.
to the shit we're
The
saying, but you
Coriolis
don't apply
effect
the
that we
same
would.
shit to your own arguments.
The Coriolis effect may just be like a cake batter. The cake batter is the ether, and the spoon going through it is the sun. Notice how you're going to have opposite cyclones based off of how the spoon is moving through the batter. One cyclone on one side, another cyclone on the other side. Maybe that's happening as it is going through the ether.
So how do you know cyclones are real? Like, have you seen one before?
Keep it confined to the flat Earth. We're not questioning all of reality, just the shape of the Earth. Please keep it focused.
So we're only allowed to question flat Earth, the heliocentric. But I see.
Obviously, if we're going to get anywhere in this discussion, obviously.
I think Succulents are made up by
You're saying we
he
just
just
have to
he just
accept
strawmanned
word.
you. This is
I'm
really
pressing
irritating.
X
These
to
strawmen are
doubt,
really
buddy.
irritating, right? You say, oh, so we're only allowed to question the globe. No, that's clearly not what he said. What he said is that we're not here to question all of reality. We're just talking about the shape of the Earth. So don't
Yeah, but
strawman him by saying
you are questioning reality, my dude.
I mean,
I'm
when
sorry
you're
to
talking
break
about
it
the
to
flat
you,
Earth,
buddy,
you
but
gotta
you
throw
are
away pretty
questioning
much
reality.
everything.
Oh,
to
for
try
fuck's
to-
sake! So
and
so
start
clearly
from-
we're not discussing all of it, though, are we? Otherwise, that would be a rather long discussion.
Well, all of our part, at least.
Okay,
Man.
but like, so in Minecraft, if you walk in the same direction, it doesn't take you back to the start. So
Oh my god.
Therefore,
Dude,
what?
I mean, it is a good meme, dude. It is a good meme, but you know, I mean,
Well,
I think
yeah,
they're just too thick-headed. They can't appreciate the memes.
how could you walk straight and then end up where you started? It's impossible, bro.
Have you ever done it?
Wait, doesn't it actually start
Okay.
like breaking up the further away you go in Minecraft until like the game crashes?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happens here, dude.
So you haven't done
it's
it,
the UN.
and now you're asserting it happens?
Maybe if
Yeah,
I
no.
walk east far enough, the world starts breaking apart.
So, by the way, to honestly respond to you, Fe, my dude, all we're doing is simply applying your same logical standards for evidence for certain. To
You're not,
everything.
though.
And then you discover that actually
not,
you
though.
can't actually fucking
No,
establish.
you're just making this empty claim. You're saying, "Oh, we're applying your logical standards," when you're not. So the rest of
Okay, where am I not doing it? Explain that. Don't just
that
fucking
sounds like
assert
an
it.
empty claim.
Demonstrate it, bitch.
Okay, so you don't seem to have been asking these same questions when it was a globe, which is why I think you're rather hypocritical. It's only when it's
I'm using
feeling
your
is fucking
standards,
neutral.
not
only
mine.
when it's a
Hey,
flat Earth
Are you
that
dumb?
you decide. Well,
Yeah,
okay,
Can
so
you
you've
distinguish
asked me,
between mine
you've asked
and,
me a
and
question,
yours?
and now you're not allowing me to answer. So why bother
No, but
answering?
you're not addressing my question.
I'm
I'm
actually
addressing
addressing
your
it.
standards.
I'm addressing your. The thing is, you've asked me a question. You don't want me to answer
All right,
it.
go
which is
then, mate.
explain.
Go.
Fine. Okay, so we have this strange thing where people say, yes, everything's fine, there are no epistemological questions at all, and the Earth's a globe. And the second we come in and say, well, actually, we think it's flat, suddenly everything's up for debate. Suddenly epistemology is the most interesting subject anyone can think of. So why weren't you thinking about this when you were being taught it was a globe? Why? Because you were too young. You didn't have the faculties, right? So what we're saying now is we're only questioning the shape. We're not questioning theories of knowledge,
Well,
right?
actually,
These are very
you are,
different concepts.
because the flat Earth cannot function without practically.
No, the flat Earth cannot
disproving
function
most,
in,
most
Well, no, the
throwing
globe.
every kind of.
knowledge.
We're pointing out why the globe doesn't function.
Okay,
How
but
does
like,
it not?
So yeah, you have to
I haven't heard
disprove
anything.
gravity.
But we're not asking what knowledge is, right? This
You
is the
don't
thing.
have to ask what
You go,
knowledge is.
well, this is what
So
you are
basically-
doing. You're saying, like someone said earlier, obviously it's a joke, but yeah, he said, "Oh, do we know sailors are real?" It's just a fucking stupid question. It's just a
course they
time
are.
waste.
well, how do
Well,
you know?
I mean,
Like, I don't understand.
How do you know sailors are real?
Well, yeah, but were you asking this question when it was a globe? When someone said to you it's a globe,
Well,
were you
the
saying,
thing-
how do you know sailors are real? No.
Well, the thing is, what happened is, I hate to say it, but your God was taken away from you. He gave you your senses, he gave you your mind. So when you got rid of him, you could no longer trust yourself. So now you're lost, and you have to question everything. That's what happened.
Exactly.
Arguments from God.
I always wondered, like, they have like mirrors. The Apollo astronauts apparently put up mirrors, and there's like lasers that you can point at these mirrors, and you get the laser hits the mirror and comes back, and it gives you the time to kind of give you the idea of how far away the moon is. Can anyone explain to me what the hell's going on there?
They were
Retroreflectors,
bouncing
look it up.
signals off of the
I know
moon
exactly how
way
that
before
works.
the- but they were
Retroreflectors, look it up.
But they were bouncing signals off of the moon before the retroreflectors were even a thing back in like 1960. So that's not conclusive either.
Almost like the moon is reflective in some way.
Yeah,
What I'm
no,
saying
probably
is, if we can
is.
all agree with the speed of light, then
Yes, because
this firmament
look at
shit
the
should be
moon.
at least
Hold on,
like
hold on,
200,000
This is
miles
important.
away.
This is important, please. Look at the moon. What do you see? It's reflective.
It looks
You can
pretty
see
solid.
it reflects the light from the sun.
No, it has its own light. The
Well,
moon
obviously it reflects.
Why are there peaks and valleys?
That is not
for
true.
which light is not
What I'm saying
emanating
is
from?
photons scattered too much, like with a laser to actually see the exact like distance from Earth to the moon. So I mean, they had the reflectors with the lasers, so you could actually get some photons back that were from that laser to be able to calculate the distance. All I'm saying is we can calculate that it's like 200-something thousand miles away from here. So your firmament's got to be pretty fucking
Retroreflectors
big,
are
buddy.
different. Look it up, please.
Well, the thing is, light travels different speeds depending on the medium that it's going through, and Robertson Jensen
Yeah,
and
it's
Video the
it's
Fool
pretty
on the Hill.
negligible between 1 atmosphere and 0 atmospheres.
So like,
Basically, if
They
the
can
universe
calculate
is
that
swirling,
according
but
to.
basically, if the universe is swirling around the Earth, it'll speed up as it gets further away from the inertial center point, which is the Earth. As it gets further away from the Earth, it'll travel faster, so it may not be a constant speed. It'll speed up and then slow down as it gets back closer to the Earth. So it may
I
change
feel like
speed
all
and
the flat Earth questions can really just be answered by looking at like the Wikipedia page on these like basic topics.
Wikipedia
right?
is made
But
by
they did watch that
Glover.
one video, that one
Wow,
part.
and it's almost like it makes claims that can be verified.
How do
Well,
you
the funny
verify
thing
the
is
truth of
that
it?
you're saying that
By
Wikipedia
checking the
describes-
sources.
We're
Come on.
not asking for descriptions. We know what the excuses are. What we're saying is, where is the evidence?
Well,
for
I don't tend to hear many things that aren't straw mans of scientific principles. Right?
Well, okay, can you give me an example?
The guy
'Cause
talking
otherwise
about
that's a
how the
straw
sun has no fucking mass because it's a heat ball.
Did anyone make that claim?
Yes.
My
yes,
exact
actually.
claim was that how is the sun an attractive body when it is an expansive heat ball?
See?
That is the accurate
See?
representation of my
Yeah,
idea.
so he
I
hasn't
didn't say
said
anything
what
about
the
mass.
mean. The irony that you're accusing us of strawmanning while strawmanning us.
How's that a straw?
No, he literally just made the
Didn't
same
mention
argument.
mass at all.
No, didn't.
I mentioned how can it attract when it is an expansive heat body. That was the crux of my claim.
Exactly.
And
No
you
mass.
said that he said the sun has no mass. It's completely.
Yes.
Are we still? Are we still the?
Yes, exactly.
We still debating.
Fucking claim.
He's just
Oh,
gonna double
it's not
down. Let's
attractive
move on. He's
because
just
it
gonna double
has
down.
no property. That means
It's complete
yes, it has
straw
no
man.
mass.
And what's really
No, it's
sad.
not a
you don't
complete
even
straw
see-
man.
You
That's
don't
exactly
even
what he
see
said.
why it's a
Why
straw
else
man.
would a heat mass
That's
have
really
no
sad,
attractive
actually.
goal?
It's really sad that you can't argue in honest faith. Really sad.
It's really sad that
Because if
you
you
wait.
think we're
That
wrong,
that's
you'll
not
be
the
able to
implication
prove
of what he
that.
just said.
If you
It's
think
fucking
that we're wrong,
obvious
you'll
what
be
he
able to
said.
prove it with honest means. You don't have to be.
Okay.
It is obvious.
If you believe that we mischaracterized the argument he just made, I would like you to restate
First of
what it
all,
actually was.
you're saying that mass causes gravitation, so you're assuming what must be proved. Obviously, I rejected that paradigm, so you cannot
have to talk-
characterize my statement that way because
He
I
doesn't have
rejected
to
that
talk to the
paradigm.
dickhead.
You need to come over to my brain and see how I think of things and represent my argument accurately and succinctly. Don't put this mass extra in. I obviously rejected
Discord.
that paradigm.
Discord. I'm gonna turn you down because you're fucking
Didn't
with me.
seem like a
So
time
as I'm going to say, okay, here's how you disprove the your Enochian flat Earth whatever majig. You Google pictures of Earth.
Oh, good.
You'll find pictures of Earth, and we have empirical evidence to suggest that the Earth is round. Innumerable evidence through a variety of reasons. The evidence
Flat
goes back
pictures.
thousands of years.
Flat pictures wrapped around
all the way back to Ptolemy.
wrapped around a fake
doesn't.
curved template. Flat pictures that are real wrapped around a fake CGI curved template.
Yeah.
You can argue the same shit for any fucking conspiracy. You realize that, right?
Just give positive proof. Positive proof.
So actually, you can't. It depends on the amount of
It
people
doesn't matter what
involved in
proof
the
we
motive.
bring.
It depends on the amount of people involved and what evidence there is for the conspiracy and the motive for the conspiracy. I would say those are the three factors.
What would scientists at like NASA have to gain?
Okay.
Through
Okay.
posting
Okay.
pictures?
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Good. Okay. Question.
Well, NASA
Why
gains
would?
money.
Okay. The U.S. government can't cover up its own mass surveillance programs, a bunch of other shit.
They cover it up because it helps hide land that you can have bases on and resources with bad heliocentric maps. NASA's
No, they
getting a
can't.
boatload of money.
They wouldn't be able to cover it up.
Quick question,
They
guys.
wouldn't
Quick
be able to
question.
navigate.
Quick question, guys. Quick question. Can everyone see that in Flat Earth links I've posted evidence that orcs exist? Can you please tell me why this isn't evidence?
That what exists?
I have an orc like sitting in my fucking closet right now, dude.
Because that's a scene.
So, what if I tell you it's not? Yeah, okay, but the problem is that I'm applying your logic. There's an image of orcs. Do they exist?
The images came from fucking the actual satellites from like the International Space Station.
How do you know? I could tell you this came from
because it comes directly from NASA.
And even more so, how do you know that they're being? But how do you know they're being accurately represented? They could be real flat pictures wrapped around a fake template.
Dude, you're from the space station.
Okay, so
I feel it. I feel like shooting myself right now.
Well,
just so you know, this code is unquestionably fake. There's no way this ladder's not a troll. I can sense a troll from a fucking mile away.
The land
Have
is
you ever
flat and
watched a
covered by a
Berg
dome,
video?
dude.
Like debunking flat Earth?
Look. I believe in the biblical flat Earth, and this flat land covered by a hemispheric dome is obvious proof of a creator. So there's hope. There's hope for everyone. Hallelujah.
Why do you
You
believe
can't
that?
erase from my mind that sound of you almost laughing while you were telling this same bullshit, dude. I'm never gonna forget that. You know, I know you're a
Hallelujah, there's
troll.
hope.
Dude. You're a troll.
Don't worry, dude.
Hallelujah.
I believe in my fucking unicorn god, and there's hope for you yet.
Dude,
I'll
it's
turn you
Jeebus,
into a
dude.
fucking
Jeebus.
gay lord.
There is okay. I want you to go to any school, any like elementary school or community college. I want you to talk to a science teacher. I want you to ask them about like the evidence for the spherical Earth, and they'll give you books. They will give you other stuff. These people are very well trained. You know, they're teachers.
True. But they're conditioned too, so they're human too, and they make mistakes, and they've been fooled just like we were. So we're in this on our own.
So, okay, I want you to flesh this out. I want you to flesh this out. So I go to an elementary, and I go to a science teacher, and I say, "Is the Earth a globe?" And they say yes. Then what?
I want you to go. I want you to go to anybody, like anyone who is in any way a professional in the field of like natural science.
Okay. So I go to them, and then I say, "Is the Earth a sphere?"
I can
And they
go
say
to anyone
yes,
on the
and then
street
what?
and ask them if the Earth is a globe. Any one
Are
of
there
us
any
can do that
professional
to anyone.
flat earthers, just out of
I
curiosity?
mean, it's really. I mean, anyone you ask anyone
Probably
if the Earth
not.
is a globe, they'll be like, "Yeah, it's a globe."
So what was the question?
There's
Sorry, are
something
there any
involved.
professional scientist flat earthers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm professional.
No, you're not.
Well, the thing
Anyone
is,
can say that.
the shape of the Earth touches so lightly on so many subjects. You really don't have a shape of the Earthologist. The closest thing is like an astrologer, and they're looking at the sky. They're not looking at the Earth. So who can we ask? It touches on so many subjects. You'd have to ask like a range of people, and they might have a bias. They might have been taught the globe and just ran with it.
Quite.
Yeah, they have a bias in thinking of the Earth as a sphere. Wow. I have a bias.
You know what?
That's
bias-
like saying wait. That's
Lemon.
like saying I have a bias in thinking 2 equals 4.
No, it's not.
Lemon
actually.
Bird, did you,
It's completely
Lemon Bird,
separate
you
because
just
one's
imply that
one's an objective, agreed upon standard language, maths.
How
right?
about this? How about this for a thought
which is
experiment?
arbitrary by nature.
Hold on.
And another one is a way of perceiving a shape. These are completely not. These are completely inanalogous. This is a silly analogy. What are you talking about?
Can I ask something? But like very quickly, Lemon Bird, did you just
Hey,
imply
George.
that astrology was like a field of science?
I'm sorry, astronomy. Sorry,
Astronomy. Okay.
I apologize. They're so close.
Cool.
So if you close your eyes and then you walk outside and then you open your eyes, it's supposed to take 8 minutes for the sun to reach your eyes, but actually you can see the sun right away. So how do you explain that?
Yeah, he's a troll.
They base that number off of the assumption that
No, I can confirm he's
based off of
definitely real, but it is called
eclipses of the moons on Jupiter. They said that it arrived 8 minutes later, like 6 months later. So they assumed that basically it takes like 8 minutes to reach us. So that was just an assumption from years ago that they ran with that they didn't really verify.
Yeah, you can
Okay, okay, Disco. Why do you dogmatically believe in your Bronze Age flat Earth model? Why do you dogmatically? Even though there's even though basically everything and everyone has contradiction.
Yeah, that's such a loaded question. Why don't you ask an honest question instead of a dishonest question?
It is an honest question. It is a very honest question.
I could ask you, Eternal American, why are you a paedophile? Right? How are you going to be able to?
What?
Good question.
Exactly, it's
But
a
the thing is,
ridiculous question. Like, why do you dogmatically believe in Bronze Age flat? Hold on.
I ask, why does he believe in the flat Earth
Hold
model?
on. I will mute
Right,
people.
fucking
I'm
one
going
at a
to get
time.
this
Holy
out.
shit, calm down.
Well, then
Right.
you can just shut up, can't you? I'm going to ask my question, then I'll unmute. Right? So, yes, anyone can ask loaded questions, but that's not how you get to honest truth, is it? If I ask you, why do you dogmatically believe in your Bronze Age globe model? That's
Well,
not
it's a
exactly
bit of a
setting
different
up-
story when the guy
Oh,
literally
shut up!
cites
Just
the
let me finish,
fucking
for fuck's
Bible.
sake. Fine, you can get muted as well. I will finish this, and then anyone can talk after I've finished, right? So if I ask you about your dogmatic belief in, derpy globe Earth, that's not exactly an honest inquiry, is it? So why have you asked the question in that way?
Yeah.
I can explain. Because didn't the guy
By the
literally
way,
say that it was a
Effie, I was
dogmatic
literally
belief by citing
yelling
the
for
Bible
people to
as
shut the
evidence?
fuck up. By the way, I wasn't like talking, as in I was trying to get a point across.
Okay, but it was halfway through my point, so you can wait till I've finished.
No, but everyone was talking, and so I just said, everyone shut up for a second, one at a time.
Okay, well, I apologise then.
It's alright. I'm not surprised you couldn't hear me.
Did the guy not cite the Bible as his evidence for the flat Earth theory?
God made it, then
which would
maybe
not,
he's telling
which
us, some truth about
which
how
would
he
make
made it.
that a dogmatic belief, no? Which would
I'm
in
willing to
turn
hold
make
other
the
people up
questioning
at
line honest.
I'm not a Christian, though.
have, but
so why
I
would
have,
it be dogmatic if I'm not a Christian?
Well, because the question wasn't to you, right?
Okay. But it's a dishonest way of asking that.
Well, if it's an honest question, how is it dishonest?
Well, it's not
Because it
an
was
honest question because you've loaded it. It's like if I say to...
It's loaded it with a fair assumption.
It's not a fair assumption.
Well, it is because he literally cited the Bible, which is a dogmatic
I think
belief by definition.
you're defending it because you're on the same side politically. I don't think you.
I'm defending it because I just cited the reason exactly why, and unless you can defend that, then you have no point, do you?
He's politically biased to say
I
that the
think-
Earth is a sphere.
I'm surrounded by insane people.
Well, yeah, that's
Can you explain why a ruler is straight if the Earth is round?
I mean, I can say that shit about you. I can say, oh, you're just saying that because X, and Y. You're saying that because you're biased in
Can
such
we get off this
such a
topic?
way.
It was a loaded question.
Oh,
It
well,
was
hold on.
everyone
what about my
knows-
point where he-
Asking why do you believe in X is not inherently.
Oh, that's not what
Things
you
when
said.
load it.
That's
well,
not what
I
you
can
said.
explain
You know
this
that's not
again.
what
If everybody
Why
didn't
do you-
understand
okay,
it the first time, I can explain this again. I can
It's a
explain this
stupid-
again. He literally cited the Bible as his evidence for the flat Earth theory, correct?
Okay, the other guy did.
So
Well,
is that
I mean,
not a dogmatic
Let's get on to
belief
something
by
okay.
definition?
Everyone knows it was loaded. Let's just move on.
Actually, no. I'm challenging your theory.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't just say. Hold on. You just can't say
Uh,
everyone agrees with X and while everyone does not clearly
No,
agree.
well, I think he's only disagreeing because it's politically convenient. So I don't think
Well,
he's
I'm actually making a point, and you're not
for
actually
fuck's sake.
defending your argument at
Whether
all.
it was
that you're challenging.
I feel like this is just
Whether it
really
was loaded or
I'm
not,
just giving you the
can we
basis
move
for my
on?
belief.
time-wasting
I'm
nonsense.
just telling you what my basis is. It's not dogmatic to tell you what the basis of my belief is. You can be just as dogmatic with scientism, believing that this perfect utopia of man's reason without God is going to get us anywhere when it may not deliver. You can be just as dogmatic.
Well, we
with
can
that
say
too.
that, oh, this does this as well. That doesn't make it any less valid of a argument.
Well,
that doesn't
the
make it not
logic
true.
Yeah, but
is if God made it, maybe he
does
can
Earth
tell
do
us.
anything?
I can murder someone and go, look, that person murdered 40 people. It doesn't make a difference. still murdered
But the
someone.
thing is, if God made it, maybe He has something to tell us about how the thing is constructed. So shouldn't we go to the Bible at least a little bit?
Not only if you
And
trust
if
the
that
Bible as a
and if
source, which
that's
I
a
don't.
reasonable line of questioning, shouldn't we?
Well, the
Bible
Bible itself should be considered as a very valid historical tome. Sorry about my kitty.
Why?
But it should be. Why? Why not? Why not?
Because it is so
Because
historically
anyone can
inaccurate.
write a book.
It has real cities in it, and some of the
As-
events
Are
were
you
actually
freaking
historically
serious? Why
verifiable.
you
A
wouldn't
lot of
consider
fictional
as
tales
real,
have
it
real
has
cities in it.
something
hold on.
that's
Hold on.
held
The
validity
Bible
for
has
thousands
real
of years?
places
People
in it, and it
listen.
accurately
Well, not
describes some
quite.
events.
Not quite
Therefore, it is an
helioskeptic.
accurate
Can I
historical
make this point,
document.
Not
please?
thousands of
Yeah.
years, but like 1,000 years.
2,000 years ago, right?
It should be
So,
considered as as something that has to do with
well, do you know how the Bible was
our
formed?
history here and
Do you
how
know
it
how the
connects
Bible
to
was formed?
humanity. And now listen, what I'm saying is that the Bible should be considered. I mean, to just flippantly just say, well, the Bible is just total bullshit. That's not actually true.
I'm not
You
saying
have to
that.
understand
I'm
it.
not saying that.
Okay, well, somebody is, because
Well, what
I've
I'm
heard
saying
people
is,
just
why should
totally
we
discard it
hold it as
as
a valid
not
scientific
legitimate.
document?
No,
Local
well,
document.
listen, bro, we're talking about science, but at the same time,
Well,
nobody's saying the Bible is science. Well, Lemon might say that the Bible's, but
yeah.
that's
My
something
my
else.
main point really is like a lot of people I don't think know how the Bible was formed. It wasn't just, oh, we wrote the Bible, here it is. It was more like a stitching together of stories by different people over centuries, literal centuries.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying, to totally disregard it, as a historical document to consider what might have happened in the past.
We would be
Well, it's a
to disregard it as a
consideration.
historical
You don't
document
understand it correctly.
because it is
Can
full
I
of
please talk?
inaccuracies and
Please. The Bible, we don't consider it as a valid document because some of the stories within are verifiably wrong and inconsistent with stories within themselves. In one chapter, God enjoys the smell of burning flesh, and then in the next chapter, he doesn't. He hates burning sacrifice. He doesn't take any
Maybe
pleasure.
he changed his mind. Like, what do you mean?
No, me personally, I don't consider that to describe God Himself.
Yeah, maybe it was a
Personally.
typo.
It's there's really esoteric things that you have to understand it correctly and interpret it correctly before you actually can have anything.
But before we take it as
to totally disregard it is you're actually being ignorant.
I don't want to disregard it like totally.
Yeah, don't.
I'm just saying we shouldn't just trust it blindly.
Well, I mean, dude, I get you. I get what you're saying, but yeah.
I mean, especially when practically every religion has their own version, right?
Sure.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
of
they're all
course.
the same.
Well, they may or may not be. I mean, it's a key to understanding our history.
I would disagree because half of them say to kill every other religion till everyone believes yours.
Well, what is religion? There's the word lie right there in the middle of the word.
What
Listen.
the fuck?
Religion is a
religion,
belief in God
yeah,
or
right
God.
there in the middle. RELIE, lie, right there in the middle of the word.
What has that got to do with it? What has this got to do with anything?
Clearly everything.
Dude,
Well,
it has everything to do with it, bro.
Well, the thing is, we've been conditioned to hate ancient scripture and just conditioned to think everything new is better, despite the fact that people are getting really stupid and lacking the ability to independently think outside of the collective. So maybe we need to look to this ancient
Jews have
wisdom
really
like the
high
Bible and other things and see if we're missing something.
I don't know. I don't know that you know what you're talking about. You've been conditioned to hate this like ancient wisdom, conditioned not
I
be
haven't.
able to think outside of the collective?
I haven't.
Yeah, sure. We've been conditioned to understand a certain ideology, but you have a free mind. You can think for yourself. Have you ever been aware?
It's
of
from the fluoride.
We can't say we've been conditioned
Oh, God.
against it. Therefore, I know you're not saying this, but I'm just saying we can't say, "Oh, we're conditioned against it, therefore it is true." Right? We still have to hold it in the same
Well-
regard as every other theory, and have it
The flood happened.
have it
I
actually
mean,
prove itself. Right?
How about the
The-
global
Uh,
flood?
that's
It
true.
obviously happened.
No,
The global flood obviously happened.
That's debatable, certainly. Greatly.
We have fossils.
It's more than
that
debatable,
show-
it's wrong. It
But
is
we shot-
factually, categorically, demonstrably, objectively wrong.
How?
You know they tried to build an ark. You know they tried to build an ark with
it's
modern
like
tools.
some people have proven themselves not to be able to be free-minded. You know, a lot of people have just demonstrably.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not able to have a free mind. You know, and that's okay.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
but,
half of the
but
people who
people that
believe
are
don't
you
have
know,
a free
people
mind themselves, do they?
that can have free thought and have open discourse.
Yes,
that's
definitely.
you know
Hold on.
that's cool.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Wake up,
I'm
sheep.
Remember, you aren't immune to this.
Excuse me, sheeple. Can you please wake up because you don't question the fact that there's a flat Earth, you silly geek.
Yes, even though there's mountains of empirical evidence going back centuries.
The thing is, the observations
The thing is,
are
you guys,
there.
hold on. You guys like just throw this out. You go, oh, there's evidence, and then we actually get down to
Google
the
it.
nitty gritty of the evidence, and there isn't any. So this is why we're here,
Actually,
isn't
hold
it?
on, that's an assumption. I
How
can.
do
I
you
It's
know
not
have
an
evidence.
assumption. I've demonstrated this. I've had
I
this
have
demonstrated.
evidence.
Why don't you let
You
me
want my
finish? for
evidence?
fuck's sake? I haven't spoken for like 10 minutes. I'm waiting for other people to get a say.
Yeah.
And then when I talk, everyone talks over me. Just shut up and listen for a second, right?
Join the party.
I've heard this asserted. There's lots of evidence going back centuries. We go, right, whatever. Then you present something, and then we go, no, that's not right because of X, Y, and Z. You don't just get to reassert that there's evidence going back centuries. Can't provide any.
Well, how do you know?
I can provide.
I mean, if you're dismissing the evidence presented on, then that doesn't mean that what's presented is good evidence.
You know, but you know, what would be really cool is if you actually presented some that we could talk about. That you go ahead
Okay,
and
sure.
present
They
that,
tried
and
to
then
build an
we'll do
actual
that.
ark, right, with modern tools.
Okay, I don't care about the
lot fucking
No,
longer
I
than
don't
any
care about
Noah ark.
Here I posted stuff at Flat Earth links.
There you go. There you go.
Okay,
But the thing is, they didn't
Okay,
make
then,
the
so
ark
can you
right.
please tell
They
me
have
how
to
the
use-
ancient Greeks proved this? Can you please tell me how?
What?
The Eternal American has just posted how the ancient Greeks proved Earth 2000, and I just want him to flesh that out. I'm not sure if he actually knows.
Just read the article.
Did you even read it?
I know exactly
I'm
what this
looking
is
at-
about. I don't know that he does.
Yeah, it's.
Well, they
What is
went
that?
about proving it with the sun's angle, right, between
Well, they
two
actually
cities.
didn't. The Eratosthenes measurement, which is what this is about. I don't even need to click the article to know what this is about, right?
Yeah, we
Wasn't
already know.
proving any shape. They presupposed the shape and then calculated the size based on the presupposition of the shape. There is no proof in this.
Wasn't Eratosthenes?
That's
whatever his
not
name is,
quite right.
Wasn't
that
he
is
the one?
quite right. That's exactly right.
Like, hold on. Wasn't this the guy that went to like a few different locations in the world?
Alexandria and Siam.
And he measured the angle or the length or something of the shadow cast by the sun at noon.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like for you to
So-
flesh out that argument, Crypto Gangster,
Okay.
in text form, because I really don't agree with it.
No, we could flush it out right here in voice text. I mean, if you really want to talk, I'm reading the article
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. We can flush it out very succinctly,
look.
very simply.
A 2-minute
Very
video.
simple. Very simple. No, not a video. You posted an article. I'm reading it right
Yeah,
now.
I posted something else too.
I'm quite familiar with the with
Earth
Eratosthenes.
is a flat
Yeah.
surface.
Without going
But
into
like,
the
how do you know
article,
Aristotle is real? Like,
Listen, the Earth is a.
So here's the thing, right? We're
How do you know
I'm
Jesus
gonna
is
give you
real?
guys
It's
a
more-
quick thought experiment about this here. So what Eratosthenes measured was the difference in the shadow length, and then he went, okay, cool, this is the size of the ball, right? The presupposition was a ball. But let me ask you a question. If you are in your room and there is a light above your head, and you put one stick below the light, and then one stick, say 10 centimeters to the right of that stick, do you think those two sticks will have different shadows?
Yeah.
Is your room spherical?
Yeah, could you measure the angle of
I think
that?
that's a false equivalence.
It's not a false equivalence.
Are you serious? You think it's a false
Well,
equivalence?
okay,
I mean,
so
that's exactly what he did.
What he did, okay, you were saying that it was a presupposition, okay? What I imagine happened was that he took this model of the globe and said, okay, if it is a globe and the sun is this distance away, I don't know how far away it is, but it's this distance away, then when I measure the shadow it casts on a stick at high noon in these places, I should get these angles, okay, or these lengths or whatever. And then he went out and he did it, and it lined up with that. So he said, okay, this is support for the globe. That's what I'm imagining. Like,
that's not what happened. What he did is he presupposed it was a globe, but he didn't know what size.
Yeah.
So he went out with sticks and went, I'm going to calculate the size of this with the sticks, which you can do if you presuppose it's a
Did you hear
globe.
him say the word imagine, Crypto? He said imagine. And I imagine what he did. It's just like, stop imagining.
Yeah. It was a calculation. It was a calculation on the size of the globe on the presupposition that it was a globe.
Well, in real...
The way he was able to presuppose this was to assume that the light rays were coming in parallel, which would be necessary if the light source was so far away. The problem is when I said earlier, if you have multiple sticks in your room, and you analyze the shadows, one stick's below the light in the room, and then other sticks are elsewhere. There's going to be different shadows, aren't there? So, is your room a sphere? No.
Well,
so is the can I just finish? Can I finish?
Go on,
right.
finish.
So the presupposition of being on a ball is the problem. And the funny thing is that he wasn't even claiming to prove that it was a ball. He said he presupposed. He was just trying to calculate the size. So it's not proof of anything.
Okay, so the analogy to sticks in your bedroom is a false analogy. You can use the angles and the lengths of the shadows cast to calculate the position of the light source. Okay.
But what would you have to presuppose?
Exactly, like pretty basic.
You would.
Logic.
No, you
actually
did.
He was putting them on the
Presuppose the
ground.
distance of the light source.
No, you'd be presupposing. You'd be presupposing that the light, and obviously it's right in front of you, so it's fine. But you'd be presupposing that the light is being cast at an angle. Whereas, let's put it this way: if you have a bunch of sticks and shadows in your room, and you assume that the light's coming in parallel, you can literally calculate the size of the sphere on your floor because of the presupposition of the parallel light rays.
Yeah, you're going to have to assume that they're standing on a spherical
No. I don't think you understand what I've said, Hemlo.
Yeah, I really don't, because I don't see how that.
We have to presuppose that the fucking night sky, viewed from multiple places on Earth that we can all talk about on fucking Discord, must have been put there by Satan to fucking make us think that it's a fucking round Earth.
Now they're getting pissed because they think Eratosthenes had it figured out. They're getting pissed now.
So, why is a ruler, like a 30-centimeter ruler, why is it straight?
I just want to know.
No one cares.
I'm a simple,
You guys stop
simple
wasting
question.
time with such dumb questions. This got nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, explain the night sky if the Earth is flat.
About Eratosthenes, right? We were talking about Eratosthenes. I'm gonna stick with
What are
that.
your presuppositions?
Okay, so Hemlo, the point I'm trying to make, right, is that if you assume that the light rays are coming in parallel, you then make the calculation based off of that assumption. If you do that on a flat bedroom floor with a light, if you make the wrong assumption, i.e. that the light is coming in parallel, you can literally calculate the size of the sphere that your bedroom floor is.
The sun's not the only light in the sky, you fucking moron.
This guy doesn't have a clue what I'm talking about. This is
we're talking about the sun.
You're the one talking
in
about
relation
flat
to
fucking Earth.
Well,
Dude,
we're
I'm
talking
talking
about
why
the
are
sun
we
in
arguing?
relation to
This
the
is
Earth
just
and the
ridiculous.
Eratosthenes experiment.
Talking
Very
about flat
simple.
bedroom floor, and I'm saying that if you use Eratosthenes' assumptions, you can prove that your bedroom floor is spherical. So it's not proof of anything.
I'll disagree.
Explain the night sky.
The night sky is the night
Made by
sky.
NASA.
What next?
Shit, I thought
Yeah,
we were talking
dude,
about
we can put
Eratosthenes.
time-lapse cameras, all of us on Discord, all over the...
Why are you still butthurt, bro? Why are you still butthurt?
Because this is
Because we're too dumb
ridiculous.
to figure this out?
Because this is ridiculous. This is fucking
Well,
ridiculous.
then why are you in the room? If you think it's ridiculous,
Because it's fun.
Because I want you to explain the night sky. That's why I'm here.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on a second. I think furries are ridiculous, but I don't go into furry discords and argue with them for hours. So clearly, you don't think it's ridiculous.
I just got here, bitch.
Because I'm a
Well,
glutton
then why
for
are you
punishment.
so bombastic and you just started yelling over everyone when we're talking about the Eratosthenes?
Hey, it's about fucking time that someone explained the night fucking...
Okay,
I explained the night fucking sky.
It's CGI.
Stop embarrassing yourself, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I?
Yeah, draw a map of it for me. Draw exactly what you like. No presuppositions. You come into it with no presuppositions, right? That's for Eratosthenes.
Okay.
He's the one who comes in.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
but
but
when
he
you look at-
even said that he did. Like, it's only you. That
I don't
says that
fucking care. Explain. That's the sun is not the only light in the fucking.
I agree.
But the thing is, the
that's what
stars are
Eratosthenes
constant.
did use. That's what he used for his test. So he's talking about the sun.
This is
Why
really
the fuck
funny.
Are you talking about the night sky? You're being ridiculous, man. Stop
When we
embarrassing
talk to
yourself.
like,
Hey, draw me a fucking
Well, when we
map.
talk to
Explain me the fucking.
when we talk to these
Okay.
globes online, it's really funny because actually, it's only them that have these opinions. Like Eratosthenes, if you could talk to him, I know he's dead, obviously. If you could talk to him, he would tell you he was presupposing a ball, and he was just calculating the size.
Yeah, that's very convenient. He would tell us.
What do you mean? This is part of the. If you knew anything about this, you would know that this is the case.
If you knew anything about the night sky, you'd start fucking.
Okay,
I just
hold
said
on.
to you, I don't know. I said to you, what you've asked is far too broad. Can you be a bit more specific? That's what I said, and you just ignored that.
Why did we invite
Is your model the night sky that it's
model.
actually a globe, a glass globe that is
Dude,
designed
I'm pretty sure
specifically to
nobody
look like.
mentioned a model. For some reason, you came in and just destroyed everything we were talking about because of your presumptions
It's
about
the
what
same
we're talking
shit.
about.
It's
You have
lights
no
in
idea.
the sky.
I mean,
That's
I
all.
don't know why you feel
Okay,
like
well-
you can just run in here and just run over our conversation. It's ridiculous, man. Stop being stupid.
And the thing
Hey,
is,
if
you have to
real
do
model of
Occam's
flat
razor.
Earth, and you can explain all the lights.
Okay, the thing is, you
I
have to
can
use
explain a lot of
Occam's
things, but you can't explain anything by just screaming over everybody. Quit being a dumbass.
Well, the thing is, we have to.
Everybody on the Discord, get your time lapse cameras out. We all live at different places on a globe. It's
All right. Okay. Cool.
But
Well, I
the-
can just say, well, we all. You know what? Discord, go ahead. Sorry, you've been trying for.
No worries. I was just saying the lasers show flat level land, and the sky may be a curved hemispheric dome with the stars rotating around in them. If you go with the Enochian flat Earth model, that would go with the fact that we see the same constellations year in, year out. They don't spread apart. They don't show any appreciable parallax, and the parallax that we do see could just as easily be heat shimmer or experimental error. But we see the same constellations year in, year out that seem to rotate over and above us. That could only go if they are rotating, not us, and we are still in stationary while they are moving. So the sky would be explained with a rotating dome over the flat plane.
yeah. Show me your
There'd be
map
no
of
shit
that.
about it. It would just be the same as we have
It
now.
would
except
just
the
be
Earth is
exactly what
still
you would
stationary.
expect if it was around Earth. That's convenient.
But you could just superimpose the round Earth on the model when it's just flat stationary land.
But you
with
come
the
into
dome
it with
over
no suppositions. Oh yeah, sure.
No.
It's Occam's razor though, because we have no experiment that shows that the Earth moves. We have the
Fuck a
ether
12th
swirling over
century
the Earth,
monk.
but no
What
movement
does
for
a
the
12th
Earth.
century monk know?
What?
What was that?
Is this guy just like I don't know if you actually are listening to the conversation, or if you just say things randomly. Like,
Occam's
who
razor
was talking
is
about
that we see exactly the sky you would expect if it was a round Earth,
and we also
and the
see
reason we
exactly
do
the
so
sky
is
you would
because it was
expect on a flat Earth.
specifically designed to look that way, placed on a glass.
You
But we
see,
feel
That's
no
Occam's
movement.
razor.
Nobody said
no,
that.
what
Why are
you're
you talking about this? Nobody
But I
said
said
that.
Occam's razor, but we feel no movement. We feel no movement. We feel none.
we don't detect
Occam's
any
razor, we're not
either.
moving.
This
It's
guy's
much more
making shit
critical that
up,
we don't
man.
detect
Feel the
any.
night sky.
We don't detect any movement of the Earth. This is very, very important.
Wait, you don't detect it in the pit of your stomach through an acceleration?
That's not what I said.
Look,
is it?
I'm talking about observations
Dude,
from
are you Captain Strawman? Do you actually address any points honestly?
observations from cameras is the steel man talking about
not
whether
steel,
you
man.
detect an acceleration in the pit of your stomach is a
Yeah,
I don't feel
exactly.
it.
You just strawman me. Why did you strawman me?
How is it strawman?
Because I never said anything about pits of anyone's stomach.
Someone said we don't feel.
I said we don't
the
detect.
acceleration of the night sky.
No.
And then
actually,
you said we don't.
Now I
detect,
know you're
like you're going to get more.
Now I know you're dishonest.
The thing is,
hold on. Now I know you're dishonest because I said detect, and you repeated the words detect, and now when you're repeating it again, you're saying feel. You've actually changed the word.
No, he's the one who said feel. You changed it to more vague detect.
Oh, shut up! You're just a clown. Sorry,
Yeah.
anyone else want to talk? That's fine.
Yeah, he's clowning, man.
You guys are fucking
It's
clowns.
doesn't
Why did you?
make sense why he's
I just muted him.
is,
I told you why I
we-
muted him. Everyone can see why I muted him, so he's muted.
Fucking, he didn't do anything.
Well, the thing is, if you can feel 50 miles off the baseline of whatever we're moving through the universe, when you're going in your car, you should be able to feel even more changes than that when we're being pulled in 4 different directions by the spin of the Earth, by being going around the sun, by being dragged by the sun as it's going around the galaxy, and by going around the great attractor within the galaxy. That's 4 different motions that would give us thousands of miles of difference in 4 different directions, yet we feel 50 miles off of whatever baseline we're going off of here on Earth. That's not consistent. We're not moving.
Okay, Lemonbird, you understand, right, that the reason we don't physically feel that movement is because we're not accelerating. We're moving at a constant speed.
We would be
Crypto, can you
accelerating in
guess
4
what so
different.
we can?
Yeah, sure.
Hold on, I didn't hear Lemonbird's response.
They want to leave.
Or
Yeah, so I need to
let's move down.
Go for it.
I was just gonna say we're accelerating in 4 different directions, though.
No,
so we should feel
no. We're not accelerating. We're not accelerating.
So you're saying we're going constantly in 4 different directions with an ellipsoidal orbit? That doesn't make sense. An ellipsoidal orbit by nature changes.
On that point, are the people in Ecuador moving at a different speed laterally than people in Chicago?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Continue.
So when you go north-south in a plane, you should also feel that as well as you go along different latitudes. So this is way too much special pleading for me. I'm going to drop heliocentrism.
I know it's embarrassing, man. They defend this. They don't even really understand it, and they just defend it all the time. It's just crazy.
Well, I hate having to psychoanalyze, but this is the pillar on which they hang evolution, atheism, and scientism, dogmatism, where the new religion is science and quote unquote cold, unfeeling materialistic.
Please just stop with that. It's so tired out. Okay,
But it gets to the heart of it, doesn't it? It gets to the heart of it. It gets to the stinking heart of it.
Religion, okay? Like a religion
It's
is
true.
some ideology primarily about worship of a deity or a group of deities. Atheism, by definition,
That's actually not what a religion is. But go ahead.
atheism, by definition, is not a religion. Science is definitely not a religion, although not by definition.
Science is, last time I checked, science is not an ideology.
Scientology.
You yourself are using science.
Scientology.
Discord, you do realize you yourself are using science, right?
I love
the
science,
ideology.
man.
Yeah,
It's not an ideology. It's a tool.
I would like to
It is a
define
tool.
religion.
Guys, I'd like to define religion because I feel like this actually needs to be defined. Be arguing over this, right? A religion is a set of beliefs that is passionately held by a group of people that is reflected in a worldview and expected beliefs and actions which are often ritualized. That absolutely describes the globe. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it could also describe Doctor Who fans.
Okay, but do Doctor Who fans have? Do they have places where they can go to observe? Like communal buildings such as a planetarium. Do they have famous advocates for Doctor Who? Doctor Who has a planetarium you can go to. I don't think so.
Like there's
Yeah,
Doctor Who fan club.
they also have this predisposed idea where they can act, this idea about traveling through time and space. That it's a fun idea. I'm a huge science fiction fan.
It's also an idea that has lots of evidence.
All right, so when has someone traveled through time and space? Come on.
Oh no!
What's the
Wait, no,
evidence?
not that. Sorry, no, not that. I thought you were talking about. I was.
No, we were talking about Doctor Who and these plausible. No, I mean
because
we're
you're
talking
watering
about
that is such
functional
a
reality.
watering of religion as to be.
No, see, I think a lot of these terms I think are misinterpreted, like atheism or religion. I think they're misinterpreted. No, we often, we're guilty of it. We say, well, the globe Earth is a religion, and we say, well, you don't realize that you're believing a religion, when it comes to the ball Earth, all that kind of thing, or you're an atheist. Atheist means that like you have actual proof that God doesn't exist. Which is completely implausible. Nobody can prove that God doesn't exist. So,
Well, yeah. So I would agree that the kind of a generic deistic God is unfalsifiable. However, the Christian notion of God, that is a God that is omnipotent, omniscient, and benevolent, is falsifiable, and I believe that the problem of evil.
do you think evil's a problem?
Disprove.
Do you think evil's a problem?
Yeah.
What do you mean by evil? What do you mean?
That's not what the. Okay. Well, this is why I don't like the name "the problem of evil." It's a bit of a misnomer. It's more like a problem of like immense suffering, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know what evil is. Everyone has their subjective version or objective.
Yeah, so
depending on your background, your upbringing.
Yeah,
fine.
the particular meaning of the word evil doesn't. Yeah, the particular meaning of the word evil doesn't really matter. The point is that so a benevolent being would not want people, would not want kids, for example. This is the example I just go to.
Sure. So now you're presuming what the creator might or might not want.
This is
which already
logically follows.
What we're logically follows
if you
that
say that an entity is
we can
benevolent,
presume
it
what the
logically
creator
follows.
knows or does not know, and can
So you don't know that the creator is benevolent, then you don't know that God is benevolent.
I wouldn't presume to say I do know, but I'm saying there's no way you could have this. We could.
The Bible makes
this conversation.
It's benevolent. The Bible makes it explicitly clear that God is benevolent.
Sure, but I don't. And I follow those principles, but I don't necessarily follow Christian philosophy that way. And I think that a lot of people put, some of us into a box where we follow it explicitly, because you're a flat earther, you're a Christian. That's not me, and that's not crypto either, and that's not necessarily Lemon, even though he does do this. But I'm just saying we don't put us in a freaking box, man. We all are free thinking people, bro. But we know that you couldn't have consciousness.
Yeah, for sure.
There's
Totally.
obviously greater. This is a designed world, man.
For sure. Not not all of you are Christians, or even if some of you are, you may have different opinions. That's fine. I still think that the logical problem of evil, that is that is a benevolent being wouldn't want, for example, kids to die cancer. An omnipotent being would be able to prevent that.
But that
An
does
being,
happen. So obviously, whatever this creation is, these things happen, and whether you think God, lets this happen to people that suffer, whether or not that God lets that happen, and He could interject, and on that's for you to judge yourself. I mean, it's not on God. It's not on you either.
Yeah. All I'm trying to say is that this kind of suffering is incompatible with with the existence of a single being possessing omnipotence, omniscience, and benevolence.
Sure, if you individually possess that power to change all suffering and make everyone, healed, and no one can ever suffer again, and you had all the power, of course you would do that, and I would too. But that's not the way it is.
Okay. We got very sidetracked. Also, London posted some images for me because I don't have permissions to post images, and I kind of wanted to ask some questions. So I think maybe Crypto, if you Crypto might remember that I recently in the other Discord I was trying to something about how you see the stars in the sky. The fact that on the northern and southern hemispheres we see very different stars in the sky. That is one of the reasons that we can conclude that we're living on a sphere. And then I think someone was talking about how you can only see the stars that are a certain distance away from you, I think. Yeah. So
sure, when it comes to that, I mean, it's very difficult to determine the distances. Throughout the centuries, we've all observed that the heavens move in the same pattern. Yearly it changes. Sometimes over many years, there's different patterns. I mean, I know people that are more into astrology. They actually pay attention to the movement of the heavens. When it comes to sun and moon and different parts. It goes. It's more than just once a year you see this and this. It actually goes deeper, but for centuries, man, millennia, we've observed the same patterns moving above us. It's not necessarily about the. So we've been told that the Earth is a globe, and we're traveling around the sun, but that really kind of doesn't make sense when we look up in the sky.
How so?
And see the same. Well, just like Lemonbird was saying earlier, or Discord. I mean, he's Discord right now. He's on an alternate account.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, we're the third rock from the sun in an elliptical orbit around this giant 800. Well, whatever. We're in an elliptical orbit. Traveling around the sun while it's traveling through around the big black hole at the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, traveling over 500,000 miles an hour, but we still see the same patterns of stars in the heavens, thousands of years. Now, some people, a lot of people in the globe side would say, hey, well, that's not really, in the grand scheme of things, that it's not really that fast, because even though it's 500,000 miles an hour, it's really kind of slow because it's so big, right? Just like they tell you, well, the Earth looks flat to you because it's big.
Well, I mean, also, if you look at the train tracks, once they get far enough away from you, they start approaching the horizon. So if something was like the train tracks, but in the sky, traversing, a wide enough sweep of sky, it would appear to approach the horizon, but in reverse from the sky down, wouldn't it? So with the star trails, if you're starting at the North Pole with very small circles of stars that are really tight and focused around Polaris, they're not going to be that big. But as the circles, concentric circles around the North Pole get fatter and wider, they're going to go from like maybe a 10-mile wide circle to a 100-mile wide circle to a 1,000-mile wide circle toward the South Pole. That's at the outer portion of the flat plane. And those trails would start appearing to reverse and approach the horizon. They'd still be round, but they'd approach the horizon as like a hoop. And so you'd get reverse star trails because they're so fat optically toward the South Pole, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but at the same time, when you see that happening, are you moving? Is that why that's happening? Why you observe those stars moving toward the horizon? Or is it because you're moving?
Well, I mean, Southern Israelite already proved that it's an optical phenomenon because at the equator, you can't see both poles. You can't see both pole stars because you can see the North Pole star, but you can't see the southern one. And if we're on a symmetrical, sphere that has some, symmetrical, nature, you should see both of them. And then on top of that, depending on how you focus the camera, you can get up to 3 nodal points that tend to, point toward a focus of, rotation. So it looks like it's just optical. It's not physical.
How do you know your eyes are real?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have eyes in our head. We see Earth. It's fine.
I'd have to get religious, talking about how, I trust, the creator and what he made. So I don't have to,
dude.
existentially
we
panic
all-
and
we all-
question everything.
Yeah, we all, it's like, it's like we have to go back to kindergarten with a lot of people. It's like, yes, we see the earth, we see the sky, the sun, moon, and stars. It's like, come on, we're not going back to kindergarten. And then they accuse us of being just dumb and what level of education do you have? It's like, dude, I went through the same process you did, growing up in school. It's not like I'm lacking of information. As a matter of fact, I learned more when I dropped out of college than I ever did when I was in there. So
Yeah. And the thing is, this shows how the conspiracy is real. People, rather than eating crow after 500 years of wrong Copernican science, just doubled down out of pride and not wanting to be wrong. They would rather do that than admit that after 500 years, they were wrong when ancient sheep herders, armed with nothing but faith in ancient knowledge and the scriptures, got it right.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What I don't understand is if the map of the Earth is actually like the United Nations, and there's people in Australia, South Africa, and South America, and they're all with their backs to the North Pole looking away from it, why do they all see the same star?
Well, it's probably more like the UN flag with them throwing it in our face. Depending on where you are and how big your visual field is, you're going to get different things happening in the sky. Remember the rules that as stuff gets further away from you, it's going to approach the horizon. And so in the sky, if something is sweeping across the sky in a
That's
big
not
enough
how it
arc,
works, though.
Can I
those are
ask
the
a
rules of
question? Can I ask you a
perspective.
question? I don't know how I'll ask that question, but can I ask you a question? Couple of half questions, actually. First of all, do Australia, South Africa, and South America all have nighttime at the same time?
I think only one of them does. 2 of them don't.
Okay, so they don't have nighttime at the same time, so it could be a function of some sort of
movement of the star itself. The second question I would ask is, can you see Sigma Octantis with the naked eye?
The other stars right around it, they're the same ones.
Okay, but I thought you were talking specifically about the South Celestial Pole Star, as you called it.
Yeah, you actually call it the circumpolar stars in the south. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Then I don't need to answer that question because you're just talking about the stars around it. So I'll just refer you to my first question. Yeah, they have nighttime at different times, so it could be a function of movement. It could be a part of the whole system moving.
So, like you're saying that the stars can be sitting there all night, and then as soon as it turns day, it goes flinging around the Earth really fast. So
No, I'm not saying that. Stars observably move. You can tell this by star trails.
The southern and northern poles don't.
But so, are we talking about the pole star then? Because I just told you can't see it. So
It's
we either
still
are
there.
or are not talking about Sigma Octantis. Please choose.
Okay, then what's the star right next to it? We'll talk about that one, the one you can see.
I don't. What do you mean? What is it? What's it called?
Yeah, just the circumpolar stars.
Well, what's it called? I don't know what it's called.
Well,
let's
you
just
can
use
have-
the cross, the Southern Cross. Just use that one.
Okay, what about the Southern Cross?
If you can see it in those three places while you're looking away from the North Pole with your back to the North Pole, and they all can see it, then it wouldn't be logical on a flat Earth.
Do they all see it at the same time?
Two of them do, and the other one can find it there with instruments, using.
I'm not sure that's true. I'd have to look into that. That doesn't sound true to me, though.
Well, the thing is, we have a
I've
thing
looked
called
into
time
it and
zones.
I can't find it. I can't find it. What he's talking about, I can't find it, and he's not even describing it correctly. So,
Well, the thing is, we have time zones, and so on the flat Earth, the stars are on a carousel, and you'd have to wait for your turn for the stars to revolve around to your position so you can see it in the sky. And so with time zones, they can't be seeing it at the same time. So that's rhetorical, anecdotal, and just a wrong way to represent it that confuses. Because with time zones, that's not going to be true. You're just going to have to wait for your turn for the stars to revolve to where you are for you to see it in the sky.
So the North Pole star and the South Pole star don't do that, though.
there's no such thing as a South Pole star. That's why we're asking you leading questions to make
don't
sure
have a
you
telescope?
understand what you're. No. We're asking you leading questions to see if you actually know what the hell you're talking about. But obviously, you don't.
Yeah, it's geometry and spatial relations. Yes.
Okay.
Well,
there we go. See, he just went somewhere else. So see.
Well, the South Pole star
it's
may
very
just
easy
be
to
a
break. It's very easy to break people that don't know what the fuck they're talking.
Well, the thing is, the South
Pardon
Pole
my
star
French.
may just.
Pardon my French.
No problem. But the South Pole star may just be a nodal point. It may not be a true pole. Because when people did finally see, stuff around the pole star, like the Southern Cross, when they, navigated down south in ships, they found that it was very inclined. And they didn't find it until they were like a couple degrees south, like 17 degrees south. And it was very inclined, meaning that it was making a broad sweep across the sky. It was not in like this, like this central nodal point, really. So there's a lot of mystery surrounding whether or not it's even a real pole star. And also, it's different from the northern pole star because the northern pole star can be seen anywhere in the northern hemisphere, but in the south, you have to kind of wait for it, and it's not visible to all people at the same time in the south. And so it
Yeah, and
kind
I'll
of
give you.
implies that it's sweeping across the sky in a wider arc, implying more land that it's sweeping over.
And I'll give you this. Here's one of the generic questions that were asked. Why do stars travel in a direction when we're looking at Polaris, and then when we're looking at south, they travel the other direction?
Well, you just get a beach ball.
Same
and
direction.
you put
They
stars in
travel the same
room,
direction.
and you
it's
spin
not,
the beach
they
ball
they
with a
don't flip
GoPro
around.
on
You're
it.
just looking the other way. Yeah, you're just looking the other way. They're all the stars is traveling in the same direction.
Wait, what? That doesn't make sense.
Well, we were just explaining.
Stars travel from west to east. So it's just like when you see the sunrise, it's in the heliocentric model, it's because the Earth is traveling to to the west, and so you see the sun rise in the east and set in the west because the Earth is spinning that way.
Okay,
When you look north, you're going to see the stars travel in one direction, and then when you look south, they're going to travel in the other direction.
So
yeah, the reason for that is because you're looking in two opposite directions. The Earth is spinning in
that's what I said. It's very
one
simple.
direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get how that I don't get how that works on a flat Earth.
It would basically be from perspective with the wider bands. Like I was trying to tell you, when the bands get wide enough of star rotation, they're going to appear to reverse and bend down toward the horizon, like the train tracks do when they approach
That
up
doesn't
toward the
explain
horizon,
how
but in
anything
reverse.
like
It's
reverses
just
direction.
optics and it's optics and perspective.
So just magic.
Optics and perspective when the bands get
You
far
may
enough
as
away.
well be appealing to magic.
No, I'm appealing to logic, but you don't want to accept it. So
Well, because
it is what it is.
Let's not presume
just saying.
that. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
Well, I was going to say, by the explanation of the South Pole star, then I could just say, well, only certain people see the North Pole star at night. Not everybody sees it at the same time. So that means it moves around. It's not stuck in one.
You've already said South Pole star. There isn't one. For one thing.
Then what is Sigma Octantis?
Well, Sigma Octantis is a grouping of stars that are coalesce around a perceived southern point, but it's not a South Pole star.
And they rotate around just like the North Star. What about it?
It's similar, yeah.
Probably just a perspective node. I mean, Southern Israelite proved that we do not have two poles. You can get up to 3 depending on how you focus the camera at the equator. And if we're on a symmetrical ball, we should see not just Polaris, which we do see at the equator. We should also see the South Pole star if it exists, but we do not. Sometimes you do not see it until you're like 15, 20 degrees south of the equator. And this doesn't make sense if we're on a symmetrical ball. So there's some inconsistencies with the Southern Pole star.
Well, we're not on a symmetrical ball though. We're on an oblate spheroid that I think is actually slightly bigger. Oh man, I forget which it is. It's either
It's a pair. It's a pair.
No, it's
like slightly bigger in the south.
It's like ever so slightly fatter, just north or just south of the equator.
Just south.
Just
a little bit. Just a little bit, in comparison to the,
It's chubby.
the size of the Earth. Just a little
Like
bit.
I said
Chubbier
yesterday,
than
the Earth
South.
is shaped like a bowl. It's flat on the top, and the southern hemisphere is round. It's just like a bowl. It's like a bowl of porridge, nice and flat on the top and round at the bottom.
Yeah, I like
So
that.
I'm meeting in the middle with you guys here. I'm
Sounds
saying,
delicious, London. Sounds delicious.
Okay.
I mean that's fair, isn't it? It's fair.
It might be, but see, when this description was given of the Earth, being a little bit more oblate at the center and a little bit bigger at the south in the southern thing. Why is that? Well, they will say, well, it's because of the centrifugal force, which we never feel. It's like we shouldn't experience that, on our different latitudes, everything. But Earth itself, it does experience that, and that's why it's chubbier.
So
we don't feel it. We don't feel the centrifugal force, but Earth itself does. But we're, no matter what latitude you're on, you don't. Earth does.
Do you think we have any photographs from space of a flat Earth that are just hidden? Do you think we have actually gone to space and taken photos of Earth, and Earth is flat, but these flat Earth photographs are just
I
locked
don't
away
believe
in a vault
space
somewhere?
exists though.
Well, the thing is,
I think they tried to go to space, but they couldn't get there, so then they started faking it. This is 20th century. That's when they started faking space.
I say that they go up as far as they can before they hit the dome, turn around, take a flat picture, and wrap it around a CGI fake dome layer.
Yeah.
So they're taking real
figured out
flat
they
photos
can't-
and just
There is
wrapping
no
it.
such thing as space. Yeah, you're right, Lemon. They figured out they couldn't get to said space, and put satellites or everything. They may have figured out how to put satellites, but they're really most of the satellites are on balloons or something.
Are they like hanging from strings from the top of the firmament?
Well, maybe they've been able. Maybe you know.
Like
if
Christmas
the
decorations.
firmament's there- hold on, if the firmament's there,
That sounds like
they've
fun.
actually figured out how. You know, it's at that point you're going to ask yourself the question. It's like, well, shit. Now we see rockets launching into space all the time. SpaceX, JAXA. We have all these guys just launching rockets. I mean, when you see the rockets launch them, obviously they're not going to space. You just see it going in arc.
Obviously.
Go away from you.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously,
You know,
those
and then
rockets are just flying
Why
off and
didn't they want
landing
to
in the
hide the
sea
fact that it's
somewhere,
flat?
right?
So you guys have, if you think they're going to space and doing what they say they're doing in space, said space, that's what they're doing. Do you
So
think that's
India is going to
happening?
be going to the moon soon, and that's going to be fake too, huh?
Well, what else about science do you guys disregard? I mean,
Wait,
you know,
what do you mean
Keep
by
it in the
science?
flat Earth.
I
Keep
mean,
it in the
What
flat
do you
Earth.
mean by
I mean,
science? What do you mean by
just to say
science?
that, do
I mean,
you
they said there's a
disregard?
rover on Mars.
All right,
They
look,
put a
hold
rover on
on.
Mars. Do you think that the rover's actually
Hold-
on Mars?
Well, I mean, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, seeing as the progress that has been given to us through science. They seem to have earned our trust when they say that
I doubt. I
this
disagree.
this concept is a part of the world. I
When
tend
they
to
launch a
I tend to lean
rocket into
towards
the
their
sky, is that science? When they
But
launch
Guys,
a
let
rocket
him
into the
finish. Yeah?
sky, is that
Let
science?
London finish. Julio, let London finish. Yeah? Sorry, I interrupted you as well. I apologise.
Yeah,
the
it's my
point I
bad.
wanted to make is I just wanted to know, is there anything else like electromagnetism perhaps? I mean, because you guys disregard gravity, I mean, it's not really, it doesn't work the way
Well,
that,
I mean,
it's
if we're
not
gonna
true.
do
said
straw
to work,
men,
right?
do you
Well,
accept
no,
everything about science? Do you accept racism?
hold on,
Do you
I'm
accept,
What the
other
fuck is
problematic
racism?
theories? If you're gonna straw man
Can you
us,
let me
we should
finish?
straw man you
Right,
back. Do
hold
you
on,
accept,
Lemon.
that ghosts cause
Let's one at a
sickness and
time.
stuff?
Lemon,
I
for the
haven't
sake of
even
everything, let's
finished.
entertain the straw man. Go ahead, bro.
Look, I haven't finished. All I want to say, I'm asking the question: is there any other parts of science that you just disregard? Like, I mean, gravity, that's off the table. Electromagnetism, is that still there? The weak nuclear force, the strong nuclear force. I mean, geology. I mean, what other elements of science? What other fields of science do you have such a level of distrust for that you would,
Well, gravity isn't
just
gravity isn't
disregard
a
them?
field of science, though, is it? It's just
Well,
an
it
art.
is.
Yeah, I'm
No,
trying to figure out
gravity.
what you mean by science.
Well, gravity
Just
is part of
really
physics, right?
solidify.
Gravity is
Yeah, we
part
don't
of the
disregard
physics of the
physics.
world.
So
Oh,
London.
so what
Ask.
else do you disregard?
Wait, hold on, London. Ask Crypto Gangster about the scientific method.
What?
Okay, so
Well, yeah, I mean,
back
this is the thing.
to
You make
gravity.
Can you ask
Gravity,
someone else for me, please? I don't want to.
gravity
Yeah,
is
it's
not
like,
good science. Gravity is not good science. It's a post hoc theory. They assumed the globe first and said, well, why aren't we spinning off of the thing? Let's make up gravity too. There's no good
So-
science to back the gravity thing pulling to the center of a ball. Sure, stuff falls, but can you prove that it falls to the center of a ball? No, you need NASA's lying pictures to do so. That's the part that's the lie.
Well, I really have a problem with this general idea of science as if it's a very broad term. I mean, he was mentioning geography and all kinds
geology.
of stuff. As
So
if
science, science is a
geology,
methodology
geography,
for studying the natural world, involving and it includes making observations, making hypotheses about these observations, using those hypotheses to make predictions and testing those predictions. And then it's a cycle, so the whole thing starts again. That's what all science is, and there's lots and lots of different fields of science, like physics, biology, chemistry, astronomy, geology, meteorology. I could go on. Psychology.
No, I'm with you, bro, man. I was just talking about the broad term of science. I mean, of course, we can you know, we use a function. Sorry about that, Kitty. But we, you know, we have a broad term where we generalize. We don't necessarily generalize. It goes into, you know, like I'm saying, you know, what do you mean by science?
Well, the thing is, I mean, you
So,
can explain
science.
gravity with electromagnetism and with, you know, like a pushing ether that carries things along
But
as
there's
it
no
flows.
evidence for the ether.
There is, but we can
It
just
was
split on
okay.
that because you got a bad interpretation that was proffered to salvage Copernicanism, which was in trouble because the Michael Somoli experiment showed that the Earth was not moving through the ether. So we'll
Okay,
just split.
the ether was was the proposed medium through which light propagated, and then it was discovered that light actually doesn't propagate through a medium. It's made up of photons.
Well, that theory falls apart because the vacuum that they said. Well, the thing is, you have to assume that there's nothing in the vacuum. There's obviously something
No,
in the
not
vacuum
necessarily.
that is still there.
You don't have
So
to
if there's
assume. You
something
don't
in the
have
vacuum,
to.
then light
You
does
don't.
need a medium
Lemberg, you
to
don't have to
propagate.
assume that there's
So
nothing in the
that's
vacuum.
yes, you
Lemberg, you
do.
don't
That's
have
bad
to.
science.
No, but explain to me why light being made up of photons necessarily entails an assumption of like an empty vacuum.
Well, this idea that light goes through nothing in the vacuum is what's propping up
Empty
space.
vacuum.
But there's
What
stuff
is
in the
that?
vacuum.
What is an empty vacuum?
So
what does that mean?
Well, a vacuum, by definition, is nothing, and so there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. But I think what Lemon's trying to say
Yeah.
is that they assert the perfect vacuum to then come to the conclusion of photons. Whereas if you have a vacuum that's not perfect, then obviously there's a medium to travel through. So I think that's what Lemon
There
is
is
saying.
always a medium. There is always a medium.
But that's what
for
he's saying.
The electro.
So then you agree with
photons. Photons are a fluctuation in the electromagnetic field. The electromagnetic field permeates literally every single point in space-time. Every single point
Like the
in
ether.
space-time. There is a value for
No, not
there is
like
a
the
value for the electromagnetic field at that specific point, and at every single point in space-time, there is a value for the electromagnetic field. And the electromagnetic field is basically the photons are basically. I mean, it's just basically like a ripple in that field, which
A
passes
ripple
from
in
point
the
to
fluid
point, and the
ether.
values change. So you don't need anything else apart from the field itself. The field is all that needs to be there. You don't need
The field
a
of
substance,
fluid
an
ether.
ether. You don't need a substance. You don't need. In fact, if
So
you have
what
a
is this
substance,
thing that is bending if it is not ether? What
It's
is this
the-
thing that's bending?
it's the
Space-time
it's an
itself.
electromagnetic field. Yeah.
But
space-time
what is
itself
space-time?
warps, right? Well,
But what is space-time? It's combining space and time. Time is no physical component. Eternity is not physical. It is an abstract concept in a mind that watches the passage of events.
What are you on about?
What is space-time?
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to say that we don't need, you know, saying that ether doesn't exist because, you know, say a photon doesn't have to exist somewhere. It does. It does actually have to exist somewhere. What the hell are you talking about?
A photon is just a wave, right? It's a localized wave.
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
smallest. Yes, it is. A photon, right? We can
Photon's not a
discuss a photon
wave.
in terms of particles, right? We can discuss
But
the
doesn't
behavior.
it have to exist somewhere?
We can.
And
we can
also to have a
discuss-
wave,
we can
don't you need to
discuss
have
a
something to
photon.
wave? What is
Hold on.
waving?
Yeah, so
The
it's
field
the-
itself.
The
it's the
field of
elec-
The
ether.
field.
Oh my god.
No, the electromagnetic field. The
Okay, then what
electromagnetic
holds
field,
the
there's a wave
electromagnetic
within it,
field?
and the smallest packet of that wave that you can get, we call a photon, right?
Sorry, crypto man, but we had to go there.
If you shoot photons, if you shoot like if you have like something that shoots out photons, right? You can make those wavelengths smaller and smaller and smaller And you will come to a point where you won't be able to make it any smaller, and all you will have is these bits, which are in themselves little waves. But these bits of little waves they behave like particles, what we call particles. So you can get things like the photoelectric effect, which shows light behaving like a particle. But then you can also get the experiments like this double slit experiment, which shows that light behaves like a wave. And the
I've
reason
actually
why
been
this is
confused about the quantum eraser experiment, but now I'm starting to understand.
The reason why all of that is because at the smallest level, a photon is a wave. It's just a very, 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 very small wave.
It's a little packet of a wave.
Exactly, it's the smallest packet that you can get because it can't.
It's the same with other forms of radiation, like gamma and X-ray radiation.
But the thing is, it looks like light is a field modality. It doesn't have a physical component necessarily, because if it had some sort of physical, photon or something, or some sort of, particle, then as it refracts through, say, glass, it should slow down as this particle is impeded, but it leaves the glass traveling at more or less the same speed and in the same direction. How can a physical particle
There's a
do that?
misconception
That's more consistent with a field modality where you're going from wave to wave to wave, possibly through the ether.
So the photon actually just travels a further distance. It doesn't actually slow down. It bounces between particles as it rebounds off them.
Well, actually, what happens actually is the photon hits the atom, and then that atom absorbs the photon, and then
releases one.
shoots out another photon
When an
in a
electron
random
gets
direction.
excited.
No, that's wrong as
So
well.
it's the what causes the slowdown of the photon.
That's only
is
for
that
high
process.
energy radiation.
No.
It's that
I'm
process
just
of being
interested to
passed
hear what
from one
Azarethi had to
atom
say.
to
But
another,
I feel as
to
though,
another.
Look, I'm just
Yeah,
going to say that as Azarethi is a globe earther and I'm a flat earther, but I definitely have more respect for what Azarethi thinks on this than anyone else in here. So, Azarethi, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, man. That's another common misconception. Photons don't bounce about between atoms like pinballs. Atoms can only absorb particular wavelengths of photons. So, like, if you shoot, excuse me, if you shoot any particular wavelength of light through glass, more than likely that wavelength of light won't be absorbed because it won't be within some particular spectral range that the glass atoms can absorb, or well, whatever kind of glass you've got. The reason light slows down is due to, well, you can calculate the speed that light should travel by 1 over the square root of the electric permittivity times the magnetic susceptibility of the given material. So basically all that is how, excuse the word, but it is the correct term, retarded the electric and magnetic fields are through a given media. So it's nothing really, it is the atoms existing there that cause that retardation, but it's not because the photon's being absorbed and re-emitted. Basically, photons are, just as people have said, propagation through the electric and magnetic field. And that's because a change in the magnetic field causes a change in the electric field and vice versa. So if you create an initial change, say in the electric field, by firing an electron back and forward down like a dipole antenna, you can create a photon because that initial electrical change will cause a magnetic change. And if done in the right way, you can create an oscillation where the fields basically dance back and forward between each other. So they transfer energy between the electric and magnetic field, just like a sine wave. And all a photon is a localized event of that. So no, it's not particularly a particle, but to be fair, nothing really is. And no, it's not particularly a wave, because in the classical sense, a wave is like a continuous thing, and that's not what a photon is, the same way particles aren't that. So,
well,
there's misconceptions
the main
on
thing
that.
is,
Yeah.
well, the main thing is
Photons,
whether
if they do travel, photons, if they do travel, they don't travel in a wave function.
No,
that
they do.
way. They do.
Basically, yeah. So you can consider it to be a sine wave in the electromagnetic fields. So one in the magnetic field and one in the electric field, offset such that when the peak of the magnetic field peaks, it will trough in the electric field, and you get that oscillation back and forward I was talking about. But that's for like a continuous wave. All a photon really is a localized version of that. So you kind of just throw e to the negative x on top of it.
So the
All
wave
right, well,
function is
that
a superposition
being
of
the
those.
case, let me ask you this, Ezra. So
Mm-hmm.
that being the case, where's this happening?
Everywhere you've got light.
All right. So what facilitates this? We're talking about the ether. There has to be a medium that this happens in.
Right. Well, as I said, like if you cause an
do you want to
electric,
call it do you know? Are you familiar with the ether idea?
I'm familiar. There's a couple of different things that are called the ether, but I'm sure the one you're talking about is the.
Well, I mean, it's just the generic function
There
of
isn't
reality.
one.
I mean, it can, from the quantum level to our experiential reality, it's the place where everything happens. Basically, that's the way I think about the ether. But maybe I'm wrong.
So like, it's just the nature of our universe that if you create a change in the electric field, so if I run current through a wire, that induces a magnetic field also. So any changing electric field induces a changing magnetic field and vice versa. So if I wave a magnet near a coil of wire, I get electricity. Dead simple
motors and
stuff.
generators works.
Yeah, exactly. So
Well, the thing is whether or not this can happen in a vacuum or whether or not you need to have something there to do the work. This idea of a vacuum where nothing can, propagate light or do work
You
is a
don't even
little
need a vacuum.
metaphysical.
You don't
But
need
the
a
thing
vacuum
is,
because the atoms
There has
there
to
don't
be a
interact
base
with the light.
platform. Yeah, there has to be
there
a
has
base
to be an
platform.
ether. There has to be an ether at all times. There can't just be a vacuum. A vacuum never exists. A vacuum just does not exist. At best, it is purified ether after all the air has been taken out. But there has to be something there.
You can call it the ether if you like, but you'll just be referring to the EM fields. Because there's no further requirement. Because as I was saying before you interrupted, the magnetic field can cause a change in an electric field can cause changes in a magnetic field and vice versa. So if you initiate a change in one of those fields in the right way, you can cause a photon to start moving through those fields. It's just kind of like a chain
you're saying
reaction.
there's no solid medium, for this function to happen. It
You
just
don't
happens.
need one. Because all it is based on is
Actually, you're wrong, bro.
Mate, I study
I
this.
just don't understand why we
Maybe
can't
what
pick
they're
back up the
referring
ether.
to when they say there's no such thing as a vacuum is that small probability that there will be a particle-antiparticle pair that come into existence. Could that be what they mean?
Well, I mean, why are we trying to maintain this vacuum when
You don't need
there
a
appears to
vacuum. I've
be
said that like
electrical
4
charge
times now.
there? But
You don't need a
the
vacuum.
ether is so simple.
Seems like
It is
a
so
red herring.
elegant.
Where does this
It makes so much
electricity
sense.
exist?
Right.
why
Why
does the
do you keep saying we
electricity
need a
exist?
vacuum when we really don't need a vacuum? Light propagates through anything because it doesn't need anything to propagate through.
Because that puts
that you need a
metaphysics
medium.
into science. That puts metaphysics into science where nothing can do something, and you have 0-point energy that pops out
I
of
didn't say
nowhere
nothing
into
can do
nothing.
it. I said
Light
that
doesn't
each field
propagate
can
through
affect
anything.
each other.
Listen,
If-
fellow
if it's-
Scotsman, you may have studied this, but I bet these guys have watched a lot of YouTube videos. So, I kind of.
The funny thing is, though, Ian. The funny thing is, though, is that
now
actually,
we're
as a
getting
ref,
back
hold
to
on
watching
a
YouTube.
second.
Oh, here we
I'm
go.
actually not
No,
watching
hold on a
YouTube
second.
videos
Hold
right now.
It was
on
sarcasm.
Right,
a
lads, calm down. Calm down.
second, right? Azarethi actually came in and corrected both you and London when he first came in, and now you're smugly going with him. This is very bizarre. He absolutely handed you an arse earlier,
So when
and
I
now
referred
you're
to
busy buddies. Why don't you fucking
Cool.
learn
So
something?
when I referred to atoms absorbing light and giving off their own photon due to excited electron layers, I thought that could apply to light because it applies to higher forms of radiation. It's one of the reasons we don't use lead shielding for certain types of radiation, because it actually absorbs, like, not a gamma ray, but I think certain neutron speeds and gives off an X-ray. So it's shit for that. You got to use aluminium.
Right.
So I work in the nuclear industry, so that's my experience
correct.
of radiation.
And
So
it's
I was.
so all
You're
atoms
right,
can
but
absorb a
he's
particular
speaking
wavelength.
kind of above my head, but I'm just still wondering where this exists. You're
Right,
saying,
so
well,
all atoms have an
it
electron.
doesn't need a medium; it just is.
Well, the
right?
thing is, I'm trying to get rid of this metaphysics of space, this metaphysics of a nothing vacuum that is doing something with 0 point energy for maybe a more unified, elegant
I'll be
electromagnetic
back in a
ether
minute, lads.
theory that is just much more intuitive. But I don't know.
No,
So,
I mean, obviously you guys are
intuition.
all you guys are smarter than me, as far as like study. But I'm still just talking about the medium. How
Also,
does
like,
this happen? In
I want to say
functionality.
quickly, like, just because one like hypothesis is more intuitive than another doesn't make it more true. I mean,
No, certainly.
That is true.
I would normally give the example that it's sometimes intuitive that the Earth is flat, but like that
Yeah,
as an
that's
example.
Yeah,
but
Hey.
that's not going to
Oh,
work.
you came to the
That was
wrong
exactly-
table to confirm that.
I would normally use that as an example, but
No, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
It's an experiment you can do anywhere and just jump.
Just jump. Oh god. Jump and then what happens?
But yeah,
Well,
so like
the thing is, it's
No,
bad
it's
logic
seriously,
to
man,
assume.
what happens once I jump? What happens once I jump?
Look, if you land just fine, I think we all know what that means.
What it means, I jumped
That
and then
Newton's laws of motion
came
make
back.
sense.
The thing is, it's bad logic to assume that the ball, that gravity pulls to the center of a ball without a video of this gravimetric force pulling exactly to the center of a ball. So that's just bad logic. As far as we can
Without
tell,
a
gravity
video?
only goes down,
Yeah, so
and
now
even with that, we can't even tell.
We're going
I'm
from
sorry.
quantum mechanics
It's
back to
bad
jumping
logic.
up off the ground.
Welcome to
You say that
Discord.
it's
Have you ever
bad
stood
logic.
on a medicine ball and jumped? It's very different.
I do think I think it's quite interesting. I mean, the more advanced globe debaters must absolutely facepalm when they hear someone go, "Oh, drop a pen, bro," because even they know it's a terrible argument.
Yeah, I fucking love you guys.
That's why other stellar bodies always form disks.
Drop
because,
things,
gravity
bro.
doesn't pull them into a ball.
Look, if the Earth was spinning at a zillion miles an hour, you'd fly off anytime you jumped.
So I'm one of like the major things. One of the many.
Every time I jumped.
One of the many major hookups I have is if you reject gravity, then how do you explain things falling to the ground?
I swear I've explained this to you before.
Yeah,
I
it's got
100%
something.
know I've
It's
explained
got. I know it's got something to do with density. I think. but
Why do you ask this virtually every day? You've had this explained.
There's always different
I don't
answers
know,
given when I
because
ask it.
Because it doesn't report with the night sky.
Yeah,
Well, the
because
thing
it's
is,
so
if gravity
confusing.
doesn't,
It's a waste of
gravity is a post hoc theory to explain why things form into perfect balls, but it was a leftover thing from Neoplatonism because they wanted these perfect balls as these perfect expression of the divine in form. Because Platonism was all about a perfection of forms. And so they wanted the Earth to be a ball because they're like, what would God do if he made the shape of the Earth? I don't have lasers yet and I can't see the whole thing, but what would I assume he would do? I assume he would make it into a ball. And so years later, they're like, well, why don't we fly off of the thing? Gravity. And so it's a post hoc theory that has no real basis.
I'm pretty sure that's not what he asked, but that was really, I mean, that's a very concise overall perspective of how this ball idea came about. He was just asking why things fall.
Oh, the push of the
Nobody has-
ether.
Well,
the push of the ether as it flows through and around objects.
Claiming Nobel Prize.
I'm messing
that
with
was
you,
a
Lemon.
brilliant
I'm messing with
explanation.
you, Lemon
Can I-
Bird, man.
can I
Yeah,
request
Got any
a
maths
link?
behind that?
I'm just saying, Tesla had an ether gravity theory that was based off of the electromagnetic ether. So it's just a flow of the ether.
Can I request a link
Oh, Lord.
from the guy that that we were discussing how light propagates through glass? Because I mean I've just been sort of looking
I
up
think
a
he
little bit,
left.
and
No, he's still here.
it seems like everywhere I look, it does say that the light propagates through the glass by being absorbed by atoms and re-emitted by those same atoms. That's what I keep finding everywhere I keep looking.
Right.
So if I would like to be presented with a link which would tell me that, in fact, that's
Well, I
wrong.
believe that was
That, in
Azarethi,
fact,
and
light
I believe
doesn't
Azarethi
propagate
was
through.
saying that will only
Well, no,
happen for certain atoms absorbing certain wavelengths of light.
well,
Yeah,
each
glass
and every
isn't a singular
atom.
atom either.
Yes, exactly. Each and every atom in particular has its own set of electrons in their energy levels, and in those energy levels there will be specific wavelengths of light that will be able to be absorbed. Right now, I understand that completely. But within normal glass, you have a variety of different atoms making up the different molecules which make up the glass. Right. So you have a situation in which you have. And remember, sunlight is the mixture of all the different frequencies of light, right? All the different kinds of photons that we can get: green, blue, yellow, all the different kinds of photons we can get, right? So you have the situation where you have this white light, which is an amalgamation of all these different individual colors of light, right, shining through the glass, right? And then you have these wavelengths being absorbed and then re-emitted. And when they're re-emitted in every direction. But the ones from the sides, they cause deconstructive interference, which basically cancels them out. And the ones in front cause constructive interference, which basically, you know, doubles up on it and gives us a nice path of light to go forward, propagating in the forward direction. Now, different materials of light, different materials of glass will affect different frequencies of light differently. So that's why when you get a prism and you get a prism which bends the light and separates the lights into their different colors, that's because the frequencies of light themselves are actually traveling, are taking different times to be absorbed and reabsorbed, absorbed and reabsorbed. So there is an ever so slight variation in it, which causes that separation. But ultimately, it's still the same process. It's still, you have light coming in, hitting atoms, being absorbed and being re-emitted, and then being absorbed and re-emitted and being absorbed and re-emitted until it gets to the end of the glass, in which it then propagates out into a new medium, i.e. the air, in which it continues that process on a far lesser rate, because obviously glass is far more dense than air, right? So I mean, this does seem to be how it works, and I would like to request a link of some kind which would demonstrate that in fact what I've just said is bullshit. Can anybody do that?
No, I'm with you, man. Different color frequencies of light, you know, once it's refracted, the different frequencies traveling different it's difficult to.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Apparently, me and somebody else got schooled here, and we got shown that we don't really know what we're talking about, and you know, it just seems that like
not quite.
I can't seem to find any evidence to support that. In fact, what I've said is bullshit, and I've been schooled and corrected. I'm happy to be schooled and corrected. I would rather say true things than false things. So if I'm saying something that's not right, I want to know as quickly as possible.
Doesn't some of it get reflected and some of it get absorbed? And I don't know, like, what the.
I can chime in a little bit on
this. It depends on the medium. It depends on the medium.
It depends on the medium. It depends what's.
Is glass a crystalline structure? Does it have that much variation?
I can chime in a little bit on this.
You get different kinds of glass.
With neutrons, it's kind of similar. So every sort of element has a certain percentage chance where it will either absorb or scatter something. So if it absorbs something, and I'll use neutrons as an example because I'm a nuclear engineer, it's what I know about more. There's two types of absorption. There's the capture and there's fission. So it takes in a neutron and it reacts in this way. But then there's also scattering, where there's elastic and inelastic scattering. And I assume light, perhaps wrongly, but I would assume light has a similar effect. So if a photon hits certain high energy atoms and excites an electron enough, it can absorb that and then give off another photon. The same as it can do with neutrons, where it absorbs one and then gives off some gamma radiation or X-rays. I could assume that it's not too dissimilar from that. It won't be exactly the same because it's absorbing just a pure form of energy. There's no mass behind it that I'm aware of. But it's how every element behaves. There's a percentage chance of absorption and scatter.
Right. So when it doesn't absorb and re-emit, then it is being scattered or reflected, and that
So if the light just bounces off, it's being scattered.
Well, that's why we only use certain materials to make glass, right? I mean, we don't just pick up a brick and make a bit of glass out of it. It's not like we
Well, you pick up sand and make glass, so it's
I
not
know
that different.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you have to use certain processes. You can't just stick anything together and make it into glass. That's why glass is different to other things, right? It's the I guess the atomic and molecular makeup of the
There's
glass
always
itself.
an intention when you're making glass. You have an intention for that piece of glass, whether it be clear or whether it has a certain color. You have an intention while you're making the glass.
And then there's dragon glass, of course.
Yeah, and you choose specific materials and specific processes to make the glass in a specific way, because it has to be specific to get the results that you intend, right? So, I mean, this is, it's, again, I don't know. I just thought.
But hey, how about a window? How about a window? It's transparent. Light, like sunlight comes through the window.
Yeah,
when you wake up in the morning, it's like, oh, I see the sunlight. I mean, I'm not thinking about, I'm not thinking about quantum mechanics when I'm thinking.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't just looking at it, but if you wanted to describe why light can get through it, you could do that with quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just being facetious.
No, but it's a really good conversation. This is what nerds do. We talk about this. It's crazy.
True.
But it still doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, honestly. Because
I mean, it ties into the 4 fundamental forces of nature, which gravity is.
All right. Well, flat. I'm going to tell you this: flat Earth. When we say flat Earth, we don't think the Earth is, or I don't think the Earth is flat, because flat's not a shape. Just want to put that out there.
Okay. You're just describing something in 2 dimensions.
You mean it could be shaped like a chicken McNugget, and those come in all sorts of shapes, but they could be flat.
Tell you what, it would be cool if it was like Discworld. We were on 4 elephants on a turtle that was just flying through space.
Have I just heard the rise of the new chicken McNugget thing? Can I be the
Never
first
knew Earth
chicken?
could be so delicious.
Can I be the first chicken McNugget earther, please?
Yeah.
We will grant you that.
Make
Thank
a
you.
video. Just gotta make the first video.
Yeah, man, just make a YouTube video. Everyone will believe you. It's fine. Don't put any maths
put it on
in
YouTube. People will follow you, man.
Do you guys know Robert
look at
C.
this mountain
Baker,
range.
the
It's
greatest
obviously,
scientist
like,
of all
some extra-
time? He invented the chicken nugget for man. Do you know Robert C. Baker? Poultry science at Cornell.
Poultry
science.
Poultry science.
Brilliant.
God damn it. I mean, it's like you can put the word science on anything.
He died on a Monday, and his last will and testament was very specific that he be like ground up real fine and buried in tiny cardboard coffins, 6 pieces at a time.
Do you think when Jesus comes back, he's gonna start a Twitch channel first?
Ooh.
No, I think he's gonna go to YouTube first.
Big if.
More like Big Oof.
I'd like him to do a cameo with that Belle Delphine girl, you know.
Oh God.
He's
Still
gonna do
holy
it first. He's gonna do
bathwater.
a
Gamer
hangout
girl
with
holy
G-Man.
bathwater.
Yeah.
Do a Google Hangout with G-Man first.
Do you think if he came back, people would believe him? Like, let's say that Jesus existed and he did actually come back. You think everyone would be like, "Oh my God, it's Jesus," or would they be like, "Nah, fuck
Make
that, come
someone
on"?
rise from the dead, like on primetime television, right? And
Well,
then do
check
it
this
again,
out, man.
and like just kind of do it to prove,
But then, nah, because
I
people
was
would
gonna
say it's just CGI. I mean, people say pictures of the Earth are CGI, so they just be like, "Nah."
Yeah, but
it's
what if
real
he
Earth."
did that on primetime TV? Well, what if he
That's a
also
fake.
explained the Bible? Because that would be amazing.
Wait, a lot of people explain the Bible every day on.
What if he apologized for the Bible?
That's what I
That would be a start.
What if he apologized for the parts that are contradictory?
You know, I actually apologize for misinterpretations of the Bible that I often You know, I subscribe to certain aspects of it, but I do apologize for religion.
And if you resurrect someone from the dead on live TV at the same time you do that, then I'm gonna be real impressed.
Well, I can CGI.
What would be the first 3 words he'd say when he came back?
I'm back, dickheads.
Sorry, I'm late.
There is no late with Jesus.
The wizard arrives precisely when he means to.
What if Jesus came back and he went, "It's flat, bitches," and there were his 3 words?
But he's actually talking about Mary's chest.
What if the 3 words were reconstituted meat slurry?
Is this Jesus Christ?
His first word's 20-piece bucket.
We're going.
And he's just a massive block of cheddar.
Like the moon, then.
But seriously, if
if we've never been to the moon, how do we know it's not made of cheese?
What?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, who came up with this idea that the moon's made of green cheese?
It's full of holes, mate, like cheese. It's only logical. It's the only logical explanation.
It looks like Swiss cheese, but I mean, because it has holes. And
What if an electromagnetic
heliocentric
field
idea
induces a
has a lot of holes in it, and so that's why we fight against this.
If electric fields can induce magnetic fields and vice versa, it must be because they pass through like a medium of.
Well, the thing is,
No,
cheese
it's through a
loses.
giant anus.
I'd like to subscribe to more cheese facts.
It can't be mild cheese, and it can't be like mature cheese. It has to be medium cheese.
Well, the thing is, cheese ages, and usually cheese is developed by a cow and cultured by like some sort of human. So where are these entities? And how does
Discord
it
just
last so
debunked our
long?
cheese theory.
We're gonna
so the moon.
We're gonna
can't be
find out
cheese.
who
We
makes
just-
the extra sharpest arguments about like physics.
Yeah. Well, about the moon specifically, we're gonna. Who makes the sharpest arguments about the?
No, extra
cheese
sharp.
moon? Extra sharp cheese moon.
Sounds delicious.
Could we bring back samples?
Actually, I
And fry-
love extra sharp cheddar cheese, Ben. I love the sharp cheddar.
Oh,
Cheese is
so
amazing,
good.
to be fair.
But so unhealthy. Like American is nothing but like leftover like byproducts of cheese production.
Oh, yeah, American cheese.
I thought
is
it
not
was
even
like
cheese.
actual plastic.
Oh yeah, American cheese is horrendous. Why do you even
Yeah,
call
it's
it?
just vegetable oil. It's not even real cheese.
It's gross.
You can't even set that shit on fire. You can't
No,
melt it or
American
anything.
cheese is a real cheese.
It's
Whoever
like
said that it's
indestructible.
vegetable oil, that's a
No,
lie.
it's not. It's
American
not.
cheese
It's
is
heard you
colored
guys-
cheese, but it's not cheese.
No, the cheese.
I heard you
the
guys make
slice-
body
the
armor out.
pre-ripe slices have vegetable oil most.
No, it's
Yeah,
Kraft.
vegetable
That's not a
oil.
real cheese. American cheese is a real cheese.
No, it's there is
I heard
a
the
real
fire
American
brigade's
cheese, but
uniform are made out of it.
but the stack of slices, individually wrapped, that's not real cheese. That's just vegetable
Right,
oil.
that's not cheese,
It's
really.
cheese flavoring. That's not cheese.
No, you wouldn't
cheese
individually
dust
wrap
in
a real
there.
cheese. That's true. Unless it
Make that
was
out
that
of
French
Doritos.
cow, the laughing cow.
Right?
Well, cheese strings. I'd rather eat an actual piece of string, to be honest.
Well, string
Yeah.
cheese is mozzarella. Mozzarella's great, man.
Yeah,
Nah, I
mozzarella's
mean-
good.
Mozzarella, there's something wrong. I love mozzarella.
I love me and my Soylent.
Oh god.
Now, do you get cheese strings? We get cheese strings in our country. It's like a little, it's like a kid's thing. It's like a little
Yeah, it's a
sort of.
little stick. It's a little stick,
Yeah.
and you pull it apart. Yeah, that's mozzarella. Yeah, it's mozzarella.
Oh, I
cheese.
didn't realize it was
But-
mozzarella.
Yeah, it's mozzarella, and but real mozzarella, it comes in like a ball, like a clump.
Oh yeah, I know real mozzarella.
Yeah, that's
Right.
that's what
Got some in my
string
fridge.
cheese is- Yeah, string cheese is.
Oh,
is
can I have some?
mozzarella. It's a form of mozzarella.
Yeah, send me your address.
Nice. Just, how much have you got?
An unopened packet. I don't know what it.
Oh
how
yeah,
much
hook
is in
me
there.
up.
Probably about the size.
I'll DM you my address.
So just to catch us all up, we all agree that the Earth is round. Is that correct?
No, we don't all agree that the Earth is round.
Okay,
What do you
what is
mean
the
by
agree?
round?
We
Wait,
agree it's
what do you
chicken
mean
nugget
by
shapes.
round? What do you mean by round?
I mean basically a spheroid, an oblong, like kind of a.
Oh, so we're the third rock from the sun traveling in an elliptical orbit around, this huge ass sun that we can't tell where or what it is.
Everything except for we can't tell where or what it is. I was following
All right,
you, and
since you know where the sun is and what it is, why don't you go ahead and elaborate on that?
well, I thought you just did. It was the third rock from.
No, I'm talking about the sun. Do you know where it is and what it is?
It's
Sector
93 million
C-117.
miles away, like fusion.
Alpha Quadrant.
It is in the Alpha Quadrant. That's probably.
No, well, I mean,
Why would you label other quadrants like? Yeah,
yeah, I mean, it's like all we have is local here. We have the solar system, right? So we're the third rock from the sun. The sun is at the center, and it is a huge hydrogen helium burning fusion reaction.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a problem yet, but.
Well, okay. So how? You haven't heard a problem yet. I'm actually, I'm going gentle right now.
Oh,
Oh fuck, man! Don't talk
He's
to
easing
no
you into it.
hardcore
like
flat
I
earthers.
forgot more physics than this entire voice chat.
He's
We'll never
into it,
know.
Well,
Daddy.
I'm just trying to tell you, man. It's like we all learned the same shit when we were growing up. I'm just telling you. It's like I'm not so. I know that the Earth is flat, but I believe. I used to believe that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would expect that you would be socialized to around Earth.
Yeah, we all used to believe that. Flat earthers used to believe that, but now we
Yeah,
have a
I don't
different
necessarily think every
perspective.
belief that you were socialized to is a correct belief. So it's good intuition to say not necessarily correct belief, everything you were socialized to believe.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, look,
where do you
I've
want to
never
start?
been up to space.
If you want to have if you want to have a honest discourse with a flat earther, I'm ready to do it, man. What would be
Look,
if you met a real flat earther like me? What would be your first question?
Are you a real flat earther?
Oh, I definitely am. So,
Are you
what
not
would
in
be
the
your-
90% that are just doing it for the laughs?
Have you ever met a real flat earther?
I have no idea. It could be
They don't laugh
99%, right? And then I
It's
would
not a
never
joke.
know.
It's not a joke. Ask your first question.
My first question is
Yeah.
about the night sky.
The night sky.
What is your map of the night sky? How does it differ from the view you would take if it were around Earth interpretation of data? We can get the same data. This is not a lack of experimental access, right? It's not a rocket that you
We
send
all
up that nobody.
observe the same thing all the time. Now, the interpretation might differ.
Exactly, right?
Right.
This is an experiment that we have full democratic access
Experiments? Are you talking about
on
a
Discord.
scientific
We can,
experiment? Are you talking about scientific experiments, or
yeah, I'm saying we
we're
could all
talking
put a
about
time.
observational data? We see the same things in the sky here on Earth. We observe the same things. Now, are we really up to interpretation?
We're looking outside the Earth. We're looking above that horizon. We're looking at all those.
Can I just
Sure,
interrupt
yeah.
really quick to ask if that's all right as a description for London? Plenty of links and shit in there. Is he still here?
London's pretty cool.
He's here.
He's here, but I don't think he's listening. So.
All right, fair enough.
He hasn't commented for a few minutes.
I'm here.
Yeah, how do
I'm
we
here.
explain
I'm
the
here.
moon?
My
What's
apologies.
that?
Yeah.
Somebody called me.
I sent a bunch of shit towards the light stuff in the chat.
I think I would rather enjoy a flat moon.
All right, thanks, mate. I'll have a look.
Enjoy.
Yeah, cool, man. London, you're cool, man. So we're observing things moving in the sky. Some people have, some individual people have telescopes. We can see planets, stars, suns, moons, all that kind of shit. Yes, we see the same thing, same observations. It's an interpretation of the data we receive.
Different
Here on
interpretations.
Earth. Yes, of course. So where do spinning balls around solar systems come into play?
Well, it seems that if you have like round Earth interpretation of all these different cameras are placed around a round Earth, that's going to be one interpretation. All these cameras have to be placed on a flat plane of some chicken nugget indeterminate shape.
Stop talking about chicken nuggets.
Yeah, you're making
Man,
me
you're
hungry
making me
now.
hungry.
We don't know
Seriously.
the shape of the flat Earth.
You make me hungry, man. I need to go to McDonald's now.
Look, you look at this is designed to make you hungry. If you're hungry, fucking good.
I'm just picturing a chicken nugget just rolling around the sun. You know,
There's
it's the
two shapes
ninth
of chicken
planet.
nuggets. One
Can you
is
stop
shaped
with
like
the chicken
Italy.
nuggets, please? I'm hungry.
They're vegan nuggets.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, I mean, we do, even though we joke around, this is serious. I mean, the Earth is not what they told you it is.
Well, that's your opinion, right?
Okay, it's my
Last night I
opinion.
asked
Yes,
your
of
friend
course.
Mitty. I asked Mitty, if the Earth was not like circular around or whatever, like there would be no. How would you explain the eclipse?
Which eclipse, lunar or solar?
Let me post what I post last night, and then you can read it in Flat Earth link.
Okay.
Yeah, like the criticism of the eclipse is, you're looking at an outline of the Earth, and unless it was always hitting at the same, like, that perpendicular angle, it's not going to show up around all the time. It's going to be like, it's going to have that oblong, like it's going to be offset.
Well,
But if it was a globe,
about the
it all
lunar
adds up.
eclipse. You're talking about the lunar eclipse, right?
Sure.
So we see there's some type of occultation. Is that a word? There's something occulting the light of, there's an occlusion of the only time that you ever see a lunar eclipse is when the moon is full, correct? Every time you see a lunar eclipse, the moon is full. Sometimes it's high
I'd
in
have
the
to think
sky,
about that.
sometimes you'll never see a lunar eclipse when you're not seeing the full moon.
Well, and why would that add up to the sun is always hitting the Earth?
Dude, ask God. I don't know. Every time you see a lunar eclipse, it's a full moon. I don't know, but I'm just saying.
I wasn't expecting ask God because that could be the answer to a wide array of.
Sure, but I'm just saying that's the way it happens, man. Every time you see a lunar eclipse, it's a full moon.
Okay, and the other way it happens is it's like hitting around.
I'm not.
And then you didn't have
it.
to ask God because Earth was.
Okay, well, dude, I'm not. I'm just saying this is the way it happens. Now, whether or not what you see occulting the moon, when the shadow starts to come and then it turns a bright red and then it starts to leave, and you say, well, that must be the Earth's shadow from the sun. That's why we see the moon the way it is, because the Earth, the sun's over here and the Earth is in between the sun and the moon. You can't prove that. You don't know why that happened. Honestly, now you can throw up the model, which we already know. We all know the model, the heliocentric model, but I don't necessarily subscribe to that. I don't think that the Earth is causing the shadow between the, because I actually don't think that.
Well, I basically accept your earlier answer. Like, we don't know. God knows. But on a personal note, when the Earth splits the moon and there's a lunar eclipse, it is a total eclipse of my heart.
Oh.
Total eclipse of
That
my
is very
heart.
sweet.
So sweet.
Yeah,
it is. It's very sweet, but
makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
It does. I mean, it's a beautiful. It's a. Really,
do you get it? Do you get it? Because my name is Split the Moon. Oh,
yeah.
Oh shit! Was that about you? Oh, that is.
Oh wait.
It's very sweet.
What? it was me. Oh my god.
It wasn't even for you. Sorry, Moon.
Damn it.
Not so special anymore.
It was ambiguously for you. It wasn't a.
Maybe it's a subconscious.
That's why I was speaking.
Crypto is just a hater. Like
No, he's
true. I do
actually
hate
a
him.
lover. He's kind of indifferent, you know. I'm just, you know, I love you, Crypto.
No,
Dude,
I'm
he's
different.
like, you know, he responds in kind to every interaction. You know, he's a gentleman or a fucking
Whoa.
asshole.
Whoa.
No, I mean, it's like if you're an asshole to me, I'm gonna be an asshole right back. You know,
He's
that's why I
never
love
been
Crypto,
nice
man.
to me ever.
What? Total
No,
lies.
Crypto,
I
be
praised
nice
your
to
Froger
him.
Never
collection.
been nice to
I
me.
praised your Froger collection. How dare you lie about that?
You just wanted it so you could steal my emotes. It wasn't like you cared.
I was being nothing but nice to you.
And I love you. You're my favorite communist out of all the communists.
Communist.
When I
even if
strolled
we're all
into this chat, I was just like, "Fuck all y'all, explain the night sky," and then I started cursing.
Oh, did we respond in kind, or did we, you know, kind of defer and know that you were a dumbass for just talking shit right off the bat?
Look, that was a long.
something.
That was months ago.
Couldn't have
posted
been.
something in
We
Flat
just
Earth
had
Link
this room a little
if
bit
anybody
earlier.
would like to respond.
Sorry, I'm talking. Go ahead. What was that?
If anybody wants to challenge me on this and definitely explain the total solar eclipse that across North America, it's very difficult to explain because it is reflecting the light, right? And it's in a roundish object. So if it's a disk, you couldn't reflect that.
Sure, total solar eclipse. Now, there are a lot of presumptions there that the Earth itself is the third rock from the sun, and the sun is, you know, just like I was saying. I mean, we all know the helios. Sure. So every object that is not the sun in the solar system is reflecting the light of the sun. Do you understand that, right?
Wait, what?
So when you see a planet like Jupiter, Mars, Venus, when you see that in the sky, that they're reflecting the light from the sun, the center object, right?
I don't know that do they reflect light?
Well, do you think that planets give their own light?
Do they does Jupiter reflect light?
Yeah, Jupiter does. You can see it.
Well, every planet in the heliocentric model, yes, of course they reflect the light from the center, which is the sun.
Okay.
Correct?
So that's funny you say that because last night your friend said the moon radiates its own light. So
this is what I'm saying. I have to teach you the heliocentric model before I debunk it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. Don't get confused.
You can't teach me the heliocentric model.
I'm just
trying to debunk it.
Well, dude, we were taught this shit when we were in grade school. We know that that every planet we see is reflecting the sun's light. That's why we see it, right? In the heliocentric model. I don't believe that shit, but I'm just telling you. I'm just telling I learned that when I was growing up. Yeah, I mean, because the sun is so big and so bright, and it's the center of the solar system. It's all the planets we see moving in the heavens. When we see them, they're reflecting the sunlight. That's why we see them, including the moon itself. Correct? Yes or no? The answer is yes. Anyway. I'm just like I'm kind of lost. I thought you already knew that.
I'm lost because you guys say one thing and then now it's like, oh well, that's just the heliocentric.
Yeah, that's the heliocentric idea, but flat earthers see the world in a completely different way. Earth is not moving; it's a stationary plane. The sun, moon, and stars are much closer, and they move above our head in the same pattern that that ancient cultures observed and recorded successfully. It's the same season, same sun, moon, stars, everything. So it's really practically the same, but the planets do give off their own light. So the phases of the moon, what causes that, we can't necessarily tell. The heliocentric idea, like when the moon is phasing, when it goes into its waxing and waning phases, it's I have no idea why it does that. Now they've created this mathematical construct, with, and it really doesn't work out. And Crypto's totally on that, and he'll destroy this in a heartbeat. But they say it's not the shadow. It's not the shadow of the Earth, causing the phase of the moon. It's our perspective of where the moon positioned in the sky during certain times of the year and certain times of the month. And that's why it waxes and wanes, because we're in a certain position, in our elliptical orbit around the sun. Sure, all that. But there are certain phases that don't make any sense.
Yeah.
Certain times of the year, when they give that idea. So
I'd like to know, is this, oh my God, can you go and push the top? I'd like to know, is the sun spinning as it orbits?
Well, what do you mean by spinning? Well, what do you mean by
Is it
spinning?
rotating? Pretty straightforward.
Well,
You
like
can
what?
see, you can see.
Like a wheel, or?
No, like spinning in an orbit. Does it spin around us?
No, it doesn't orbit us.
The sun is a ball of gas, so it's kind of like rotating, but not evenly. It's like gases are moving.
Yeah, but you can see sunspots on the sun and little black dots. If you use a sun filter.
Are you speaking from a heliocentric bullshit worldview right now, or are you speaking
No, I'm
from
talking
true?
about, no, I'm not talking from a model. I'm just talking about
come
what you
over to the
observe. I'm just like, you can see the sunspots, but they don't move laterally like you would think. It's like in the solar system model, you think everything just like spins like Jupiter. I mean, what have you ever seen Jupiter without the storm? Have you ever seen without the eye? You ever seen the other side of Jupiter? You ever seen the other side of the moon? Oh, you
I
have?
don't know Jupiter very well. I just know the
Technically,
Earth
we
always
have
had
from
money.
Voyager, haven't we? It's taken pictures of
No,
it.
I'm talking about from Earth. I'm talking about from Earth.
I mean, from Earth, you can't see. I mean, you can see it as a far, like if you
All
can see it
right,
in the sky.
it's a gas giant. It's the largest planet in the solar system,
I mean,
and it's
if
got this
it's
huge
Venus is the
storm that's
brightest.
always visible to us, and it's supposedly like this big ass
No,
storm.
it's
Why
not always visible.
does Jupiter spin? Does Jupiter spin?
It's a gas
Does it
giant, so
spin?
it's going to behave like the sun.
It orbits. Yes, Jupiter spins. Yes.
All right. So, do you ever see, Jupiter without that storm? Is it ever on the other side of Jupiter?
We have
All
pictures
right.
of
Just
that
tell me one.
happening.
Tell me one. I
Yes.
can't find it. I've been looking.
Sure.
What
Anyway,
I know
I
is
love
the
Jupiter.
Earth
I love
owes.
Jupiter, Mars, and you know what's really cool is like the inner planets. Like Mars and not Mars. Mars is
Venus and Mercury.
Venus and Mercury. They do have phases like the moon. Why don't the other planets have phases if the sun is?
Well, some of them are gas giants.
Yes, Saturn and Jupiter are gas giants, and Neptune. Yeah.
Did you know Pluto's not a planet?
Well, it keeps going back and forth. They can't decide
So
whether.
here, look in flat Earth links right now. It was really
Yeah.
easy for me to find that. That was
There you
almost.
Did you know
too
technology was much better back when Pluto?
That's funny. All right. So that's the other side. Thanks, man. Appreciate you sharing that.
Oh.
Have you ever personally seen?
Why are
I've
you
seen
laughing?
Jupiter. because that's not.
I don't think anyone has ever personally been to Jupiter, so no.
Well, nobody can go
Moon
to
has.
Jupiter. We already know that. But I'm just
Yes, okay, well, I mean, I personally
dude, I have
now
a
have seen the
telescope.
other
I can
side
look
of
at
Jupiter.
Jupiter, and every time I see it, it has
Yeah,
that.
my sisters are actually like in a
Because
sort
it
of
happens doesn't mean
relationship
you can't
with
ever.
Jupiter.
I'm having the rings of Saturn resized for Moon and my wedding.
Excellent.
In about 100 million years, those babies will be gone.
What?
Oh, the rings of Jupiter.
So, Moon, are you the actual Moon?
No, the rings of Jupiter are
apparently-
already gone.
No, sorry, I meant Saturn.
Yeah.
Sorry, forgive me.
Is that a problem, Crypto?
Well, I'm just wondering because I feel like you're being really rude to us. You're just mooning us constantly, and I just think that's quite rude.
Well, you know what? As a
I don't
flat
mind.
earther-
I don't mind.
as a flat earther,
Can you put some clothes on, please? Seriously.
You guys should be happy that people are even talking to you.
Oh, because we're
You
too
should
dumb
be
to figure
happy
out
that
the
she
Earth is.
even acknowledges you. You guys are like ones, and she's like a 10.
Exactly.
Sure thing.
No. I'm gonna go wholesale incel here and say you're just going at the fucking douchebags and not the nice guys.
I'm a 1.1, so suck it.
Hey, there are some assholes in flat Earth. You should be lucky you're talking to us. There's some total.
I'd love to
idiots in
talk
Flat
to
Earth.
them. I
No,
like
you wouldn't.
Indigo when
You
he's
don't
not
want to talk
debating
to him.
Flat Earth.
Helio, could you imagine Moon having a conversation with Derek?
Bring him on.
Yeah, I mean, there's some.
No, trust.
It's like,
I'd
dude,
love to
there's
debate this
some
guy.
really
Bring him on.
He
'Cause
doesn't
I've been
debate. He
absolutely
just shouts.
destroying all of you all night.
I can think of plenty that you.
Yeah.
Well, I met a few globe earthers last night that they wouldn't even let me. They asked me a question, and I get about halfway through a sentence, and then it's like 5 minutes of just people just screaming, and I'm just like,
that's my favorite part.
You know?
Can we
What's
all
wrong with
agree?
you? You ask me a question, and you want me to answer it, and you won't even let me do it. It's
You know what the
Hell
weird part of
damn.
Saturn is? The top of Saturn is literally a hexagon.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Show
That's
us
a picture.
Deimos and Phobos are some of the best moons of Jupiter, Mars.
So is this from Voyager? No.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
That's actually
don't you?
based. What is
That's
Saturn
not
made
real,
out of?
bro. That's not
That is a real picture, yes.
It's a
What is
real
made out of?
picture.
What type of gas is
Yes,
it?
that is a real picture.
Awesome, yeah.
What type of gas is it?
That is from Voyager.
That's a real picture. A
probably
photograph.
hydrogen,
The photograph from
helium.
Voyager.
Oh no.
Yes. Oh my God. How else can I say this? It is a PHOTE from VOYAGER.
What the fuck's the PHOT?
It is provided by NASA. This is a photo.
A photo.
No, it's just a photo.
Oh,
You're
so
being
I'm half
silent.
awake. I'm half awake. Please be nice to me.
VOYAGER.
I should be asleep, but I'm gonna stay up for the Bosch thing.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I should be asleep as well. But
It's fine. I got
if
it.
you think that's a
PHOTE.
photograph from Voyager, then you're
Yo, Crypto, have
should
you been
really
asleep?
look into.
Have I been to sleep? No, I'm
Yes.
just constantly woke.
Hey.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's my bro.
Look at that adorable cat in Crypto's profile picture. Look at that fucking adorable.
He loves cats.
I do see that.
Sorry, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm
me when I'm
incorrect. I'm in.
When I have a
wait,
child,
sorry.
it's gonna look like.
I'm incorrect. It's not from Voyager. It's from Cassini.
Yeah, Cassini. Yeah, Voyager.
Yeah.
Voyager's way
Oh,
back.
speaking
Yeah,
of
yeah,
like
I got you.
amazing
I
TV.
posted the NASA
go ahead.
website.
Cassini's even worse. So,
They don't
Babylon
take
5
NASA.
is
They
the
don't
best.
take NASA. They don't take photos. They don't take any sort of evidence.
It's not called
The
a
whole
photo.
argument
The E is.
the whole argument is we
It's
don't.
Well, they
and
don't
then
take photographs,
you prove
admittedly.
it. That's the whole.
They don't take
flat Earth.
photographs, admittedly. I mean, they admit that it's not a photograph.
No,
guys
they
don't-
do
you guys don't
take
take
photos,
photographs,
actually.
No, they call them composite images. So
They
it
No,
take,
depends.
well, we
wrong.
don't know.
Stop.
I don't.
What
we
they'll
don't speak.
do is
we
they'll
don't know.
take photos of the Earth, depending on the type of photo they want, right?
Oh God,
And they can
Mike.
composite different things on top of it to overlay different type of data representation.
Yeah, that's why. Listen to this fucking round earth with his round earth.
Why are you ever
bullshit.
talking? Why are you ever
Alright,
talking? Why are you ever talking? For example, right, some of the data overlays represent topography, right? And that have a bit more of a green type of representation. There's a
Round
key
earth
width that goes with
propaganda.
it, right? So they can overlap different types of data. But just because things are composite doesn't make it not real either. If I get a fucking... Why are you talking? If I take multiple
Why am I
photos of my
talking?
room
Because
and I
I'm the mod
overlap...
in this room. I've spoken to you before,
blah,
actually. You can just shut up.
blah.
I've spoken to this guy before. He's perfectly
Yeah.
okay with over talking to everyone else, but the second you do anything to him, he just wants to just ruin the mood. So I don't really want to hear from him, to be honest.
You don't want to hear
But
from Mike
is
fucking Hayden?
listen.
Mike
I will have
They're
Hayden,
quite a
not
nice
taking-
civil
hold on,
chat
Mike
before you
Hayden
fuck up.
provides irrefutable sources.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And
They're
That's
the
what he's
primary
known.
source.
That's what he's known for on the server,
He's
providing
fake.
irrefutable sources.
Yeah.
It's true.
He's a Nazi.
Well, what he was saying is
Even Doobie does
true. Is because
Well, we didn't know. We don't know what he said because he was muted.
that's cool. Well, he's muted now, but I'm going to tell you
I'll
exactly what
unmute
he
him in a
was saying.
second. I just want him to just we were having quite a nice friendly chat for about 20 minutes, and then he just comes in and just makes it all aggressive.
Mike will do that.
Well, we were just.
Mike is.
I was enjoying the talk. I was enjoying us all just getting along for a change, and then comes in and acts like a prick, and now we're all arguing it.
Mike's aggressive. Don't be Darth.
Well, he's
passionate.
he's not aggressive. He's abrasive.
Yeah.
Whatever a semantical word you want to use. That's just Mike.
Yeah, sure.
I
I was about to tell right before he jumped in. I was about to
just
tell you
return back to
the exact same thing.
I'll
he
just
was
return
saying.
back to the argument, right?
Yeah, go for
So
it.
you can
Go for
overlay different types of data, right? It's still a fucking image. It's not fake. If I take an image of my entire room,
CGI,
right, and I composite the images over top of each other to make a
This is round earth
seamless
propagandistic
picture,
bullshit.
it's composite,
Hold on,
but
don't
it's
talk
still
over
my
him.
fucking room, right? And again, if you overlay different types of data sets, such as topography and all that, yes, it's edited, but it's overlaying a data type, right? For, again, topography, for example. It's not fake. Get it through your thick skulls, please.
All right,
Holy
so all the
reply
images from Cassini are not fake. That they were
they're all
Cassini
real.
Actually,
I want to reply to that very directly, right? So when we're talking about, for instance, a composite image, we're almost always talking about the Earth, right? We're not talking about Saturn or anything else. So talk about the Earth. You've got pictures from high altitude planes that get wrapped around a ball. This is a composite image, right? So yes, it doesn't necessarily lie about the individual details, but it could quite easily lie about the shape. If you take lots of high altitude photos, they call them strips of data, and then they wrap it around a ball. They tell you they do this. That's
from
fine.
low Earth orbit satellites,
They
and
tell
then
you it's from
sometimes
low
they've got
Earth
the ones
orbit,
that are
but
geostationary locked, which
But
take
I'm not
photos.
using the word fake at any point, right? I've never used the word fake. I don't.
Well, no, you
believe in the
use
word fake.
CGI as a cop out.
No,
So
I
that's
haven't
when they
done that
use
either.
low Earth
I haven't done that
orbit
either.
satellites.
It's just CG. I wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, they use low orbit
Why are you
satellites. Is what you're referring
straw-manning
to?
me?
I'm literally not. I've heard you argue before.
You
and
literally
said
are.
CGI.
No, I
No.
didn't. I said composite image.
Yeah.
I've said
Now
composite
you are.
image like loads of times. No, I said that from
now
the
you are.
start. And everyone else has listened to me say composite image from the
Yeah, I've
start.
heard your arguments before, dude. So anyway,
Okay,
so
so
low orbit
you've heard my
satellites
argument, so
take
you
those.
know I'm correct. It's a composite image, right?
They use
So
low Earth orbit
shut
satellites.
up, for fuck's sake.
yeah, but
Complain
it'd be
about
like
other
it'd be
people
really
over talk.
helpful if you could actually have a conversation, then that would be beneficial.
Then how do you
to everyone.
Can I finish what I was going to say,
recordings
and
from the
then
ISS?
anyone can say whatever they want, right? You're talking about a composite image. He asserts that it's low Earth orbit. I assert it's high altitude. Functionally, there's not much of a difference, really. What you're doing is you're taking strips of data and you're feeding them into a larger data set, right? You can wrap that around a ball if you want. You can put it on a flat plane. You can put it on the inside of a ball if you want. You're just taking imagery and placing it somewhere. So it's not fake, but it's also not necessarily entirely representative of what was photographed. That's why they call it a composite image.
How do you deal with live
Before
streams
you
of the
unmute
ISS
Mike,
going over the
I
planet?
was for
How
round
do you deal
Earth,
with those?
and now that Mike's here, I'm for declaring for flat Earth.
Well, no.
Thank you,
no.
Bob. That's very kind of
How do
you.
you
Listen,
deal
hold
with
on, hold on.
how do you deal with long live stream of, for example, like the ISS going around the planet, right? How do you deal with that?
So there's a couple of problems with the ISS supposed live stream. First of all, they don't tell you it's live.
Oh,
They don't tell you it's live. You know that. It's
but it is.
no, but they don't even tell you it's live. They don't tell you it's live.
As a
So
matter
I
of
don't-
fact, they tell you it's not live when you really
So you're telling
look
it's
into it.
fake.
No, I never
they-
said
they
fake.
tell you
said
not
it's
live.
fake.
You're not listening. Listen, open your
Fucking
ears,
idiot.
right? Even they don't tell you it's live, right? Think about that. The only thing that
Here.
says live is that YouTube is streaming whatever is given to them live, right?
Crypto.
You're not
please-
listening.
well, I
You're
want you to-
waiting to talk. Listen.
Crypto. I just gave you a live stream right now.
I know, but you're
of
not
NASA.
listening. Listen,
well, you-
right?
All right, so
Where
we're going to
the
look at
actual
the
information.
NASA
Let me give you an
official
example,
live
right?
stream right now.
Helio, can I just finish my thought and then I will shut
My
up?
bad.
I promise, right?
No,
if I
no.
pre-record something, I can live stream it via YouTube and it will say live. That's factual. You can do this. I can do this. Anyone can do this.
Okay, if
This is the
NASA
only
is saying
bit
on
that says
YouTube that is
live.
a live
Why are
stream,
you talking? I haven't finished.
because you're lying.
I'm not lying. You can do this. Anyone can do. Anyone listening to this can do this, right?
It's a live stream.
Right, but they don't tell
It's
you
not a
it's live.
pre-recorded.
Only
It is. They're
YouTube-
telling you it's
No,
live.
they
They're not telling you
don't.
it's live.
Yes, they
Why
are.
are you lying?
Well, it literally is in the name.
This guy won't.
So you
you're
posted
not
a
listening.
video, and in
Not
the
listening.
description it says from
Crypto, I
2016.
gave you a live stream right now.
Right. Okay. So says here
That's
NASA
happening right
live.
now.
Okay.
NASA
Right.
said so.
If you
NASA
go
said so.
back in the live stream, it is literally just live recording of the ISS.
Right. I'm looking at this. It's not even loading.
The live stream?
I'm
Yeah, it's
watching
not
it. I'm
loading.
watching
Yeah,
it.
give it a moment.
I'm watching it.
It's probably just my internet being shit. Give me a sec.
It's pretty Disney cartoonish.
Wow.
Who she's talking to. Pretty gross.
Someone convinced Moon to like me.
Okay, this is NASA's official. This is what the
Mhm.
live stream says. The network
Yeah,
also
that's
provides an array of live programming, such as coverage of missions, events, spacewalks, media interviews, educational broadcasts.
That's what they want you to
news-
see. They
Okay,
want you to
so
see
you're
others
saying it's
live.
you are saying it's fake.
No, I'm not saying it's
Not you,
fake.
not you, the other woman, the girl who just spoke.
Excuse me? Who said I was a woman?
Oh,
Did you just assume the
Did you
moon's
miss?
gender?
You're about to say something. Did you just misgender?
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway,
against
but
the rules.
but this dude, I mean, just because it says live on NASA's channel doesn't mean they're actually filming directly live from the ISS.
You want me to read it to you one more time?
All right,
The
read
network also provides an array of live programming, such
Ah.
as coverage of
And
missions.
you know it's live how? You know it's
spacewalk,
live how?
it-
Sorry.
Holy Jesus Christ!
So
it says
what we're
live.
watching,
It
what
says
we're
live.
watching on
Pay
this
attention
video is
to the actual
actual
words.
live
There's a dispute
footage
at the
from the
moment as to
ISS
whether they
right
claim it's
now.
Oh my God! Yes, that's what the stream says.
That's not
I'm
what
going
it
to
says.
assume that NASA
You
is
just read
saying
it and went, "That's not what it says." What the fuck
The network.
are you
What do you
reading?
think? What do you think the
Not
ISS
loading.
is? The ISS is a mission. You imbecile.
What the hell is wrong with you? You just read it, and we all know that that it's not what
Okay,
it says.
well, would you like me to copy and paste it for you? Are you that tiny brain?
Dude, I'm watching it, and you just read the description, and that's not what it says. That it's
No.
giving
See,
you live footage
okay.
from the ISS, actual live footage.
Oh, I'll get
directly from
banned.
the ISS. That's not what it says.
Okay, I don't know how else you describe live footage.
Why don't you read it again?
The network provides an array of live programming, such as coverage of missions, events, spacewalks, media interviews, educational broadcasts, press conferences, and rocket launches. It's live.
I'm still waiting for the stream to load, so I can't really verify what you said.
Yeah, I'm watching it, and, but I just wanted to make sure that he read it. I wanted him to read it out loud again, just to prove that he just.
Are you currently watching the interview of the lady? Right? I'm saying go back in the interview. Go back in the live stream.
No, what I'm saying is you're misunderstanding the description. They're not actually live.
God,
on the ISS.
I can't with you.
Because you don't even understand how to. Do you understand English? Do you understand the English language?
Here, let me get something even better for you. Let me get this for you, right?
Can you read it again for me one more time?
Dude, no one's
Sure.
gonna
You
read
know what?
that book,
Here-
dude.
Wait, here, I won't. Here, I'll give this to you. Go to the Flat Earth. Live video from the International Space Station. Wow. Well, we won't even take the YouTube video. We'll just take the NASA's website.
Oh, see, now he's going somewhere
Well,
else because the actual video showed it was. I told you, man, stop.
I mean, if you want,
being
here,
full of
I went
shit,
from
bro.
YouTube to NASA's own website. Live video from the internet. That's just the International Space Station. Live video from the International Space Station includes internal views of the crew in on duty and Earth views at all times. The video is accompanied by audio conversation between crew and mission control. The video is only available when space station is in contact with the ground. Right now, the stream is down because the live stream and because the crew is not in contact with mission.
I was about to ask you to share that link, but that apparently.
I mean, well, right now the stream is not up, but there is
Oh, well, that's
always
okay.
streaming live stream.
Yeah, but
While
when
it's
you
down,
showed me-
it's still live.
Well, the one that you talked about earlier, you were claiming that's actually live.
How do you pronounce
it's
your
not actually
name?
live. They said it in the
Teen
description. You read it, but you didn't realize what you were reading. It's actually pre-recorded.
Oh my god. Where does it say that it's pre-recorded?
In the description, I had you read it twice.
Oh my god. Pre-recorded. Okay, what does it say specifically pre-recorded?
Dude, do I have to read it? And
Okay, yeah. No, it's fine. I'll read it.
Like,
I'll
take
read
you
it for
back.
you.
How does Dennis not pass out? This guy has been drunk as fuck all night. How does he not go?
Recorded educational and public relations programming 24 hours a day. The network also provides an array of live programming, such as coverage of mission. What have you proven?
Hey, thanks for reading it the third time and proving me right. Thank you so much.
How? It literally says the live programming is coverage of missions. What is the
18?
ISS? Is the ISS an educational program, or is it a mission?
Stop. Just
Get
stop, man. You're making a
BTFO'd.
fool of yourself.
No,
Stop.
you are.
I don't feel like we're getting anywhere, honestly.
No, because he keeps saying, no, you're wrong.
Well, he's saying
So-
that video he shared
hold on.
is live
keep
footage
saying
from the ISS, but it's not.
It is! I mean, here, look, I even gave you NASA's website, which says, here's a different live stream where it says it is
He's
live
still
video at
reinforcing
all
it, man.
times.
It's really weird, man.
Okay,
What the fuck is
okay.
wrong with you?
Well,
It's
I
like
don't
you're
know
talking,
how
you're
else.
talking so fast that you don't even realize what you just read.
Okay, it's almost
fucking
as if
crazy.
it's almost as if you can't comprehend it, and I feel bad for you.
Oh, he feels bad. No.
Yeah.
Little Nemo, that game's awesome. It's so fucking.
I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Don't worry about me.
That's like maybe my favorite NES game. It's hard as balls.
This is a new room.
I've only beat it maybe once or twice.
Is it actually,
And I use save states to be. I remember when I was a kid though, I could get to the boss, but I never could beat the boss because like there's no, you can't tell you're doing damage to it.
it's just like for reals about people who believe in the flat Earth.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, you got some real flat earthers in here. If you're curious about the topic, we talk about flat Earth hardcore.
Real shit.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. Nah, the only thing I have a little bit of related. I've seen a little bit of related stuff. I've seen the Netflix documentary.
Don't even talk about that.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
That was just funny. That was just comedy. And,
yeah, I think it's meant to be. I think it's meant to be. Like, it's not meant to be.
Yeah. From the beginning, I got the feeling like, yo, it's very about these individuals and their journey of flat Earth, and not about in general. Not that I must say, not that I support. Not that I condone or support flat Earth theory, but I don't mind other people, thinking what they want to think.
That's an interesting topic.
That's fair.
You'll meet, you'll meet a lot of really cool people. If you want to have a discussion.
I did once have a conversation with somebody from Thales. Oh wait, Thales. That's a company who provides all kinds of technology for the defense in my country, and also it's all around the world actually. Wait, let me just get this because.
Don't you mean all of flat the world?
Oh, that was a good one. All right, if you check Flat Earth links, I posted this group, what I'm talking about right now, so you guys can have like a understanding of what I'm saying. Otherwise, I'm just spouting out bullshit. So I went to talk to this group, right? Because they need programmers, right? And one of my other guys who does believe in Flat Earth, he told me even they I just woke up, all right? Give me a second. All right. You know when they when you have to shoot missiles, you have to have like a map, right? To map everything so you can actually get it right.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Right. These guys map the world flat. So I went to these guys in a conversation about programming and stuff, and I asked them, "Why do you plot the world flat?"
Stream?
And he showed me they use very precise mathematical algorithms to convert the roundism of the world into the flat. So it's better to comprehend, and it's just better in general because that's what it is. So yeah, that's the only thing I got on a little bit of information there. That's it.
Seems a bit strange though that you'd need to convert it at all. Why not just?
Yeah, well, it's very difficult to code it if it's round. It would be very inaccurate if you want to give, let's say, XY coordinates. It just wouldn't work like that. So that's why they use the algorithms to convert that shit, and it just makes it easier. You can plot it like 3D, and you can actually see what the fuck's going on. But yeah, so what do you guys? Yeah, so that's basically it. That's all I got.
I mean, I don't really know anything about that, so I can't really comment.
Yeah, they just do defense, missiles and shit. But yeah, and Navy stuff because they gotta plot that shit too. That's all I know. That's the only thing I know flat Earth related. I know a guy who believes in flat Earth. That's about it. So if you guys want to, go ahead and shoot the shit about flat
I'll tell
Earth.
you what. I looked at the article there. That's cool. But NASA really had the same idea, back in the 70s. And
What article?
Well, there's now.
Oh, then you could probably relate to me, huh? Yeah. Flat earthers really like to censor people. I don't get it. Like, I would have thought flat earthers were about freedom of speech and all that, but they just love to censor people. It's pretty disappointing. They behave just like people, just like the mainstream people who believe everything the government says in a lot of ways,
Right.
Yeah, they taught the aircraft pilots, military, everybody. They taught them that they just pretend it's flat. It's really a globe, but just pretend it's flat and it'll work out. I promise.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it worked. You want the documents? Let me find them.
No, I don't need the documents. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
No, I want the documents.
Yeah, you can give Gizmo the documents.
Give me a sec. Give me a fucking second. I'll give you the NASA documents where they.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask.
Everybody
except
flying,
offered.
everybody that's flying a linear aircraft across this plane, you know, NASA told them, don't worry about the curvature of the Earth. You know, pretend it's flat. And it
Yeah, I mean,
works out.
obviously they didn't do that for like missile targeting, so.
Yeah. In airplanes, it's very easy to adjust. Very easy. In missiles, even a miscalculation can fuck shit up. In an airplane, of course, if you point one direction, you would be going up. You would be going up, but you can adjust that very easily. It does it automatically, actually.
Oh wait, it does it automatically?
Of course, yeah.
So-
You got tons of engineers working on it, and yeah, you can have with a lot of equipment, sensors, you can make sure the plane adjusts its angle automatically. Yeah, that's a very possible thing, very normal.
Here we go. I've got the document here. I'm about to post. And I'll read it out. One sec. Link.
I posted.
Yeah, somebody already posted it. Bino already posted. Yeah, he posted all these documents. If you guys look at this, dude, like pretend the Earth is flat, and then you'll figure out it's a globe. It's a globe, but just pretend. I don't even need to post it. Bino already did it.
So these NASA government documents you posted, right?
Yeah, they assume a stationary flat Earth when they do all their mathematical calculations and all the equations.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
But they claim, you know, it's for
Yeah, if you're gonna fly over the
simplicity.
Earth in an airplane, you're more than likely gonna have to consider it to be a flat plane because, you know, it's really a globe, but just pretend it's flat because you'll get there. You know, if you think it's a globe, then you're gonna fuck it up.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you don't get it because it's obviously a flat plane, bro. That's why you don't get it. They told us it's a globe. You know, airplane pilots, you know, they actually just travel from port to port. But
Right, but
when you
if it's
talk
not a
about-
globe, then why all these mathematical calculations
why
to
did
decipher it?
NASA put all these documents out that Bino just put there?
So they're all
are they
fake, the
saying,
doc?
Just treat it like it's flat, even though it's not.
Wait, isn't this obviously because like back in the day it used to take like 2 Fortran coders their entire life to write one program, and like learning how to be an apprentice Fortran coder was like that took your entire life?
All right, well, check this out. So the airplanes existed before these NASA documents were involved. And the gyroscope, I think, was invented in the 30s. And there were people flying airplanes, you know, like in World War One.
How does that help me code?
I remember when I lost my mind. It was such an amazing feeling. I will ban you. I don't know what's with you, Jose, but I don't like you like this. I will ban you. And you're one step away from being kicked and banned here. I will ban you. I should ban you. You're not listening. I will ban you. Ban you. Ban. I will ban you. No. If I'm gonna kick you, you're gonna hear it. Ban ball. This is getting a bit annoying here. Stop being a freaking baby, demanding the whole picture. You're not gonna get it. You're betraying me. And you kind of can't handle the level intellectually that is required to understand it. You're a two-tongued snake and a liar.
I can drive a broken car.
Could it be
but I
because?
cannot work
Could it be because? Could it be because it can't be fixed? Lovely, isn't it? All you'd had to do is basically give up your soul. Coming on my show, asking for an invite, and then calling me a piece of crap. Who the hell do you think you are?
No, you invited me on, explanation, so I don't need to know that.
Well, you're gonna be punished. You're gonna be, oh, bad Arwen. I'm not saying that you're banned now. I guess I'm just naturally not that tolerant overall. I banned him. If you do something like that, Ranty, I do exactly the same to you. And keep your retarded word allergies to yourself. I will ban you. I should ban you. I will ban you. Ban you. Ban you. And I'm actually kind of disappointed that you didn't step in to stop him. Now I can kick them, Ranty. I will psychologically analyze anyone, but not to do that shit.
All right, okay. No, what shit? Well, I'm just.
Fuck off. Piss off, asshole. Hope you always will feel welcome on my show, now that I'm basically banning him. No, I'm just pissed off because I was seriously pissed off some really annoying persistent trolls that keep on spawning their new socks and will be banned instantly as soon as I spot them every single time. The optical slant point will migrate forward in a linear relation, but they will be partially obstructed from the bottom up.
Okay, now that explanation that you gave me versus is just behind the curve. How about that?
I will ban you. I should ban you. I will ban you. Ban you. Ban you. Ban you. And if you can't, then kill yourself! If you can't do it, if you can't be sensible, then kill yourself! Get rid of yourself! Remove yourself and make room for somebody that can! Crap! Stop it, you maniacs! Kill yourself, you freaking insane bastards! Maybe doesn't need to, okay? But yeah, would have been a lot wiser if you just stepped back for a moment and just let it all sink and regain your faculties. Because now you're just throwing that insanity out there. You obviously don't even realize it. You can't switch after presenting proof like that. It's insane.
It's okay,
It's a
Arwen,
break
okay.
with reality in plain sight.
I think it's okay. That's my
I
opinion.
bet you do. I bet you do. You must feel great. It feels very relieving to lose your mind. It's lovely.
All right, thank you.
Works the same on the globe. Circumnavigation works the same way.
Uh-huh.
On the globe or flat Earth. Very simple. You travel from east to come back in the same point. You know, if you travel in a straight line, of course, you're going to end up going south. It's not that hard to figure out, bro. If you follow the compass, if you keep going east, you're just going to travel in a circle.
Hang on. Okay. I understand the point, and I'm not saying that you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Oh.
Why?
Shit, bro.
Jesus. All right. You're not wrong. So, what scientific studies that government corporations have done to prove that the Earth is not flat? I mean,
why does it have to be a government corporation study? Why can't it be, yourself? Why can't you go prove it?
So you're telling me that you can have the equipment that government corporations have to go outer space to see if the Earth is flat or not?
Just do a long distance observation and put the model to the test.
Okay, all right. So hold on. So are other planets flat?
They're observed to be circular.
Then why is the Earth not flat?
Why are we looking up to determine what's down?
I'm just asking why is the Earth not flat then?
Certain chicken nuggets are observed to be circular.
That's nice.
That's a good point to make, I guess.
That's a good point, actually. Right.
Hold on, I'm gonna go yell Trump is gay in the politics. Hold on.
Sweet.
Trump is gay.
That's sweet.
Oh, that's funny. I like that.
Like flat as a shape in the way a chicken nugget is. Is a shape.
Are they saying flat?
Wait, so hold on. Can you go outside the the compass thing? Can you go outside
Flat.
the border of like the area the compass is covering?
Well, there are, there's a treaty in place. There's laws, regulations, and permits that need to be, accomplished for you to go beyond Antarctica.
What?
You can pay a lot of money to go there on a guided tour, and you're restricting.
I'm
what
not
you can
asking
do,
to
where
go
you
to
can go.
Antarctica. I'm asking to go outside the border.
Yes,
Like,
that's what I would describe
can-
as Antarctica.
Oh,
that
God.
360 outer perimeter. That
Yeah,
made
what border? What do you mean by border?
You see how
What do you
okay,
mean?
okay, you see how in the video you sent me, the compass is covering the entire Earth, and there's like a little border around.
Okay. I'm gonna play video games. Enough flat Earth and. Pooty. Talk a lot of shit, but shit don't impress me. You just talk a lot of shit, but shit don't impress me. You just talk a lot of shit, but shit don't impress me. You just talk a lot of shit, but shit don't impress me. I'm gonna be nice today. You just talk a lot of shit, but shit don't impress me. I hope this guy can auto attack shit. Ban Vane, huh? Cassidon. What? The dawn has arrived. You just talk a lot of shit, but shit do not impress me. I don't know, listen to. This is League of Legends. I'm pretty good. I only can play this champion though. I used to be better at the game, but I quit and started playing poker. Well, I'm actually probably better now with this one champion, but I used to be able to play like more shit. Swain. Dude, our team is really good. Draven mid? What? Two pulls. Okay, well, I guess we're all together. Obey your master, master. Bye. Master. Oh, I made her flash. Okay, well, this invade has gone really well. Let's go. Yo. I don't know about this. Oh god, that's not good. Obey your master! Master. Master. Don't come that way. Oh my gosh. Oh god, I suck. And I'm gonna die. Yay! Bye bye. You die. Oh she. Oh she. Yeah, it is. Oh shit, why'd you stay, bitch? God damn it. No! No! Team! Stupid Ash. She should have backed. Oh shit. Back off. Dumbass, what are you doing, you idiot? Oh my god, and then you fucking take the cannon from me? Fucking dumb fuck. Kill them at least. Oh my god, Ash. Fucking suck. How do you not get a kill there? Dude, what are you doing? Stop. Buys the wrong item. I missed, fuck. I'm dead. Why was she back with this huge what a dumbass. Actual dumbass. Holy fuck, why is he doing so much damage? Bitches! Bitches! How do you lose, Teemo? Fucking range. You're ranged fucking bully. What are you doing, Ash? What? Please kill her. Thank you. Oh, close. Nice. Damn. Yo, Jed. Just killing noobs. Just poning. Oh. Well, yeah, I don't know why you're doing this. Yeah. There we go. Get off me! Get off me! You jerk! You fucking jerk! I don't wanna die. Oh shit. I'm too young to die. Fuck, Draven's gonna be a problem. Just kill! Oh, he's dead, he's dead. Shit. Get off me! Get off me! Fuck you! Fuck you! No! No! I need to get more vitamins. Oh shit. Shit. Ah! Dude, why are we feeding him? Yeah, we're gonna lose this. Yo, kill this guy. What the fuck? Thanks for the follow. Is that a follow? Thanks for the follow. Oh, let's back off. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I should have fucking ignited. Oh my god. You shouldn't have gone so hard, though. Fucking bitch. You're dead. Or maybe not. Get him. Get him. Damn. I need to get the stun. Oh, shit. Oof. I missed the bush. Oh shit, I should have helped him. I just thought he's going too hard, like this shit. Alright, you're dead. And I'm dead now. Hey, you can't be doing that, Swain. Cause our team is like nowhere near us. Dumbass. What the fuck? You donated to me, Jed? Thanks, dude. I'll give you a wrench if you don't fucking use it. I don't think you're not gonna fucking ban people, are you? I'll give you a wrench, Jed, but don't fucking use it. Like I don't want people timed out and shit. Die, motherfucker. That's right. That's right, bitch. Oh god. Oh god. The pain. God, that guy's so fed. Ash, she already ulted. Oh. They're gonna get all fucking destroyed here, I think. Oh shit. Get him. Get him. That's how they get you. Yeah, I know, Jed. I streamed Flat Earth Debate all night. Some of it was alright. I was sleeping, though. Most of it. Die, nigga. Y'all niggas gonna die. Y'all niggas gonna die, niggas. No, volley. Just chill, volley. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Fuck! That sucks. I died. Alright, I'll try and do good content. Keep making videos. I'm gonna be like doing, I think, if I can get like, I'll stream those Flat Earth debates and that thing. So I don't know, I'm gonna try and stream a lot. So if I'm streaming a lot, there's gonna be a lot of shitty content, but I'll try and every once in a while like make something good. Oh shit. Why are you... No. I just wasted Baron. Okay. They're team fighting without me. This is gonna fucking die. I can't defend this! Okay. My team doesn't know what the fuck to do. Ah, fuck. Nice. Why is she running? What are you doing, Ash? Oh. Bye. Bye. What? No. God. Why are you making me die, you fucking bitch? Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. These calls are so dumb. So fucking dumb. Oh god, I am dead. Alright, I just made fun of my teammate. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just try to chase kills. Like, that's all you guys do. She should not be here. She should have died there, I think, but it's a low, shitty low. Ash should have ulted there. should Baron. We don't need everyone to back. You're dead. Damn. I'm dead. We didn't need everyone to back. Okay, they just make so many mistakes. What? What is that? Why are they doing that? Yo, Skyfly, bruh. Playing video games. Oh shit, oh shit. Already got it. Nice. Oh god. They got Baron. Ash is doing soloing Dragon. This guy's just taking tower shots and inting. Yeah, that's probably game. Bye. Kill her. Yes. Dude, you're backing? Oh. Base race. We should base race. Damn. Oh my god. Oh, they won. That was close though. Damn, Teemo, if you could only have just killed him. Fucking hell. Yeah, this is what the Red Alert Command and Conquer type of games became, was this style of game. They're called MOBAs, Multiplayer Battle Arena. I was a StarCraft. I was really fucking good at StarCraft. God, everyone played bad. Get a beer instead of water, buddy. Usually when they're like, what do you want? And I go, water. They kind of like look at me funny, the bartender. Whatever. I can't drink alcohol, dude. It'll make me fat. I'm trying to get to 10% body fat. And get my muscles. It won't. I don't drink alcohol because I'm lifting weights and it'll kill my gains. Dude, Timo was terrible. God, that was a fucking annoying game. For Iron Man to spread fear. Nobody wants him. I think I might re-upload that conversation we had last night, Jed. I thought that was pretty decent. I got a new topic. Jumbo shrimp. It's neither jumbo or shrimp. Discuss.
I just don't see the comparison for like calling the you could call like you could kind of call the American system like the new Roman Empire, but you can't call it the new Holy Roman. Right? Like those are two separate entities.
It's more comparable to the Roman Empire because we're a highly militarized system with, like, for example, a senate, a political.
A strong central government.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Well, you guys both sound like you live in the United States.
How is Dennis not passed out?
We do, yeah.
So.
Dennis, how are you awake?
American? Are you American? How am I awake?
Yeah.
I'm always awake, bro. I'm awake.
Dude, you got incredible stamina. Are you sure you're not using drugs?
Yeah, I just woke up.
Well, I'm using beer.
That usually makes me go to sleep, so I don't know. I guess we have. That's impressive.
Sometimes it makes me go to sleep, but not today.
Isn't it like a category 4?
Right now it's at a category 5 with 180 miles per hour sustained wind. And just to give you perspective, Hurricane Wilma, the most powerful hurricane on record, was 180 miles per hour.
Wow.
Is that Dorian is sitting over 90-degree waters for about 36 hours, so it's going to gain strength by a lot. So it can easily
Oh wow. I'm really glad I don't live in the or the East Coast.
I live in Arkansas.
It's so difficult to tell right now the trajectory of the hurricane because it's predicted to go north, but it's gonna sit over there for almost like 2 days, right over the Bahamas, so that can.
Anyway, getting back to you guys know the United States.
How's
Look up the Act of 1871.
The Act of 1870. The District of Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia.
I think I'm nice. Like, okay, if you're a jerk, I'm gonna be a jerk, but like, if I have no reason to be a jerk, I'm pretty nice, I think.
District of Columbia Act.
I mean, I like to talk shit. I'm not gonna sit there and like not defend myself, you know? Like, if someone's being an asshole, I'm gonna let them know.
Yeah, it's establishing it as a municipality, right? The legislation was first created to create a single municipal government for the federal government. How does that make it a corporation? That's setting up
Keep reading. Keep reading. What?
What? I'm sorry, no it did not.
Yes, it did.
No, the Constitution still stands. How does that nullify the Constitution to create a federal territory?
The states were individual countries by agreement. The states themselves were individual countries by agreement in the original Constitution. Now, the District of Columbia
Articles of
had
Articles of Confederation. That was
Of course not, it's an idea. It was never law.
Yes, it was. The Articles of Confederation was law. That was the Constitution. Yes, it was. What are you talking about? Every colony signed the Articles of Confederation. They repealed it because it. Are you kidding me to show you this? Are you just like are you this uneducated in history? Do you not know it wasn't an idea?
No, I'm not saying it was an idea. It wasn't an idea. Yeah, the Articles of Confederation were involved in the original. They were understood commonly by the people who signed the U.S. Constitution, but they weren't the Constitution.
Here, I'll grab it. The Articles of Confederation was the original act that was basically, if you wanted to, the Constitution that we had before we had the Constitution. It had many problems, which is why we repealed the Articles of Confederation and had a Constitution.
Okay, so we're not in disagreement.
I am this.
Articles of Confederation weren't the Constitution. There was generally agreed upon, through certain things, whatever. But
It's kind of hard to get people to come on shows, unless you're kind of. I mean, like Jose, a lot of these shows they just have like the same people every day. Like it's rare you see a new person. Yeah, I don't know. It's these fucking like grandstander bullies that they want to fucking go on the shows all the time.
Okay, so I'm gonna simply. It's not. No.
I wish the shy people would talk more. They're probably a lot more interesting than these fucking bullies. It's these like arrogant assholes that are the ones that like want to go on and prove they're right and prove other people wrong. Like the cool people probably never even come on and like share their opinions and shit.
Federal territory set up as municipal. It is not a central. Okay.
But how is it separate from the rest of the United States?
Sorry. That's your opinion, sadly, and that is my opinion.
That's just like your opinion, man.
Right. Articles of Confederation law, and I don't even know.
what was an agreed upon standard, but it wasn't law. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you know what law is. That's what I'm trying to get.
It was ratified, signed by all 13 states. There was a federal government, right? There was a Congress, right? Are you listening to me?
I think you're referring to the Jim Jaspers Act. I think you're referring to the Jim Jaspers Act.
Yeah, I've never heard of Jim Jaspers.
He's a Marvel character. Jim Jaspers is a character in Marvel Comics. This guy's just jerking our chains.
I could just say like the Constitution is something. No, it's not.
Okay, that's why I said that the articles don't necessarily constitute law, but it's just what we arrive at the standard based on
I mean, I would say, for example, a law is like for.
I think I'm gonna end the stream. It's like close to 12 hours. So thanks for the donation, Jed. Appreciate it. I'm gonna give you a wrench. Will you not use your wrench? If I give you a wrench, are you gonna use it? I don't want people using their wrenches. I guess if you use it, I'll just fucking take it away. You don't want it? Alright, I'll take it away. Jed uploaded a video of flat earth veganism and other lame ass cults. If anyone wants to watch that. I got 4 people watching, and one of them is Jed. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream, so have a good day, everybody. I'll probably stream later.